The Frog King or the Iron Heinrich? In times long past, when wishing still had its magic, there lived a king who had daughters, all of whom were beautiful. But the youngest was so enchanting that even the sun, who had seen so much, marveled each time he shone upon her face. Near the king's castle lay a vast, shadowy forest, and within that forest, under an ancient linden tree, there was a well. When the days grew warm, the young princess would venture into the woods to sit by the edge of the cool well. Whenever she felt bored, she would take out a golden ball, her most cherished toy, toss it into the air, and catch it again. This simple game was her greatest delight. One day, it happened that the golden ball did not fall back into the little hand of the princess who had thrown it into the air. Instead, it dropped to the ground near the edge of the well and rolled right into the water. The king's daughter watched it with wide eyes as it disappeared into the depths, but the well was so deep that she could not see the bottom. Overcome with sorrow, she began to cry, her tears flowing steadily, and she could not be comforted. As she wept, she heard a voice calling out to her, "Why do you cry so, princess? Your tears could move even a stone to pity." She looked around to find where the voice was coming from and saw a frog with its thick, ugly head poking out of the water. "Oh, it's you, old water splasher," she said. "I am crying because my golden ball has fallen into the well." "Do not weep," replied the frog. "I can help you, but what will you give me if I retrieve your ball for you?" "Anything you wish, dear frog," said she. "My clothes, my pearls and jewels, even the golden crown that I wear." The frog replied, "Your clothes, your pearls and jewels, and your golden crown are not what I desire. But if you will love me and let me be your companion and playmate, let me sit beside you at your table, eat from your little golden plate, drink from your cup, and sleep in your little bed. If you promise me all this, then I will dive down and fetch your golden ball for you." "Oh, yes," she exclaimed. "I promise you everything you ask for, if you will only bring me my ball again." But in her heart she thought, "What nonsense this silly frog speaks. He lives in the water with his kind and can only croak. How could he ever be a companion to a human?" But the frog, upon hearing her promise, plunged his head into the water and disappeared. After a short while, he surfaced again holding the golden ball in his mouth. He tossed it onto the grass near the well. The king's daughter, overjoyed to see her cherished plaything once more, picked it up and ran off with it, completely forgetting about the frog. "Wait, wait!" the frog called after her. "Take me with you. I cannot run as fast as you." But no matter how loudly he croaked, she did not listen. She hurried back to the castle and soon forgot all about the poor frog, who had to return to his well. The next day, as the king's daughter sat at the table with her father and the courtiers eating from her golden plate, she heard a strange noise. Pitter patter, coming up the marble stairs. Then there was a knock at the door and a voice calling out, "King's daughter, youngest princess, let me in." She ran to see who it could be, but when she opened the door, there sat the frog. Frightened, she quickly shut the door and returned to her seat, feeling very uneasy. The king, noticing her distress, asked, "My child, why are you so afraid? Is there a giant at the door to take you away?" "Oh, no," she replied, "not a giant, but a horrid frog." "And what does the frog want with you?" asked the king. "Dear father," she answered, "yesterday, while I was playing by the well, my golden ball fell into the water. As I cried over its loss, the frog fetched it for me on the condition that I would let him be my companion. I never imagined he could leave his well and follow me, but now he is outside the door, wanting to come in." And then they all heard him knocking the second time and crying, "Youngest princess, open to me, by the well water. Do you not remember what you said to me yesterday? Youngest princess, open to me." "That which you have promised, you must fulfill," said the king. "Go and let him in." So she went and opened the door, and the frog hopped in, following her closely until she reached her chair. There he stopped and cried out, "Lift me up to sit beside you." Reluctantly, she delayed until the king commanded her. Once the frog was on the chair, he insisted on climbing onto the table, where he said, "Now push your golden plate a little closer so that we can eat together." She did so, though everyone could see her reluctance, and the frog ate heartily, while every bite seemed to stick in her throat. "I have had my fill," the frog declared at last. I am tired now. Carry me to your room, prepare your silken bed, and we will lie down and sleep." Hearing this, the king's daughter began to weep, fearing the cold frog who insisted on sharing her clean, beautiful bed. The king grew angry with her, saying, "That which you promised in your time of need, you must now fulfill." Grasping the frog with her fingers, she carried him upstairs and placed him in a corner. When she lay down to sleep, he crept up to her, saying, "I am tired and want to sleep as much as you do. Take me up, or I will tell your father." Overcome with anger, she seized the frog and hurled him with all her might against the wall, exclaiming, "Now will you be quiet, you horrid frog?" But as he fell, he ceased to be a frog and transformed into a prince with beautiful and kind eyes. With her father's approval, they became betrothed. He explained to her how a wicked witch had enchanted him, and only she could have freed him. Together, they planned to journey to his father's kingdom. At that moment, a carriage drawn by 8 white horses, adorned with white plumes and golden harness, arrived at the door. Standing behind the carriage was faithful Henry, the servant of the young prince. Faithful Henry had suffered so greatly when his master was transformed into a frog that he had placed 3 iron bands around his heart to prevent it from breaking with sorrow and worry. Overjoyed at his master's deliverance, faithful Henry assisted them into the carriage and took his place behind. As they began their journey to the prince's kingdom, the prince heard a noise from behind the carriage, as if something had broken. He turned around and exclaimed, "Henry, the carriage must be breaking." "It is not the carriage, my lord, but the band around my heart, which to ease its sorrow, when I grieved for your plight, I bound around my heart." Again and once more, the same noise was heard. The prince thought the carriage was breaking, but it was actually the remaining bands breaking from faithful Henry's heart, now relieved and filled with happiness. Cat and mouse in partnership. A cat had become acquainted with a mouse and had spoken so much to her about the great love and friendship it felt for her that the mouse finally agreed to live together with her and to manage the household together. "But we must prepare for winter, otherwise we will suffer hunger," said the cat. "Little mouse, you cannot go everywhere and might end up in a trap." This good advice was followed, and a pot of fat was purchased. However, they did not know where to store it. After much consideration, the cat said, "I know of no place where it would be better stored than in the church. No one dares take anything from there. We will put it under the altar and not touch it until we need it." So the pot was safely stored away, but it was not long before the cat longed for it. The cat said to the mouse, "I wanted to tell you, little mouse, that I have been invited by my cousin to be a godparent. She has given birth to a little son, white with brown spots, whom I am to hold over the baptismal font. Let me go out today, and you take care of the house alone." "Yes, yes," answered the mouse. "Go in God's name. If you eat something good, think of me too. I would like to drink a drop of sweet red christening wine." However, all this was not true. The cat had no cousin and had not been invited to be a godparent. It went straight to the church, crept up to the pot of fat, began to lick it, and licked off the fat. Then it went for a walk on the roofs of the town, looked around for opportunities, and then stretched out in the sun, licking its whiskers whenever it thought of the pot of fat. It did not return home until evening. "Well, here you are again," said the mouse. "You must have had a happy day." "It was all right," answered the cat. "What name did they give the child?" asked the mouse. "Topoff," said the cat very dryly. "Topoff," cried the mouse. That is a very odd and unusual name. Is it common in your family?" "What does that matter?" said the cat. "It is no worse than Crumb Thief, as your godchildren are called." Not long after, the cat was overcome by another craving. It said to the mouse, "You must do me a favor and manage the household alone once more. I have been asked again to be a godparent, and since the child has a white ring around its neck, I cannot refuse." The good mouse agreed, but the cat sneaked behind the town wall to the church and ate half of the pot of fat. "There's nothing tastier than what one eats oneself," it said, quite satisfied with its day's work. When it returned home, the mouse asked, "What name was given to the child at its christening?" "Half Gone," replied the cat. "Half Gone? What are you saying? I've never heard that name in my life. I bet it's not even in the calendar." Soon the cat's mouth watered again for the tasty treat. All good things come in threes, it said to the mouse. I've been asked to be a godparent again. The child is completely black with only white paws. It happens only once every few years. You'll let me go, won't you? Topoff. Half gone, replied the mouse. They are such peculiar names, they make me ponder. Here you sit at home, said the cat, with your dark gray fur coat and long hair braid, musing. That's what happens when you don't go out during the day. During the cat's absence, the mouse tidied the house, but the greedy cat ate all the remaining fat. One only finds peace after everything is gone, it said to itself. Well fed and plump, it did not return home until nightfall. The mouse immediately asked what name had been given to the third child. You won't like it either, said the cat. Its name is Allgone. Allgone, cried the mouse. That's the most troubling name of all. I've never seen it in writing. Allgone, what does it mean? Then she shook her head, curled up, and went to sleep. From then on, no one invited the cat to be a godparent. But when winter came and nothing could be found outside, the mouse remembered their stored food and said, Come, cat, let's go to our pot of fat that we've saved. It will taste good now. Yes, replied the cat. You'll enjoy it as if you're sticking your delicate tongue out the window. They set off, but when they arrived, the pot of fat was still in place, yet empty. Oh, said the mouse, now I see what happened. Now it's clear. You're a true friend. You ate everything while you were being a godparent. First Topoff, then Half Gone, then... Be quiet, cried the cat. One more word and I'll eat you too. All Gone was already on the poor mouse's lips. Before she knew it, the cat pounced, seized her, and swallowed her whole. That's how it goes in the world. Near a vast forest lived a woodcutter with his wife, who had only one child, a little girl of 3 years. They were so poor that they could no longer afford daily bread and did not know how to feed her. One morning, the woodcutter went out to work in the forest, full of worries. As he chopped wood, a tall and beautiful woman suddenly appeared before him, wearing a crown of shining stars on her head. She said to him, I am the Virgin Mary, the mother of the Christ child. You are poor and in need. Bring your child to me, and I will take her with me, be her mother, and care for her. The woodcutter obeyed, fetched his child, and entrusted her to the Virgin Mary, who took her up to heaven. There, the child thrived, eating sugar cakes, drinking sweet milk, and wearing clothes of gold. The little angels played with her. When she turned 14, the Virgin Mary summoned her and said, Dear child, I am about to embark on a long journey. Take the keys to the 13 doors of heaven into your keeping. You may open 12 of them and behold the splendor within, but the 13th, which this small key unlocks, is forbidden to you. Beware of opening it, or you will bring misery upon yourself. The girl promised obedience. After the Virgin Mary departed, she began to explore the dwellings of the heavenly kingdom. Each day, she opened one of the doors until she had unlocked the 12. In each, she found one of the apostles surrounded by great light, and she rejoiced in the magnificence, accompanied by the joyful little angels. Only the forbidden door remained, and she felt a strong desire to know what lay behind it. She said to the angels, I won't fully open it or enter, but I'll unlock it just to peek through. Oh no, said the angels, that would be a sin. The Virgin Mary forbade it, and it could easily lead to your unhappiness. She fell silent, but the desire in her heart persisted, gnawing at her and tormenting her without rest. One day, when all the angels had left, she thought, Now I am completely alone. I could take a quick peek. No one will ever know. She found the key, placed it in the lock, and turned it. The door swung open, revealing the Trinity seated in fire and splendor. She stood there in awe for a moment, then reached out and touched the light with her finger. Instantly, her finger turned completely golden. A deep fear gripped her. She slammed the door shut and fled. The terror continued to haunt her, and her heart raced incessantly, refusing to calm down. The golden color on her finger remained, resisting all attempts to wash or rub it off. It was not long before the Virgin Mary returned from her journey. She called the girl to her and asked for the keys to heaven back. When the girl handed over the bundle, the Virgin looked into her eyes and said, Have you not also opened the 13th door? No, she replied. Then the Virgin Mary placed her hand on the girl's heart, feeling how it beat and beat, and realized that she had disobeyed her command and opened the door. She asked again, "Are you sure you did not do it?" "Yes," the girl said for the second time. Then the Virgin noticed the finger that had turned golden from touching the heavenly fire and understood that the child had sinned. She asked for the third time, "Did you not do it?" "No," said the girl for the third time. Then the Virgin Mary said, "You did not obey me, and furthermore, you lied. You are no longer worthy to be in heaven." Upon this, the girl fell into a deep sleep, and when she awoke, she found herself lying on the ground below, in the midst of a wilderness. She tried to cry out, but no sound came from her mouth. She jumped up and tried to run away, but wherever she turned, she was blocked by thick hedges of thorns that she could not break through. In the desert where she was imprisoned, there stood an old hollow tree, which became her dwelling. She crawled into it at night to sleep, and found shelter there from storms and rain. Yet it was a wretched life, and she wept bitterly when she remembered how happy she had been in heaven, and how the angels had played with her. Roots and wild berries became her only food, which she searched for as far as she could go. In autumn, she gathered fallen nuts and leaves, storing them in her hole. Nuts sustained her through winter, and when snow and ice came, she burrowed among the leaves like a small creature to avoid freezing. Before long, her clothes were torn to pieces, and one bit after another fell away. When the sun warmed, she sat in front of the tree, her long hair covering her like a mantle. Thus, year after year, she sat, feeling the pain and misery of the world. One day, when the trees were once again dressed in fresh green, the king of the land was hunting in the forest and was chasing a deer. As it had fled into the thicket that enclosed that part of the forest, he dismounted, tore through the bushes, and cleared a path with his sword. When he finally made his way through, he saw a remarkably beautiful maiden sitting under a tree. She sat there, her entire body covered in golden hair down to her feet. He stood still, amazed, then addressed her and asked, "Who are you? Why are you sitting here in the wilderness?" There was no answer, as she could not open her mouth. The king continued, "Will you come with me to my castle?" She merely nodded slightly. The king lifted her into his arms, placed her on his horse, and rode home with her. Upon reaching the royal castle, he dressed her in splendid garments and provided her with everything in abundance. Though she could not speak, she was so beautiful and charming that he grew to love her deeply, and before long, he married her. About a year later, the queen gave birth to a son. That night, when she lay alone in her bed, the Virgin Mary appeared to her and said, "If you will tell the truth and confess that you unlocked the forbidden door, I will open your mouth and restore your speech. But if you persist in your sin and stubbornly deny it, I will take your newborn child with me." The queen was given the opportunity to respond, but she remained adamant and said, "No, I did not open the forbidden door." The Virgin Mary then took the newborn child from her arms and disappeared with him. The next morning, when the child could not be found, murmurs spread among the people that the queen was a cannibal and had killed her own child. She heard all this but could not refute it. However, the king, who loved her deeply, refused to believe such accusations. When a year had passed, the queen gave birth to another son, and once again in the night the Virgin Mary appeared to her and said, "If you confess that you opened the forbidden door, I will give you back your child and restore your speech. But if you persist in your sin and deny it, I will also take this newborn child with me." The queen again replied, "No, I did not open the forbidden door." Then the Virgin Mary took the child from her arms and carried him away to heaven. The next morning, when the child had vanished again, people loudly proclaimed that the queen had devoured him, and the king's counselors demanded that she be brought to trial. However, the king loved her so dearly that he refused to believe it and ordered his counselors under penalty of death to speak no more of it. In the following year, the queen gave birth to a beautiful little daughter, and for the third time, the Virgin Mary appeared to her at night and said, "Follow me." She took the queen by the hand and led her to heaven, showing her there her two eldest children who smiled at her and played with the globe. When the queen rejoiced at this sight, the Virgin Mary said, "Is your heart still not softened? If you admit that you opened the forbidden door, I will return your two little sons to you." But for the third time, the queen replied, "No, I did not open the forbidden door." Then the virgin let her sink back to earth once more and took away her third child as well. Next morning, when the news spread, everyone loudly exclaimed, "The queen is a man-eater. She must be condemned." The king could no longer hold back his counselors. A trial was conducted, and because she could not speak or defend herself, she was sentenced to be burned at the stake. Wood was gathered, and once she was securely bound to the post and the fire began to blaze around her, the icy pride in her heart melted, and she was moved by remorse. She thought, "If only I could confess before I die that I opened the door." At that moment, her voice returned, and she cried out loudly, "Yes, Mary, I did it." Immediately, rain poured from the sky and extinguished the flames. A light broke through above her, and the Virgin Mary descended with her two little sons at her side and the newborn daughter in her arms. She spoke kindly to the queen, saying, "He who repents his sin and confesses it is forgiven." Then she returned the three children to her, untied her tongue, and bestowed happiness upon her for the rest of her life. Tale of the youth who went out to learn what it is to shudder. A certain father had two sons. The elder was clever and capable, excelling in all he did, while the younger was foolish and struggled to grasp anything. People would often comment, "He'll surely be a burden to his father." Whenever tasks needed doing, it was always the elder who took charge. However, if their father asked for something late at night, especially if it meant passing through a churchyard or another eerie place, the elder would refuse, saying, "Oh no, father, I won't go there. It gives me the shivers." He was afraid of such places. Similarly, during evening storytelling by the fire, when tales were told that made others shudder, they would say, "Oh, it makes us shudder." The younger brother would listen with them, puzzled by their reactions. "They keep saying, 'It makes me shudder. It makes me shudder.'" "But it doesn't make me shudder," he thought. "That must be some skill I don't understand." One day, their father addressed the younger son who sat in the corner, saying, "Listen, you in the corner there, you're growing tall and strong. You too must learn something to earn your keep. Look at how your brother works, but you don't even earn your salt." "Well, father," he replied, "I'm willing to learn something. In fact, if possible, I'd like to learn how to shudder. I don't understand that at all yet." The elder brother laughed upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Goodness, what a fool my brother is. He'll never amount to anything in his life. He who wants to be a sickle must bend himself in good time." The father sighed and responded, "You'll learn what it means to shudder soon enough, but you won't earn your bread that way." Soon after, the sexton paid a visit to the father's house, and the father lamented his troubles, explaining how his younger son was so inept in everything that he neither knew nor learned anything. "Imagine," he said, "when I asked him how he intended to earn his keep, he actually expressed a desire to learn how to shudder." "If that's all," replied the sexton, "he can learn that with me. Send him to me and I'll teach him a thing or two." The father agreed, thinking it might toughen the boy up a bit. So the sexton took him into his home and assigned him the task of ringing the church bell. After a few days, the sexton woke him up at midnight and instructed him to climb the church tower and ring the bell. "He'll soon learn what it means to shudder," thought the sexton, sneaking ahead. When the boy reached the top of the tower and turned around to grasp the bell rope, he spotted a white figure standing on the stairs opposite the opening for the sound to escape. "Who's there?" he called out, but the figure remained silent and unmoving. "Answer me," the boy demanded, "or get out of here. You have no business here at night." The sexton, however, stood motionless to make the boy believe he was a ghost. The boy called out a second time, "What are you doing here? Speak up if you're an honest man, or I'll throw you down the stairs." The sexton thought to himself, "He can't possibly mean what he says," and stayed quiet, pretending to be as still as stone. When the boy called out to him for the third time and received no response, he charged at the figure and pushed it down the stairs. It tumbled down 10 steps and lay still in a corner. After this, the boy rang the bell, returned home, said nothing, and went straight to bed, falling asleep immediately. The sexton's wife waited a long time for her husband to return, but he never did. Worried, she woke the boy and asked, "Do you know where my husband is?" He went up the tower before you did." "No, I don't know," replied the boy. "But someone was standing by the sound hole on the other side of the stairs. Since he wouldn't answer me or leave, I took him for a scoundrel and pushed him downstairs. Go see if it was him. I hope I didn't hurt him." The woman hurried off and found her husband moaning in pain, with a broken leg from the fall. She carried him down, then hurried with loud cries to the boy's father. "Your son," she exclaimed, "has caused a great disaster. He pushed my husband down the stairs and broke his leg. Get this good-for-nothing out of our house." The father, shocked, rushed over and scolded the boy severely. "What wicked pranks are these?" he demanded. "The devil must have whispered these thoughts into your head." "Father," the boy pleaded, "listen to me. I'm completely innocent. He was there at night, looking like someone with ill intentions. I didn't know who he was, and I asked him 3 times to speak or leave." "Ah," sighed the father, "you only bring me trouble. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you anymore." "Yes, father, gladly," replied the boy. "Just wait until daylight. Then I will go out and learn how to shudder. At least I'll master a skill that can sustain me." "Learn whatever you wish," said the father dismissively. "It's all the same to me. Here are 50 thalers for you. Take them and go into the wide world. Don't tell anyone where you're from or who your father is. I have reason to be ashamed because of you." "Yes, father, as you wish," the boy agreed. "If that's all you ask, I can easily remember that." As dawn broke, the boy pocketed the 50 thalers, stepped onto the highway, and kept muttering to himself, "If only I could shudder! If only I could shudder!" Soon, a man overheard his conversation with himself. As they walked further, they saw the gallows in the distance. The man said to him, "Look, there's the tree where 7 men have married the rope maker's daughter and are now learning how to fly. Sit beneath it and wait until nightfall. Then you'll surely learn how to shudder." "If that's all that's needed," replied the boy, "that's easily done. But if I learn to shudder so quickly, you shall have my 50 thalers. Come back to me early tomorrow morning." The boy went to the gallows, sat beneath it, and waited until evening. Feeling cold, he started a fire. But at midnight, the wind blew so sharply that despite the fire, he couldn't warm up. As the wind knocked the hanged men against each other, causing them to sway back and forth, he thought, "You're shivering by the fire. What must it be like up there, freezing and suffering?" Moved by pity, he leaned a ladder against the gallows, climbed up, and untied them one by one, bringing all 7 down. Then he stoked the fire, blew on it, and positioned the men around it to warm themselves. However, they sat there motionless, their clothes catching fire. He warned them, "Be careful, or I'll hang you back up." But the dead men remained silent, allowing their rags to burn away. Growing angry, he declared, "If you won't listen, I can't help you. I won't burn with you." And one by one, he hung them back up. He returned to his fire and fell asleep. The next morning, the man returned, wanting his 50 thalers, and asked, "Now, do you know what it means to shudder?" "No," replied the boy. "How would I know? Those up there didn't utter a word, and were so foolish they let their few old rags burn." The man realized he wouldn't get the 50 thalers that day, muttered, "I've never met anyone like him," and walked away. The youth continued on his journey, repeating to himself, "Ah, if only I could shudder! Ah, if only I could shudder!" A wagoner who was walking behind him overheard and asked, "Who are you?" "I don't know," replied the youth. "Where do you come from?" the wagoner inquired. "I do not know," was the youth's answer. "Who is your father?" pressed the wagoner. "I am not allowed to tell you that," the youth responded. "What is it that you keep muttering under your breath?" asked the wagoner. "Ah," sighed the youth, "I just wish I could shudder, but no one can teach me how." "Stop your foolish talk," the wagoner advised. "Come, accompany me. I'll see what I can do for you." So the youth went with the wagoner, and by evening they reached an inn where they planned to spend the night. As they entered the inn, the youth once again exclaimed loudly, "If only I could shudder! If only I could shudder!" Hearing this, the host chuckled and remarked, "If that's what you want, there should be ample opportunity for that here." "Ah, hush," interjected the hostess. "Many curious souls have lost their lives already. It would be a pity if those beautiful eyes of yours never saw daylight again." Undeterred, the youth insisted, "However difficult it may be, I will learn it. That's precisely why I set out on this journey. He pestered the host until he revealed that not far away stood a haunted castle where anyone could learn to shudder by spending 3 nights there. The king had promised his daughter's hand in marriage to whoever dared, and she was the most beautiful maiden under the sun. In addition, great treasures guarded by evil spirits awaited discovery, which could make a poor man wealthy. Many had entered the castle, but none had returned. The next morning, the youth approached the king and declared his intention to spend 3 nights in the haunted castle, if allowed. Impressed by the youth's determination, the king granted him permission and allowed him to take 3 lifeless items with him. I ask for a fire, a turning lathe, and a cutting board with a knife, the youth requested. The king agreed, and preparations began for the youth's venture into the haunted castle, where he hoped to finally learn what it meant to shudder. The king had all these things brought into the castle during the day. As night approached, the young man went upstairs, lit a bright fire in a chamber, placed the carving bench with the knife beside it, and seated himself at the lathe. "Ah, if only I could feel frightened," he exclaimed, "but I won't learn it here either." Towards midnight, he decided to stoke his fire. As he blew into it, suddenly a voice cried from a corner, "Oh, meow! We're freezing!" "You fools," he called out, "why are you shouting? If you're cold, come sit by the fire and warm up." And with that, 2 large black cats leaped over in a powerful bound, sat down on either side of him, and stared at him fiercely with their fiery eyes. After a while, once they had warmed themselves, they said, "Comrade, shall we play a game of cards?" "Why not?" he replied. "But first show me your paws." They stretched out their claws. "Oh," he said, "what long nails you have! Wait, I must cut them for you first." With that, he grabbed them by the scruff, placed them on the carving bench, and fastened their paws securely. "I've seen your claws," he said, "and now I've lost interest in playing cards." He struck them dead and tossed them into the water. But after he had dealt with these 2 and was about to sit back down by his fire, black cats and dogs with glowing chains came pouring out from every nook and cranny, more and more until he couldn't move, howling horribly, trampling his fire, tearing it apart, and trying to extinguish it. He watched quietly for a while, but when it became too much, he grabbed his carving knife and shouted, "Away with you, you vermin!" He swung at them. Some fled, others he killed, and threw them into the pond. When he returned, he blew on the embers to rekindle his fire and warm himself. As he sat there, he couldn't keep his eyes open any longer and felt the urge to sleep. Glancing around, he spotted a large bed in the corner. "That's just right for me," he said, and climbed in. But as he was about to close his eyes, the bed began to move on its own, rolling through the entire castle. "That's good," he said, "but faster." The bed rolled as if pulled by 6 horses, up and down over thresholds and stairs, until suddenly, hop, hop, it overturned, the bottom now on top, crushing him like a mountain. He tossed pillows and blankets into the air, climbed out, and said, "Now whoever wants to can go ahead," and lay down by his fire, sleeping until daybreak. In the morning, the king came, and upon seeing him lying on the ground, he thought the spirits had killed him and he was dead. "It's a shame," he said. "He's such a handsome man." The youth heard this, got up, and said, "It's not that bad yet." The king was astonished but pleased and asked how it had gone. "Very well," he replied. "1 night has passed, and the other 2 will pass as well." When he went to the innkeeper, the man widened his eyes and said, "I never expected to see you alive again. Have you learned how to shudder yet?" "No," he said, "it's all in vain. If only someone could tell me." The second night, he went up to the old castle again, sat by the fire, and began his usual song, "If I could just shudder." As midnight approached, there was a commotion and crashing noises heard, at first soft, then growing louder and louder. After a brief, quiet spell, suddenly half a man came tumbling down the chimney with a loud scream and landed in front of him. "Hey there," he exclaimed. "Another half is needed for this to count. That's too little." The uproar resumed, raging and howling, and the other half also came crashing down. "Wait," he said, "let me stoke the fire a bit for you first." After doing so and looking around, he found the 2 halves had come together, forming a terrifying man seated in his place. "That wasn't part of our deal," said the youth. "This bench is mine." The man tried to push him away, but the youth resisted, pushing him back with all his might and reclaiming his seat. Then more men fell down, one after another, bringing 9 dead men's legs and 2 skulls. They set them up and played skittles with them. The youth wanted to join in and asked, "Hey there, can I play too?" "Yes, if you have money." "Plenty of money," he replied, "but your balls aren't quite round." He took the skulls, put them on the lathe, and turned them until they were round. "There, now they'll roll better," he said. "Hurrah! Now it's lively." He played with them, losing some of his money, but when the clock struck 12, everything vanished before his eyes. He lay down and fell peacefully asleep. The next morning, the king came to inquire about him. "How did it go this time?" he asked. "I played skittles," he replied, "and lost a few coins." "Didn't you shudder at all?" "Oh, come on," he said. "I had a great time. If only I knew what it meant to shudder." In the third night, he sat again on his bench and muttered discontentedly, "If only I could shudder." As it grew late, 6 tall men entered carrying a coffin. He exclaimed, "Ha ha, that must be my cousin who passed away just a few days ago," and beckoned, calling out, "Come, cousin, come." They placed the coffin on the ground, and he went over, lifted the lid, and found a dead man inside. He touched his face, but it was cold as ice. "Wait," he said, "let me warm you a bit." He went to the fire, warmed his hand, and placed it on the dead man's face, but it remained cold. Then he took him out, sat by the fire, laid him on his lap, and rubbed his arms to get the blood circulating again. When that didn't work either, he thought to himself, when 2 people lie in bed together, they warm each other. And so he carried him to bed, covered him, and lay down beside him. After a while, the dead man also warmed up and started moving. The youth said, "See, cousin, didn't I warm you?" But the dead man began to threaten, "Now I will strangle you." "What?" exclaimed the youth. "Is this how you thank me? Back into your coffin you go." He lifted him up, threw him in, and closed the lid. The 6 men then came and carried him away again. "I still can't manage to shudder," he said. "I'll never learn it as long as I live here." Then a man entered, taller and more terrifying than the rest, though he was old with a long white beard. "You wretch," he cried, "you shall soon learn what it is to shudder, for you shall die." "Not so fast," replied the youth. "If I'm to die, I must have a say in it." "I will seize you," threatened the fiend. "Easy now, don't be so sure. I am as strong as you, perhaps even stronger," the youth countered. "Let's find out," said the old man. He led him through dark passages to a blacksmith's forge, took an axe, and with one blow drove an anvil into the ground. "I can do better than that," said the youth, and went to the other anvil. The old man watched closely, his white beard hanging down. The youth took the axe, split the anvil with a single blow, and caught the old man's beard in it. "Now I've got you," said the youth. "Now it's your turn to face death." He grabbed an iron bar and struck the old man until he begged and promised great riches in exchange for stopping. The youth released him, and the old man led him back to the castle, showing him 3 chests of gold in a cellar. "One part is for the poor, another for the king, and the third is yours," he said. As the clock struck 12, the spirit vanished, leaving the youth in darkness. "I'll find my way out," he said confidently, feeling his way to the room and falling asleep by his fire. The next morning, the king arrived and asked, "Have you learned what it is to shudder?" "No," replied the youth. "What is it?" "My dead cousin was here, and a bearded man showed me a lot of money below, but no one explained what shuddering is." "Then," said the king, "you have freed the castle and shall marry my daughter." "That's all well and good," said the youth, "but I still don't know what shuddering is." The gold was brought up, and the wedding festivities began. However, despite how much he loved his wife and how happy he was, he kept saying, "If only I could shudder, if only I could shudder." This eventually annoyed his wife. Her maid said, "I'll find a solution for him. He'll learn to shudder soon." She went to the stream in the garden and had a bucket full of gudgeons brought to her. That night, while the young king slept, his wife uncovered him and poured the cold water with the gudgeons over him, making the little fish wriggle about. When he woke up, he cried out, "Oh, what makes me shudder so? What makes me shudder so, dear wife? Ah, now I know what it is to shudder." 5. The Wolf and the 7 Young Kids. Once upon a time, there was an old goat who had 7 young kids, whom she loved as much as any mother loves her children. One day, she wanted to go into the woods to fetch food, so she called all her kids and said, "Dear children, I am going out into the woods. While I am gone, beware of the wolf. If he should come in, he will eat you all up, skin, hair, and everything. The villain often disguises himself, but you can always recognize him by his rough voice and black feet." "Dear mother," answered the kids, "you need not fear. We will be careful." Then the mother bleated goodbye and went off with an easy mind. It was not long before someone knocked on the house door and said, "Open up, dear children. Your mother is here and has brought each of you something from the woods." But the kids recognized by the rough voice that it was the wolf. "We will not open," they cried. "You are not our mother, for she has a gentle and sweet voice, but your voice is rough. You must be the wolf." So the wolf went away to a shop and bought a big piece of chalk, which he ate, and that made his voice soft. Then he came back, knocked at the door, and said, "Open up, dear children. Your mother is here and has brought each of you something from the woods." But the wolf had put his black paw in through the window, and the kids saw it and cried, "We will not open up. Our mother has not a black foot like you. You must be the wolf." So the wolf ran to the baker and said, "I have hurt my foot. Spread some dough over it for me." And when the baker had done that, he ran to the miller and said, "Strew some white meal over my foot for me." But the miller thought to himself, "The wolf wants to deceive someone," and he refused to do it. But the wolf said, "If you do not do it, I will eat you up." Then the miller was afraid and did what he was asked. And so that is how people are. Now the rogue went for the third time to the door, knocked at it, and said, "Open up, dear children. Your mother is here and has brought each of you something from the woods." Then the kid said, "First, show us your paw so that we know you are our mother." But the wolf put his paw in through the window, and when the kids saw that it was white, they believed that all he said was true, and they opened the door. But who came in was the wolf. They were terrified and wanted to hide themselves. One sprang under the table, the second into the bed, the third into the stove, the fourth into the kitchen, the fifth into the cupboard, the sixth under the washing bowl, and the seventh into the clock case. But the wolf found them all, and did not take long to gulp them down, one after the other. Only the youngest in the clock case he did not find. When the wolf had satisfied his appetite, he went outside and lay down under a tree and fell asleep. Before long, the old goat came back from the woods. Ah, what did she see there? The door stood wide open. The table, chairs, and benches were overturned. The washing bowl was broken to pieces. The covers and pillows were pulled off the bed. She looked for her children, but they were nowhere to be found. She called them one after the other by name, but no one answered. At last, when she called the youngest, a small voice cried out, "Dear mother, I am here in the clock case." She fetched him out, and he told her that the wolf had come and eaten all the others. Then you can think how she wept over her poor children. At length in her grief she went out, and the youngest kid ran with her. When they came to the meadow, there lay the wolf under a tree and snored so that the branches shook. She looked at him carefully on all sides, and she noticed how something inside his body was moving and struggling. "Dear me," thought she, "can it be that my poor children whom he devoured for his evening meal are still alive?" Then the kid had to run back and fetch scissors and a needle and thread. Then the goat cut open the monster's stomach, and no sooner had she made one cut than one little kid after another jumped out, all 6 of them, and all were still alive and had suffered no harm, for in his greediness the rogue had swallowed them down whole. Oh, what joy there was! Then they embraced their dear mother and jumped about like a tailor at his wedding. But the old goat said, "Now go and find some big stones, and we will fill the rogue's stomach with them while he is still asleep." Then the 7 kids hurried to fetch the stones, and they stuffed his stomach full, and the mother quickly sewed him up again, so that he noticed nothing and did not even move. When the wolf at last woke up and got up, the stones in his stomach made him very thirsty. As he wanted to go to a well to drink, they knocked and rattled together inside him. Then he cried out, "What rumbles and tumbles inside me so round? I thought 'twas 6 kids, but it's stones I have found." And when he came to the well and stooped over the water to drink, the heavy stones weighed him down, and he fell over into the water and drowned. And when the 7 kids saw that, they came running up crying, "The wolf is dead! The wolf is dead!" And they danced with their mother all around the well for joy. Once upon a time, there was an old king who lay on his deathbed, thinking, "This must be the end for me." He called for his most loyal servant and said, "Bring me Faithful John." Faithful John had been his favorite servant throughout his life, known for his unwavering loyalty. When Faithful John arrived at the king's bedside, the king said, "Faithful John, my time is near, and I am only worried for my son. He is still young and inexperienced, and without your guidance, he might not learn how to rule wisely. Promise me you will teach him everything he needs to know and act as his guardian. Only then can I die peacefully." Faithful John replied, "I will not abandon him and will serve him faithfully, even if it costs me my life." Comforted by these words, the old king said, "Now I can die in peace." He added, "After my death, you must show him the entire castle, every chamber, hall, and vault, and all the treasures that lie within. But there is one room in the long gallery that you must not show him. It contains the portrait of the Princess of the Golden Roof. If he sees it, he will fall hopelessly in love, faint, and face great peril because of her. You must protect him from this." Faithful John promised again, and the old king laid his head on the pillow and died peacefully. When the king was buried, Faithful John told the young king about the promise he had made to his father. He assured him, "I will keep my word and be as loyal to you as I was to him, even if it costs me my life." Once the mourning period ended, Faithful John said, "It is time for you to see your inheritance. I will show you your father's palace." He guided him through the castle, showing him all the wealth and magnificent rooms, except for the one room he did not open, which contained the dangerous portrait. The picture was so placed that upon opening the door, it was immediately visible, painted so lifelike that it seemed to breathe and live, being the most beautiful and enchanting sight in the world. The young king noticed that Faithful John always passed by one particular door and asked, "Why do you never open this door for me?" Faithful John replied, "There is something inside that would terrify you." But the king insisted, "I have seen all the palace, and I must know what is in this room too." He went to force the door open, but Faithful John held him back, saying, "I promised your father on his deathbed that you should not see what is inside. It could bring the greatest misfortune upon us both." The young king replied, "If I do not see it, it will be my ruin. I will not rest day or night until I have seen it with my own eyes. I will not leave until you unlock the door." Seeing no way to avoid it, Faithful John, with a heavy heart and many sighs, searched for the key among the large bunch he carried. When he had opened the door, he entered first, intending to cover the portrait to prevent the king from seeing it. But it was in vain. The king stood on tiptoe and looked over John's shoulder. When he saw the portrait of the maiden, so magnificent and gleaming with gold and precious stones, he fainted to the ground. Faithful John lifted him up, carried him to his bed, and sorrowfully thought, "The misfortune has happened. Lord God, what will come of it?" Then he revived the king with wine until he came to himself again. The first words the king spoke were, "Ah, whose is this beautiful image?" "That is the Princess of the Golden Roof," answered Faithful John. The king continued, "My love for her is so immense that if all the leaves on the trees were tongues, they could not express it. I will give my life to win her. You, my most faithful John, must help me." Faithful John pondered long on how to approach the situation, for it was incredibly challenging to even catch a glimpse of the princess. Eventually, he devised a plan and said to the king, "Everything she surrounds herself with is made of gold: tables, chairs, dishes, cups, bowls, and all household items. Among your treasures are 5 tons of gold. Let one of the kingdom's goldsmiths craft them into all sorts of vessels and utensils, birds, wild animals, and wonderful creatures. These will surely please her, and we can take them to her and try our luck." The king summoned all the goldsmiths in his realm, and they worked day and night until the most splendid items were completed. Once everything was loaded onto a ship, Faithful John put on the attire of a merchant, and the king did the same to remain entirely unrecognizable. Then they sailed across the sea until they reached the city where the princess of the golden roof lived. Faithful John bade the king stay behind on the ship and wait for him. "Perhaps," he said, "I shall bring the princess with me. Therefore, make sure everything is in order. Have the golden vessels displayed and the whole ship decorated." Then he gathered together all kinds of golden objects in his apron, went ashore, and walked straight to the royal palace. When he entered the palace courtyard, a beautiful girl stood by the well, holding 2 golden buckets in her hands and drawing water with them. As she turned to carry away the sparkling water, she saw the stranger and asked who he was. He answered, "I am a merchant," and opened his apron to show her. She cried out, "Oh, what beautiful golden things!" and set her pails down to look at each piece closely. "The princess must see these," she said. "She loves golden items so much that she will buy everything you have." Taking him by the hand, she led him upstairs, for she was the princess's waiting maid. When the king's daughter saw the golden wares, she was utterly delighted and said, "They are so beautifully made, I will buy them all from you." But faithful John replied, "I am only the servant of a rich merchant. The items I have here are nothing compared to what my master has on his ship. They are the finest and most exquisite pieces ever made of gold." She wanted everything brought to her, but he said, "It would take many days to transport everything here, and you would need numerous rooms to display it all. Your house is not large enough." Her curiosity and desire grew even stronger until she finally said, "Take me to the ship. I want to see your master's treasures myself." Faithful John was overjoyed and led her to the ship. When the king saw her, he realized that her beauty surpassed even that of her portrait, and he felt as if his heart would burst. She boarded the ship, and the king took her inside. Meanwhile, faithful John stayed behind with the helmsman and ordered the ship to be pushed off, saying, "Hoist all the sails. Let it fly like a bird in the air." Inside, the king showed her the golden vessels, each one more splendid than the last, along with the wild beasts and strange animals. Many hours passed as she marveled at everything, and in her delight, she did not notice that the ship was sailing away. After she had examined the last item, she thanked the merchant and wanted to go home. But when she reached the edge of the ship, she saw that they were far out to sea, speeding away from land with full sails. "Ah," she cried in alarm, "I have been deceived. I have been carried away, and am now in the power of a merchant. I would rather die." The king, however, seized her hand and said, "I am not a merchant. I am a king, and of no lesser birth than you. If I have taken you away by subtlety, it is only because of my overwhelming love for you. The first time I saw your portrait, I fell fainting to the ground." When the princess of the golden roof heard this, she was comforted, and her heart inclined toward him. She willingly consented to become his wife. It so happened, however, that while they were sailing across the deep sea, faithful John, who was sitting at the bow of the ship playing music, saw 3 ravens flying towards them. He stopped playing and listened to what they were saying, for he understood their language. One cried, "Oh, there he is, carrying home the princess from the golden roof." "Yes," replied the second, "but he hasn't got her safely yet." The third said, "But he has got her. She is sitting beside him on the ship." Then the first began again and cried, "What good will that do him? When they reach land, a magnificent chestnut horse will leap forward to meet him. He will want to mount it, and if he does, it will gallop away with him and rise up into the air, and he will never see his bride again." The second raven spoke, "Is there no escape?" "Oh, yes," answered the first. "If someone else quickly mounts it, takes the pistol from the holster, and shoots the horse dead, the young king will be saved. But who knows that? And whoever knows it and tells it to him will be turned to stone from the toe to the knee." Then the second raven said, "I know more than that. Even if the horse is killed, the young king will still not keep his bride. When they enter the castle together, a bridal garment will lie there in a dish, looking as if it were woven of gold and silver. It is, however, nothing but sulfur and pitch, and if he puts it on, it will burn him to the bone and marrow." The third raven asked, "Is there no escape at all?" "Oh, yes," replied the second. "If someone with gloves on seizes the garment and throws it into the fire, burning it, the young king will be saved." "But what good is that? Whoever knows it and tells him will become stone from the knee to the heart." Then said the third raven, "I know still more. Even if the bridal garment is burnt, the young king will still not have his bride. After the wedding, when the dancing begins and the young queen is dancing, she will suddenly turn pale and fall down as if dead, and if no one lifts her up and draws 3 drops of blood from her right breast and spits them out again, she will die. But if anyone who knows that declares it, he will become stone from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot." When the ravens had spoken of this together, they flew onwards, and faithful John understood everything. From that moment he became quiet and sad, for if he concealed what he had heard from his master, the latter would be unfortunate. If he revealed it, he would have to sacrifice his life. At length he resolved, "I will save my master, even if it means my own destruction." When they came ashore, everything happened as the ravens had foretold. A splendid chestnut horse sprang forward. "Good," said the king, "he shall carry me to my palace," and was about to mount it. But faithful John jumped ahead, swiftly mounted the horse, drew the pistol from its holster, and shot the horse dead. The other servants of the king, who were not fond of faithful John, cried out, "How shameful to kill such a beautiful animal that was to carry the king to his palace!" But the king said, "Be silent and leave him alone. He is my most faithful John. Who knows what good this may bring?" They proceeded to the palace, and in the hall stood a dish containing the bridal garment that looked as if it were woven of gold and silver. The young king approached to take hold of it, but faithful John pushed him away, seized it with gloves on, carried it swiftly to the fire, and burned it. The other servants began to murmur again, saying, "Look, now he is even burning the king's bridal garment." But the young king said, "Who knows what good he may have done? Leave him alone. He is my most faithful John." The wedding was celebrated, and the dance began. The bride also joined in the dance, and faithful John kept a close watch on her face. Suddenly she turned pale and fell to the ground as if dead. Faithful John hurried to her, lifted her up, and carried her to a chamber. There he laid her down, knelt, and drew 3 drops of blood from her right breast, spitting them out. Immediately she breathed again and revived. But the young king had seen this and, not understanding why faithful John had done it, became angry and shouted, "Throw him into the dungeon." The next morning, faithful John was condemned and led to the gallows. As he stood on high and was about to be executed, he said, "Every condemned person is allowed to speak one last word before they die. May I also have that right?" "Yes," answered the king, "it shall be granted to you." Then faithful John said, "I am unjustly condemned and have always been true to you." And he recounted how he had heard the conversation of the ravens at sea, and how he had had to do all those things to save his master. Then the king cried, "Oh, my most faithful John, pardon, pardon, bring him down." But as faithful John spoke his last word, he fell lifeless and turned into stone. Thereupon the king and the queen suffered great anguish, and the king said, "Ah, how ill I have rewarded great fidelity," and ordered the stone figure to be taken up and placed in his bedroom beside his bed. And as often as he looked at it, he wept and said, "Ah, if I could bring you to life again, my most faithful John." Some time passed, and the queen bore twins, 2 sons who grew fast and were their joy. Once, when the queen was at church, and the 2 children were sitting and playing beside their father, he looked again at the stone figure full of sorrow, sighed, and cried out, "Ah, if I could bring you to life again, my most faithful John." Then the stone began to speak and said, "Yes, you can bring me to life again, if you are willing to sacrifice what is dearest to you." Then the king cried out, "Everything I have in the world I will give for you." The stone continued, "If you cut off the heads of your 2 children with your own hand and smear me with their blood, I shall be restored to life." The king was horrified when he heard that he himself must kill his dearest children, but he thought of faithful John's great loyalty, and how he had died for him, drew his sword, and with his own hand cut off the children's heads. And when he had smeared the stone with their blood, life returned to it, and faithful John stood once more fresh and healthy before him. He said to the king, "Your fidelity shall not go unrewarded," and took the heads of the children, placed them back on, and smeared the wounds with their blood, upon which they became whole again immediately. sprang about, and continued playing as if nothing had happened. Then the king was full of joy, and when he saw the queen coming, he hid faithful John and the two children in a large cupboard. When she entered, he said to her, "Have you been praying in the church?" "Yes," she replied, "but I have constantly been thinking of faithful John and how he became so unfortunate because of us." Then he said, "Dear wife, we can bring him back to life, but it will cost us our two little sons, whom we must sacrifice." The queen turned pale and was horrified at heart, but she said, "We owe it to him for his great loyalty." Then he rejoiced that she thought as he had thought, went and opened the cupboard, brought out the children and faithful John, and said, "God be praised, he is saved, and we have our little sons back too," and told her how everything had occurred. Then they lived together in happiness until the end of their days. The good trade. Once upon a time, there was a peasant who had taken his cow to the market and sold her for 7 thalers. On his way back, he had to pass by a pond where he heard frogs croaking in the distance. "Well," he muttered to himself, "they're also shouting into the fields. It's 7 I've let loose, not 8. When he approached the water, he called out to them, "You foolish creatures! Don't you know any better? It's 7 thalers, not 8. However, the frogs persisted with their ack, 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 ack. To the farmer's ear, the sound of a frog's cry, ack, sounded like the word acht, which means 8 in German. "Very well, if you won't believe me, I'll count it out for you," he said. He took the money out of his pocket and counted out the 7 thalers, placing 24 groschen to each thaler. The frogs paid no heed to his counting and continued their ack, 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 ack. "Ah!" exclaimed the peasant angrily. "If you think you know better than me, count it yourselves." With that, he threw all the money into the water. He stood there, waiting for them to finish and return what was his. But the frogs stubbornly kept on with their ack, 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 and did not return the money. After waiting a long while until evening fell and he had to go home, he cursed the frogs, shouting, "You water splashers, you thickheads, you big-eyed creatures! You can shout so loud it hurts the ears, but you can't count 7 thalers. Do you think I'm going to stand here until you're done?" With that, he walked away, while the frogs continued to call after him with their ack, 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 leaving him to return home in annoyance. Some time later, he acquired another cow, slaughtered it, and calculated that if he sold the meat well, he could earn as much as both cows were worth and have the hide as well. Upon arriving at the town with the meat, a pack of dogs had gathered at the gate, led by a large greyhound who leaped towards the meat, sniffed at it, and barked, "Wow, wow, wow." Unable to stop him, the peasant said, "Yes, yes, I understand that you're saying wow, wow, wow because you want some of the meat, but it would go badly for me if I were to give it to you." The dog only replied with wow, wow. "Will you promise not to devour it all, and will you vouch for your companions?" asked the peasant. "Wow, wow, wow," replied the dog. "Well, if you insist, I'll leave it for you. I know you well and I know who your master is. But let me tell you this, I need my money in 3 days or there will be trouble." With that, he unloaded the meat and turned back, while the dogs descended upon it, barking loudly, "Wow, wow." The farmer, hearing it from afar, said to himself, "Listen, now they all want something, but the big one is responsible to me for it." When 3 days had passed, the farmer thought to himself, "Tonight I'll have my money in my pocket," and was quite cheerful. But no one came to pay him. "You can't rely on anyone anymore," he said, and finally his patience ran out. He went into town to the butcher and demanded his money. The butcher thought it was a joke, but the farmer said, "Enough joking, I want my money. Didn't the big dog bring you the whole slaughtered cow 3 days ago?" The butcher became angry, grabbed a broomstick, and chased him out. "Wait," said the farmer, "there is still justice in this world." He went to the royal palace and requested an audience. He was brought before the king, who was sitting there with his daughter, and asked what trouble had befallen him. "Oh," he said, "the frogs and the dogs took what was mine, and the butcher paid me back with a beating." And he explained in detail what had happened. Hearing this, the king's daughter burst out laughing, and the king said to him, "I cannot give you justice in this matter, but you shall have my daughter as your wife. In all her life, she has never laughed as she did just now at you, and I promised her to the one who could make her laugh." You should thank God for your good fortune." "Oh," replied the farmer, "I don't want her at all. I already have a wife at home, and she is one too many for me. When I get home, it's as if there's a wife standing in every corner." This angered the king, who said, "You are a boor." "Oh, Lord King," retorted the farmer, "what can you expect from an ox but beef?" "Stop," said the king, "you shall have another reward. Now go, but return in 3 days, and 500 shall be counted out to you in full." As the farmer left through the gate, the sentry remarked, "You've made the king's daughter laugh, so you're sure to get something good." "Yes, that's what I think," replied the farmer. 500 will be counted out to me." "Listen," said the soldier, "give me some of it. What will you do with all that money?" "Since it's you," said the farmer, "you shall have 200. Present yourself before the king in 3 days' time, and it will be paid to you." A Jew who had overheard the conversation ran after the farmer, caught hold of his coat, and exclaimed, "My goodness, what a lucky man you are. I'll exchange it for you. I'll change it into small coins. What do you need those heavy thalers for?" "Jew," said the farmer, "you can still have 300. Give it to me in coins right away. In 3 days' time, you will be paid by the king." Delighted with the profit, the Jew brought the sum in bad groschen, where 3 were worth as much as 2 good ones. After 3 days, as commanded by the king, the farmer went before him. "Take off his coat," said the king, "and he shall have his 500. "Ah," said the farmer, "they no longer belong to me. I gave 200 to the sentry, and 300 were changed by the Jew for me. So by rights, nothing belongs to me." At that moment, the soldier and the Jew entered and demanded what they had gained from the farmer, receiving their due punishment. The soldier endured it patiently, knowing full well what it meant, but the Jew cried out pitifully, "Oh dear, are these the heavy thalers?" The king laughed at the farmer and, with his anger dissipated, said, "Since you have lost your reward before receiving it, I will give you something in its place. Go to my treasury and take as much money as you wish." The farmer didn't need to be told twice and filled his large pockets with whatever would fit. Afterwards, he went to the inn and counted his money. The Jew had followed him and overheard him muttering to himself, "That scoundrel of a king has deceived me after all. Why couldn't he have given me the money himself? Then I would have known what I had. How can I be sure now if what I've put in my pockets is correct?" "Heaven preserve us," thought the Jew. "He is speaking disrespectfully of our lord the king. I'll go and inform on him, and then I'll get a reward, and he'll be punished." When the king heard what the farmer had said, he became furious and ordered the Jew to bring the offender to him. The Jew ran to the farmer and said, "You must go immediately to the king in the clothes you are wearing." "I know better than that what is appropriate," answered the farmer. "First, let me have a new coat made. Do you think a man with so much money in his pocket should go in that old ragged coat?" Seeing that the farmer would not move without a different coat, and fearing that if the king's anger subsided, he would lose his reward and the farmer his punishment, the Jew said, "Out of pure friendship, I will lend you a coat for the short time. People will do anything for love." The farmer accepted this offer, put on the Jew's coat, and went off with him. The king confronted the farmer about the slanderous remarks the Jew had reported. "Oh," said the farmer, "a Jew always speaks lies. No true words ever come from his mouth. That rascal there would claim that I'm wearing his coat." "What's this?" shrieked the Jew. "Isn't this coat mine? Didn't I lend it to you out of pure friendship so you could appear before the Lord King?" On hearing this, the king said, "The Jew has surely deceived one of us, either me or the farmer," and ordered him to be paid some more heavy thalers. The farmer, however, went home in the good coat with the good money in his pocket, thinking to himself, "This time I've hit the jackpot." 8. The Wonderful Musician. Once upon a time, there was a wonderful musician who wandered alone through a forest, lost in his thoughts. When he found himself with nothing more to ponder, he said to himself, "Time is passing slowly here in the forest. I should find myself a good companion." He then took his fiddle from his back and played so beautifully that the music echoed through the trees. Before long, a wolf came trotting through the thicket towards him. "Ah, a wolf approaches." "I have no desire for his company," said the musician. But the wolf drew nearer and exclaimed, "Oh, dear musician, what a splendid tune you play! I wish to learn that too." "It's easy to learn," replied the musician. "You only need to do everything I tell you." "Oh, musician," said the wolf, "I will obey you as a pupil obeys his master." The musician instructed him to follow, and as they walked together, they reached an old oak tree that was hollow inside and split in the middle. "Look here," said the musician, "if you wish to learn to play, place your front paws into this crevice." The wolf obeyed, but the musician swiftly picked up a stone and with a single blow wedged the wolf's paws so tightly that he could not move. "Wait here until I return," said the musician, and continued on his way. After a while, he said to himself, "Time is dragging in this forest. I should bring another companion." He took his fiddle and played again. Soon, a fox came creeping through the trees. "Ah, here comes a fox," said the musician. "I have no desire for his company." The fox approached him and said, "Oh, dear musician, what beautiful music you play. I would like to learn that too." "That's easy to learn," said the musician. "You just have to do everything I tell you." "Oh, musician," said the fox, "I will obey you as a scholar obeys his master." "Follow me," said the musician. They walked until they came to a path lined with tall bushes. The musician stopped, bent down a young hazel bush from one side to the ground, and put his foot on top of it. Then he bent down a young tree from the other side and said, "Now, little fox, if you want to learn something, give me your left front paw." The fox obeyed, and the musician tied his paw to the left branch. "Little fox," he said, "now give me your right paw," and he tied it to the right branch. After checking that the knots were secure, he let go. The bushes sprang back into place, lifting the little fox into the air. "Wait here until I come back," said the musician, and went on his way. Again he said to himself, "Time is passing slowly here in the forest. I will fetch another companion." He took his fiddle, and its sound echoed through the woods. Soon a little hare came bounding towards him. "Ah, here comes a hare," said the musician, "but I do not want him." "Oh, dear musician," said the hare, "how beautifully you play. I would like to learn that too." "That is easily learned," said the musician. "You just have to do everything I tell you." "Oh, musician," replied the little hare, "I will obey you like a student obeys his master." They walked together until they reached a clear spot in the forest where an aspen tree stood. The musician tied a long string around the little hare's neck and fastened the other end to the tree. "Now, hop around the tree 20 times, little hare," cried the musician. The hare obeyed, and after 20 hops, the string had wound 20 times around the tree trunk, trapping the hare. It struggled in vain, only cutting into its soft neck. "Wait there until I return," said the musician, and continued on his way. Meanwhile, the wolf had struggled and bitten at the stone until he freed his paws from the crevice. Filled with anger, he raced after the musician, intent on tearing him apart. When the fox saw the wolf approaching, he began to cry out, "Brother Wolf, come help me! The musician has tricked me." The wolf pulled down the little trees, bit through the cords, and freed the fox. Together, they sought revenge on the musician. They found the trapped hare and released it, and then they all set off to find their enemy. The musician had played his fiddle again on his journey, this time more successfully. The music reached the ears of a poor woodcutter, who, whether he wanted to or not, stopped his work and came with his axe under his arm to listen to the music. "Finally, the right companion arrives," said the musician, "for I sought a human, not wild animals." He began to play so beautifully and sweetly that the poor man stood there enchanted, his heart bursting with joy. As he stood there, the wolf, the fox, and the hare approached, and he realized they had malicious intent. So he raised his shining axe and stood before the musician, as if to say, "Anyone who wishes to harm him, beware, for you will have to deal with me." The animals were frightened and fled back into the forest. The musician played another tune in gratitude to the man, and then continued on his way. The 12 Brothers. Once upon a time, there was a king and a queen who lived happily together and had 12 children, all boys. One day, the king said to his wife, "If the 13th child you are about to bring into the world is a girl, then the 12 boys shall die. This will ensure her great wealth, and the kingdom shall be hers alone." He had 12 coffins made, each filled with shavings and a small pillow for the dead. These were placed in a locked room, and he gave the key to the queen, commanding her not to speak of it to anyone. The queen spent her days in sorrow until her youngest son, whom she named Benjamin after a figure in the Bible, asked her, "Dear mother, why are you so sad?" "My dearest child," she replied, "I cannot tell you." But Benjamin persisted until she relented and showed him the 12 coffins filled with shavings. She explained, "My beloved Benjamin, these coffins were made by your father for you and your 11 brothers. If I give birth to a little girl, you are all to be killed and buried in these coffins." As she wept, Benjamin comforted her, saying, "Do not cry, dear mother. We will find a way to save ourselves and leave." The queen then instructed them, "Go into the forest with your 11 brothers. One of you must always sit in the tallest tree you can find and watch towards the tower in the castle. If I bear a son, I will raise a white flag, and you may return home. But if I bear a daughter, I will raise a red flag, and you must flee as fast as you can. May God protect you. Every night I will pray for you. Pray in winter for warmth by the fire, and in summer for relief from the heat." After she had blessed her sons, they ventured forth into the forest. Each took turns keeping watch, sitting atop the tallest oak tree and gazing towards the tower. When 11 days had passed and it was Benjamin's turn, he saw a flag being raised. To his dismay, it was not the white flag but the blood-red one, signaling their imminent doom. Upon hearing this, the brothers were filled with rage. "Are we to die because of a girl?" they exclaimed. "We swear to take revenge. Wherever we find a girl, her red blood shall flow." They ventured deeper into the forest and eventually discovered a small, enchanted cottage in its darkest heart. "Here we shall dwell," they decided. "Benjamin, you are the youngest and weakest. Stay here and tend to the house. The rest of us will go out to hunt for food." And so they hunted hares, wild deer, birds, and pigeons, bringing their catches back to Benjamin, who skillfully prepared the meals that sustained them. For 10 years, they lived in that humble hut, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. Meanwhile, the little daughter born to the queen had grown into a kind-hearted and beautiful young woman, adorned with a golden star upon her forehead. During a great washing day, she came across 12 small men's shirts among the laundry and inquired of her mother, "To whom do these 12 shirts belong? They are too small for father." With a heavy heart, the queen revealed, "Dear child, these shirts belong to your 12 brothers." Surprised, the maiden asked, "Where are my 12 brothers? I have never heard of them." Sorrowfully, her mother replied, "Only God knows where they are. They wander the world." Curious and concerned, the maiden persisted. Her mother then led her to a locked chamber and unveiled the 12 coffins filled with shavings and pillows for heads. "These coffins," she explained, "were meant for your brothers, but they departed secretly before you were born." She recounted the tale of their father's decree. Upon hearing this, the maiden reassured her mother, "Dear mother, do not weep. I will go and seek my brothers." So she took the 12 shirts and ventured forth, straight into the vast forest. She walked the entire day, and by evening arrived at a bewitched hut. She entered and found a young boy who, astonished by her beauty, her royal attire, and the star on her forehead, asked, "From where do you come, and to where are you bound?" She replied, "I am a king's daughter seeking my 12 brothers, and I will journey as far as the sky is blue until I find them." She showed him the 12 shirts, proof of her quest. The boy, recognizing the shirts, exclaimed, "I am Benjamin, your youngest brother." Tears of joy flowed as they embraced, overcome with happiness at their reunion. However, Benjamin warned her, "Dear sister, there is a serious issue. We have vowed to kill any maiden we meet because we had to abandon our kingdom on account of a girl." She responded, "I will gladly die if it means saving my 12 brothers." Benjamin quickly reassured her, "No, you shall not die. Hide beneath this tub until our 11 brothers return, and I will make peace with them." She complied, hiding under the tub. When the brothers returned from hunting that night and sat down for dinner, they inquired, "What's the news?" Benjamin replied, "Don't you know anything?" "No," they said. He continued, "You have been in the forest, but I stayed home and yet know more than you." They pressed him eagerly, "Tell us then." He made them promise, "Will you spare the first maiden who meets us?" "Yes," they all agreed. "She shall have mercy, only tell us." Benjamin then revealed, "Our sister is here. He lifted the tub and outstepped the king's daughter in her royal garments with the golden star on her forehead. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The brothers rejoiced, embracing and kissing her, filled with love and happiness. From then on, she stayed at home with Benjamin and assisted him with the chores. The other 11 went into the forest, catching game and gathering food. The little sister and Benjamin took care of preparing the meals. She fetched wood for cooking, gathered herbs for vegetables, and ensured that dinner was always ready when the brothers returned. She also kept the house in perfect order, covering the beds with clean white linens. The brothers were content and lived in harmony with her. One day, the sister and Benjamin prepared a grand feast. As they all gathered to eat, they were full of joy. Nearby, there was a small garden with 12 lilies, also called students. Wishing to delight her brothers, she plucked the 12 flowers, intending to give one to each brother. But the moment she picked them, the 12 brothers were transformed into 12 ravens and flew away over the forest. The house and garden vanished, leaving the maiden alone in the wild. Desolate, she looked around and saw an old woman standing beside her. The woman said, "My child, what have you done? Why did you not leave the 12 white flowers standing? They were your brothers, who are now forever changed into ravens." The maiden wept bitterly, asking, "Is there no way to save them?" The old woman replied, "There is only one way in the entire world, but it is so difficult that you may not succeed. You must remain silent for 7 years without speaking or laughing. If you utter even a single word, and even if only an hour remains of the 7 years, all will be in vain, and your brothers will perish by that one word." Resolutely, the maiden thought to herself, "I am certain I will free my brothers." She climbed a tall tree, sat there spinning, and neither spoke nor laughed. It happened that a king was hunting in the forest. His great greyhound ran to the tree where the maiden sat and barked and whined. The king came by and saw the beautiful maiden with the golden star on her brow. Captivated by her beauty, he called up, asking if she would be his wife. She gave no answer but nodded slightly. He climbed the tree, carried her down, placed her on his horse, and brought her to his castle. Their wedding was celebrated with grand festivities, but the bride neither spoke nor smiled. Years passed, and they lived happily together. However, the king's mother, a wicked woman, began to slander the young queen, saying to the king, "This is a common beggar girl you have brought back. Who knows what wickedness she practices in secret? If she cannot speak, she should at least laugh. But those who do not laugh must have a guilty conscience." At first, the king refused to believe her, but the queen mother persisted, accusing her of many evil deeds, until the king was swayed and sentenced his wife to death. A large fire was prepared in the courtyard where the queen was to be burned. The king stood at a window, watching with tearful eyes, for he still loved her deeply. As she was tied to the stake and the flames began to lick at her clothes, the last moment of the 7 years expired. Suddenly, a sound like the rustling of wings was heard in the air, and 12 ravens flew down, transforming into her 12 brothers. They extinguished the flames, freed their sister, and embraced her. Now that she could speak, the maiden explained to the king why she had been silent and had never laughed. The king rejoiced upon hearing her innocence, and they lived in peace and unity. The wicked stepmother was brought before the court, condemned, and cast into a barrel filled with boiling oil and venomous snakes, where she met a grim end. The Pack of Ragamuffins. Once upon a time, the cock said to the hen, "The nuts are ripe now. Let's go to the hill and eat our fill before the squirrel takes them all." The hen replied, "Yes, let's go have some fun together." So they went to the hill and enjoyed the bright day, staying until evening. I'm not sure whether they had eaten too much or had become too proud, but they decided they didn't want to walk home. Instead, the cock had to build a small carriage from nutshells. When it was finished, the hen sat in it and said to the cock, "You can just pull it along." The cock responded indignantly, "I'd rather walk home than let myself be harnessed to this carriage. No, that's not our deal. I'm willing to be the coachman and sit on the box, but pulling it I will not." As they argued, a duck waddled over and quacked, "You thieving scoundrels! Who told you to come to my nut hill? You will pay for this." With her beak wide open, she lunged at the cock. But the cock was ready and fought back bravely, eventually wounding her so badly with his spurs that she begged for mercy. In her desperation, she agreed to be harnessed to the carriage as punishment. Now the cock took his place as the coachman, and they set off at a gallop. "Duck, go as fast as you can," they cried. After traveling a bit, they encountered two travelers, a pin and a needle. They shouted, "Stop, stop," and explained that it would soon be pitch dark, and they couldn't go any further. The road was dirty, and they had spent too long at the tailor's pub by the gate. Could they ride along for a while? They were thin and didn't take up much space, so the cock let them in, but only after they promised not to step on his or the hen's feet. Late in the evening, they arrived at an inn. Since it was dark, and the duck was too weary, swaying from side to side, they decided to stay the night. The innkeeper initially objected, claiming his house was full and suspecting they were not of high standing. But after some sweet talk and the promise that he could have the egg laid by the hen on the way and keep the duck who laid an egg daily, he agreed to let them stay. They enjoyed themselves, eating and feasting. Early the next morning, before anyone else was awake, the cock woke the hen. Together, they ate the egg and threw the shells on the hearth. Then, they tiptoed to the sleeping needle, picked it up by the head, and stuck it into the cushion of the landlord's chair. They also placed the pin in his towel. Finally, without further ado, they flew away over the heath. The duck, who preferred sleeping outdoors, heard them leaving. She merrily found a stream and swam away, which was much quicker than pulling the carriage. A couple of hours later, the innkeeper finally got up, washed himself, and reached for his towel. The pin scratched his face, leaving a red line from one ear to the other. He went to the kitchen to light his pipe, but as he approached the hearth, the eggshells popped into his eyes. "Everything this morning is against me," he grumbled, and sat down heavily in his grandfather's chair, only to leap up with a scream. The needle had pricked him even worse than the pin. Now thoroughly enraged, he suspected the late-night guests and went to look for them. But they were gone. He swore he would never again let such a pack of ragamuffins into his house. They ate too much, paid nothing, and left behind a trail of mischief as their only thanks. The Brother and Sister. Once upon a time, there was a little brother who took his sister's hand and said, "Since our mother died, we haven't had a single happy moment. Our stepmother beats us every day, and whenever we come near her, she kicks us away. The only food we get are the hard crusts of bread left over from her meals. Even the little dog under the table is better off because she occasionally throws him a good piece of meat. If only our mother knew, she would have pitied us. Come, let's go out into the wide world together." So they walked all day long, through fields, meadows, and over stony paths. When it rained, the sister said, "The skies are weeping with us." By evening, they had reached a vast forest, and they were so exhausted from their long journey, their hunger, and their sorrow, that they climbed into a hollow tree and fell asleep. The next morning, when they awoke, the sun was already high in the sky and shining brightly into the tree. The brother said, "Sister, I'm so thirsty. If only I knew where to find a brook, I could go and drink. I think I hear one rushing nearby." The brother got up, took his sister by the hand, and they set off to find the brook. But their wicked stepmother, who was a witch, had secretly followed them into the forest and cursed all the brooks in the woods. When they found a little stream sparkling over the stones, the brother knelt to drink from it. But the sister heard the water whispering, "Whoever drinks from me will become a tiger. Whoever drinks from me will become a tiger." The sister cried out, "Please, dear brother, don't drink. If you do, you'll turn into a wild beast and tear me apart." The brother refrained from drinking, despite his great thirst, and said, "I will wait until we come to the next brook." When they reached the second brook, the sister heard it murmur, "Whoever drinks from me will become a wolf. Whoever drinks from me will become a wolf." Again, the sister pleaded, "Please, dear brother, don't drink. If you do, you'll turn into a wolf and eat me up." The brother resisted again and said, "I will wait until we find the next brook, but after that I must drink no matter what you say. My thirst is unbearable." When they arrived at the third brook, the sister heard it say, "Whoever drinks from me will become a fawn. Whoever drinks from me will become a fawn." The sister begged, "Oh, brother, please don't drink. If you do, you'll become a fawn and run away far from me." But the brother had already knelt down by the brook and taken a drink. As soon as the first drops touched his lips, he was transformed into a little fawn. The sister wept bitterly over her lost brother, and the fawn also cried, staying sadly beside her. Finally, the girl said, "Don't be sad, dear fawn. I will never leave you." She untied her golden girdle and placed it around the fawn's neck. Then she gathered rushes to weave a soft cord, which she used to lead the fawn further into the forest. They walked a long, long way until they came to a little house. The girl looked inside and saw that it was empty. She thought, "We can stay here and live." She gathered leaves and moss to make a soft bed for the fawn and brought in some for herself as well. Every morning, she went out to collect roots, berries, and nuts for herself and brought fresh, tender grass for the fawn, who joyfully ate from her hand and frolicked around her. At night, when the sister was tired and had said her prayers, she laid her head on the fawn's back, which served as her pillow, and they both fell asleep peacefully. And if only the brother could have returned to his human form, their life would have been perfect. For a long while, they lived alone in the wilderness. One day, the king of the country organized a grand hunt in the forest. The sound of hunting horns, the barking of dogs, and the jubilant cries of the hunters echoed through the woods. The fawn heard these sounds and longed to join them. "Oh," he said to his sister, "let me go out to the hunt. I can no longer bear to stay here." He begged and pleaded until she finally agreed. "But remember," she said, "you must come back to me at nightfall. I will lock my door to keep out the wild hunters, so that I know it's you. Knock and say, 'Little sister, let me in.' If you don't say this, I won't open the door." The fawn bounded out and felt joyful and free in the open air. The king and his huntsmen saw the beautiful creature and began to chase him, but they could not catch up to him. Whenever they thought they had him, he would leap over the bushes and disappear. As night fell, he returned to the little house, knocked and said, "Little sister, let me in." The door opened, and he entered, resting the whole night on his soft bed. The next morning the hunt resumed, and when the fawn heard the horns and the hunter's calls again, he could no longer stay still. He said, "Little sister, let me out. I must join the hunt." His sister opened the door and reminded him, "You must come back at night and say the same words." The king and his hunters, seeing the fawn with the golden collar once more, pursued him closely, but he was too nimble and swift for them. This continued throughout the day until finally, the hunters surrounded him. One hunter managed to wound his foot slightly, causing him to limp and move slowly. A hunter followed him to the little house and overheard him calling, "Little sister, let me in," seeing the door open and close behind him. The hunter carefully noted everything and went to inform the king of what he had seen and heard. "Tomorrow we shall hunt again," said the king. The sister was very frightened when she saw that her fawn was injured. She washed the blood from his wound, applied herbs, and said, "Rest on your bed, dear fawn, so you can heal quickly." The wound was minor, and by the next morning the fawn felt no pain. Hearing the sounds of the hunt again, he said, "I cannot stay inside. I must go out. I will not be caught easily this time." His sister wept, "They will kill you, and I will be left alone in the forest, abandoned by everyone. I cannot let you go." "If I stay, I will die of longing," replied the fawn. "When I hear the horns, I feel as if I must leap out of my skin." Seeing there was no other choice, his sister unlocked the door with a heavy heart, and the fawn bounded out into the forest, healthy and happy. When the king saw him, he instructed his hunters, "Follow him all day until nightfall, but ensure no harm comes to him." As soon as the sun set, the king told his hunter, "Now, show me the little house in the woods." They reached the door, and the king knocked, saying, "Little sister, let me in." The door opened, and the king entered to find a maiden more beautiful than any he had ever seen. The maiden screamed in surprise, seeing a man with a golden crown instead of her fawn. The king smiled kindly, extended his hand, and said, "Will you come with me to my castle and be my dear wife?" "Oh, yes," she replied, "but the fawn must come too. I cannot leave him behind." The king assured her, "He shall stay with you as long as you live and will want for nothing." The fawn came bounding in, and the sister tied the rush cord around him, leading him out of the house. The king placed the beautiful maiden on his horse and took her to his castle, where their wedding was celebrated with great splendor. She became the queen, and they lived happily together for a long time. The fawn was well cared for and roamed freely in the castle garden. The wicked stepmother, believing the sister had been torn apart by wild beasts and the brother, as a fawn, had been killed by hunters, never imagined they were living happily. When she learned of their joy, jealousy and envy stirred within her heart, giving her no peace. Her own daughter, who was as ugly as night and had only one eye, complained, "I should have become the queen." "Don't worry," said the old woman. "When the time is right, I will take care of everything." When the queen gave birth to a beautiful baby boy and the king was away hunting, the wicked old woman disguised herself as the bedchamber maid and went to the queen's room. "Come," she said to the weakened queen, "the bath is ready. It will refresh and give you strength. Hurry, before it gets cold." Her daughter was nearby, and together they carried the queen to the bath. They had prepared a blazing fire to suffocate the young queen. After completing their wicked deed, the old woman placed a cap on her daughter, laid her in the queen's bed, and transformed her appearance to resemble the queen. Only the missing eye could not be restored, so they positioned her to hide it. When the king returned that evening and learned of the birth of his son, he was overjoyed and rushed to his wife's bedside. The old woman quickly cautioned, "Do not draw the curtains. The queen must remain in darkness and rest." The king retreated, unaware that a false queen lay in the bed. At midnight, while everyone slept, the nurse, who was watching the cradle, saw the door open and the true queen enter. She took the child from the cradle, cradled it in her arms, and fed it. Then she shook out its little pillow, laid it back in the cradle, and covered it tenderly. She did not forget the fawn, stroking his back lovingly. Then she silently left the room. The nurse, puzzled, asked the guards the next morning if anyone had entered the castle, but they had seen no one. The queen continued to visit night after night, silently tending to her child and the fawn. The nurse saw her each time, but dared not speak of it. After some time, the queen began to speak, saying one night, "My child, my fawn, twice more I come, then I must be gone." The nurse remained silent, but reported everything to the king the following day. The king said, "Heavens, I must see this for myself." That evening, he went to the nursery and watched. At midnight, the queen appeared and said, "My child, my fawn, once more I come, then I must be gone." She cared for the child as usual and vanished. The king watched again the next night and heard her say, "My child, my fawn, this once I come, then I must be gone." Unable to contain himself, the king rushed to her and exclaimed, "You must be my dear wife." "Yes," she replied, "I am your dear wife," and by heaven's grace her life was restored. She was healthy and strong once more. She told the king of the treachery of the wicked witch and her daughter. The king had them both brought to justice. The daughter was sent into the forest where wild beasts tore her apart, and the witch was burned at the stake, meeting a miserable end. As soon as her body turned to ashes, the spell on the fawn was broken, and he regained his human form. The brother and sister lived happily together until the end of their days. 12. Rapunzel. Once upon a time, there lived a man and his wife who had long desired a child but had been unable to conceive. Behind their house was a small window that overlooked a magnificent garden full of the most beautiful flowers and herbs. This garden was surrounded by a high wall, and no one dared to enter it because it belonged to a powerful witch who was feared by everyone. One day, while the wife was standing by the window and gazing into the garden, she noticed a bed filled with the finest rampion, also known as Rapunzel. It looked so fresh and green that she longed to have some. Her desire for the rampion grew stronger each day, and because she knew she could not obtain any, she began to waste away, becoming pale and miserable. Alarmed, her husband asked, "What troubles you, dear wife?" "Oh," she replied, "if I cannot eat some of that rampion from the garden behind our house, I shall surely die." The man, who loved his wife dearly, thought, "Rather than let my wife die, I will get her some rampion, no matter the cost." So, at twilight, he climbed over the high wall into the witch's garden, hastily gathered a handful of rampion, and brought it back to his wife. She immediately made a salad from it and ate it with great relish. It tasted so wonderful that the next day, Her craving for the rampion tripled. She pleaded with her husband to get more if she was to find peace. At twilight, he once again climbed over the wall into the garden. As he was descending, he was suddenly confronted by the witch, who stood before him with an angry glare. "How dare you climb into my garden like a thief and steal my rampion? This will not end well for you," she exclaimed. The man, terrified, begged for mercy. "Please be merciful, rather than just. I did it out of necessity. My wife saw your rampion from our window and was overcome with such a longing that she would have died if she couldn't eat some." The witch's anger softened. "If it is as you say, you may take as much rampion as you wish, but on one condition: you must give me the child your wife will soon bear. I will care for it as if it were my own." In his desperation, the man agreed. When the child was born, the witch appeared, named the baby Rapunzel, and took her away. Rapunzel grew into the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the witch locked her in a tower deep in a forest. The tower had no stairs or door, only a small window at the top. When the witch wanted to enter, she stood below and called out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Rapunzel had long, magnificent hair as fine as spun gold. When she heard the witch's voice, she unfastened her braids, wrapped her hair around a window hook, and let it fall 20 ells, a unit of length, to the ground, so the witch could climb up. Years passed this way until one day the king's son was riding through the forest. As he approached the tower, he heard a song so sweet that he stopped to listen. It was Rapunzel, who, in her loneliness, passed the time by singing with her beautiful voice. The prince wanted to find the singer, but could not discover a door to the tower. He returned to his castle, but the song had so deeply touched his heart that he went into the forest every day to listen. One day, as he was hidden among the trees, he saw the witch approach and heard her call, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." To his amazement, he saw Rapunzel let her golden hair cascade down the tower. The witch climbed up, and after a while, climbed back down and left. The prince now knew how to reach the maiden. On the following day at dusk, he went to the tower and called out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Instantly, the golden hair tumbled down and the prince climbed up. Rapunzel was initially frightened, as she had never seen a man before, but the prince spoke kindly to her and explained how her song had enchanted him. He told her he could not rest until he had seen her. Rapunzel's fear melted away, and she began to trust him. They talked for hours, and he asked if she would marry him. Seeing his handsome face and hearing his heartfelt words, she agreed. They planned how he would come to visit her every evening, bringing a strand of silk with him each time so she could weave a ladder to escape from the tower. For a while, things went well, but one day, Rapunzel innocently asked the witch, "Why is it easier for you to climb up than the young prince who visits me?" The witch was furious, realizing that Rapunzel had been deceiving her. In her rage, she grabbed Rapunzel's beautiful hair, cut it off, and sent her away to a desolate place in the wilderness to live in misery. The witch then waited in the tower, hoping to catch the prince. When he called out that evening, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," she let the cut hair down. The prince climbed up, but instead of finding Rapunzel, he faced the witch. She glared at him with cruel eyes and spat out, "You came to take my precious flower, but the bird has flown away, and you will never see her again." In his despair, the prince leaped from the tower. Though he survived the fall, his eyes were scratched by thorns, leaving him blind. For years, he wandered through the forest, blind and heartbroken, surviving on berries and roots, mourning the loss of his beloved Rapunzel. One day, he heard a familiar voice singing a sweet song. He followed the sound and eventually stumbled upon Rapunzel, who had been living in the wilderness and had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. When she saw him, she embraced him, weeping. Her tears fell onto his eyes, and miraculously, his sight was restored. Filled with joy, he led her and their children to his kingdom, where they were welcomed with open arms. They lived happily ever after, never to be separated again. The Three Little Men in the Wood. Once upon a time, there lived a man who had lost his wife and a woman who had lost her husband. The man had a daughter, and the woman also had a daughter. The girls knew each other well and would often play together at the woman's house. One day, the woman said to the man's daughter, Go and tell your father that I will marry him. If he agrees, you shall have milk to wash in every morning and wine to drink, while my daughter shall have only water." Obediently, the girl conveyed the woman's message to her father. Upon hearing this, the man was torn. "Marriage can bring joy, but it can also bring torment," he mused. Unsure of what to do, he removed his boot, which had a hole in the sole, and handed it to his daughter. "Take this boot to the loft," he instructed. "Hang it on the big nail, and pour water into it. If it holds the water, I shall remarry. If not, I shall remain single." The girl did as she was told. Miraculously, the water sealed the hole, and the boot was filled to the brim. She reported this to her father, who went up to see for himself. Convinced by what he saw, he decided to marry the widow. Shortly thereafter, a wedding was held. However, the widow's promise was soon broken. The first morning after the wedding, the man's daughter awoke to find milk and wine by her bedside, while the woman's daughter had only water. By the second morning, both girls had only water. On the third morning, the roles reversed, and from then on, the man's daughter had water, and the woman's daughter had milk and wine. The stepmother harbored deep resentment towards her stepdaughter, who was kind and beautiful, while her own daughter was plain and ill-tempered. Her envy grew daily. One bitter winter's day, with snow blanketing the land, the stepmother crafted a dress from paper and handed it to her stepdaughter. "Put this on and go into the woods to fetch me a basket of strawberries." "I have a great craving for them," she demanded. "But, dear stepmother," the girl replied, "there are no strawberries in winter. The ground is frozen, and the snow covers everything. And why must I wear this paper dress? It is so cold outside. The wind will cut through it, and the thorns will tear it to shreds." "How dare you argue with me?" snapped the stepmother. "Go at once, and do not return until you have the strawberries." She handed the girl a small piece of stale bread. "This will be your meal for the day," she added, thinking to herself that the girl would surely freeze or starve to death. Obediently, the girl donned the flimsy dress and ventured into the icy forest. As she wandered, she came across a small house with 3 little men peering out of the windows. She greeted them politely and knocked at the door. They invited her in, and she gratefully warmed herself by the oven and ate her meager breakfast. "Share your bread with us," said the little men. "Gladly," she replied, breaking her bread in half and giving them a portion. After she had eaten, they asked, "What brings you to the woods in winter, dressed so lightly?" "I am to gather a basket of strawberries and cannot return home without them," she answered. The little men, moved by her kindness and plight, gave her a broom and told her to sweep the snow from their back door. As she did this, they discussed among themselves what reward she deserved for her goodness. The first said, "She shall become more beautiful every day." The second said, "Every time she speaks, a piece of gold shall fall from her mouth." The third said, "A king shall come and make her his queen." Outside, the girl swept away the snow, revealing a patch of ripe red strawberries. Overjoyed, she filled her basket, thanked the little men, and hurried home. As she entered and greeted her stepmother, a piece of gold fell from her mouth. She recounted her adventure, and with each word, more gold tumbled to the floor. "Look at her showing off," cried the stepsister, green with envy. "I want to find strawberries, too." Despite her mother's warnings about the cold, she insisted on going to the woods. Eventually, the mother relented and provided her with a warm fur coat and ample food. The stepsister set out, finding the same small house in the woods. The 3 little men, peering out, invited her in. She sat down and began to eat the abundant food she had brought without offering to share. When asked why she had come, she snapped, "I am looking for strawberries." The little men, not impressed by her rudeness, gave her a broom and told her to sweep the snow from their back door. Grumbling, she did as she was told. But as she swept, the little men discussed her fate. The first said, "She shall become uglier every day." The second said, "Every time she speaks, a toad shall fall from her mouth." The third said, "She shall die a miserable death." After sweeping away the snow, the stepsister found no strawberries and angrily returned home. As she opened her mouth to speak, a toad jumped out. Horrified, her mother sent her away in disgust, cursing the little men in the forest. Meanwhile, the man's daughter grew more beautiful and wealthy with each passing day. The stepmother and stepsister could not bear their jealousy, plot to rid themselves of her. They set a plan in motion, but the girl's kindness and the blessings from the little men ensured her safety and happiness. In the end, a king, hearing of her beauty and kindness, came to seek her hand in marriage. The king and the girl married, and she became a beloved queen. The stepmother and stepsister, consumed by their own wickedness, met their end in misery and regret. The kind girl and her king lived happily ever after, ruling their kingdom with grace and benevolence. 14. The Three Spinners. Once there was a lazy girl who refused to spin, and no matter what her mother said, she couldn't be persuaded to do it. Finally, her mother became so angry and impatient that she began to beat her, causing the girl to cry loudly. At that moment, the queen happened to be passing by. Hearing the cries, she stopped and entered the house to inquire why the daughter was being beaten so loudly that everyone in the street could hear. The mother, ashamed to reveal her daughter's laziness, replied, "I cannot stop her from spinning. She insists on spinning all the time, and I am poor and cannot provide her with enough flax." The queen responded, "I love nothing more than the sound of spinning, and I am happiest when the wheels hum. Let me take your daughter to the castle with me. I have plenty of flax, and she can spin there as much as she likes." The mother eagerly agreed, and the queen took the girl with her. When they arrived at the castle, the queen showed her 3 rooms filled from floor to ceiling with the finest flax. "Now, spin me this flax," she said, "and if you can finish it all, you shall marry my eldest son. You may be poor, but I do not care about that. Your unwavering diligence is dowry enough." The girl was terrified inwardly because she knew she couldn't spin the flax even if she lived to be 100 years old and spun every day from morning till night. When she found herself alone, she began to weep and sat there for 3 days without touching the flax. On the 3rd day, the queen returned, and seeing that no spinning had been done, was greatly surprised. The girl excused herself, saying she hadn't been able to start because of the sorrow of leaving her home and mother. The queen accepted the excuse, but said as she left, "Tomorrow you must begin your work." Alone again, the girl did not know what to do. In her distress, she went to the window and saw 3 women passing by. The first had a broad, flat foot. The second had a large underlip that hung down over her chin, and the third had a broad thumb. They stopped in front of the window and asked the girl what was troubling her. She told them her plight, and they offered their help, saying, "If you will invite us to your wedding, not be ashamed of us. Call us your cousins, and let us sit at your table. We will spin all your flax in a very short time." "With all my heart," replied the girl. "Come in now and start the work." The 3 strange women entered, and she cleared a space in the first room for them to sit and begin spinning. The first drew out the thread and operated the wheel. The second moistened the thread. The third twisted it and tapped her finger on the table. Each time she tapped, a heap of yarn fell to the ground, beautifully spun. The girl kept the 3 spinners hidden from the queen's view and showed her only the heaps of well-spun yarn each time she visited, earning endless praise. When the first room was empty, they moved to the second, and then to the third, finishing all the flax in no time. The 3 women bid farewell, reminding the girl, "Do not forget what you have promised. It will bring you good fortune." When the girl showed the queen the empty rooms and the large piles of yarn, the wedding was promptly arranged, and the bridegroom rejoiced to have such a clever and diligent wife, praising her greatly. "I have 3 cousins," said the girl, "who have shown me great kindness, and I would not wish to forget them in my good fortune. May I invite them to the wedding and have them sit at the table with us?" The queen and the bridegroom agreed. Why not? Thus, when the feast began, the 3 spinsters entered in strange attire, and the bride welcomed them as her dear cousins. "Oh," said the bridegroom, "how did you come to have such ugly relatives?" He approached the first spinster and asked, "Why do you have such a broad, flat foot?" "From treading," she answered. Then he asked the second, "Why do you have such a large, hanging lip?" "From licking," she replied. Finally, he asked the third, "Why do you have such a broad thumb?" "From twisting thread," she answered. Upon hearing this, the bridegroom declared that his beautiful bride would never again touch a spinning wheel. and so she was freed from the tedious task of spinning flax. Hansel and Gretel. Near a vast forest lived a poor woodcutter with his wife and 2 children. The boy was named Hansel and the girl Gretel. They had very little to eat, and during a severe famine in the land, the man could no longer provide even their daily bread. One night, as he lay in bed worrying about their plight, he sighed heavily and said to his wife, "What will become of us? We can't even feed our children, let alone ourselves." "I'll tell you what, husband," replied his wife. "Tomorrow morning, we'll take the children deep into the forest where it's thickest. We'll start a fire for them and give each a piece of bread. Then we'll go to work and leave them there. They won't find their way back home, and we'll be rid of them." "No, wife," said the man. "I can't do that. I can't bring myself to abandon our children in the forest. Wild animals would soon come and tear them apart." "You fool," she retorted. "Then we'll all starve together. You might as well start making the coffins." And she kept pressing him until he reluctantly agreed. "But I do feel sorry for the poor children," the man added. The 2 children, unable to sleep due to hunger, overheard their stepmother's plan. Gretel cried bitterly, saying to Hansel, "It's all over for us." "Quiet, Gretel," Hansel replied. "Don't worry, I'll think of something." That night, after their parents had fallen asleep, Hansel put on his coat, opened the back door quietly, and slipped outside. The moon shone brightly, and the white pebbles in front of the house sparkled like silver coins. Hansel stooped and filled his coat pockets with as many as he could carry. Then he returned to Gretel and said, "Don't worry, dear sister, go back to sleep. God won't abandon us," and he lay back down in his bed. At daybreak, before the sun rose, the wife woke the children, saying, "Get up, you lazy things. We're going into the forest to chop wood." She gave each of them a piece of bread, saying, "This is your lunch. Don't eat it before then, or you'll get nothing else." Gretel tucked the bread under her apron, while Hansel had his pockets filled with pebbles. Together they set off for the forest. After a while, Hansel stopped and looked back at the house, repeating this several times until his father said, "Hansel, what are you looking at? Pay attention and don't forget your legs." "Oh, father," said Hansel, "I'm looking at my little white kitten on the roof, bidding me farewell." "You silly boy," said the woman, "that's not your kitten, but the sunshine on the chimney." Of course, Hansel had not been looking at a kitten, he had been dropping pebbles from his pocket onto the path. When they reached the middle of the forest, the father told the children to gather wood, to make a fire to keep warm. Hansel and Gretel collected enough brushwood to make a small mountain, which they set on fire. When the flames were high, the wife said, "Now lie down by the fire and rest, children. We're going into the forest to cut wood. When we're done, we'll come back and get you." So Hansel and Gretel sat by the fire, and at noon, they each ate their pieces of bread. They thought their father was in the woods the whole time because they seemed to hear the strokes of an axe, but it was really just a dry branch swaying back and forth on a withered tree, moved by the wind. After staying there a long time, their eyelids closed with weariness, and they fell fast asleep. When they finally woke up, it was nighttime. Gretel began to cry and said, "How will we ever get out of this forest?" But Hansel comforted her, saying, "Wait a little longer until the moon rises, and then we can easily find our way home." When the full moon appeared, Hansel took his little sister by the hand and followed the path where the flint stones shone like silver, guiding them home. They walked through the night, and at dawn, they reached their father's house. They knocked on the door, and when their stepmother opened it and saw that it was Hansel and Gretel, she said, "You naughty children, why did you sleep so long in the forest? We thought you would never come home." But their father was overjoyed, as leaving them alone in the woods had weighed heavily on his heart. Not long after, there was again great scarcity in those parts, and one night the children overheard their mother saying to their father in bed, "Everything is used up. We only have half a loaf left, and then it's all over. The children must go. This time we'll take them deeper into the forest so they won't find their way back. There's no other way." The man felt sad, thinking, "It's better to share one's last morsel with one's children." But the wife would hear none of it and scolded him. "Once you say A, you must say B. and after giving in once, you have to do it a second time. However, the children were not asleep and heard everything. When their parents were asleep, Hansel got up to gather more flintstones, but the door was locked by the wife, and Hansel couldn't get out. He comforted his little sister, saying, "Don't cry, Gretel. Go to sleep quietly. God will help us." Early the next morning, the wife came and pulled the children out of bed. She gave each of them a smaller piece of bread than before, and on the way to the forest, Hansel crumbled the bread in his pocket, frequently stopping to drop crumbs on the ground. "Hansel, why are you lagging behind and staring?" asked the father. "I'm looking at my little dove sitting on the roof, bidding me farewell," Hansel replied. "You fool," said the wife. "That's not a dove. It's just the morning sun shining on the chimney pots." Hansel continued as before, scattering breadcrumbs along the road. The woman led the children deep into the forest, where they had never been before in their lives. Again, a large fire was made, and the mother said, "Sit still, children. When you're tired, you can sleep. We're going into the forest to cut wood, and in the evening, when we're ready to go home, we'll come and fetch you." So at noon, Gretel shared her bread with Hansel, who had scattered his along the road. They fell asleep, and the evening passed without anyone coming for the poor children. When they woke up, it was dark night. Hansel comforted his little sister, saying, "Wait a little longer, Gretel. When the moon rises, we'll see the way home by following the breadcrumbs I've scattered." When the moon rose, they got up, but they couldn't find any breadcrumbs because birds from the forest and fields had eaten them. Hansel thought they could find their way anyway, but they couldn't. They wandered all night and all the next day from morning until evening, but couldn't find their way out of the forest. They were very hungry, having nothing to eat but a few berries they could gather. Exhausted, they finally lay down under a tree and fell asleep. It was now the third morning since they had left their father's house. They kept trying to return, but instead, they found themselves deeper in the forest each time. If help hadn't come soon, they would have starved. Around noon, they saw a beautiful snow-white bird sitting on a branch, singing so sweetly that they stopped to listen. When it finished singing, the bird spread its wings and flew ahead of them. They followed it until they came to a little house, where the bird perched on the roof. As they approached, they saw that the house was built of bread and roofed with cakes, with a window made of transparent sugar. "Let's have some," said Hansel, "and have a good meal. I'll eat a piece of the roof, Gretel, and you can have some of the window. It will taste sweet." So Hansel reached up and broke off a piece of the roof to taste it, and Gretel stood by the window, nibbling on it. Then they heard a thin voice call from inside, "Nibble, nibble, like a mouse. Who is nibbling at my house?" The children answered, "Never mind, it's just the wind." And they continued eating without disturbing themselves. Hansel found the roof very tasty and broke off a large piece of it, while Gretel pulled out a large round window pane and sat down to eat it. Suddenly, the door opened and an old woman came out, leaning on a crutch. Hansel and Gretel were very frightened and dropped what they were holding. The old woman, however, nodded her head and said, "Ah, my dear children, how did you come here? Come inside. You won't be any trouble." So she took them each by the hand and led them into her little house. There they found a good meal waiting for them, with milk, pancakes, sugar, apples, and nuts. Afterward, she showed them two little white beds, and Hansel and Gretel lay down on them, thinking they were in heaven. Despite her kind demeanor, the old woman was actually a wicked witch who preyed on children and had built the little house to lure them in. Once inside, she would kill them, cook them, and eat them, making it a feast day for herself. The witch's eyesight was poor, but she had a keen sense of smell like animals, and she knew when human beings were near. When she sensed Hansel and Gretel approaching, she let out a malicious laugh and triumphantly declared, "I've got them, and they won't escape me." Early in the morning, before the children woke up, she got up to look at them. Seeing them sleeping so peacefully with their round, rosy cheeks, she said to herself, "What a feast I'll have!" She then grabbed Hansel with her withered hand and led him to a small stable, locking him behind a grating. No matter how much he called and screamed, it was no use. Then she returned to Gretel and shook her, saying, "Get up, lazy bones. Fetch water and cook something nice for your brother." He's in the stable outside and needs to fatten up. When he's fat enough, I'll eat him." Gretel began to cry bitterly, but it was no use. She had to do as the wicked witch commanded. So she cooked the best food for poor Hansel, while she herself got nothing but crab shells. Every morning, the old woman would visit the small stable and call, "Hansel, stretch out your finger so I can see if you're getting fat enough." Hansel, however, would hold out a small bone, and since the old woman had poor eyesight, she couldn't see what it was. Assuming it was Hansel's finger, she wondered why he wasn't getting fatter. After 4 weeks passed and Hansel still seemed thin, the old woman lost patience and couldn't wait any longer. "Now then, Gretel," she called to the girl, "hurry up and draw water. Whether Hansel is fat or lean, tomorrow I must kill and cook him." Oh, what grief for the poor sister to have to fetch water, and how the tears streamed down her cheeks. "Dear God, please help us," she cried. "If we had been devoured by wild beasts in the forest, at least we would have died together." "Spare me your lamentations," said the old woman. "They are of no use." Early the next morning, Gretel had to get up, light the fire, and fill the kettle. "First, we'll do the baking," said the old woman. "I've already heated the oven and kneaded the dough." She pushed poor Gretel toward the oven, from which the flames were already blazing. "Creep in," said the witch, "and see if it's hot enough for baking bread." But Gretel didn't know how to get in. "How shall I get in?" she asked. "You fool," said the old woman. "The door is wide enough. See? I could get in myself." She bent down to put her head in the oven's mouth. Then Gretel pushed her, making her go in farther, and she quickly shut the iron door and barred it. Oh, how the witch screamed. But Gretel ran away, leaving the wicked witch to burn miserably. Gretel hurried to Hansel, opened the stable door, and cried, "Hansel, we're free! The old witch is dead!" Hansel dashed out like a bird from its cage as soon as the door was opened. How happy they both were! They embraced each other, danced around, and kissed. Since they no longer had anything to fear, they explored the old witch's house and found chests filled with pearls and precious stones in every corner. "This is better than flint stones," said Hansel, filling his pockets. Gretel thought she would like to take something home too and filled her apron. "Now let's go," said Hansel, "if we can only get out of the witch's forest." After traveling for a few hours, they came to a large body of water. "We can't cross this," said Hansel. "I don't see any stepping stones or a bridge." "And there's no boat either," said Gretel. "But here comes a white duck. If I ask her, she'll help us cross." So she called out, "Duck, duck, here we stand, Hansel and Gretel on the land. No stepping stones or bridge we see. Carry us over on your back so free." The duck came and Hansel climbed onto her back, urging his sister to come too. "No," said Gretel, "that would be too much for the duck. Let's go one at a time." So they managed it that way, and afterward they continued happily until they reached the forest. The path grew more and more familiar until finally they saw their father's house in the distance. They ran until they reached it, burst through the door, and fell into their father's arms. Since leaving his children in the forest, the man had not had a moment's peace, but now the wife was dead. When Gretel opened her apron, the pearls and precious stones were scattered all over the room, and Hansel took one handful after another out of his pocket. All their cares were now over, and they lived happily ever after. And so ends my tale. If a mouse runs by, catch it and make yourself a big fur cap from it. The 3 snake leaves. Once upon a time, there was a poor man who could no longer provide for his only son. The son said, "Dear father, things are going so badly for us that I am a burden to you. I would rather leave and see how I can earn my own bread." So the father gave him his blessing and sadly bid him farewell. At that time, the king of a powerful empire was at war, and the youth joined his service, going out to battle with him. When they faced the enemy, a fierce battle ensued, and danger was great. Bullets rained down, and his comrades fell on all sides. When even the leader fell, the remaining soldiers were about to flee, but the youth stepped forward, encouraged them, and cried out, "We will not let our homeland perish." The others followed him, and he led them to victory over the enemy. When the king learned that he owed the victory to him alone, he elevated him above all others, bestowed great treasures upon him, and made him the foremost in the kingdom. The king had a daughter who was exceedingly beautiful, but also very peculiar. She had vowed to take no one as her husband who did not promise to be buried alive with her if she died first. "If he loves me with all his heart," she said, "what use will life be to him afterwards?" She, in turn, would do the same, and if he were to die first, she would descend into the grave with him. This strange vow had until then frightened away all suitors, but the youth was so enchanted by her beauty that he cared for nothing else and asked her father for her hand. "But do you know what you must promise?" asked the king. "I must be buried with her," he replied, "if I outlive her, but my love is so great that I do not fear the danger." The king consented, and the wedding was celebrated with great splendor. They lived happily and contentedly together for a while, but then the young queen fell seriously ill, and no doctor could save her. As she lay there dead, the young king remembered what he had been obliged to promise and was horrified at the thought of lying alive in the grave with her, but there was no escape. The king had stationed guards at all the gates, and it was impossible to avoid his fate. When the day arrived for the burial, he was taken down into the royal vault with her, and the door was shut and bolted. Next to the coffin stood a table on which there were 4 candles, 4 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of wine, and when this supply was exhausted, he would die of hunger. So he sat there, full of pain and sorrow, eating only a small piece of bread each day, drinking only a sip of wine, yet watching death draw nearer each day. As he gazed ahead, he saw a snake creep out of a corner of the vault and approach the dead body. Thinking it was there to gnaw on it, he drew his sword and said, "As long as I live, you shall not touch her," and cut the snake into 3 pieces. After a while, a second snake crept out of the hole, but seeing the other dead and cut into pieces, it retreated. Soon, however, it returned with 3 green leaves in its mouth. It took the 3 pieces of the snake, placed them together as they belonged, and put 1 leaf on each wound. Immediately, the severed parts rejoined, the snake moved, came back to life, and both hurried away together. The leaves remained on the ground, and the unhappy man who had witnessed all of this wondered if the wondrous power of the leaves, which had revived the snake, could also help a human being. So he picked up the leaves and placed one on his dead wife's mouth, and the other 2 on her eyes. Hardly had he done this when blood began to flow in her veins, rose to her pale face, and colored it again. Then she took a breath, opened her eyes, and said, "Ah, God, where am I?" "You are with me, dear wife," he replied, and explained everything that had happened and how he had brought her back to life. Then he gave her some wine and bread, and once she had regained her strength, he helped her up, and they went to the door and knocked, and called out loudly enough for the guards to hear and inform the king. The king came down himself, opened the door, and found them both healthy and well, rejoicing with them that all sorrow was now over. However, the young king took the 3 snake leaves with him, gave them to a servant, and said, "Keep them carefully for me, and carry them with you at all times. Who knows in what trouble they may yet be of service to us?" However, a change had come over his wife after she had been restored to life. It seemed as though all love for her husband had vanished from her heart. After some time, when he wanted to make a sea voyage to visit his old father, they boarded a ship, but she forgot the great love and loyalty he had shown her, which had saved her from death, and developed a wicked attraction for the skipper. Once, while the young king lay asleep, she called the skipper and seized the sleeping man by the head, while the skipper took him by the feet, and thus they threw him into the sea. After the shameful act was done, she said, "Now let's return home and say he died on the way. I will praise and commend you so highly to my father that he will marry me to you and make you heir to his crown." But the faithful servant, who had witnessed everything unseen by them, loosened a small boat from the ship, got into it, followed his master, and let the traders continue on their way. He retrieved the dead body and, with the help of the 3 snake leaves he carried with him, placed on the eyes and mouth, he managed to bring the young king back to life. They rowed with all their strength day and night, and their small boat flew so swiftly that they reached the old king before the others did. He was astonished to see them arrive alone and asked what had happened to them. Upon learning of his daughter's wickedness, he said, "I cannot believe she has behaved so poorly, but the truth will soon come to light. and instructed them both to go into a secret chamber and remain hidden from everyone. Shortly thereafter, the large ship arrived, and the godless woman appeared before her father with a troubled expression. He asked, "Why have you returned alone? Where is your husband?" "Oh, dear father," she replied, "I return home in great sorrow. During the voyage, my husband suddenly fell ill and died, and if the good skipper had not helped me, it would have gone badly for me. He was present at his death and can tell you everything." The king said, "I will revive the dead and open the chamber, bidding the two to come out." When the woman saw her husband, she was stunned and fell to her knees, begging for mercy. The king said, "There is no mercy. He was ready to die with you and restored you to life, but you killed him in his sleep, and you shall receive the punishment you deserve." So she and her accomplice were placed in a ship riddled with holes and set adrift at sea, where they soon sank beneath the waves. 17. The White Snake. Long ago, there lived a king renowned throughout the land for his wisdom. Nothing escaped his notice, and it seemed as though news of the most secretive matters reached him through the air. However, he had a peculiar habit. Every day after dinner, when the table was cleared and he was alone, a trusted servant would bring him an additional dish. It was always covered, and neither the servant nor anyone else knew its contents, as the king never unveiled it until he was entirely alone. This continued for some time until one day, the servant tasked with removing the dish was overwhelmed with curiosity. Unable to resist, he carried the dish to his room. After locking the door, he lifted the cover to find a white snake lying inside. Fascinated, he couldn't resist tasting it, cutting off a piece and putting it into his mouth. As soon as it touched his tongue, he heard a strange whispering of small voices outside his window. He went to listen and discovered it was sparrows conversing, sharing tales of all they had seen in fields and woods. Eating the snake granted him the ability to understand the language of animals. On that very day, the queen discovered her most beautiful ring was missing. Suspicion fell on the trusted servant, who had access to every part of the palace. The king summoned him, threatening severe consequences unless the thief was identified by the next day. Despite his protests of innocence, the servant was dismissed without a satisfactory answer. Distressed and fearful, he wandered into the courtyard, pondering how to clear his name. Ducks were peacefully resting by a brook, preening their feathers and engaged in a private conversation. The servant listened intently as they recounted their morning travels and the good food they had found. One duck lamented, "I have a heavy feeling in my stomach because in my haste, I swallowed a ring that lay beneath the queen's window." Immediately, the servant seized her, took her to the kitchen, and instructed the cook, "Here's a fine duck. Please prepare her." "Certainly," replied the cook, weighing her in his hand. "She spared no effort in fattening herself and has been waiting eagerly to be roasted." He then beheaded her, and during the preparation, the queen's ring was discovered in her stomach. With this evidence, the servant easily proved his innocence. To make amends, the king offered him any reward he desired, but the servant declined everything except a horse and travel funds. He had a desire to explore the world. With his request granted, he embarked on his journey and one day came upon a pond where 3 fishes were trapped among the reeds, gasping for water. Although fishes are said to be mute, he heard their lamentations about their impending miserable demise. Moved by compassion, he dismounted and returned them to the water. They quivered with joy, extended their heads, and promised, "We will remember you and repay your kindness." Continuing on his journey, he later heard a voice emanating from the sand at his feet. Listening closely, he heard an ant king complaining, "If only people and their clumsy animals would keep off our bodies. That foolish horse with its heavy hooves has been mercilessly trampling my people." In response, he diverted onto a side path, and the ant king proclaimed, "We will remember you. One good turn deserves another." His path led him into a forest where he encountered 2 elderly ravens by their nest, evicting their young. "Away with you! You idle, worthless creatures," they scolded. "We can no longer feed you. You're big enough to fend for yourselves." The helpless young ravens lay on the ground, flapping their wings and crying, "Oh, we helpless children! We are expected to feed ourselves, but cannot yet fly. All we can do is lie here and starve." The compassionate young man dismounted, killed his horse with his sword, and offered it to them as food. They eagerly approached, satisfied their hunger, and declared, "We will remember you. One good turn deserves another." Now on foot, he walked a great distance until he reached a bustling city. Amid the noise and commotion, a man on horseback announced, "The king's daughter seeks a husband, but anyone who desires her hand must complete a difficult task. Failure means forfeiting his life." Many had attempted and failed, but when the youth saw the princess, he was captivated by her beauty and disregarded the danger. He boldly presented himself as a suitor before the king. Consequently, he was taken to the sea, where a gold ring was thrown into the water before his eyes. The king instructed him to retrieve this ring from the seabed, warning that failure meant being repeatedly thrown back until he perished in the waves. The townspeople lamented for the handsome youth as they departed, leaving him alone by the sea. He stood at the shore, contemplating his options, when suddenly 3 fishes swam toward him, the same fishes whose lives he had saved. The middle fish held a mussel in its mouth, which it placed at his feet. Opening it, he found the gold ring inside. Overjoyed, he brought it to the king and awaited the promised reward. However, when the proud princess realized he was not of noble birth, she scorned him and demanded another challenge. She went into the garden and scattered 10 sacks of millet seed on the grass with her own hands, stating, "Before sunrise tomorrow, these must be gathered with not a single grain missing." The youth sat in the garden, pondering how to accomplish this task, but found no solution. He sat sorrowfully, anticipating his imminent death at dawn. However, when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the garden, he saw all 10 sacks neatly lined up, each filled to the brim, every grain collected. During the night, the ant king and his thousands of ants had industriously gathered all the millet seeds into the sacks. The king's daughter descended to the garden and was astonished to find that the young man had completed the task she had set. Yet, her pride prevented her from yielding, stating, "Even if he has accomplished both tasks, he shall not be my husband until he brings me an apple from the tree of life." Unaware of the tree of life's location, the youth set out, prepared to wander as long as his legs would carry him, despite his slim hope of finding it. After journeying through 3 kingdoms, he arrived one evening in a forest, where he lay down under a tree to rest. He heard a rustling in the branches above, and a golden apple fell into his hand. Simultaneously, 3 ravens flew down, perched on his knee, and announced, "We are the 3 young ravens whom you saved from starvation. When we grew up and learned you were seeking the golden apple, we flew across the sea to the ends of the earth, where the tree of life stands, and brought back the apple for you." Overjoyed, the youth began his journey home, presenting the golden apple to the king's beautiful daughter, who had no further objections. They shared the apple of life, and her heart swelled with love for him. They lived happily and undisturbed until they reached a ripe old age. Straw, coal, and bean. In a village, there lived a poor old woman who had gathered a pot of beans and intended to cook them. She prepared a fire on her hearth, and to make it burn faster, she lit it with a handful of straw. As she poured the beans into the pot, one fell unnoticed to the floor, landing beside a piece of straw. Shortly after, a glowing coal jumped from the fire and joined them. The straw spoke first. "Dear friends, where do you come from?" The coal replied, "I escaped from the fire by good fortune. If I hadn't fought my way out, I would have surely died and turned to ash." The bean added, "I too narrowly escaped. If the old woman had put me in the pot, I would have been cooked without mercy, just like my companions." "Would my fate have been any better?" asked the straw. "The old woman burned all my brothers in fire and smoke. She grabbed 60 at once and destroyed them. Luckily, I slipped through her fingers," it continued. "What should we do now?" inquired the coal. "Because we have escaped death so narrowly," replied the bean, "I think we should stick together as friends. To avoid any new misfortune here, let's move to a foreign land together." The proposal pleased the other 2, and they set off together. Before long, they reached a small stream with no bridge or crossing. The straw came up with a solution, saying, "I will stretch across it, and you can walk over me like a bridge." So the straw extended itself from one bank to the other. The coal, being impetuous, stepped boldly onto the makeshift bridge. However, when he reached the middle and heard the rushing water beneath, he panicked, froze in fear, and dared not proceed. The straw caught fire, split into two, and fell into the stream. The coal followed, sizzled as it hit the water, and perished. Meanwhile, the bean, who had cautiously stayed behind on the bank, burst into laughter at the sight. He laughed uncontrollably until he split apart. He would have perished too if not for a compassionate tailor who happened to be resting nearby. Moved by pity, the tailor took out needle and thread and sewed the bean back together. The bean thanked him profusely. However, because the tailor used black thread, from that day onward, all beans have had a black seam. The Fisherman and His Wife. There was once a fisherman and his wife who lived together in a hovel by the sea, and the fisherman went out every day and fished, and he fished and fished. So he sat once by the water with his fishing rod and always looked into the clear water, and he sat and sat. Then the fishing line went down to the bottom deep below, and as he pulled it up, he pulled out a large flounder. Then the flounder said to him, "Listen, fisherman, I beg you, let me live. I am not a real flounder. I am a cursed prince. What good does it do you to kill me? I wouldn't taste good to you anyway. Put me back in the water and let me swim." "Well," said the man, "you don't need to say so many words. A flounder that can talk, I would certainly let swim." With that, he put him back into the clear water, and the flounder went to the bottom and left a long streak of blood behind him. Then the fisherman got up and went to his wife in the hovel. "Wife," said the wife, "did you catch nothing today?" "No," said the man. "I caught a flounder who said he was a cursed prince, so I let him swim again." "Didn't you wish for anything?" said the wife. "No," said the man. "What should I wish for?" "Oh dear," said the wife, "it's so terrible always to live in this hovel that stinks. You could have wished for us to have a little cottage. Go again and call him. Tell him we want to have a little cottage. He will surely grant it." "Oh," said the man, "why should I go through that again?" "Oh," said the wife, "you caught him and let him swim again. He will surely grant it. Go quickly." The man was not quite willing, but he didn't want to oppose his wife and went to the sea. When he arrived, the sea was green and yellow no longer, but rather dark and gray. So he stood and said, "Man, man, timpete, flounder, flounder in the sea. My wife Ilsebil wants not what I will." Then the flounder came swimming up and said, "Well, what does she want now?" "Oh," said the man, "when I caught you, my wife said I should have wished for something. She doesn't want to live in the hovel anymore. She would like to have a cottage." "Go home," said the flounder. "She already has it." So the man went home, and his wife was no longer in the hovel, but instead there was a little cottage, and his wife was sitting in front of the door on a bench. Then his wife took him by the hand and said to him, "Come in and see if this isn't much better." So they went in, and in the cottage there was a little entryway and a delightful small living room and bedroom where a bed stood, and a kitchen and pantry, all furnished with the best equipment and finely polished tinware and brassware, and in the back was a little yard with chickens and ducks, and a little garden with greens and fruit. "Look," said the wife, "isn't that nice?" "Yes," said the man, "if it will just stay this way, we will live very contentedly." "We'll think about that," said the wife. With that, they ate something and went to bed. Went well for 8 or 14 days. Then the wife said, "Listen, husband, the cottage is too cramped, and the yard and garden are too small. The flounder could have also given us a bigger house. I would very much like to live in a large stone castle. Go to the flounder, he shall give us a castle." "Oh, wife," said the man, "the cottage is good enough. Why should we live in a castle?" "Oh, well," said the wife, "you should go. The flounder can do it." "No, wife," said the man. "The flounder gave us the cottage first. I can't just come back now. The flounder would be offended." "Just go," said the wife. "He can do it very well and likes to do it. Just go." The man's heart was so heavy, and he did not want to. He said to himself, "This is not right," but he went anyway. When he arrived at the sea, the water was quite violet and dark blue and gray and thick, no longer so green and yellow, but it was still. So he stood and said, "Man, man, timpete, flounder, flounder in the sea, my wife Ilsebil wants not what I will." "Well, what does she want now?" said the flounder. "Oh," said the man, half sadly, "she wants to be queen in a large stone castle." "Go home," said the flounder. "She is already standing at the door." So the man went home, thinking he would go back inside. But when he arrived, there stood a large stone palace, and his wife was standing at the steps and wanted to go inside. She took him by the hand and said, "Come on in." With that, he went in with her, and in the castle there was a great hall with marble floors. And there were so many attendants who opened the large doors, and the walls were all polished and adorned with beautiful tapestries, and in the rooms were nothing but golden chairs and tables, and crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling. And so it was all the rooms and chambers with decorations. And the food and the very best wine stood on the tables, as if they were about to break. And behind the house was also a large courtyard, with stables for horses and cows, and carriages of the very best. And there was also a large and magnificent garden, with the most beautiful flowers and fine fruit trees, and a pleasure forest 1/2 mile long, where there were deer and roe deer and hares and everything else one could ever wish for. "Well," said the wife, "isn't this nice now?" "Oh, yes," said the man. "Let it stay this way, and we will also live contentedly in this beautiful castle." "We'll think about that," said the wife, "and sleep on it." With that, they went to bed. The next morning, the wife woke up early to the soft light of daybreak filtering through the curtains. She gazed out at the expansive land before her from the comfort of her bed. As the man stretched beside her, she nudged him with determination. "Get up and look outside. Can't we rule over all this land? Go to the flounder, we want to be king," she insisted. The man, hesitant and bewildered, replied, "Oh, wife, why should we seek to be king? It's not something I can ask for." Undeterred, the wife retorted, "If you won't, then I will. Go to the flounder. I want to be king." The man sighed, troubled by his wife's ambitions, but reluctantly set off to the sea. When he reached the shore, the sea churned ominously, its waters murky and foul-smelling. With apprehension, he called out, "Man, man, timpete, flounder, flounder in the sea. My wife Ilsebil wants not what I will." The flounder emerged and inquired, "What does she desire now?" "She wants to become king," the man replied. "Go home," the flounder said calmly. "She already is." Returning home, the man was greeted by a transformed palace, a grand castle with towering spires, lavish decorations, and a bustling array of guards, soldiers, drums, and trumpets. Inside, every corner gleamed with marble, gold, velvet, and jewels. In the great hall, his wife sat upon a throne of gold and diamonds, adorned with a magnificent crown and holding a scepter of pure gold and precious stones. 6 maidens flanked her, each smaller than the last. Overwhelmed by the sight, the man remarked, "Oh, wife, how splendid you look as queen. We need nothing more." But his wife, restless and insatiable, declared urgently, "No, husband. Time for patience has passed. I cannot bear it any longer. Go to the flounder. I am queen now, but I must be emperor." "Why do you desire to be emperor?" the man protested weakly. "Go to the flounder," she insisted firmly. "I want to be emperor." With a heavy heart, the man knew he had no choice. "Oh, wife," he sighed, "he cannot make you emperor. Emperor is a title reserved for the rulers of empires. The flounder cannot grant such a wish." "I am queen," she asserted defiantly. "You are just my husband. Go immediately. If he can make me queen, he can make me emperor. I demand it." Filled with dread, the man set off once more, muttering anxiously to himself, "This is not good at all. Being emperor is too audacious. The flounder will surely grow tired of this." With that, he arrived at the sea, where the sea was still entirely black and thick, and bubbling up so fiercely from below that it threw up bubbles, and a cold wind blew over it that made it churn. And the man turned pale with fear. So he stood and said, "Man, man, timpete, flounder, flounder in the sea. My wife Ilsebil wants not what I will." "Well, what does she want now?" said the flounder. "Oh, flounder," he said, "my wife wants to become emperor." "Go home," said the flounder. "She is already that." So the man went home, and as he arrived, the entire castle was of polished marble with alabaster figures and golden decorations. Soldiers marched before the door, blowing trumpets and beating drums. Inside the house, however, the barons and counts and dukes walked about as if they were servants. They opened the doors for him, which were all of pure gold. And as he entered, there sat his wife on a throne made of a single piece of gold, towering 2 miles high. She wore a large golden crown, 3 ells high and studded with diamonds and rubies. In one hand she held the scepter and in the other the orb, and on both sides, next to her, stood attendants in 2 rows, each one smaller than the other, from the tallest giant, 2 miles high, to the smallest dwarf, only as big as my little finger. Before her stood so many princes and dukes. There the man stood and said, "Wife, are you emperor now?" "Yes," she said, "I am emperor." Then he stood and looked at her, and after he had looked at her for a while, he said, "Oh, wife, how splendid it is when you are emperor." "Man," she said, "why are you standing there? I am emperor now, but I want to become pope. Go to the flounder." "Oh, wife," said the man, "why do you want that? You cannot become pope. Pope is only once in Christendom. He cannot make that happen." "Man," she said, "I want to become pope. Go immediately. I must become pope today." "No, wife," said the man, "I cannot tell him that. It won't go well. It's too audacious. The flounder cannot make you pope." "Man, what nonsense," said the wife. "If he can make me emperor, he can also make me pope. Go at once. I am emperor and you are just my husband. Won't you go?" Then he became afraid and went, but he was very weak, trembling and shaking, his knees and calves shaking. And such a wind blew over the land, and the clouds flew as if it were darkening towards evening. The leaves fluttered from the trees, and the water surged and roared as if it were boiling, splashing against the shore. And from afar he saw the ships, struggling in distress, dancing and leaping on the waves. Yet the sky was still a bit blue in the middle, but on the sides it turned as red as a dark thunderstorm. There he stood in fright and said in his anxiety, "Man, man, timpete, flounder, flounder, in the sea, my wife Ilsebil does not want what I will." "Well, what does she want now?" said the flounder. "Oh," said the man, "she wants to become pope." "Go home," said the flounder, "she is already that." So he went home, and as he arrived, there was a great church surrounded by palaces. He pushed through the crowd. Inside, everything was lit up with thousands and thousands of lights. And his wife was dressed in pure gold and sat on an even higher throne, wearing 3 large golden crowns. Around her there were so many of the clergy, and on both sides next to her there were 2 rows of lights, the largest as thick and big as the largest tower, down to the smallest candlelight, and all the emperors and kings lay prostrate before her, kissing her feet. "Wife," said the man, staring at her, "are you now pope?" "Yes," she said, "I am pope." Then he stood and looked at her, and it was as if he were looking into the bright sun. When he had looked at her for a while, he said, "Oh, wife, how splendid it is when you are pope." But she sat there stiff as a tree and did not stir or move. Then he said, "Wife, now be content. Now that you are pope, you cannot become anything more." "I will think about that," said the wife. With that they both went to bed, but she was not content, and greed kept her from sleeping. She always thought of what more she could become. The man slept well and soundly. He had walked a lot during the day. However, his wife could not fall asleep at all, tossing from one side to the other all night long, always thinking about what more she could become, yet she could not think of anything more. Then the sun was about to rise, and when she saw the dawn, she sat up abruptly in bed and looked over there, and when she saw the sun rise up, she thought, "Ha," thought she, "could I not also make the sun and the moon rise?" "Man," she said, pushing him with her elbow in the ribs, "wake up, go to the flounder. I want to become like the living God." The man was still mostly asleep, but he was so startled that he fell out of bed. He thought he had heard wrong and rubbed his eyes and said, "Oh, wife, what did you say?" "Man," she said, "if I cannot make the sun and moon rise, and I have to see that the sun and moon rise, I cannot stand it, and I have no peaceful moment anymore because I cannot make them rise myself." Then she looked at him so terribly that a shudder ran over him. "Go at once. I want to become like the living God." "Oh, wife," said the man, falling on his knees before her, "the flounder cannot do that. He can make emperor and pope, I beg you, be content and remain pope." Then she went into a rage. Her hair flew wildly around her head. She tore her apron from her waist and gave him a kick with her foot and shouted, "I cannot stand it any more, and I cannot bear it any longer. Will you go?" Then he put on his pants and ran away like mad. Outside, however, the storm was raging, and it roared so that he could hardly stand on his feet. The houses and trees swayed, the cliffs shook, and the rocks rolled into the sea, and the sky was completely pitch black, and it thundered and lightened, and the sea rose in such high black waves as church towers and mountains, and above them all a white crown of foam. There he cried out, and could not hear his own voice. Man, man, timpete, flounder, flounder in the sea, my wife Ilsebil does not want what I will. Well, what does she want now? Said the flounder. Oh, said he, she wants to become like the living God. Go home, said the flounder, she is sitting in the pigsty again. And there they still sit today and wait for this day. 20. The Valiant Little Tailor. One summer morning, a little tailor sat at his table by the window, in high spirits, sewing with all his might. Then a farmer's wife came down the street, calling, "Good jam for sale! Good jam for sale!" These words sounded sweet to the little tailor's ears. He stuck his delicate head out of the window and called, "Come up here, dear woman, you can sell your goods here." The woman climbed the 3 flights of stairs with her heavy basket and had to unpack all the pots in front of him. He inspected them all, lifted them up, sniffed at them, and finally said, "This jam seems good to me. Could you weigh out 4 ounces for me, dear woman? Even if it's a quarter pound, it doesn't matter to me." The woman, who had hoped for a good sale, gave him what he asked for, but went away quite annoyed and grumbling. "Well, may God bless this jam," exclaimed the little tailor, "and give me strength and energy." He took bread from the cupboard, cut off a piece over the entire loaf, and spread the jam on it. "This won't taste bitter," he said, "but I'll finish sewing the coat before I take a bite." He laid the bread beside him, continued sewing, and made bigger stitches with joy. Meanwhile, the scent of the sweet jam rose up to the wall where many flies were sitting, so they were attracted and settled on it in droves. "Hey, who invited you?" said the little tailor, and chased away the unwelcome guests. However, the flies, who didn't understand German, were not deterred and returned in even greater numbers. Finally, as they say, the little tailor's patience wore thin. He reached into his pocket for a cloth and said, "Wait, I'll give it to you," and mercilessly struck at them. When he withdrew and counted, there were no less than 7 dead flies lying before him, legs stretched out. "Are you such a guy?" he said, and had to admire his own bravery. The whole town should know about this. In a hurry, the little tailor cut himself a belt, sewed it, and embroidered in large letters, "7 at one blow." "Ah, what a city!" he continued. "The whole world shall know about it." And his heart fluttered with joy like a lamb's tail. The tailor tied the belt around his waist and wanted to go out into the world because he thought his workshop was too small for his bravery. Before he left, he searched the house to see if there was anything he could take with him, but found nothing except an old cheese, which he put in his pocket. Outside the gate, he noticed a bird caught in the shrubbery. He had to put it in his pocket with the cheese. Now he confidently set off on his way, and because he was light and nimble, he felt no fatigue. The path led him up a mountain, and when he reached the highest peak, there sat a mighty giant looking around leisurely. The little tailor boldly approached him, greeted him, and said, "Good day, comrade. I see you're sitting here, surveying the vast world. I'm on my way there and want to try my luck. Would you like to come along?" The giant looked at the tailor contemptuously and said, "You scoundrel, you miserable fellow." "Is that so?" replied the little tailor, unbuttoned his coat, and showed the giant the belt. "There, you can read what kind of man I am." The giant read, "7 at one blow," thought they were men the tailor had slain, and began to respect the little fellow a bit. However, he wanted to test him first, took a stone in his hand, and squeezed it until water dripped out. "Do that," said the giant, "if you have strength." "Is that all?" said the little tailor. "That's child's play for us," reached into his pocket, took out the soft cheese, and squeezed it until the juice ran out. "There," he said, "wasn't that a bit better?" The giant didn't know what to say and couldn't believe it of the little man. Then the giant picked up a stone and threw it so high that it could hardly be seen with the eyes. "Now, you little elf, do that." "Well thrown," said the tailor, "but the stone had to fall back to earth after all. I'll throw you one that won't come back." Reached into his pocket, took the bird and threw it into the air. The bird, happy about its freedom, flew away and didn't come back. "How do you like that, comrade?" asked the tailor. "You can throw well," said the giant, "but now let's see if you can carry something proper." He led the little tailor to a mighty oak tree that lay felled on the ground and said, If you're strong enough, help me carry the tree out of the forest." "Gladly," answered the little man. "You take the trunk on your shoulders. I'll lift and carry the branches and twigs. That's the heaviest part." The giant took the trunk on his shoulders, but the tailor sat on a branch, and since the giant couldn't see well, he had to carry the entire tree and the tailor besides. It was quite cheerful and merry back there. He whistled the song. 3 tailors rode out of the gate, as if carrying the tree were child's play. The giant, after he had dragged the heavy load a stretch of the way, could go no farther and called out, "Stop! I have to drop the tree." The tailor jumped down agilely, grabbed the tree with both arms as if he had been carrying it, and said to the giant, "You're such a big fellow and can't even carry the tree." They continued together, and as they passed by a cherry tree, the giant seized the crown of the tree where the earliest fruits hung, bent it down, gave it to the tailor's hand, and told him to eat. However, the little tailor was too weak to hold the tree, and when the giant let go, the tree shot up, and the tailor was thrown into the air. When he landed again unharmed, the giant said, "What's this? Don't you have the strength to hold a weak twig?" "It's not a lack of strength," replied the little tailor. "Do you think that's something for someone who has struck down 7 at one blow? I jumped over the tree because the hunters down there are shooting into the bushes. Jump after me if you can." The giant tried, but couldn't get over the tree and got caught in the branches, so that the little tailor kept the upper hand here too. The giant said, "If you're such a brave fellow, come with us to our cave and stay overnight." The little tailor was ready and followed him. When they arrived in the cave, there were other giants sitting by the fire, each holding a roasted sheep and eating from it. The little tailor looked around and thought, "It's much more spacious here than in my workshop." The giant showed him a bed and told him to lie down and sleep. However, the bed was too big for the little tailor. He didn't lie down in it, but crawled into a corner. When midnight came, and the giant thought the little tailor was fast asleep, he got up, took a large iron rod, and struck the bed with one blow, thinking he had done away with the grasshopper. At the earliest light of dawn, the giants went into the forest and had completely forgotten about the little tailor, when suddenly he came striding along, cheerful and bold. The giants were frightened, feared he would kill them all, and ran off in a hurry. The valiant little tailor continued on his way, following his keen sense of direction. After wandering for a long while, he arrived in the courtyard of a royal palace. Feeling weary, he lay down in the grass and fell asleep. As he lay there, people came and examined him from all sides, reading the inscription on his belt, 7 at one blow. "Ah," they said, "what does this great warrior want here in times of peace? He must be a powerful lord." They went and reported to the king, suggesting that if war were to break out, this man would be an important and useful asset whom they shouldn't let go at any cost. The king liked the idea and sent one of his courtiers to the tailor, with orders to offer him military service once he woke up. The envoy stood by the sleeper, waiting until he stretched his limbs and opened his eyes, and then presented the proposal. "That's precisely why I came here," he replied. "I am ready to serve in the king's service." Thus he was received with honor and given special quarters. However, the soldiers were uncomfortable with the tailor's presence and wished he were 1,000 miles away. "What will become of us?" they murmured among themselves. "If we ever quarrel with him and he strikes, 7 will fall at each blow. None of us can stand against that." So they made a decision, went together to the king, and asked for their discharge. "We are not made," they said, "to stand alongside a man who can strike down 7 at once." The king was sad to lose all his faithful servants because of one man, and regretted ever having seen him. But he didn't dare to dismiss him, fearing he might be killed along with his people, and the tailor might seize the royal throne. He pondered long and hard, until he finally came up with a plan. He sent for the tailor and told him, "Since you are such a great war hero, I have another task for you. In a forest of my kingdom, there dwell 2 giants who wreak havoc by plundering, murdering, and burning. No one can approach them without risking their life. If you can overcome and kill these 2 giants, I will give you my only daughter in marriage, half of my kingdom as dowry, and 100 horsemen to accompany you." Now that's something for a man like you. thought the tailor. A beautiful princess and half a kingdom are not offered every day. Oh, yes, he replied. I will certainly tame the giants. I don't even need those 100 horsemen. One who has struck down 7 at one blow has nothing to fear from 2. The tailor went forth, and the 100 horsemen followed him. When he reached the edge of the forest, he said to his companions, Stay here and wait. I will deal with the giants alone. Then he leaped into the forest and looked around. After a while, he spotted both giants. They lay under a tree, snoring so loudly that the branches swayed up and down. The tailor, not one to hesitate, filled both pockets with stones and climbed the tree. When he was in the middle, he slid out on a branch until he was directly above the sleepers and dropped one stone after another onto the chest of the first giant. The giant didn't feel anything for a long time, but finally woke up, nudged his companion, and said, Why are you hitting me? You must be dreaming, replied the other. I'm not hitting you. They settled back to sleep, but then the tailor threw a stone at the second giant. What's that for? Shouted the second giant. Why are you throwing stones at me? I'm not throwing them, replied the first giant grumpily. They argued for a while, but because they were tired, they let it go and their eyes closed again. The tailor resumed his game, picked out the biggest stone, and threw it with all his might at the first giant's chest. This is too much, he shouted, jumping up like a madman and pushing his companion against the tree until it trembled. The other responded in kind, and they flew into such a rage that they tore up trees and started beating each other until finally both fell dead to the ground. Now the tailor jumped down from the tree. It's lucky, he said, that they didn't uproot the tree I was sitting on. Otherwise, I would have had to jump like a squirrel to another. But one of them is enough. Drawing his sword, he gave each a few solid blows to the chest, then went out to the horsemen and said, The job is done. I finished them both off. It was tough. They tore up trees in their desperation and put up a fight. But it's no use when someone like me comes along who can beat 7 at once. Are you not wounded? Asked the horseman. I'm perfectly fine, replied the tailor. Not a hair on my head was harmed. The horsemen didn't believe him and rode into the forest, where they found the giants swimming in their blood and torn up trees all around. The tailor demanded the promised reward from the king, but the king regretted his promise and thought anew how to get rid of the hero. Before you receive my daughter and half the kingdom, he said to him, you must accomplish one more heroic deed. There's a unicorn in the forest causing great damage. You must capture it first. I fear a unicorn even less than 2 giants. 7 at one blow, that's my thing. Taking a rope and an axe, he went out into the forest, leaving those assigned to him to wait outside again. He didn't have to search long. The unicorn soon appeared and charged straight at the tailor as if to impale him without delay. Easy now, he said. That's not so fast. He stood still and waited until the animal was very close, then deftly jumped behind a tree. The unicorn ran with all its might into the tree and speared its horns so deeply into the trunk that it didn't have enough strength to pull it out again, thus it was captured. Now I've got the little bird, said the tailor, emerging from behind the tree. First, he put the rope around the unicorn's neck. Then he chopped the horn out of the tree with the axe. When everything was in order, he led the creature away and brought it to the king. The king still did not want to grant him the promised reward and made a third demand. Before the wedding, the tailor was to capture a wild boar in the forest that was causing great damage. The hunters were to assist him. Gladly, said the tailor, that's child's play. He did not take the hunters with him into the forest, and they were quite satisfied, as the wild boar had already received them several times in such a way that they had no desire to pursue it. When the boar saw the tailor, it ran at him with foaming mouth and sharpened teeth, trying to knock him down. However, the nimble hero jumped into a chapel nearby, and in one leap, up to the window above. The boar ran after him, but he hopped around outside and slammed the door shut behind him. Thus, the raging beast was caught, too heavy and clumsy to jump out the window. The tailor called the hunters over, who had to see the captive with their own eyes. But the hero went to the king, who now had to keep his promise, whether he liked it or not, and gave him his daughter and half the kingdom. If he knew he was faced with a war hero rather than a tailor, he would have been more concerned. So the wedding was held with great splendor but little joy, and a king was made out of a tailor. After a while, the young queen heard her husband speaking in his sleep one night. "Boy, make me the doublet and sew the trousers, or I'll smack you over the ears." She then realized where the young man had been born, and on the following morning, she lamented her plight to her father and asked him to help her escape from the man who was nothing but a tailor. The king comforted her and said, "Leave your bedroom door open next night, and my attendants will be outside. When he is asleep, they will enter, bind him, and carry him aboard a ship that will take him into the wide world." The woman was satisfied with this, but the king's arms-bearer, who had heard everything, was fond of the young lord and informed him of the entire plot. "I will block this thing," said the tailor. In the evening, he lay down at the usual time with his wife. When she thought he was asleep, she got up, opened the door, and lay back down. The tailor, pretending to be asleep, began to shout loudly, "Boy, make me the doublet and sew the trousers, or I'll smack you over the ears. I've struck down 7 at one blow, killed 2 giants, captured a unicorn, and caught a wild boar, and should I fear those outside the chamber?" When those outside heard the tailor speaking like this, they were overcome with great fear, ran as if the wild army was behind them, and no one dared to challenge him again. Thus, the tailor remained a king for the rest of his life. 21. Cinderella, a wealthy man's wife, fell ill, and as she felt her end approaching, she called her only daughter to her bedside and said, "Dear child, remain pious and good, and God will always help you, and I will look down on you from heaven and be around you." With that, she closed her eyes and passed away. The girl went out to her mother's grave every day and wept, and remained pious and good. When winter came, the snow covered the grave with a white blanket, and when the sun took it away again in the spring, the man took another wife. The new wife brought 2 daughters into the house who were beautiful and fair of face, but ugly and black-hearted. For the poor stepchild, a wretched time began. "Should the stupid goose sit with us in the parlor?" they said. "Whoever wants to eat bread must earn it. Out with the kitchen maid." They took away her pretty clothes, dressed her in a gray old smock, and gave her wooden shoes. "Look at the proud princess, how she's dressed up," they cried, laughed, and led her into the kitchen. There she had to do heavy work from morning until night, get up before dawn, carry water, make fire, cook, and wash. On top of that, the sisters did everything imaginable to cause her grief, mocked her, and threw peas and lentils into the ashes so that she had to sit and pick them out again. In the evening, when she was exhausted from working, she had no bed to lie in, but had to lie down by the hearth in the ashes. And because of that, she always looked dusty and dirty and was called Cinderella. Once, the father was going to a fair, and he asked the 2 stepdaughters what he should bring them. "Beautiful dresses," said one. "Pearls and jewels," said the other. "But you, Cinderella," he asked, "what do you want?" "Father, break off for me the first twig that brushes against your hat on your way home," she said. He bought beautiful dresses, pearls, and jewels for the 2 stepsisters, and on the way back, as he was riding through a green thicket, a hazel twig brushed against his hat and knocked it off. So he broke off the twig and took it with him. When he got home, he gave the stepsisters what they had asked for, and Cinderella he gave the hazel twig. Cinderella thanked him, went to her mother's grave and planted the twig there, and wept so much that her tears watered it. It grew and became a beautiful tree. Cinderella went to the tree 3 times a day, wept and prayed, and each time a white bird came and sat on the tree, and whenever she made a wish, the bird threw down what she had wished for. It happened that the king arranged a festival that was to last 3 days, and to which all the beautiful young maidens in the land were invited, so that his son might choose a bride. When the 2 stepsisters heard that they too were to appear, they were in high spirits, called Cinderella, and said, "Comb our hair, brush our shoes, and fasten our buckles. We are going to the king's castle for the wedding." Cinderella obeyed but wept, because she too would have liked to go to the dance, and begged the stepmother to let her. "You, Cinderella," she said, "covered in dust and dirt, and you want to go to the wedding? You have no clothes and no shoes, and you want to dance." When Cinderella kept pleading, she finally said, "I've thrown a bowl of lentils into the ashes. If you can pick them out again in 2 hours, you may go." The girl went through the back door into the garden and called, "You tame pigeons, you turtle doves, all you birds under heaven, come and help me pick the good into the pot, the bad into the crop." Then 2 white pigeons came in through the kitchen window, followed by the turtle doves. And finally, all the birds under heaven fluttered in and settled around the ashes. And the pigeons nodded their little heads and began to peck, 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 peck. And then the others also began to peck, 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 and picked all the good grains into the bowl. Before an hour had passed, they were done, and they all flew out again. The girl brought the bowl to the stepmother, rejoiced, and thought she would now be allowed to go to the wedding. But the stepmother said, "No, Cinderella, you have no clothes and cannot dance. You would only be laughed at." When Cinderella cried again, she said, "If you can pick 2 bowls of lentils out of the ashes in 1 hour, you shall go." And thought, "That's impossible." When she had thrown the 2 bowls of lentils into the ashes, the girl went through the back door into the garden and called, "You tame pigeons, you turtle doves, all you birds under heaven, come and help me pick the good into the pot, the bad into the crop. The good into the pot, the bad into the crop." 2 white pigeons flew in through the kitchen window, followed by the turtle doves. And eventually, all the birds under the sky came fluttering and flocking in and settled around the ashes. The pigeons nodded their heads and began to pick, 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 and then the others also began to pick, 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 and picked all the good grains into the bowls. Before half an hour had passed, they were already finished and flew out again. The girl brought the bowls to the stepmother, rejoiced, and thought she could now go to the wedding. But she said, "It's no use. You are not coming with us because you have no clothes and can't dance. We would be ashamed of you." She turned her back on her and hurried away with her 2 proud daughters. When no one else was home, Cinderella went to her mother's grave under the hazel tree and said, "Little tree, shake and quiver, throw gold and silver over me." Then the bird threw down a dress that was gold and silver, and slippers embroidered with silk and silver. In a rush, she put on the dress and went to the wedding. Her sisters and stepmother did not recognize her and thought she must be a foreign princess. She looked so beautiful in the golden dress. They didn't think of Cinderella at all and thought she must be sitting at home in the dirt, picking the lentils out of the ashes. The king's son came up to her, took her by the hand, and danced with her. He didn't want to dance with anyone else, so he didn't let go of her hand. And if anyone else came to ask her to dance, he said, "This is my dancer." She danced until evening, and then she wanted to go home. But the king's son said, "I will go with you and accompany you," because he wanted to see which house the beautiful girl belonged to. However, she escaped from him and jumped into Pigeon Coop. The king's son waited until the father came and told him that the strange girl had jumped into the pigeon coop. The old man thought, "Could it be Cinderella?" And they had to bring him an axe and a pick to break open the pigeon coop. But there was no one inside. When they came into the house, Cinderella was lying in her dirty clothes in the ashes, and a dim little oil lamp was burning in the chimney. For Cinderella had quickly jumped down from the back of the pigeon coop and had run to the hazel tree, taken off the beautiful dress, and laid it on the grave, and the bird had taken it away again, and then she had put on her gray smock and sat down in the ashes in the kitchen. The next day, when the festival began anew, and the parents and stepsisters were gone again, Cinderella went to the hazel tree and said, "Little tree, shake and quiver, throw gold and silver over me." Then the bird threw down a dress that was even more splendid than the previous day. And when she appeared at the wedding in this dress, everyone was amazed at her beauty. The king's son had been waiting for her, took her by the hand right away, and danced only with her. When the others came to ask her to dance, he said, "This is my dancer." When evening came, she wanted to leave again, and the king's son followed her and wanted to see which house she went to, but she ran away from him and into the garden behind the house. There stood a beautiful tall tree from which hung the most magnificent pears. She climbed up among the branches as nimbly as a squirrel, and the king's son didn't know where she had gone. But he waited until the father came and told him, "The strange girl has escaped me, and I believe she has climbed up the pear tree." The father thought, "Could it be Cinderella?" And he had the axe brought and cut down the tree, but no one was on it. And when they came into the kitchen, Cinderella was lying in the ashes in her dirty clothes as usual, for she had jumped down from the other side of the tree and had brought the beautiful dress back to the bird on the hazel tree and put on her gray smock again. On the third day, when the parents and sisters had gone again, Cinderella went to her mother's grave and said to the little tree, "Little tree, shake and quiver, throw gold and silver over me." Now the bird threw down a dress that was even more magnificent and splendid than any she had ever had before, and the slippers were entirely golden. When she appeared at the wedding in this dress, everyone was speechless with amazement. The king's son danced only with her, and when someone came to ask her to dance, he said, "This is my dancer." When evening came, Cinderella wanted to leave, and the king's son wanted to accompany her, but she escaped him so quickly that he couldn't follow. The king's son, however, had used a trick and had smeared the whole staircase with pitch. So when she jumped down, the girl's left slipper got stuck. The king's son picked it up, and it was small and delicate and completely golden. The next morning he went to the man's house and said to him, "No one else shall be my wife, but the one whose foot fits this golden shoe." The two sisters were delighted, for they had beautiful feet. The eldest went into the chamber with the shoe and wanted to try it on, and the mother stood by. But she couldn't get her big toe into it, and the shoe was too small for her. So the mother handed her a knife and said, "Cut off the toe. When you are queen, you won't need to go on foot anymore." The girl cut off her toe, squeezed her foot into the shoe, bit the pane, and went out to the king's son. He took her as his bride on his horse and rode off with her. But they had to pass by the grave, where the two pigeons were sitting on the hazel tree and cried out, "Ruckety-guck, ruckety-guck, blood is in the shoe. The shoe is too tight. The right bride sits at home." He looked down at her foot and saw how the blood was oozing out. He turned his horse around, brought the false bride back home, and said that she was not the right one. The other sister should try the shoe. So this one went into the chamber and managed to get her toes into the shoe, but her heel was too large. The mother handed her a knife and said, "Cut off a bit of the heel. When you are queen, you won't need to go on foot anymore." The girl cut off a piece of her heel, squeezed her foot into the shoe, bit the pane, and went out to the king's son. He took her as his bride on his horse and rode off with her. When they passed by the hazel tree, the two pigeons called out, "Ruckety-guck, ruckety-guck, blood is in the shoe. The shoe is too tight. The right bride sits at home." He looked down at her foot and saw how the blood was oozing out. He turned his horse around, brought the false bride back home, and said that this was not the right one. The other sister should try on the shoe. She went into the chamber and managed to get her toes into the shoe, but her heel was too large. The mother handed her a knife and said, "Cut off a piece of the heel. When you are queen, you won't need to go on foot anymore." The girl cut off a piece of her heel, squeezed her foot into the shoe, bit back the pane, and went out to the king's son. He took her as his bride on his horse and rode off with her. When they passed by the hazel tree, the two pigeons sitting on it cried out, "Ruckety-guck, ruckety-guck, blood is in the shoe is too tight, the right bride sits at home." He looked down at her foot and saw how the blood was oozing out and had stained her white stockings all red. He turned his horse around, brought the false bride back home, and said, "This is also not the right one. Do you have no other daughter?" "No," said the man. "Only a little sooty Cinderella from my deceased wife is left. She can't possibly be the bride." The king's son insisted she be brought up, but the mother answered, "Oh no, she's much too dirty. She must not be seen." However, he insisted, and Cinderella had to be called. She first washed her hands and face clean, then went and bowed before the king's son, who handed her the golden shoe. Then she sat on a stool, pulled her foot out of the heavy wooden shoe, and slipped it into the slipper, which fit as if it were made for her. When she stood up and the king looked into her face, he recognized the beautiful girl who had danced with him and exclaimed, "This is the true bride." The stepmother and the two sisters were terrified and turned pale with rage. But he took Cinderella on his horse and rode off with her. When they passed by the hazel tree, the two white pigeons called out, "Ruckety-guck, ruckety-guck, no blood is in the shoe. The shoe is not too tight. The right bride he takes home." And as they said this, they both flew down and settled on Cinderella's shoulders, one on the right and the other on the left, and stayed there. When the wedding with the king's son was to be held, the false sisters came wanting to ingratiate themselves and take part in her good fortune. As the bridal couple went to the church, the elder was on the right and the younger on the left. The pigeons picked out one eye of each. Later, as they left the church, the elder was on the left and the younger on the right. The pigeons picked out the other eye of each. Thus, for their wickedness and falsehood, they were punished with blindness for the rest of their lives. 22. The Riddle. Once upon a time, there was a prince who was seized by the desire to travel the world. He took with him only a faithful servant. One day, they found themselves in a vast forest, and as night fell, they could find no shelter and did not know where to spend the night. As they wandered, they saw a girl heading towards a small house, and when they got closer, the prince noticed that the girl was young and beautiful. He approached her and said, "Dear child, can my servant and I find shelter for the night in that little house?" "Oh, yes," said the girl in a sad voice. "You can, but I do not advise it. Do not go inside." "Why should I not?" asked the prince. The girl sighed and said, "My stepmother practices evil arts. She does not mean well with strangers." Realizing that he had arrived at the house of a witch, the prince saw that it was too dark to continue, and being unafraid, he decided to enter. Inside, the old woman sat in an armchair by the fire and looked at the strangers with her red eyes. "Good evening," she croaked, pretending to be quite friendly. "Sit down and rest." She blew on the coals, over which she was cooking something in a small pot. The daughter warned the prince and his servant to be cautious and not to eat or drink anything, because the old woman brewed evil drinks. They slept soundly until early morning. As they were preparing to leave and the prince was already on his horse, the old woman said, "Wait a moment, I want to give you a farewell drink." While she fetched it, the prince rode away, and the servant, who had stayed behind to tighten the saddle, was alone when the wicked witch returned with the drink. "Take this to your master," she said. But just then, the glass shattered, and the poison splashed onto the horse, killing it instantly. The servant ran after his master and told him what had happened. Not wanting to leave the saddle behind, he went back to fetch it. When he reached the dead horse, a raven was already sitting on it, feasting. "Who knows if we'll find anything better today," said the servant. So he killed the raven and took it with him. They traveled further into the forest the whole day, but could not find their way out. As night approached, they found an inn and decided to stay there. The servant gave the raven to the innkeeper to prepare for supper. However, they had stumbled into a den of murderers. During the night, 12 of them planned to kill the strangers and rob them. But before starting their work, they sat down to supper with the innkeeper and the witch, eating a dish of soup made from the raven's flesh. Hardly had they swallowed a few bites before they all fell down dead, as the poison from the horse had transferred to the raven. No one was left alive in the house except for the innkeeper's daughter, who was honest and had taken no part in the wicked deeds. She opened all the doors for the prince and showed him the hidden treasures. But the prince told her she could keep everything. He wanted nothing and continued his journey with his servant. After traveling for a long time, they came to a town where there was a beautiful but haughty princess. She had made a proclamation that whoever could pose a riddle she could not solve would become her husband. But if she solved it, he would have to forfeit his head. She was given 3 days to guess each riddle, but she was so clever that she always solved them before the time was up. 9 suitors had already lost their lives in this way when the prince arrived, blinded by her beauty, and decided to risk his life. He approached her and posed his riddle. "What is it that kills none yet kills 12?" The princess could not figure it out. She pondered and pondered, but could not solve it. She consulted her riddle books, but the answer was not there. Her wisdom failed her. Desperate, she ordered her maid to sneak into the prince's sleeping chamber and listen to his dreams, hoping he might talk in his sleep and reveal the riddle. But the clever servant had taken the prince's place in bed, and when the maid approached, he tore off her cloak and chased her away with rods. The second night, the princess sent her maid-in-waiting to see if she could eavesdrop more successfully, but the servant took her cloak too and drove her out with rods. Believing himself safe for the third night, the prince lay in his own bed. Then the princess herself came, wearing a misty gray cloak, and sat beside him. Thinking he was asleep and dreaming, she spoke to him, hoping he would answer in his sleep, as many do. But he was awake and heard everything. She asked, "One kills none. What is that?" He replied, "A raven that ate the flesh of a dead and poisoned horse and died from it." She further inquired, "And yet kills 12. What is that?" He answered, "That means 12 murderers who ate the raven and died from it." Having discovered the answer, she tried to sneak away, but he held her cloak so tightly that she had to leave it behind. The next morning, the princess announced that she had guessed the riddle and summoned the 12 judges to explain it. But the prince requested a hearing and said, "She came to me in the night and questioned me. Otherwise, she would not have solved it." The judges asked for proof. Then, the servant brought the 3 cloaks, and when the judges saw the misty gray one that the princess usually wore, they said, "Have the cloak embroidered with gold and silver, and it will be your wedding mantle." The Mouse, the Bird, and the Sausage. Once upon a time, a mouse, a bird, and a sausage formed a partnership. They managed a household together, living in harmony, enjoying a prosperous and peaceful existence, and accumulating many possessions. Each had a specific role. The bird's job was to fly into the forest every day to gather wood. The mouse's task was to carry water, light the fire, and set the table. The sausage was responsible for the cooking. Those who have it too good often long for something different. One day, while the bird was out gathering wood, it encountered another bird. As the bird shared how well it and its companions lived, the other bird scolded it for being foolish. According to the new bird, the mouse and sausage had easy lives while the bird toiled. After all, once the mouse had lit the fire and fetched water, it could retire to its room to rest until it was time to set the table. The sausage merely stayed by the pot, ensuring the food cooked well. Just before mealtime, the sausage would slip through the porridge or vegetables, seasoning and salting them perfectly. When the bird came home and laid down its burden, they would all sit down to eat, then sleep until the next morning. It was a splendid life. The following day, swayed by the other bird's words, the bird refused to fetch wood. It declared that it had served as a servant long enough and would no longer be their fool. It was time for a change, and they should try swapping tasks. Although the mouse and the sausage pleaded with it, the bird was determined and in charge. So they agreed to switch roles. The sausage would gather wood, the mouse would cook, and the bird would carry water. The results were disastrous. The sausage set off into the forest. The bird lit the fire, and the mouse placed the pot on the stove, waiting for the sausage to return with wood for the next day. However, the sausage was gone for so long that the mouse and the bird began to worry. The bird flew out to find the sausage and soon came across a dog on the path. The dog had seized the sausage as free booty and killed it. The bird bitterly protested, accusing the dog of robbery, but the dog claimed that he had found forged letters on the sausage, which meant she had forfeited her life. Sorrowful, the bird picked up the wood and flew home, sharing the tragic news with the mouse. They were both deeply saddened, but decided to make the best of their situation and remain together. The bird set the table, while the mouse prepared the food. Trying to follow the sausage's method, the mouse attempted to slip through the vegetables to grease them. However, before reaching the middle, the mouse got burned, losing its skin and fur, and died in the pot. When the bird came to serve the meal, there was no cook to be found. In a panic, it threw the wood around, calling out and searching everywhere for the mouse. In its frantic state, the bird accidentally set the scattered wood on fire, causing a blaze. The bird rushed to fetch water, but in its haste, it dropped the bucket into the well and fell in with it. The bird drowned, unable to save itself. Thus, their once happy and harmonious household came to a tragic end. 24. Mother Hulda. Once upon a time, there was a widow who had two daughters. One of them was beautiful and hardworking, while the other was unattractive and lazy. However, since the unattractive and lazy girl was her own daughter, the widow loved her much more. Consequently, the beautiful daughter had to do all the work and was treated as the Cinderella of the house. The poor girl was forced to sit by the well on the main road every day, spinning so much that her fingers bled. One day, as the spindle was covered in blood, she bent over the well to wash it off, but it slipped from her hand and fell in. She began to cry and ran to her stepmother to tell her about the accident. The stepmother scolded her harshly and showed no mercy, saying, "Since you let the spindle fall in, you must go and fetch it out." The girl went back to the well, not knowing what to do, and in her despair, she jumped into the well to retrieve the spindle. She lost consciousness, and when she awoke and came to her senses, she found herself in a beautiful meadow where the sun was shining and there were thousands of flowers all around. As she walked through the meadow, she came to a baker's oven full of bread. The bread called out to her, "Oh, take me out, or I shall burn. I have been baked for a long time." She approached the oven and used the baker's peel to take out all the loaves, one after the other. Afterward, she continued walking and came to a tree laden with apples. The tree called out to her, "Oh, shake me. We apples are all ripe." She shook the tree until the apples fell like rain, and she continued shaking until none were left on the tree. When she had gathered them all into a heap, she continued on her way. Eventually, she came to a small house from which an old woman with large teeth peered out. The girl was terrified and was about to run away, but the old woman called after her, "What are you afraid of, dear child? Stay with me, and if you do the housework properly and diligently, it will go well with you. You must take care to make my bed well and shake it vigorously so that the feathers fly about. Then it will snow in the world, for I am Mother Hulda." This is why people say in Hesse, when it snows, that Mother Hulda is shaking her bed. Because the old woman spoke so kindly, the girl took courage and agreed to enter her service. She took good care of everything and shook the bed so vigorously that the feathers flew around like snowflakes. In return, she lived a good life with no harsh words and plenty of boiled and roasted food every day. After a while, the girl started to feel sad and didn't know why at first. Finally, she realized she was homesick. Even though she was much better off here than at home, she longed to return. Eventually, she said to Mother Hulda, "I have the sorrow of home upon me, and even though it is so good for me down here, I cannot stay any longer. I must return to my own people." Mother Hulda responded, "It pleases me that you wish to go home, and because you have served me faithfully, I will take you back up myself." She took the girl by the hand and led her to a large gate. As the girl stood under it, a heavy shower of gold fell upon her, covering her completely. "This is your reward for being so diligent," said Mother Hulda, and she gave the girl her spindle back, the very same one that had fallen into the well. Then the gate was closed, and the girl found herself back in the world, not far from her mother's house. As she entered the yard, the rooster sat on the well and crowed, "Cock-a-doodle-doo! Our golden girl has come back too." The girl went inside, and since she returned covered in gold, she was warmly welcomed by her mother and sister. The girl recounted everything that had happened to her. When the mother heard how her daughter had come into such great riches, she wanted to secure the same fortune for her ugly and lazy daughter. The lazy daughter was made to sit by the well and spin. To make her spindle bloody, she pricked her fingers and pushed her hand into a thorn hedge. Then she threw the spindle into the well and jumped in herself. Like her sister, she found herself in the beautiful meadow and followed the same path. When she came to the baker's oven, the bread cried out again, "Oh, take me out! Take me out, or I shall burn. I have been baked for a long time." But the lazy girl answered, "I have no desire to dirty my hands," and continued walking. Soon she came to the apple tree, which called out, "Oh, shake me, we apples are all ripe." But she responded, "That's all very well, but one of you might fall on my head," and continued on her way. When she reached Mother Hulda's house, she did not feel afraid, as she already knew about her large teeth, and she immediately entered her service. On the first day, she forced herself to work hard and was diligent because she was thinking about the gold she expected to receive. On the second day, she began to be lazy, and by the third day, she was even lazier and refused to get up in the morning. She also failed to make Mother Hulda's bed properly and did not shake it so that the feathers could fly. Mother Hulda soon grew tired of this and dismissed the lazy girl. The lazy girl was pleased and expected the gold rain to come. Mother Hulda led her to the gate, but as she stood under it, instead of gold, a large kettle full of pitch was poured over her. "This is the reward for your service," said Mother Hulda and shut the gate. The lazy girl returned home, covered in pitch, and the rooster on the well, seeing her, crowed, "Cock-a-doodle-doo! Our dirty girl has come back too!" The pitch stuck to her so firmly that it never came off as long as she lived. 25. The Seven Ravens. A man had 7 sons and still no daughter, no matter how much he wished for one. Finally, his wife gave him hope again for a child, and when it was born, it was indeed a girl. The joy was great, but the child was weak and small and had to be given an emergency baptism due to her frailty. The father sent one of the boys hastily to the spring to fetch baptismal water. The other 6 ran along with him, each wanting to be the first to scoop it up, causing the jug to fall into the well. They stood there unsure of what to do, and none dared to go home. As they still did not return, the father grew impatient and said, "Surely they have forgotten it again for some game, those wicked boys?" He became afraid that the girl might pass away without being baptized, and in his anger he cried out, "I wish the boys were all turned into ravens." Scarcely had the words left his mouth when he heard a fluttering above his head in the air, looked up, and saw 7 coal-black ravens flying away. The parents could not undo the curse, and as sad as they were about the loss of their 7 sons, they found some comfort in their dear little daughter, who soon grew stronger and more beautiful with each passing day. For a long time, she didn't even know she had brothers, as her parents avoided mentioning them to her. But one day, she overheard people saying that she was indeed beautiful, but ultimately to blame for the misfortune that had befallen her 7 brothers. This troubled her deeply, so she went to her father and mother and asked if she really had brothers and where they had gone. Now the parents could no longer keep the secret, but said that what had happened to her brothers was heaven's will, and her birth had merely been the innocent cause. However, the maiden took it upon herself daily and believed she must rescue her brothers. She found no rest or peace until she secretly set out into the wide world to find and free her brothers, no matter the cost. She took with her only a little ring from her parents as a keepsake, a loaf of bread for hunger, a little pitcher of water for thirst, and a little chair for weariness. So she journeyed on, far, far to the ends of the earth. There she came to the sun, but it was too hot and terrible, and devoured little children. Hastily she ran away and went to the moon, but it was far too cold and also terrible and malicious. And when it noticed the child, it said, I smell the flesh of men." So she hurried away and came to the stars, which were kind and good to her, each sitting on its own little chair. But the morning star arose, gave her the drumstick of a chicken, and said, "If you do not have this drumstick, you cannot unlock the glass mountain, and your brothers are within the glass mountain." The maiden took the drumstick, wrapped it carefully in a cloth, and continued on until she reached the glass mountain. The door was closed, and she intended to take out the drumstick, but when she opened the cloth, it was empty, and she had lost the gift from the good star. What was she to do now? She wanted to rescue her brothers and had no key to the glass mountain. The good sister took a knife, cut off one of her little fingers, placed it in the door, and successfully opened it. Once inside, a little dwarf came to meet her and asked, "My child, what are you seeking?" "I am looking for my brothers, the 7 ravens," she replied. The dwarf said, "The Lord Ravens are not at home, but if you wait here until they return, step inside." Then the little dwarf brought in the raven's meal on 7 little plates and in 7 little glasses, and the little sister ate a bit from each plate and drank a sip from each glass. In the last little glass, however, she dropped the ring that she had brought with her. Suddenly she heard a fluttering and rushing through the air, and then the little dwarf said, Now the Lord ravens are flying home. They arrived and wanted to eat and drink, searching for their little plates and glasses. Then one after the other said, "Who has eaten something from my plate? Who has drunk from my little glass?" It was a human mouth. And when the seventh came to the bottom of the glass, the ring rolled against his mouth. He looked at it and saw that it was a ring belonging to his father and mother, and said, "God grant that our sister may be here, and then we shall be free." When the maiden, who was standing behind the door listening, heard that wish, she stepped forward, and then all the ravens were restored to their human form again. They embraced and kissed each other, and joyfully went home. Little Red Riding Hood. Once upon a time, there was a little sweet girl who was loved by everyone who looked at her, but especially by her grandmother. She didn't know what else to give the child. Once, she gave her a little cap made of red velvet. Since it suited her so well and she wanted to wear it all the time, she was known as Little Red Riding Hood. One day, her mother said to her, "Come, Little Red Riding Hood, here is a piece of cake and a bottle of wine. Take them to your grandmother. She is sick and weak, and they will do her good. Set off before it gets hot, and when you go, walk nicely and don't stray from the path, or you might fall and break the bottle, and your grandmother will have nothing. And when you get to her room, don't forget to say good morning, and don't peep into every corner." "I'll do everything right," Little Red Riding Hood promised her mother, and shook her hand on it. The grandmother lived out in the forest, half an hour from the village. When Little Red Riding Hood entered the forest, she met the wolf. But she did not know what a wicked animal he was, and was not afraid of him. "Good day, Little Red Riding Hood," he said. "Thank you, wolf." "Where are you going so early, Little Red Riding Hood?" "To grandmother's." "And what are you carrying under your apron?" "Cake and wine. We baked yesterday, so I'm bringing grandmother something to cheer her up and make her strong again." "Little Red Riding Hood, where does your grandmother live?" "Another good quarter of an hour into the forest, under the 3 big oak trees. There is her house, down in the hazel bush hedges. You must know the place," said Little Red Riding Hood. The wolf thought to himself, "What a tender young thing she is! She'll be even more delicious than the old woman. I must act cunningly so that I can catch them both." So he walked for a little while beside Little Red Riding Hood. Then he said, "Look, Little Red Riding Hood, at the beautiful flowers all around. Why don't you look around? I believe you don't even hear how sweetly the birds are singing. You are walking along as if you were on your way to school, and it's so delightful out here in the woods." Little Red Riding Hood looked up, and when she saw the sunlight dancing through the trees and the lovely flowers around her, she thought, "If I bring grandmother a fresh bouquet, she will be very pleased. It is so early in the day that I will still get there in time." So she ran off into the forest looking for flowers. Each time she picked one, she thought she could see a prettier one a little further ahead, and she went deeper and deeper into the forest. But the wolf ran straight to the grandmother's house and knocked on the door. "Who is out there?" "Little Red Riding Hood, bringing you cake and wine." "Open the door." "Just press the latch," called out the grandmother. "I'm too weak to get up." The wolf pressed the latch, and the door sprang open, and without saying a word, he went straight to the grandmother's bed and swallowed her whole. Then he put on her clothes, dressed in her cap, lay down in her bed, and drew the curtains. Little Red Riding Hood had been running about picking flowers, and when she had gathered so many that she could carry no more, she remembered her grandmother again and made her way to her. She was surprised that the door was open, and when she entered the room, she had such a strange feeling that she said to herself, "Oh dear, how anxious I feel today, and usually I like being at grandmother's." She called out, "Good morning," but received no answer. Then she went to the bed and pulled back the curtains. There lay the grandmother with her cap pulled down over her face, looking very strange. "Oh, grandmother, what big ears you have! All the better to hear you with." "Oh, grandmother, what big eyes you have! All the better to see you with." "Oh, grandmother, what big hands you have! All the better to grab you with." "But, grandmother, what a terribly big mouth you have! All the better to eat you with." No sooner had the wolf said this than he jumped out of bed and swallowed up poor Little Red Riding Hood. When the wolf had satisfied his appetite, he lay down again in the bed, fell asleep, and began to snore very loudly. A huntsman was just passing by and thought, "How loudly the old woman is snoring! I must see if something is wrong with her." He went into the house, and when he came to the bed, he saw that the wolf was lying in it. "Here I find you, you old sinner," said he. "I have been looking for you for a long time." He was about to shoot when he thought that the wolf might have devoured the grandmother, and she could still be saved. He did not shoot, but took a pair of scissors and started to cut open the sleeping wolf's belly. After a few cuts, he saw the red cap shining through, and after a few more cuts, the girl jumped out and cried, "Oh, I was so frightened! It was so dark inside the wolf's body." And then the old grandmother came out alive as well, but could scarcely breathe. Little Red Riding Hood quickly fetched some large stones. They filled the wolf's belly with them, and when he awoke, he tried to run away, but the stones were so heavy that he collapsed and fell dead. They were all three delighted. The huntsman took the wolf's pelt. The grandmother ate the cake and drank the wine that Little Red Riding Hood had brought, and soon recovered. Little Red Riding Hood thought to herself, "As long as I live, I will never again leave the path and run off into the woods when Mother has forbidden me to do so." It is also said that once, when Little Red Riding Hood was again taking some baked goods to her grandmother, another wolf spoke to her and wanted her to stray from the path. But Little Red Riding Hood was on her guard and went straight to her grandmother's. She told her that she had seen the wolf, who wished her good morning, but had stared at her wickedly. "If it had not been on the open road, he would have eaten me up," she said. "Come," said the grandmother, "we will lock the door so he cannot get in." Soon afterward, the wolf knocked on the door and called out, "Open up, grandmother. It's Little Red Riding Hood, and I'm bringing you some baked goods." They stayed silent and did not open the door. The gray head prowled around the house several times and finally jumped onto the roof to wait until Little Red Riding Hood went home in the evening. Then he wanted to sneak after her and eat her in the dark. But the grandmother knew what he was planning. There was a large stone trough in front of the house. She said to the child, "Fetch the bucket, Little Red Riding Hood. Yesterday I cooked sausages, so carry the water in which I boiled them to the trough." Little Red Riding Hood carried water until the large trough was full. The smell of the sausages rose up into the wolf's nose. He sniffed and peered down, stretching his neck so long that he could no longer hold himself and began to slide. He slid down from the roof right into the large trough and drowned. Little Red Riding Hood went home happily and safely, and no one harmed her. 27. The Bremen Town Musicians. Once upon a time, there was a man who had a donkey that had tirelessly carried sacks to the mill for many years. However, the donkey's strength eventually waned, making him increasingly unfit for work. The master started to consider getting rid of him, but the donkey sensed that things were taking a turn for the worse and decided to run away. He set out on a journey to Bremen, thinking he might become a town musician there. After walking for a while, he came across a hunting dog lying by the road, panting as if he had run himself tired. "Why are you panting so hard, Packin?" asked the donkey. "Oh," replied the dog, "because I am old and getting weaker by the day. I can no longer keep up on the hunt, and my master wanted to kill me, so I ran away. But now, how am I supposed to earn my bread?" "You know what?" said the donkey. "I'm going to Bremen to become a town musician. You can come with me and join the band. I'll play the lute, and you can beat the drums." The dog agreed, and they continued on their way. They hadn't gone far when they saw a cat sitting by the road, looking as sad as 3 rainy days. "What's gotten into you, old whisker wiper?" asked the donkey. "How can I be cheerful when things are so grim?" answered the cat. "Now that I'm getting old, my teeth are dull, and I'd rather sit by the stove and spin than chase after mice. My mistress wanted to drown me, so I ran away. But good advice is expensive now. Where should I go? Come with us to Bremen. You are skilled in night music, so you could become a town musician there." The cat thought that was a good idea and joined them. After that, the 3 runaways passed by a farmyard where a rooster was sitting on the gate, crowing with all his might. "You're screeching through marrow and bone," said the donkey. "What's going on?" "I've predicted good weather," said the rooster, "because today is our dear lady's day, when she washes the Christ child's little shirts and wants to dry them. But because guests are coming tomorrow, which is Sunday, the housewife has no pity and told the cook she wanted to eat me in the soup tomorrow. So tonight they're going to cut off my head. Now I'm crowing as loud as I can while I still can." "Well, Redhead," said the donkey, "why not come away with us? We're going to Bremen, and you can find something better than death anywhere. You have a good voice, and if we make music together, it'll be quite something." The rooster liked the idea and joined them, and they all set off together. However, they couldn't reach Bremen in one day, and by evening they found themselves in a forest where they decided to spend the night. The donkey and the dog lay down under a large tree, the cat climbed into the branches, and the rooster flew to the top where he felt safest. Before falling asleep, the rooster looked around in all directions and thought he saw a spark of light in the distance. He called to his companions, telling them that there must be a house nearby, as it seemed to be alight. The donkey said, "Then we should get up and go there, because the lodging here is poor." The dog thought a couple of bones with some meat on them would do him good too. So they set off in the direction of the light and soon saw it shining brighter and larger until they came to a brightly lit robber's house. The donkey, being the biggest, went up to the window and looked inside. "What do you see, Gray?" asked the rooster. "What I see," answered the donkey, "a table set with beautiful food and drink, and robbers sitting around enjoying themselves." "That would be something for us," said the rooster. "Yes, yes. Oh, if only we were there," said the donkey. The animals then discussed how they could drive the robbers out and finally came up with a plan. The donkey had to stand with his front legs on the window, the dog climbed on the donkey's back, the cat climbed on the dog, and finally, the rooster flew up and perched on the cat's head. Once they were in position, they began to make their music. The donkey brayed, the dog barked, the cat meowed, and the rooster crowed. Then they burst through the window into the room, shattering the glass panes. The robbers jumped up in fright, thinking that a ghost was coming in, and fled in terror into the forest. Now the four companions sat at the table, making do with what was left, and eating as if they were going to starve for a month. When they had finished, they extinguished the light and looked for a place to sleep, each according to his nature and convenience. The donkey lay down on the manure heap, the dog behind the door, the cat on the hearth near the warm ashes, and the rooster perched on the rafters. And because they were tired from their long journey, they soon fell asleep. After midnight, when the robbers saw from afar that no light was burning in the house and everything seemed quiet, the captain said, "We shouldn't have been scared off like that," and sent one to investigate the house. The one who was sent found everything still and went into the kitchen to light a candle. Seeing the glowing, fiery eyes of the cat, he mistook them for live coals and tried to light a match from them. But the cat did not understand the joke and sprang at his face, hissing and scratching. The man was terrified, ran to the back door, but the dog, who was lying there, jumped up and bit him in the leg. As he ran across the yard past the manure heap, the donkey gave him a mighty kick with his hind foot, and the rooster, who had been awakened by the noise and had become lively, called down from the rafters, "Cock-a-doodle-doo." The robber ran back as fast as he could to his captain and said, "Oh, there's a dreadful witch in the house, who breathed on me and scratched my face with her long fingers. At the door, there's a man with a knife who stabbed me in the leg. In the yard, there lies a black monster that beat me with a wooden club. And up on the roof, there sits the judge who cried, 'Bring me the scoundrel here.' So I made the best I could to get away." After that, the robbers didn't dare go back to the house, and the four Bremen musicians liked it so much there that they decided never to leave. And the one who told this last, his mouth is still warm. The Singing Bone, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, in a certain country, there was great lamentation over a wild boar that was devastating the farmers' fields, killing livestock and tearing people apart with its tusks. The king promised a substantial reward to anyone who could rid the land of this menace. However, The beast was so large and fierce that no one dared to venture into the forest where it dwelled. Eventually, the king proclaimed that whoever captured or killed the wild boar would be given his only daughter in marriage. In this country lived two brothers, the sons of a poor man, who volunteered to undertake this perilous task. The elder brother, who was cunning and shrewd, accepted out of pride. The younger brother, who was innocent and simple-hearted, out of goodness. The king said, "To increase your chances of finding the beast, you should enter the forest from opposite sides." Thus, the elder brother entered from the west, and the younger brother from the east. After the younger brother had walked a short distance, a little man appeared before him. Holding a black spear in his hand, the little man said, "I give you this spear because your heart is pure and good. With it, you can fearlessly face the wild boar, and it will do you no harm." The younger brother thanked the little man, took the spear on his shoulder, and proceeded without fear. It wasn't long before he saw the beast charging at him. He held out the spear, and in its blind rage, the boar ran so forcefully into it that its heart was split in two. He then hoisted the monstrous creature onto his shoulders and set off to present it to the king. When he emerged from the forest on the other side, he came upon a house where people were merrily dancing and drinking wine. His elder brother had gone in here, thinking that the boar wouldn't run away and that he could muster his courage with some wine. Seeing his younger brother coming out of the forest with his prize, envy and malice filled his heart. He called out, "Come in, dear brother, rest and refresh yourself with a cup of wine." The younger brother, suspecting no evil, entered and recounted the story of the good little man who had given him the spear that killed the boar. The elder brother kept him there until evening, and then they set off together. As they reached a bridge over a brook in the darkness, the elder brother let the younger go first, and when he was halfway across, the elder struck him from behind, causing him to fall dead into the water below. He buried his body under the bridge, took the boar, and presented it to the king, claiming that he had killed it. Consequently, he was rewarded with the king's daughter in marriage. When the younger brother did not return, he said the boar must have killed him, and everyone believed him. However, as nothing remains hidden from God, this dark deed was eventually brought to light. Many years later, a shepherd was driving his herd across the bridge and saw a snow-white bone lying in the sand below. Thinking it would make a fine mouthpiece for his horn, he climbed down, picked it up, and carved it into a mouthpiece. When he blew through it for the first time, to his great astonishment, the bone began to sing by itself. "Ah, dear shepherd, you blow on my bone. Long have I lain beside the water. My brother slew me for the boar and buried me under the bridge to win the king's daughter." "What a wondrous horn!" exclaimed the shepherd. "It sings on its own. I must take it to my lord, the king." When he brought it to the king, the horn once again sang its little song. The king understood the meaning and ordered the ground under the bridge to be excavated. The entire skeleton of the murdered man was revealed. The wicked brother could not deny his crime and was sewn into a sack and drowned alive. The bones of the murdered younger brother were laid to rest in a beautiful grave in the churchyard. The Devil with the Three Golden Hairs, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a poor woman who gave birth to a son, and because he was born with a caul, it was prophesied that in his 14th year he would marry the king's daughter. It happened that soon afterward the king came to the village, unrecognized by the people, and when he asked what news there was, they answered, "In these days, a child has been born with a caul. Whatever such a child undertakes turns out successfully. It has also been prophesied that in his 14th year he will marry the king's daughter." The king, who had a wicked heart and was angered by the prophecy, went to the parents, acted kindly, and said, "You poor people, entrust your child to me, and I will take care of him." At first, they refused, but when the stranger offered heavy gold for it and they thought, "It is a lucky child, it must turn out for the best for him," they finally agreed and gave him the child. The king placed him in a box and rode on until he came to a deep water. There he threw the box into it, thinking, "I have rid myself of my daughter's unexpected suitor." However, the box did not sink, but floated like a little boat, and not a drop of water penetrated it. It floated until it reached a mill dam, 2 miles from the king's capital, where it got stuck. A miller's boy who luckily was there noticed it, pulled it in with a hook, expecting to find great treasures. But when he opened it, there lay a handsome boy inside, fresh and lively. He brought him to the miller and his wife, who had no children and were overjoyed, saying, "God has bestowed him upon us." They cared for the foundling diligently, and he grew up in all virtues. It happened that during a thunderstorm, the king visited the mill and asked the miller if the tall youth was their son. "No," they answered, "he is a foundling. 14 years ago, he floated down to the mill dam in a box, and the mill boy pulled him out of the water." Then the king realized that it was none other than the lucky child he had thrown into the water, and he said, "Good people, could the boy take a letter to the queen? I will give him 2 gold pieces as a reward." "As the king commands," they answered, and instructed the boy to be ready. So the king wrote a letter to the queen, stating, "As soon as the boy arrives with this letter, he is to be killed and buried, and all must be done before I return." The boy set out with this letter but lost his way, and in the evening came to a large forest. In the darkness, he saw a small light, went towards it, and reached a cottage. An old woman sat alone by the fire, and startled when she saw the boy, asking, "Where do you come from? And where are you going?" "I come from the mill," he answered, "and I am going to the queen to deliver a letter. But I have lost my way in the forest, so I would like to stay here overnight." "You poor boy," said the woman, "you have come into a den of thieves, and when they come home, they will kill you." "Let them come," said the boy. "I am not afraid, but I am so tired that I can't go any farther." And he stretched himself on a bench and fell asleep. Soon after, the robbers returned and angrily asked who the strange boy lying there was. "Ah," said the old woman, "he is an innocent child who has lost his way in the forest, and out of pity, I have let him in. He is to deliver a letter to the queen." The robbers opened the letter and read it, finding that it ordered the boy to be killed as soon as he arrived. Then the hard-hearted robbers felt pity, and their leader tore up the letter and wrote another, stating that upon the boy's arrival, he should be immediately married to the king's daughter. They let him sleep peacefully on the bench until the next morning, and when he awoke, they gave him the letter and showed him the correct path. When the queen received and read the letter, she did as it instructed, organizing a splendid wedding feast, and the king's daughter was married to the lucky child. Since the youth was handsome and amiable, she lived happily and contentedly with him. Some time later, the king returned to his palace and saw that the prophecy had been fulfilled, and the lucky child was married to his daughter. "How did this happen?" he asked. "I gave a different order in my letter." So the queen handed him the letter and told him to see for himself what was written in it. The king read the letter and realized that it had been switched with another. He asked the youth what had happened to the letter entrusted to him and why he had brought a different one. "I know nothing about it," he answered. "It must have been switched during the night when I slept in the forest." Full of anger, the king said, "You shall not have everything so easily. Whoever marries my daughter must fetch me 3 golden hairs from the devil's head. Bring me what I demand, and you shall keep my daughter." In this way, the king hoped to be rid of him forever. But the lucky child answered, "I will fetch the golden hairs. I am not afraid of the devil." And so he took leave and began his journey. The path led him to a large city, where the gatekeeper asked him what trade he understood and what he knew. "I know everything," answered the lucky child. "Then you can do us a favor," said the gatekeeper. "If you can tell us why our market fountain, from which wine used to flow, has dried up and no longer gives even water." "You shall learn that," he replied. "Just wait until I return." He continued on and arrived at another city, where the gatekeeper again asked what trade he understood and what he knew. "I know everything," he answered. "Then you can do us a favor and tell us why a tree in our city, which used to bear golden apples, now does not even produce leaves." "You shall learn that," he replied. "Just wait until I return." He continued on and arrived at a large body of water that he had to cross. The ferryman asked him what trade he understood and what he knew. "I know everything," he answered. "Then you can do me a favor," said the ferryman, "and tell me why I always have to go back and forth and am never relieved. You shall learn that, he replied. Just wait until I return. After crossing the water, he found the entrance to hell. It was black and sooty inside, and the devil was not at home, but his grandmother sat there in a wide armchair. What do you want? She said to him, not looking so angry. I would like to have 3 golden hairs from the devil's head, he replied. Otherwise, I cannot keep my wife. That is a lot to ask, she said. If the devil comes home and finds you, you will be in trouble. But I pity you. I will see if I can help. She transformed him into an ant and said, crawl into my skirt folds. There you will be safe. Yes, he replied. That's good. But there are 3 things I would still like to know. Why a fountain, from which wine used to flow, has dried up and does not even give water anymore? Why a tree, which used to bear golden apples, now does not even produce leaves? And why a ferryman must always go back and forth and is never relieved? Those are difficult questions, she replied, but just stay quiet and pay attention to what the devil says when I pull out the 3 golden hairs. When evening fell, the devil came home. As soon as he entered, he sensed that something was amiss. I smell human flesh, he said. Something is not right here. Then he looked into every corner and searched, but found nothing. The grandmother scolded him. I just cleaned up, she said, and got everything in order. Now you're stirring it up again. You always smell human flesh. Sit down and eat your supper. After he had eaten and drunk, he was tired, laid his head in the grandmother's lap, and asked her to scratch him a little. Before long, he fell asleep, snoring loudly. The old woman seized a golden hair, pulled it out, and laid it beside her. Ouch! Screamed the devil. What are you doing? I had a bad dream, answered the grandmother, so I grabbed your hair. What did you dream? Asked the devil. I dreamed that a market fountain from which wine used to flow had dried up and not even water would come out anymore. What could be the cause? Ha! If they only knew, answered the devil. There is a toad under a stone in the fountain. If they kill it, the wine will flow again. The grandmother scratched him again until he fell asleep and snored so loudly that the windows rattled. Then she pulled out the second hair. Ugh, what are you doing? Screamed the angry devil. Don't take it personally, she replied. I did it in my dream. What did you dream this time? He asked. I dreamed that in a kingdom there stood a tree that used to bear golden apples, but now does not even produce leaves. What could be the cause of that? Ha, if they only knew, answered the devil. There is a mouse gnawing at the root. If they kill it, the tree will bear golden apples again, but if it keeps gnawing, the tree will wither completely. But leave me alone with your dreams. If you disturb my sleep again, I'll slap you. The grandmother appeased him and scratched him again until he fell asleep. Then she seized the 3rd golden hair and pulled it out. The devil jumped up, shouting and wanting to harm her, but she calmed him down once more and said, Who can control bad dreams? What did you dream this time? He asked, though curious. I dreamed about a ferryman who complained that he always had to go back and forth and was never relieved. What could be the cause? Ah, the fool, answered the devil. When someone comes and wants to cross, he must give him the oar. Then the other must row across, and he is free. After the grandmother had pulled out the 3 golden hairs and answered the 3 questions, she left the old dragon in peace, and he slept until dawn. When the devil had gone away again, the old woman took the ant out of her skirt fold and restored the lucky child to human form. Here are the 3 golden hairs, she said. You must have heard what the devil said in response to your 3 questions. Yes, he replied. I heard it and will remember it well. Then you are helped, she said, and now you can go on your way. He thanked the old woman for her help in his need, left hell, and was pleased that everything had turned out so well for him. When he arrived home to his wife, she was overjoyed to see him again and to hear that everything had gone so well for him. He brought the king what he had asked for, the 3 golden hairs of the devil, and when the king saw the 4 donkeys laden with gold, he was completely delighted and said, Now all conditions are fulfilled, and you can keep my daughter. But, dear son-in-law, tell me, where did all this gold come from? These are tremendous treasures. I crossed a river, he answered, and there I took it. It lies there on the bank instead of sand. Can I also go and get some? Said the king eagerly. As much as you want, he replied. There is a ferryman on the river. Let him ferry you across, and you can fill your sacks over there." The greedy king hurriedly set off on his way, and when he came to the river, he signaled to the ferryman to ferry him across. The ferryman came and told him to get in, and when they reached the opposite bank, he handed him the oar and jumped away. But from then on, the king had to ferry back and forth as punishment for his sins. Does he still ferry? What do you think? No one has taken the oar from him. 30. The Louse and the Flea. A little louse and a flea lived together in a household and brewed beer in an eggshell. Then the little louse fell into it and burned itself. Upon this, the little flea began to scream loudly. Then the small room door said, "Why are you screaming, little flea?" "Because the louse has burned itself." Then the little door began to creak. Then a little broom in the corner said, "Why are you creaking, little door?" "Should I not creak? The louse has burned itself. The flea is weeping." Then the little broom began to sweep frantically. Then a little cart passed by and said, "Why are you sweeping, little broom?" "Should I not sweep? The louse has burned itself. The flea is weeping. The door is creaking." Then the little cart said, "Then I will run," and began to run wildly. Then said the ash heap by which it ran, "Why are you running so, little cart?" "Should I not run? The louse has burned itself. The flea is weeping. The door is creaking. The broom is sweeping." Then the ash heap said, "Then I will burn furiously," and began to burn in clear flames. A little tree stood near the ash heap and said, "Ash heap, why are you burning? Should I not burn? The louse has burned itself. The flea is weeping. The door is creaking. The broom is sweeping. The cart is running." The little tree said, "Then I will shake myself," and began to shake so that all its leaves fell off. A girl who came up with her water pitcher saw that and said, "Little tree, why are you shaking yourself?" "Should I not shake myself? The louse has burned itself. The flea is weeping. The door is creaking. The broom is sweeping. The cart is running. The ash heap is burning." Upon this, the girl said, "Then I will break my little water pitcher." And she broke her little water pitcher. Then said the little spring from which the water flowed, "Girl, why are you breaking your water jug?" "Should I not break my water jug? The louse has burned itself. The flea is weeping. The door is creaking. The broom is sweeping. The cart is running. The ash heap is burning. The tree is shaking itself." "Oh," said the spring, "then I will begin to flow," and began to flow violently. And in the water, everything was drowned. The girl, the little tree, the ash heap, the cart, the broom, the door, the flea, the louse, all together. 31. The Girl Without Hands. A miller had gradually fallen into poverty and had nothing left but his mill and a large apple tree behind it. Once, when he had gone into the forest to fetch wood, an old man approached him whom he had never seen before and said, "Why do you trouble yourself with chopping wood? I will make you rich if you promise me what is behind your mill." "What else could that be but my apple tree?" thought the miller, and said, "Yes," and wrote it down for the stranger. But the old man laughed mockingly and said, "In 3 years' time, I will come and take what belongs to me." And then he departed. When the miller returned home, his wife met him and said, "Tell me, miller, where does this sudden wealth in our house come from? Suddenly, every box and chest is filled, no one brought it in, and I don't know how it happened." He replied, "It comes from a stranger I met in the forest who promised me great treasures. In return, I promised him what stands behind the mill. We can surely give him the big apple tree for it." "Oh, husband," said the frightened wife, "that must have been the devil. He didn't mean the apple tree, but our daughter, who was behind the mill sweeping the yard." The miller's daughter was a beautiful and pious girl, and she lived the 3 years in fear of God and without sin. When the time came and the day arrived when the evil one wanted to take her away, she washed herself clean and made a circle around herself with chalk. The devil appeared very early, but he could not come near her. Angrily, he said to the miller, "Take away all water from her so she can no longer wash herself, because otherwise I have no power over her." The miller was afraid and did as he was told. The next morning the devil came again, but she had wept onto her hands, and they were completely clean. So he could not approach her again, and angrily said to the miller, "Cut off her hands, otherwise I cannot harm her." The miller was horrified and replied, "How could I cut off my own child's hands?" Then the devil threatened him, saying, If you do not do it, you are mine, and I will take you instead." The father became frightened and promised to obey him. So he went to the girl and said, "My child, if I do not cut off both your hands, the devil will take me away, and in my fear I promised him this. Please help me in my distress and forgive me for the harm I am about to do to you." She replied, "Dear father, do with me as you will. I am your child." Then she laid down both her hands and let him cut them off. The devil came for the third time, but she had wept so long and so much onto the stumps that they were completely clean. Then he had to give up and had lost all right over her. The miller said to her, "Through you, I have gained such great wealth. I will take care of you luxuriously for the rest of your life." But she replied, "I cannot stay here. I will go away. Compassionate people will surely give me as much as I need." Then she had her maimed arms bound to her back, and at sunrise she set out on her way and walked the entire day until night fell. Then she came to a royal garden, and by the shimmer of the moon she saw that trees full of beautiful fruits grew in it. But she could not enter because there was much water around it. And because she had walked the whole day without eating a single bite, and hunger tormented her, she thought, "Ah, if only I were inside, so that I could eat some of the fruit. Otherwise, I will perish from hunger." She knelt down, called upon God the Lord, and prayed. Suddenly an angel appeared, who made a dam in the water, so that the moat became dry, and she could walk through it. Now she entered the garden, and the angel went with her. She saw a tree covered with beautiful pears, but they were all counted. She approached, and to satisfy her hunger, ate one with her mouth from the tree, but no more. The gardener was watching, but because the angel was standing there, he was afraid and thought the maiden was a spirit. He remained silent and dared not call out or speak to the spirit. After she had eaten the pear, she was satisfied and went and hid herself among the bushes. The king, to whom the garden belonged, came down to it the next morning, counted, and saw that one of the pears was missing. He asked the gardener what had happened to it, as it was not lying beneath the tree but was gone. Then the gardener answered, "Last night a spirit came in who had no hands and ate one of the pears with its mouth." The king said, "How did the spirit get over the water, and where did it go after it had eaten the pear?" The gardener replied, "Someone came in a snow-white garment from heaven who made a dam and held back the water so that the spirit could walk through the moat. And because it must have been an angel, I was afraid, asked no questions, and did not call out. When the spirit had eaten the pear, it went back again." The king said, "If what you say is true, I will watch with you tonight." When it grew dark, the king entered the garden with a priest who was to address the spirit. All three sat down under the tree and watched. At midnight, the girl crawled out from the bushes, approached the tree, and again ate a pear with her mouth. Beside her stood the angel in white attire. Then the priest stepped forward and said, "Have you come from God or from the world? Are you a spirit or a human?" She replied, "I am no spirit, but a poor human, abandoned by all except God." The king said, "If you are abandoned by the whole world, I will not abandon you." He took her with him to his royal castle, and because she was so beautiful and pious, he loved her dearly, had silver hands made for her, and took her as his wife. After a year, the king had to go out into the field, so he entrusted the young queen to his mother and said, "If she goes into labor, take good care of her and immediately write to me." She gave birth to a beautiful son. The old mother quickly wrote and informed him of the happy news. However, the messenger rested by a stream on his way, exhausted from the long journey, and fell asleep. The devil, who always sought to harm the pious queen, appeared and exchanged the letter with another, in which it was written that the queen had given birth to a changeling. When the king read the letter, he was shocked and deeply saddened, but he wrote in reply that they should take good care of the queen until his return. The messenger returned with the letter, rested at the same spot, and fell asleep again. Again, the devil came and placed another letter in his pocket, stating that they should kill the queen and her child. The old mother was greatly alarmed when she received the letter, could not believe it, and wrote to the king again, but she received no other reply because the devil substituted a false letter each time. And in the last letter, it even instructed them to keep the queen's tongue and eyes as proof. However, the old mother wept that innocent blood would be shed, had a deer brought in at night, cut out its tongue and eyes, and kept them. Then she said to the queen, I cannot kill you as the king ordered, but you cannot stay here any longer. Go into the wide world with your child and never return. She tied the child to her back, and the poor woman went away with tearful eyes. She came to a large wild forest, knelt down, prayed to God, and the angel of the Lord appeared to her and led her to a small house with a sign that read, Here everyone lives freely. A snow-white maiden came out of the house, saying, Welcome, queen, and led her inside. She untied the little boy from her back and held him to her breast so he could drink, then laid him on a beautifully made bed. The poor woman said, How do you know that I was a queen? The white maiden replied, I am an angel sent by God to care for you and your child. She stayed in the house for 7 years, well cared for, and by God's grace, her severed hands grew back. Finally, the king returned home from the field, and his first concern was to see his wife and child. The old mother began to weep and said, You wicked man, what did you write to me that I should take the lives of 2 innocent souls? And showed him the 2 letters that the evil one had falsified, and said further, I did as you commanded, and showed him the signs, the tongue and eyes. Then the king began to weep even more bitterly for his poor wife and son, so much that the old mother pitied him and said to him, Be content, she is still alive. I secretly had a deer slaughtered and took these signs from it, but I tied her child to her back and told her to go into the wide world and promise never to return because you were so angry with her. Then the king said, I will go as far as the sky is blue and not eat or drink until I have found my dear wife and child, unless they have perished or died of hunger in the meantime. So the king wandered about for 7 long years, searching in all cliffs and rocky caves, but he did not find them and thought she must have perished. He ate nothing and drank nothing during all this time, but God sustained him. Finally, he came to a large forest and found the little house with the sign that read, Here everyone lives freely. The white maiden came out, took him by the hand, led him inside and said, Welcome, king, and asked him where he came from. He replied, I have wandered for nearly 7 years, searching for my wife and child, but I cannot find them. The angel offered him food and drink, but he did not take it and only wanted to rest a little. He lay down to sleep and covered his face with a cloth. Then the angel went into the room where the queen sat with her son, whom she usually called Sorrowful, and said to her, Go out with your child. Your husband has come. She went to where he lay, and the cloth fell from his face. Then she said, Sorrowful, lift the cloth for your father and cover his face again. The child lifted it and covered his face again. The king heard this in his sleep and willingly let the cloth fall again. Then the boy grew impatient and said, Dear mother, how can I cover my father's face when I have no father in the world? I have learned to pray, Our Father, who art in heaven. You said my father was in heaven and was the dear God. How should I know such a wild man? He is not my father. When the king heard this, he sat up and asked who she was. She said, I am your wife, and this is your son Sorrowful. And he saw her living hands and said, My wife had silver hands. She replied, God in his mercy has restored my natural hands. And the angel went into the room, brought out the silver hands, and showed them to him. Then he knew for certain that it was his beloved wife and child, kissed them, was joyful, and said, A heavy stone has fallen from my heart. Then the angel of God fed them together once more, and then they went home to his old mother. There was great joy everywhere, and the king and queen celebrated another wedding, and they lived happily until their blessed end. Third clever Hans. Hans's mother asks, Where to, Hans? Hans answers, To Grethel. Behave well, Hans. Will do well. Farewell, mother. Farewell, Hans. Hans arrives at Grethel's. Good day, Grethel. Good day, Hans. What good things do you bring? Bring nothing given to me. Grethel gives Hans a needle. Hans says, Farewell, Grethel. Farewell, Hans. Hans takes the needle, sticks it into a hay cart, and walks home behind the cart. Good evening, mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? Been with Grethel. What did you bring her? Brought nothing given to me. What did Grethel give you? Gave me a needle. Where's the needle, Hans? Stuck it in the hay cart. You did that foolishly, Hans. Should have stuck the needle in your sleeve. No matter, we'll do better. Where to, Hans? To Grethel, mother. Behave well, Hans. Will do well. Farewell, mother. Farewell, Hans. Hans arrives at Grethel's. Good day, Grethel. Good day, Hans. What good things do you bring? Bring nothing given to me. Grethel gives Hans a knife. Farewell, Grethel. Farewell, Hans. Hans takes the knife, sticks it in his sleeve, and goes home. Good evening, mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? Been with Grethel. What did you bring her? Brought nothing given to me. What did Grethel give you? Gave me a knife. Where is the knife, Hans? Stuck it in my sleeve. You did that foolishly, Hans. Should have put the knife in your pocket. No matter, we'll do better. Where to, Hans? To Grethel, mother. Behave well, Hans. We'll do well. Farewell, mother. Farewell, Hans. Hans arrives at Grethel's. Good day, Grethel. Good day, Hans. What good things do you bring? Bring nothing given to me. Grethel gives Hans a young goat. Farewell, Grethel. Farewell, Hans. Hans takes the goat, ties its legs, and puts it in his pocket. When he gets home, it has suffocated. Good evening, mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? Been with Grethel. What did you bring her? Brought nothing given to me. What did Grethel give you? Gave me a goat. Where is the goat, Hans? Put it in my pocket. You did that foolishly, Hans. Should have tied the goat with a rope. No matter, we'll do better. Where to, Hans? To Grethel, mother. Behave well, Hans. We'll do well. Farewell, mother. Farewell, Hans. Hans arrives at Grethel's. Good day, Grethel. Good day, Hans. What good things do you bring? Bring nothing given to me. Grethel gives Hans a piece of bacon. Farewell, Grethel. Farewell, Hans. Hans takes the bacon, ties it to a rope, and drags it behind him. The dogs come and eat the bacon. When he gets home, he has the rope in his hand and nothing is left on it. Good evening, mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? Been with Grethel. What did you bring her? Brought nothing given to me. Faf, what did Grethel give you? Gave me a piece of bacon. Where is the bacon, Hans? Tied it to a rope, brought it home, dogs took it. You did that foolishly, Hans. Should have carried the bacon on your head. No matter, we'll do better. Where to, Hans? To Grethel, mother. Behave well, Hans. We'll do well. Farewell, mother. Farewell, Hans. Hans arrives at Grethel's. Good day, Grethel. Good day, Hans. What good things do you bring? Bring nothing given to me. Grethel says to Hans, I will go with you. Hans takes Grethel, ties her to a rope, leads her, brings her in front of the stall, and ties her tightly. Then Hans goes to his mother. Good evening, mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? Been with Grethel. What did you bring her? Brought nothing. What did Grethel give you? Gave me nothing, came with me. Where did you leave Grethel? Led her on a rope, tied her in front of the stall, threw some grass. You did that foolishly, Hans. Should have looked at her with friendly eyes. No matter, we'll do better. Hans goes into the stable, cuts out the eyes of all the calves and sheep, and throws them in Grethel's face. Then Grethel becomes angry, tears herself loose, runs away, and becomes Hans's bride. 33. The Three Languages. Once upon a time, in Switzerland, there lived an old count who had only one son, but he was dumb and could not learn anything. The father said, Listen, my son, I can't get anything into your head, no matter how I try. You must leave here. I will send you to a famous master who will try with you. The boy was sent to a foreign town and stayed with the master for a whole year. After this time, he returned home, and his father asked, Now, my son, what have you learned? Father, I have learned what the dogs bark, he replied. Heaven have mercy, cried the father. Is that all you have learned? I will send you to another town, to another master. The boy was taken there and stayed with this master for another year. When he came back, the father asked again, My son, what have you learned? He answered, Father, I have learned what the birds say. Then the father became angry and said, Oh, you lost man, you have wasted precious time and learned nothing? And yet you are not ashamed to face me. I will send you to a third master, but if you learn nothing this time, I will no longer be your father. The son remained with the third master for a whole year, and when he came home again and his father asked, My son, what have you learned? He answered, Dear father, this year I have learned what the frogs croak. Then the father flew into a rage, jumped up, called his people, and said, This man is no longer my son. I cast him out, and I command you to lead him out into the forest and take his life. They led him out, but when they should have killed him, they could not out of pity, and they let him go, They cut out the eyes and tongue of a deer to bring them as tokens to the old man. The youth wandered on and after some time came to a castle where he begged for a night's lodging. "Yes," said the lord of the castle, "if you want to spend the night down there in the old tower, go ahead, but I warn you, it is life-threatening, for it is full of wild dogs that bark and howl incessantly, and at certain hours they must be given a man whom they devour immediately." The whole area was in sorrow and distress because of them, and yet no one could help. However, the youth was fearless and said, "Just let me go down to the barking dogs and give me something that I can throw to them. They will do nothing to harm me." Since he himself insisted, they gave him some food for the wild animals and led him down to the tower. When he entered, the dogs did not bark at him. They wagged their tails amiably around him, ate what he set before them, and didn't harm a hair on his head. The next morning, to everyone's astonishment, he emerged safe and unharmed and said to the lord of the castle, "The dogs have revealed to me in their own language why they live here and bring harm to the land. They are cursed and must guard a great treasure that lies below in the tower, and they cannot rest until it is removed. I have also learned from their talk how this must be done." Those who heard rejoiced, and the lord of the castle said he would adopt him as a son if he succeeded. He descended again, and knowing what he had to do, he did it thoroughly and brought up a chest full of gold. The howling of the wild dogs was never heard again. They had disappeared, and the land was freed from the plague. After some time, he decided to travel to Rome. On the way, he passed by a marsh where frogs sat and croaked. He listened, and when he understood what they were saying, he became very pensive and sad. Finally, he arrived in Rome, where the Pope had just died, and there was great doubt among the cardinals about whom to appoint as his successor. They finally agreed that the person should be chosen as Pope who would be distinguished by a divine and miraculous sign. And just as this was decided, at that very moment, the young count entered the church, and suddenly 2 snow-white doves flew onto his shoulders and remained sitting there. The clergy recognized this as a sign from above and asked him immediately if he wanted to become pope. He was undecided and unsure if he was worthy of this, but the doves urged him to do it, and finally he said yes. Thus he was anointed and consecrated, and thus was fulfilled what he had heard from the frogs on his journey, which had so disturbed him that he was to become the holy pope. Then he had to sing a mass and knew not a word of it, but the 2 doves sat continually on his shoulders and whispered it all into his ear. 34. Clever Else. There was a man who had a daughter named Clever Else. When she grew up, her father said we should marry her off. "Yes," said the mother, "if only someone would come who wants her." Finally, someone came from afar named Hans and proposed to her, but he made it a condition that Clever Else must also be very clever. "Oh," said the father, "she has thread in her head." And the mother said, "Oh, she can see the wind running down the street and hear the flies cough." "Yes," said Hans, "if she's not really clever, then I won't take her." While they were sitting at the table and had eaten, the mother said, "Else, go to the cellar and fetch some beer." Clever Else took the jug from the wall, went to the cellar, and on the way she clattered with the lid to pass the time. When she arrived, she fetched a stool, placed it in front of the barrel so she wouldn't have to bend over and strain her back unnecessarily. Then she placed the jug under the tap, turned it on, and while the beer was pouring, she didn't want her eyes to be idle. She looked up at the wall and noticed, after much looking around, a pickaxe that the masons had left stuck there by accident. Clever Else began to cry and said, "If I marry Hans, and we have a child, and it grows up and we send the child here to draw beer, the pickaxe might fall on its head and kill it." So she sat there and cried and screamed with all her might about the impending disaster. Upstairs, they were waiting for the drink, but Clever Else still didn't come. So the mother said to the maid, "Go down to the cellar and see where Else is." The maid went and found her sitting in front of the barrel, crying loudly. "Else, why are you crying?" asked the maid. "Oh dear," she answered, "how can I not cry? If I marry Hans and we have a child, and it grows up and is sent here to draw beer, perhaps the pickaxe might fall on its head and kill it." Then the maid said, "What a clever Else we have!" and sat down beside her. crying over the imagined misfortune as well. After a while, when the maid didn't return and those upstairs were becoming thirsty, the man said to the servant, "Go down to the cellar and see where Else and the maid are." The servant went down and found clever Else and the maid sitting there, crying together. He asked, "What are you crying about, oh dear?" said Else. "How can we not cry? If I marry Hans and we have a child and it grows up and is sent here to draw beer, the pickaxe might fall on its head and kill it." The servant said, "What a clever Else we have," and sat down beside her, joining in the loud lamentation. Upstairs, the man waited a while longer, but when his wife didn't return and his thirst grew stronger, he said, "I must go down to the cellar myself and see where Else is." When he came into the cellar and found them all sitting and crying and heard the reason, that it was because of the child that Else might possibly bring into the world, and how the pickaxe might kill it if it happened to fall just at the time when the child was under it drawing beer, then he exclaimed, "What a clever Else!" and sat down, joining in their tears. The bridegroom stayed upstairs alone for a long time, but as no one returned to him, he thought, "They must be waiting for me downstairs. I must go and see what they are up to." When he went down, he found all five lamenting and crying most pitifully, each louder than the other. "What misfortune has happened?" he cried. "Oh, dear Hans," said Else, "if we marry and have a child, and it grows up and we send it here to draw beer, the pickaxe hanging up there might fall down and smash its head, and it might lie there dead. Shouldn't we cry about that?" "Now," said Hans, "no greater sense is needed in my household. Since you are such a clever Else, I will have you," took her by the hand, and led her upstairs to celebrate their wedding. After a while of being married to Hans, he said, "Wife, I will go out to work and earn money. You go to the field and cut the corn so we can have bread." "Yes, dear Hans, I will do that." After Hans had left, she cooked herself a good porridge and took it with her into the field. When she arrived at the field, she said to herself, "What should I do? Should I cut first or eat first? Well, I will eat first." So she ate her pot of porridge, and when she was full, she said again, "What should I do? Should I cut first or sleep first? Well, I will sleep first." Then she lay down in the corn and fell asleep. Hans had long since returned home, but Else didn't come back. So he said, "What a clever Else I have! She is so industrious that she doesn't even come home to eat." But when she still didn't return and it was getting dark, Hans went out to see how much corn she had cut. But she had cut nothing at all. She was lying asleep in the corn. Hans hurried home, fetched a bird net with small bells, and threw it around her, but she continued sleeping. Then he ran home, locked himself in, and sat down on his bench to work. Finally, when it was completely dark, clever Else woke up, and as she got up and shook herself, the bells jingled with every move she made. She was frightened and began to doubt whether she was really clever Else or not, and said to herself, "Am I, or am I not?" She didn't know what answer to give, and stood there uncertain for a while. Finally, she thought, "I will go home to Hans and ask him if I am I or not. He will surely know." She ran to her front door, but it was locked. Then she knocked on the window and called out, "Hans, is Else inside?" "Yes," answered Hans, "she is inside." Then she was even more frightened and said, "Oh God, then I am not," and went to inquire at another door. But when the people heard the jingling of the bells, they wouldn't open up, and she couldn't get in anywhere. So she ran out of the village, and no one has seen her since. The Tailor in Heaven. It came to pass that one fine day, the dear God wished to stroll in the heavenly garden, and took all the apostles and saints with him, so that no one remained in heaven except St. Peter. The Lord had instructed him not to admit anyone during his absence, so Peter stood at the gate keeping watch. Before long, someone knocked. Peter asked who was there and what they wanted. "I am a poor, honest tailor," replied a soft voice, "seeking admission." "Yes, honest," said Peter, "like a thief on the gallows. You have nimble fingers and have snipped away at people's cloth. You shall not enter heaven. The Lord has forbidden me to admit anyone while he is away." "Have mercy," cried the tailor. "Small patches that fall from the table by themselves are not stolen and not worth mentioning. Look, I limp and have blisters on my feet from the journey here. I cannot possibly turn back. Just let me in, and I will do all the menial tasks." I will carry the children, wash their diapers, clean the benches they have played on, and mend their torn clothes. St. Peter was moved by pity and opened the gates of heaven just wide enough for the lame tailor to slip his thin body inside. He had to sit in a corner behind the door and remain quiet and peaceful, so that the Lord, upon his return, would not notice him and become angry. The tailor obeyed, but once when St. Peter stepped outside the door, he got up, full of curiosity, and wandered through every corner of heaven, examining everything. Eventually, he came to a place where many beautiful and precious chairs stood, and in the middle was an entirely golden chair adorned with shining gemstones. It was much higher than the other chairs, and there was a golden footstool in front of it. This was the chair where the Lord sat when he was at home, from which he could see everything happening on earth. The tailor stood still and gazed at the chair for a long while, for it pleased him more than anything else. Finally, unable to resist his curiosity, he climbed up and seated himself in the chair. From there, he could see everything happening on earth and noticed an old, ugly woman standing by a stream, washing clothes, and secretly putting aside 2 veils for herself. This sight angered the tailor so much that he grabbed the golden footstool and threw it down from heaven to earth at the old thief. Since he could not retrieve the footstool, he quietly slipped out of the chair, returned to his place behind the door, and behaved as if he had never moved. When the Lord and Master returned with his heavenly retinue, he did not see the tailor behind the door, but when he sat on his chair, the footstool was missing. He asked St. Peter what had happened to the footstool, but Peter did not know. Then he asked if anyone had been let in. "I know of no one," answered Peter, "except a lame tailor who is still sitting behind the door." So the Lord summoned the tailor before him and asked if he had taken away the footstool and where he had put it. "Oh, Lord," answered the tailor joyfully, "I threw it in my anger down to earth at an old woman whom I saw stealing 2 veils while washing clothes." "Oh, you rogue," said the Lord, "if I judged as you judge, how do you think you would have fared by now? I would have long since had no chairs, benches, seats, not even a stove fork left, but would have thrown everything down at sinners. Henceforth, you can no longer stay in heaven, but must go outside the gate again. Go where you will. Here, no one shall administer punishment except I, the Lord." Peter was obliged to take the tailor out of heaven again, and because he had torn shoes and blistered feet, he took a stick in his hand and went to wait a while where the good soldiers sit and enjoy themselves. 36. Table, cover yourself, gold donkey, and stick out of the bag. Once upon a time, there was a tailor who had 3 sons and only 1 goat. Since the goat nourished them all with its milk, it was essential to feed her well and lead her out to pasture every day. The sons took turns doing this. One day, the eldest took her to the churchyard where the finest herbs grew, allowing her to eat and frolic there. In the evening, when it was time to go home, he asked, "Goat, are you full?" The goat answered, "I am so full, I do not want a leaf. Meh! Meh!" "So come home," said the boy, took her by the rope, led her into the stable, and tied her up. "Now," said the old tailor, "has the goat had its proper feed?" "Oh," answered the son, "she is so full, she does not want a leaf." But the father wanted to see for himself, went down to the stable, stroked the dear animal, and asked, "Goat, are you full too?" The goat replied, "What should I be full of? I only hopped over the little graves and found not a single leaf. Meh! Meh!" "What must I hear?" cried the tailor, ran up and said to the boy, "Oh, you liar, you said the goat was full and you let her starve?" In his anger, he took the yardstick from the wall and drove him out with blows. The next day it was the turn of the second son, who chose a spot at the garden hedge where only good herbs grew, and the goat ate them clean. In the evening, when he wanted to go home, he asked, "Goat, are you full?" The goat answered, "I am so full, I do not want a leaf. Meh! Meh!" "So come home," said the boy, brought her home, and tied her up in the stable. "Now," said the old tailor, "has the goat had its proper feed?" "Oh," answered the son, "she is so full, she does not want a leaf." The tailor did not want to rely on that, went down to the stable and asked, "Goat, are you full too?" The goat replied, "What should I be full of? I only hopped over the little graves and found not a single leaf. Meh! Meh!" "The godless villain!" cried the tailor. to let such a pious animal starve. He ran up and drove the boy out of the house with the yardstick. Now it was the third son's turn, who wanted to do his duty well, chose bushes with the finest leaves, and let the goat eat from them. In the evening, when he wanted to go home, he asked, "Goat, are you full too?" The goat answered, "I am so full, I do not want a leaf. Meh meh." "So come home," said the boy, led her into the stable, and tied her up. "Now," said the old tailor, "has the goat had its proper feed?" "Oh," answered the son, "she is so full she does not want a leaf." The tailor did not trust that, went down and asked, "Goat, are you full too?" The wicked animal replied, "What should I be full of? I only hopped over the little graves and found not a single leaf. Meh, meh." "Oh, the brood of liars," cried the tailor, "one as godless and forgetful of duty as the other. You shall not make a fool of me any longer." And in his rage, he jumped up and thrashed the poor boy out of the house with the yardstick. Now the old tailor was alone with his goat. The next morning he went down to the stable, caressed the goat, and said, "Come, my dear little animal, I will lead you to pasture myself." He took her by the rope and brought her to green hedges, under shrubs, and whatever else goats like to eat. "There you can satisfy yourself to your heart's content," he said to her, and let her graze until evening. Then he asked, "Goat, are you full?" She answered, "I am so full, I do not want a leaf. Meh." "So come home," said the tailor, led her into the stable, and tied her up. When he walked away, he turned around once more and said, "Now you are surely full." But the goat did not make it easy for him and called out, "How should I be full? I only hopped over the little graves and found not a single leaf. Meh, meh." When the tailor heard this, he paused and realized that he had unjustly cast out his three sons. "Wait," he cried, "you ungrateful creature. To drive you away is not enough. I will mark you so that you cannot show yourself among respectable tailors again." In a rush, he leaped up, fetched his beard scissors, lathered the goat's head, and shaved it as smooth as his own flat hand. And since the yardstick would have been too honorable, he grabbed the whip and lashed her so hard that she ran off in mighty leaps. As the tailor sat all alone in his house, he fell into great sadness and wished he had his sons back, but no one knew where they had gone. The eldest had apprenticed with a carpenter, where he learned diligently and tirelessly. When his time came to wander, the master gifted him a small table that had no special appearance and was made of ordinary wood. But it had a good property. When placed down and commanded, "Table, set yourself," the good table was instantly covered with a clean cloth, and there stood a plate, knife, and fork beside it, with bowls of stewed and roasted dishes as much as they could hold, and a large glass of red wine that made the heart rejoice. The young journeyman thought, "With this, you have enough for your lifetime," traveled cheerfully through the world, and did not care whether an inn was good or bad, or if there was anything to find in it or not. If he pleased, he did not enter at all. Instead, in the field, in the forest, on a meadow where he fancied, he took his little table from his back, set it before him, and said, "Set yourself," and everything his heart desired was there. Finally, it occurred to him that he wanted to return to his father. His anger would have subsided, and he would gladly take him back with the table that set itself. It so happened that on his way home in the evening, he came to an inn full of guests. They welcomed him and invited him to sit with them and eat, otherwise he would hardly get anything. "No," replied the carpenter, "I won't take these few bites from your mouths. Rather, you shall be my guests." They laughed and thought he was joking with them. But he placed his wooden table in the middle of the room and said, "Table, set yourself." Instantly, it was filled with food as good as the host could not have brought, and the scent delighted the guests. "Help yourselves, dear friends," said the carpenter, and the guests, seeing how it was meant, did not need to be asked twice, gathered around, drew their knives, and bravely helped themselves. What amazed them the most was that when a dish was emptied, a full one appeared in its place on its own. The host stood in a corner and watched. He did not know what to say, but thought, "I could certainly use such a cook in my inn." The carpenter and his company were cheerful until late at night. Finally, they went to sleep, and the young journeyman went to bed and placed his self-setting table against the wall. But the thoughts did not leave the innkeeper. He remembered an old table in his junk room that looked exactly like it. He quietly brought it out and exchanged it with the self-setting table. The next morning, the carpenter paid his lodging, packed up his table, never thinking it could be a fake, and went on his way. At noon, he arrived at his father's, who received him with great joy. "Well, my dear son, what have you learned?" he asked. "Father, I have become a carpenter." "A good trade," replied the old man. "But what have you brought back from your travels?" "Father, the best thing I have brought back is the table." The tailor examined it from all sides and said, "You have not made a masterpiece of this. It's an old and poor table." "But it's a self-setting table," replied the son. "When I place it down and tell it to set itself, everything appears on it. The finest dishes and a wine that delights the heart. Invite all relatives and friends. They shall feast and refresh themselves, for the table will satisfy them all." When the company was gathered, he placed his table in the middle of the room and said, "Table, set yourself." But the table did not move and remained as empty as any other table that does not understand language. The poor journeyman realized that his table had been swapped, and he was ashamed to stand there like a liar. But the relatives laughed at him and had to return home without eating or drinking. The father brought out his scraps again and resumed tailoring, while the son found work with another master. The second son had come to a miller and apprenticed with him. When his years were up, the master said, "Since you have done so well, I will give you a donkey of a special kind. He does not pull carts or carry sacks." "What use is he then?" asked the young journeyman. "He spits out gold," replied the miller. "If you stand him on a cloth and say bricklebrit, the good animal will spit out gold coins from front and back." "That is a fine thing," said the journeyman, thanked the master, and went out into the world. Whenever he needed gold, he only needed to say bricklebrit to his donkey, and gold coins rained down, and he had no trouble picking them up from the ground. Wherever he went, the best was good enough for him, and the more expensive, the dearer, because he always had a full purse. After seeing the world for some time, he thought, "You must find your father. If you come with the gold donkey, he will forget his anger and welcome you warmly." It so happened that he returned to the same inn where his brother's table had been swapped. He led his donkey by the hand, and the innkeeper wanted to take the animal from him and tie it up, but the young journeyman said, "Do not bother. I will lead my gray horse to the stable and tie him up myself, for I must know where he stands." The innkeeper thought this strange and believed someone who had to look after his donkey himself would not have much to spend. But when the stranger reached into his pocket, took out 2 gold coins, and said he should buy something good for him, the innkeeper made large eyes, ran, and sought the best he could find. After the meal, the guest asked what he owed, and the innkeeper spared no expense, saying he would need to add a couple more gold coins. The journeyman reached into his pocket, but his gold had run out. "Wait a moment, Mr. Innkeeper," he said. "I will just go and get gold," but took the tablecloth with him. The innkeeper did not know what this meant, was curious, followed him, and since the guest locked the stable door, peered through a knothole. The stranger spread the cloth under the donkey, called bricklebrit, and immediately the animal began to spit out gold from front and back, raining down to the ground properly. "Well, well," said the innkeeper, "there the ducats are soon minted. Such a purse is not bad." The guest paid his bill and went to sleep, but in the night the innkeeper sneaked down into the stable, took away the coinmaster, and tied another donkey in its place. The following morning, early in the morning, the journeyman left with his donkey, thinking he had his gold donkey. At noon, he arrived at his father's, who was glad to see him again and welcomed him warmly. "What have you become, my son?" asked the old man. "A miller, dear father," he replied. "What have you brought back from your travels?" "Nothing more than a donkey." "There are plenty of donkeys here," said the father. "I would have preferred a good goat." "Yes," replied the son, "but it is not an ordinary donkey, but a gold donkey. When I say bricklebrit, the good animal spits out a whole cloth full of gold coins. Invite all relatives, I will make them all rich." "I like that," said the tailor. "Then I won't have to struggle with the needle anymore," jumped up himself, and called the relatives together. Once they were gathered, the miller made space, spread his cloth, and brought the donkey into the room. "Now pay attention," he said and called Bricklebrit. But no gold coins fell, and it became clear that the animal did not understand the art, because not every donkey can do that. The poor miller made a long face, saw that he had been cheated, and begged the relatives forgiveness, who went home as poor as they had come. Nothing remained. The old man had to pick up his scraps again, and the young man went to work with a miller. The third brother had apprenticed to a turner, and because it was a craft that required skill, he had to learn for the longest time. His brothers had sent him a letter describing how badly they had been treated, and how the innkeeper had cheated them out of their wonderful objects. When the turner had completed his apprenticeship and was ready to journey forth, his master gave him a sack, saying, "There's a stick inside. I can carry the sack around, and it can be useful to me. But what's the stick for?" "It just makes it heavier," replied the apprentice. "I'll tell you," answered the master. "If someone has wronged you, just say 'stick' out of the sack, and the stick will leap out among the people and dance so merrily on their backs that they won't be able to move or stir for 8 days, and it won't stop until you say, 'Stick into the sack.'" The apprentice thanked him, hung the sack over his shoulder, and whenever someone came too close and wanted to harm him, he would say, "Stick out of the sack." Immediately, the stick would spring out and smack the coat or doublet of each one on the back without waiting for them to take it off. And it happened so quickly that before anyone knew it, it was already their turn. The young turner arrived at the inn in the evening, where his brothers had been cheated. He placed his knapsack on the table in front of him and began to tell about all the remarkable things he had seen in the world. "Yes," he said, "one may find a table that sets itself, a golden donkey, and the like, nothing but good things, which I do not despise. But all that is nothing compared to the treasure I have acquired and carry with me in my sack." The innkeeper pricked up his ears. "What in the world could that be?" he thought. "The sack is probably filled with nothing but precious stones. I should rightfully have that too, because all good things come in threes." When bedtime came, the guest stretched out on the bench and used his sack as a pillow. The innkeeper, thinking the guest was sound asleep, approached and gently and carefully tried to pull the sack away to replace it with another. However, the turner had been waiting for this moment. Just as the innkeeper was about to give a hearty tug, he called out, "Stick out of the sack." Immediately, the little stick sprang out onto the innkeeper's body and rubbed him so sorely that it was quite something. The innkeeper cried out for mercy, but the louder he screamed, the more vigorously the stick beat time on his back until he finally fell exhausted to the ground. Then the turner said, "If you don't return the self-setting table and the golden donkey to me, this dance will start all over again." "Oh no," cried the innkeeper in a very subdued voice. "I will gladly return everything. Just let the cursed imp crawl back into the sack." So the apprentice said, "I will grant mercy for justice's sake, but beware of mischief." Then he called, "Stick into the sack," and let it rest. The next morning, the turner returned home with the self-setting table and the golden donkey. The tailor was overjoyed to see him again, and asked him what he had learned abroad. "Dear father," he replied, "I have become a turner." "A craft requiring skill," said the father. "What have you brought back from your travels?" "A precious piece, dear father," answered the son, "a stick in the sack." "What?" exclaimed the father. "A stick! That's worth the effort. You can cut one from any tree." "But not one like this, dear father," replied the son. "If I say 'stick out of the sack,' the stick leaps out and gives a bad actor a terrible dance, not stopping until they lie on the ground, begging for mercy. You see, with this stick, I managed to bring back the self-setting table and the golden donkey that the thieving innkeeper took from my brothers. Now, let's call them both and invite all our relatives. I will feast and wine them and fill their pockets with gold." The old tailor was still somewhat doubtful, but gathered the relatives nonetheless. The turner spread a cloth in the room, brought in the golden donkey, and said to his brother, "Now, dear brother, speak to it." The miller said, "Bricklebrit," and immediately the gold coins rained down onto the cloth like a cloudburst, and the donkey did not stop until everyone had so much that they could carry no more. I can tell you would have liked to have been there too. Then the turner brought out the self-setting table and said, "Dear brother, now speak to it." And as soon as the carpenter said, "Table, set yourself," it was set and abundantly supplied with the most beautiful dishes. A feast was held like the good tailor had never experienced in his home, and the entire extended family stayed together until late into the night, all happy and content. The tailor locked away needle and thread, yardstick and iron in a cupboard, and lived with his 3 sons in joy and splendor. But where did the goat, which caused the tailor to drive away his 3 sons, disappear to? I'll tell you. She was ashamed that she had a bald head, ran into a fox's den, and hid there. When the fox returned home, a pair of large eyes glinted at him from the darkness, startling him, and he ran back out again. He met the bear, and since the fox looked so disturbed, he said, "What's the matter, brother fox? What kind of face are you making?" "Oh," replied the red one, "a fierce creature is sitting in my den, glaring at me with fiery eyes." "We'll soon drive that out," said the bear, went to the den, and looked inside. But when he saw the fiery eyes, fear overcame him as well. He wanted nothing to do with the fierce creature and took off. The bee met him, and noticing that he was not feeling well, she said, "Bear, you are making quite a sour face. Where has your cheerfulness gone?" "You have it easy," replied the bear. "There is a fierce creature with glowing eyes in the fox's house, and we cannot drive it out." The bee said, "I pity you, bear. I am a poor, but weak creature that you do not look at in the way of path, but I still think that I can help you." She flew into the fox's den, sat on the goat's smooth-shaven head, and stung her so violently that she jumped up, "Meh," screamed, and ran madly into the world. And to this day, no one knows where she ran off to. There was once a poor farmer who would sit by the hearth every evening, tending the fire, while his wife spun wool. One evening he said, "How sad it is that we have no children. Our home is so quiet, unlike the lively, cheerful homes of others." "Yes," replied his wife with a sigh. "If we could have even one child, even if it were no bigger than a thumb, I would be happy. We would love it dearly." In due course, the wife became ill and after 7 months gave birth to a child who was perfectly formed in every way, but no larger than a thumb. They said, "He is just what we wished for, and he will be our beloved child." And they named him Tom Thumb because of his size. Despite giving him ample nourishment, the child did not grow any bigger and remained the same size as when he was born. Nevertheless, he had a sharp mind and soon proved himself to be clever and agile, succeeding in everything he attempted. One day, the farmer prepared to go into the forest to cut wood and mused aloud, "I wish someone could bring the cart to meet me." "Oh, father," cried Tom Thumb, "I can bring the cart. Trust me, it will be in the forest on time." The farmer laughed and said, "How will you manage that? You're far too small to hold the reins." "That doesn't matter, father. If mother will harness the horse, I will sit in its ear and tell it where to go." "Well," replied the father, "let's try it once." When the time came, the mother harnessed the horse and placed Tom Thumb in its ear. The little boy then directed the horse, calling out, "Gee up! Gee whoa! Hop! Whoa!" The horse moved along as if a master was guiding it, and the cart took the correct path to the forest. As they turned a corner and Tom Thumb called, "Hup! Whoa!" 2 strangers happened to pass by. "What is this?" one exclaimed. "A cart is moving along, and the driver is shouting commands, but he is nowhere to be seen." "This doesn't seem right," said the other. "Let's follow the cart and see where it goes." The cart continued into the forest and arrived at the spot where the wood was being cut. When Tom Thumb saw his father, he called out, "Look, father, here I am with the cart. Now, lift me down." The father held the horse with one hand, and with the other, he took his little son from the horse's ear. Tom Thumb sat contentedly on a straw, delighted with his success. When the 2 strangers saw Tom Thumb, they were speechless with astonishment. One of them pulled the other aside and whispered, "Listen, this little fellow could make our fortune if we showed him off in a big city. Let's buy him." They approached the farmer and said, "Sell us the little man. He will have a good life with us." "No," answered the father. "He is the apple of my eye, and I wouldn't sell him for all the gold in the world." But Tom Thumb, having overheard their conversation, climbed up his father's coat, perched on his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Father, let me go with them. I'll come back soon." So, for a handsome sum of money, the father sold Tom Thumb to the two men. "Where do you want to sit?" they asked him. "Oh, just put me on the brim of your hat. That way I can walk around and see the countryside without the risk of falling off." They did as he requested, and after Tom Thumb had bid his father farewell, they set off with him. They traveled until dusk, and then Tom Thumb said, "Please set me down. I need a break." "Stay up there," said the man whose hat he was on. "I don't mind. Birds sometimes drop things on me." "No," said Tom Thumb. "I know what's proper. Please put me down quickly." The man took off his hat and set Tom Thumb on a field by the roadside. The little boy hopped and crawled about for a while, and then suddenly slipped into a mouse hole he had spotted. "Good evening, gentlemen. You can go home without me," he called to them, laughing. They ran over and poked their sticks into the mouse hole, but it was in vain. Tom Thumb crept deeper inside, and as it was getting dark, the men had to return home in frustration, their pockets empty. When Tom Thumb realized that the thieves had gone, he crawled out of the underground passage. "It's so dangerous to walk across the field in the dark," he said. "How easily one could break a neck or a leg." Fortunately, he bumped into an empty snail shell. "Thank goodness," he said. "This will be a safe place to spend the night," and he settled inside it. He had just started to doze off when he heard two men passing by. One of them was saying, "How shall we go about stealing the rich pastor's money and silver?" "I can tell you how," Tom Thumb called out from the shell. "What was that?" said one of the thieves, startled. "I heard someone speak." They stopped and listened intently. "Take me with you and I'll help you," Tom Thumb called again. "Where are you?" "Look down at the ground and follow the sound of my voice," he replied. Finally, the thieves found him and lifted him up. "You little wretch, how can you help us?" they asked. "See," he answered, "I can crawl between the iron bars into the pastor's room and hand out to you whatever you want." "Well," they said, "we'll see what you can do." When they reached the pastor's house, Tom Thumb squeezed into the room, but he immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, "Do you want everything that's here?" The thieves were terrified and whispered, "Speak softly so no one wakes up." But Tom Thumb pretended not to hear them and shouted again, "What do you want? Do you want everything that's here?" The cook, who was sleeping in a nearby room, heard this and sat up in bed to listen. The thieves, now quite scared, had run a little way off, but they finally regained their courage and thought, "The little guy is trying to trick us." They came back and whispered, "Now be serious and hand us something out." Tom Thumb shouted even louder, "I'll give you everything. Just reach in your hands." The listening maid heard him clearly. She jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. The thieves fled as if a wild hunter were after them. The maid, not finding anything unusual, went to fetch a light. When she returned with it, Tom Thumb sneaked out of the house and into the barn without being seen. After searching every corner and finding nothing, the maid finally went back to bed, thinking she had just been dreaming with her eyes and ears wide open. Tom Thumb had climbed into the hay and found a cozy spot to sleep. He planned to rest until morning and then go back home to his parents. But he had to endure more trials. Indeed, there is much trouble and hardship in the world. At dawn, the maid got up to feed the cattle. Her first stop was the barn, where she grabbed an armful of hay, which, unfortunately, included the very hay where poor Tom Thumb was sleeping. He was so sound asleep that he didn't wake up until he was inside the cow's mouth, which had scooped him up with the hay. "Oh, God," he exclaimed. "How did I end up in the millstone?" But soon he realized where he was. He had to be careful not to get crushed by the cow's teeth and eventually slid down into its stomach. "The windows in this little room were forgotten," he said. "No sunlight shines in, and no candle is brought here." Overall, he didn't like his new quarters at all. And what was worse, more and more hay kept coming in, making the space tighter. Finally, in his desperation, he shouted as loud as he could, "No more fresh food! No more fresh food!" The maid was milking the cow at that moment. Hearing the voice but seeing no one, and recognizing it as the same voice from the night before, she was so frightened that she slipped off her stool and spilled the milk. She ran in a panic to her master, crying, "Oh my God, Pastor, the cow is talking!" "You must be mad," the pastor replied, but he decided to go and see what was happening. As soon as he stepped into the barn, Tom Thumb called out again, "No more fresh food! No more fresh food!" The pastor was equally frightened, thinking an evil spirit had possessed the cow and ordered it to be slaughtered. The cow was killed, and its stomach, with Tom Thumb inside, was thrown onto the dung heap. Tom Thumb had to work hard to make his way out, but he managed to wriggle enough to get some room. Just as he was about to poke his head out, a new disaster struck. A hungry wolf ran by and gulped down the whole stomach in one swallow. But Tom Thumb didn't lose heart. Maybe, he thought, I can negotiate with the wolf, and he called out from inside its belly, "Dear wolf, I know where you can find a splendid feast." "Where?" asked the wolf. "In such and such a house. You must crawl in through the drain, and you'll find cakes, bacon, and sausages, all you can eat." He described his father's house in detail. The wolf didn't need to be told twice. That night, it squeezed through the drain and into the pantry, where it gorged itself to its heart's content. When it was full and wanted to leave, it was too fat to fit back through the drain. This was exactly what Tom Thumb had counted on, and he began to make a tremendous racket inside the wolf's belly, thrashing and shouting as loud as he could. "Be quiet," said the wolf. "You'll wake the people up." "Nonsense," replied the little one. "You've had your fill. Now I want to have some fun." And he began to scream again with all his might. Finally, his father and mother were awakened. They ran to the pantry and peeked in through the crack. Seeing the wolf inside, they ran for help. The man fetched his axe, and the woman grabbed a scythe. "Stay back," said the man as they entered the room. "When I've given him a blow and he's still not dead, you must strike him with the scythe and cut him open." Tom Thumb heard his father's voice and cried out, "Dear father, I'm here. I'm inside the wolf." Overjoyed, the father exclaimed, "Thank God, our dear child has been found." He told his wife to put the scythe away to avoid harming Tom Thumb. Then he swung the axe and delivered a blow to the wolf's head, killing it instantly. They quickly fetched a knife and scissors, cut the wolf open, and pulled out their little son. "Oh," said the father, "what anxiety we have endured for your sake." "Yes, father, I have traveled far and wide in the world. Thank goodness I can breathe fresh air again." "Where have you been?" asked his father. "Oh, father, I've been in a mouse hole, in a cow's stomach, and in a wolf's belly. Now I'll stay with you." "And we won't sell you again for all the riches in the world," said his parents as they hugged and kissed their dear Tom Thumb. They gave him food and drink and had new clothes made for him because his old ones had been ruined on his journey. The Wedding of Mrs. Fox. Once upon a time, there was an old fox with 9 tails who believed his wife was not faithful and wanted to test her. He stretched himself under the bench, didn't move a limb, and pretended to be as dead as a doornail. Mrs. Fox went up to her chamber, locked herself in, and her maid, Miss Cat, sat by the hearth and cooked. When it became known that the old fox had died, suitors began to appear. The maid heard someone knocking at the house door. She went and opened it, and there stood a young fox who said, "What are you doing, Miss Cat? Are you asleep or awake?" She answered, "I'm not sleeping, I'm awake. Would you like to know what I make? I'm boiling warm beer, adding butter so nice. Would the gentleman care to have a slice?" "No, thank you, miss," said the fox. "What is Mrs. Fox doing?" The maid replied, "She sits in her chamber high, bemoaning her loss, a tear in her eye, weeping her little eyes so red, because the old Mr. Fox is dead." "Tell her, miss, there's a young fox here who wishes to court her." "Certainly, young sir." Then the cat went tripping up the stairs, tap, 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 knocking on the door, rap, rap, rap. "Mrs. Fox, are you inside?" "Oh, yes, my dear," she cried. "A suitor waits at our door." "My dear, what's he like, I implore? But does he have 9 as lovely tails as our late Mr. Fox?" "Oh, no," replied the cat, "he has only 1." "Then I'll not have him." Miss Cat went downstairs and sent the suitor away. Soon after, there was another knock, and another fox was at the door who wanted to court Mrs. Fox, he 2 tails, but fared no better than the first. After him came others, each with 1 more tail than the last, all of whom were turned away, until finally one arrived with 9 tails, like old Mr. Fox. Upon hearing this, the widow joyfully said to the cat, "Now open wide the gate and door, and carry old Mr. Fox outside." But just as the wedding was about to be solemnized, old Mr. Fox stirred under the bench, thrashed the whole lot, and chased them and Mrs. Fox out of the house. Second story. When old Mr. Fox had passed away, the wolf arrived as a suitor, knocked at the door, and Mrs. Fox's servant, the cat, opened it for him. The wolf greeted her and said, "Good day, Mrs. Cat of Carrowit. Why are you sitting here alone? I see fit. What are you cooking there so nice?" The cat replied, "I'm breaking bread and milk to please. Would the gentleman care to have some if you please?" "No, thank you, Mrs. Cat," answered the wolf. "Is Mrs. Fox not at home?" The cat said, "She's sitting in her room above, bemoaning her loss with love, bemoaning her sorrow so sore, for old Mr. Fox is no more. If she's in need of a husband now, would she step down below?" The cat swiftly ran up the stair, with her tail flying without a care. Until she reached the door of the hall, she knocked with her 5 golden rings. "Mrs. Fox, are you within? If you're in need of a husband, let us begin." Mrs. Fox asked, "Does the gentleman wear red stockings and have a pointed mouth?" "No," replied the cat. "Then he won't do for me." When the wolf was turned away, a dog, a stag, a hare, a lion, and all the beasts of the forest came one after the other. But each lacked one of the good qualities old Mr. Fox had possessed, and the cat had to send each suitor away. Finally, a young fox arrived. Mrs. Fox asked, "Does the gentleman wear red stockings and have a little pointed mouth?" "Yes," said the cat, "he does." "Then let him come upstairs," said Mrs. Fox, and ordered the servant to prepare the wedding feast. "Sweep the room as clean as you may. Open the window. Toss my old man away. For many a fine, fat mouse he brought, yet of his wife he never thought, but ate up every one he caught." Then the wedding was held with young Mr. Fox, and there was rejoicing and dancing, and if they haven't stopped, they're dancing still. 39. The Elves' First Story. Once upon a time, there was a shoemaker who had become so poor, through no fault of his own, that he had only enough leather left for one pair of shoes. One evening, he cut out the shoes, intending to begin working on them the next morning. Having a clear conscience, he went to bed peacefully, entrusted himself to God, and fell asleep. In the morning, after saying his prayers, he was about to sit down to work when he saw the 2 shoes already finished on his table. Astonished, he didn't know what to make of it. He picked up the shoes to examine them more closely. They were so perfectly made that there wasn't a single bad stitch in them, as if they were meant to be a masterpiece. Soon after, a buyer entered, and since he was so pleased with the shoes, he paid more than usual for them. With this money, the shoemaker was able to buy leather for 2 pairs of shoes. That evening, he cut them out and planned to start fresh the next morning, but there was no need. When he got up, the shoes were already finished, and buyers came who paid him enough to buy leather for 4 pairs of shoes. This continued every morning. What he had cut out the night before was finished by the morning. Soon, he regained his honest livelihood and eventually became a prosperous man. One evening, not long before Christmas, the shoemaker had cut out the leather as usual. Before going to bed, he said to his wife, "How about we stay up tonight to see who is lending us such a helping hand?" His wife agreed and lit a candle. Then they hid in a corner of the room, behind some clothes that were hanging there, and watched. At midnight, 2 tiny, cute, naked little men came in, sat at the shoemaker's table, and began to stitch, sew, and hammer with their little fingers so quickly and skillfully that the shoemaker couldn't take his eyes off them in astonishment. They worked steadily until everything was finished, and the shoes stood complete on the table. Then they ran away swiftly. The next morning, the wife said, "The little men have made us rich, and we must show our gratitude. They run around so much and have nothing to wear and must be cold. Here's what we'll do. I'll sew little shirts, coats, vests, and trousers for them, and knit each a pair of stockings. You make each a pair of shoes." The man agreed. That evening, when everything was ready, they laid the presents on the table instead of the cut-out work, and then hid to see how the little men would react. At midnight, they came in, wanting to get to work immediately. But when they found only the delightful little clothes instead of the leather, they were at first astonished. Then they showed immense delight. With great speed, they dressed themselves in the beautiful clothes and sang, "We are boys so fine to see. Why should we longer cobblers be?" Then they skipped and danced and leapt over chairs and benches. Finally, they danced out the door. From that time on, they never returned, but the shoemaker prospered in all his undertakings for the rest of his life. Second story. There was once a poor servant girl who was very diligent and tidy. Every day, she would sweep the house and dump the sweepings on a big heap in front of the door. One morning, just as she was about to return to work, she found a letter on the heap. As she couldn't read, she put her broom in the corner and took the letter to her master and mistress. The letter was an invitation from the elves, asking the girl to be the godmother at a child's christening. The girl didn't know what to do, but after much persuasion, and because she was told it was not right to refuse such an invitation, she agreed. 3 elves came and led her to a hollow mountain where the little folk lived. Everything there was small but incredibly elegant and beautiful. The baby's mother lay in a bed of black ebony adorned with pearl buttons, the blankets were embroidered with gold, the cradle was made of ivory, and the bath was of gold. The girl stood as the godmother and then wanted to go home. However, the little elves begged her to stay for 3 days with them. She stayed and spent the time in joy and pleasure, with the little folk doing everything to make her happy. Finally, she decided to return home. Before she left, they filled her pockets with gold and then led her out of the mountain. When she got home, she wanted to start her work and took the broom, which was still standing in the corner, and began to sweep. To her surprise, strangers came out of the house, asking who she was and what she was doing there. It turned out that she hadn't been with the little men for just 3 days, as she thought, but for 7 years, and in that time, her former masters had died. Third story. A mother had her child taken from the cradle by the elves, and in its place they left a changeling with a large head and staring eyes, who did nothing but eat and drink. In her distress, she went to her neighbor and asked for advice. The neighbor suggested that she should take the changeling into the kitchen, set it on the hearth, light a fire, and boil some water in 2 eggshells. This, the neighbor said, would make the changeling laugh, and once he laughed, it would all be over. The woman followed the advice. As she put the eggshells with water over the fire, the changeling said, "I am as old as the Wester Forest, yet never have I seen anyone cook in shells." And he began to laugh. As soon as he laughed, a host of little elves suddenly appeared, bringing the real child back. They set the child on the hearth and took the changeling away with them. The Robber Bridegroom, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a miller who had a beautiful daughter. When she grew up, her father wished that she would be well cared for and married off respectably. He thought, if a decent suitor comes along and asks for her, I will give her to him. Not long after, a suitor appeared who seemed very wealthy, and since the miller had no objections to him, he promised his daughter to this man. However, the girl did not love him as a bride should love her groom. She had no trust in him, and every time she looked at him or thought about him, a cold shiver ran through her heart. One day, the groom said to her, "You are my bride, but you never come to visit me." The girl answered, "I don't know where your house is." Then the groom said, "My house is deep in the dark forest." She tried to make excuses, saying she couldn't find the way, but the groom insisted, "Next Sunday, you must come to visit me. I have already invited guests, and to make sure you find the way through the forest, I will sprinkle ashes on the path." When Sunday came and the girl was supposed to set out, she felt a great fear, though she didn't know why. To mark the way, she filled her pockets with peas and lentils. At the entrance of the forest, ashes were scattered, and she followed the path, but with each step she tossed a few peas on the ground to the left and right. She walked nearly the entire day until she reached the middle of the forest, where it was the darkest. There stood a lonely house that she did not like, for it looked grim and eerie. She entered, but there was no one inside, and the silence was overwhelming. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Turn back! Turn back, you pretty bride! You are in a murderer's house inside." The girl looked up and saw that the voice came from a bird hanging in a cage on the wall. Again, the bird cried, "Turn back! Turn back, you pretty bride! You are in a murderer's house inside." The beautiful bride continued walking through the house, moving from one room to another, but each room was empty, and no one was to be found. Finally, she reached the cellar, where a very old woman sat nodding her head. "Can you tell me," the girl asked, "if my bridegroom lives here?" "Oh, poor child," the old woman replied. "Do you know where you have ended up? You are in a den of robbers. You think you are a bride about to be married, but you are in great danger. I have put a big kettle of water on the boil. When they have you in their power, they will harm you. If I don't take pity on you and save you, you are lost." The old woman hid her behind a large barrel where she could not be seen. "Be as quiet as a mouse," she said. "Do not move or you are lost. At night, when the robbers are asleep, we will escape. I have been waiting a long time for such an opportunity." No sooner had this been arranged than the gang of wicked men returned. They brought another young woman with them and did not heed her cries. They gave her wine to drink, 3 glasses full, one of white wine, one of red, and one of yellow. The poor bride behind the barrel trembled, seeing what fate awaited her. One of the robbers noticed a gold ring on the little finger of their captive. He tried to remove it, but couldn't, so he took an axe and chopped off the finger. The finger sprang into the air, flew over the barrel, and landed right in the bride's lap. The robber took a light to search for it, but could not find it. Then another said, "Have you looked behind the big barrel?" But the old woman interrupted, "Come and eat. Leave the search for tomorrow. The finger won't run away." The robbers agreed, saying the old woman was right, and they stopped searching. They sat down to eat, and the old woman poured a sleeping potion into their wine. Soon, they lay on the cellar floor, sleeping and snoring. When the bride heard this, she crept from behind the barrel and had to step carefully among the sleepers lying all around on the ground, terrified that she might wake one of them. But with great fortune, she passed through safely, and the old woman accompanied her out. They opened the door and fled as fast as they could from that house of danger. The wind had blown away the ashes from the path, but the peas and lentils had sprouted and showed the way in the moonlight. They walked through the night and by morning reached the mill. The girl told her father everything that had happened. On the day the wedding was to take place, the bridegroom appeared, but the miller had invited all his relatives and friends. As they sat at the table, each person was to tell a story. The bride sat silently and said nothing. Then the groom asked her, "Now, my love, do you not know any story? Tell us something." She answered, "I will tell you a dream. I was walking alone through a forest and finally came to a house. There was no one inside, but on the wall was a bird in a cage, which cried, turn back, you pretty bride. You are in a murderer's house inside." And it repeated the warning. My dear, it was only a dream. I went through all the rooms, and they were all empty and so eerie. Eventually, I went down into the cellar, where a very old woman sat nodding her head. I asked her, "Does my bridegroom live in this house?" She answered, "Oh, poor child, you have come into a den of robbers. Your bridegroom lives here, but he plans to harm you." My dear, it was only a dream. The old woman then hid me behind a large barrel. No sooner was I hidden than the robbers returned, bringing a young woman with them. They gave her 3 kinds of wine to drink, white, red, and yellow. My dear, it was only a dream. Then they took her fine clothes and did her harm. My dear, it was only a dream. One of the robbers saw that there was still a ring on her finger, and because it was hard to remove, he took an axe and chopped it off. But the finger sprang into the air and landed behind the large barrel in my lap. And here's the finger with the ring. As she spoke these words, she pulled out the finger and showed it to the guests. The robber, who had grown deathly pale during the story, jumped up and tried to escape, but the guests seized him and handed him over to the authorities. He and his entire gang were tried for their wicked deeds and brought to justice. Herr Korbes, A Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, a little hen and a little cock decided to go on a journey together. The cock built a beautiful carriage with 4 red wheels and harnessed 4 little mice to pull it. The hen and the cock climbed onto the carriage and set off together. Not long into their journey, they met a cat who asked, "Where are you going?" The cock replied, "We are off and away to the house of Herr Korbes today." "Take me with you," said the cat. The cock answered, "Certainly, hop on behind so you don't fall off in front. But take care not to dirty my little red wheels. Wheels, roll on, mice, pipe your song, for we are off and away to the house of Herr Korbes today." Soon after, they met a millstone, then an egg, then a duck, then a pin, and finally a needle. Each of them asked to join the journey, and the cock agreed. They all climbed onto the carriage and continued their way to Herr Korbes's house. When they arrived at Herr Korbes's house, he was not home. The mice drove the carriage into the barn. The hen flew with the cock onto a perch. The cat sat by the hearth. The duck perched on the well pole. The egg rolled itself into a towel. The pin stuck itself into the chair cushion. The needle jumped onto the bed and hid in the middle of the pillow. And the millstone lay over the door. Soon after, Herr Korbes came home. He went to the hearth to start a fire, but the cat threw a handful of ashes into his face. He hurried to the kitchen to wash himself, but the duck splashed water all over him. He reached for a towel to dry off, but the egg rolled up to him, broke, and glued his eyes shut. He wanted to rest, so he sat down in the chair, but the pin pricked him. Frustrated and angry, he threw himself onto the bed, but as soon as he laid his head on the pillow, the needle pricked him so sharply that he screamed and rushed towards the door to flee into the world. But as he came to the door, the millstone fell and struck him down. Herr Korbes must have been a very wicked man. The Godfather, a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. A poor man had so many children that he had already asked nearly everyone in the world to be a godfather. When another child was born, there was no one left to ask. He didn't know what to do, so he lay down in his distress and fell asleep. In his dream, he was told to go to the city gate and ask the first person he met to be the godfather. When he woke up, he decided to follow the dream's advice. He went to the gate, and the first person he met there, he asked to be the godfather. The stranger gave him a small glass of water and said, "This is a miraculous water. With it, you can heal the sick. You just need to see where death is standing. If death stands by the patient's head, give the patient some of this water, and they will recover. But if death stands by their feet, all efforts will be in vain, for the patient must die." From that point on, the man could always tell if a patient could be saved or not. He became famous for his skill and earned a lot of money. One day, he was called to the child of the king. When he entered, he saw Death standing by the child's head and cured the child with the water. The same happened the second time. But the third time, Death stood by the child's feet, and the man knew the child could not be saved. The man decided to visit his godfather and tell him how well the water had worked. But when he arrived at the house, he encountered a series of strange happenings. On the first flight of stairs, a broom and a shovel were quarreling and striking each other fiercely. He asked them, "Where does the godfather live?" The broom replied, "One flight of stairs higher." When he reached the second flight, he saw a pile of dead fingers lying around. He asked, "Where does the godfather live?" One of the fingers answered, "One flight of stairs higher." On the third flight, he saw a heap of dead heads, which directed him, "One flight of stairs higher." On the fourth flight, he saw fishes over the fire, sizzling in the pans and cooking themselves. They also said, "One flight of stairs higher." When he finally reached the fifth flight, he came to a room and peeked through the keyhole. There, he saw the godfather with a pair of long horns. As soon as the godfather noticed him, he quickly got into bed and covered himself up. The man entered and said, "Dear godfather, what a peculiar household you have. On your first flight of stairs, the broom and shovel were quarreling and beating each other violently." "How silly you are," replied the godfather. "That was just the servant and the maid talking to each other. But on the second flight, I saw a pile of dead fingers." "Oh, how foolish you are. Those were just roots of scorzonera." On the third flight, there was a heap of dead heads. "Nonsense, those were just cabbages." On the fourth flight, I saw fishes in a pan, sizzling and cooking themselves. As he said this, the fishes jumped up and served themselves on plates. And when I reached the fifth flight, I peeped through the keyhole, and there, godfather, I saw you with long, long horns. "Oh, that is not true," replied the godfather. The man became frightened and ran out of the house, and who knows what might have happened to him if he had stayed longer in that strange place. Frau Trude, a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who was stubborn and curious. Whenever her parents told her something, she would not obey them. How could things possibly go well for her? One day, she said to her parents, "I have heard so much about Frau Trude. I want to go visit her. People say her house looks so strange, and they tell tales of such odd things inside that I have become very curious." Her parents strictly forbade her and said, "Frau Trude is a wicked woman who practices godless things. If you go to her, you are no longer our child." But the girl paid no attention to her parents' prohibition and went to Frau Trude anyway. When she arrived, Frau Trude asked her, "Why are you so pale?" "Oh," she replied, trembling all over, "I was so frightened by what I saw." "What did you see?" "I saw a black man on your steps. That was a coal miner. Then I saw a green man. That was a huntsman. After that, I saw a blood-red man. That was a butcher. Oh, Frau Trude, I was terrified. I looked through the window and didn't see you, but I saw the devil himself with a head of fire." "Oh ho," she said. "So you saw the witch in her true costume? I have been waiting for you and longing for you for a long time. You shall give me light." With that, she transformed the girl into a block of wood and threw her into the fire. When it blazed brightly, Frau Trude sat beside it, warming herself, and said, "That shines brightly for once." This tale serves as a cautionary reminder about disobedience and the dangers of curiosity, particularly when venturing into unknown and possibly malevolent territories. Godfather Death, a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. A poor man had 12 children and had to work day and night just to give them bread. When the 13th came into the world, he did not know how to help himself in his need, so he ran out onto the highway and intended to ask the first person he met to be the godfather. The first person who met him was the dear God, who already knew what was on his heart, and said to him, "Poor man, I pity you. I will stand as godfather at your child's baptism, care for it, and make it happy on earth." "Who are you?" asked the man. "I am the dear God." "Then I do not desire you as godfather," said the man. "You give to the rich and let the poor go hungry." Thus spoke the man because he did not know how wisely God distributes wealth and poverty. So he turned away from the Lord and continued on his way. Then the devil approached him and said, "What are you looking for? If you take me as your child's godfather, I will give him riches in abundance and all the pleasures of the world besides." "Who are you?" asked the man. "I am the devil." "Then I do not desire you as godfather," said the man. "You deceive and lead people astray." He continued on, and then Death came walking toward him on his withered legs and said, "Take me as your child's godfather." "Who are you?" asked the man. "I am Death, who makes everyone equal." "Then you are the right one. You take the rich as well as the poor without distinction. You shall be my child's godfather." Death answered, "I will make your child rich and famous, for he who has me as a friend cannot fail." The man said, "Next Sunday is the baptism. Be there on time." Death appeared as promised and stood as godfather in good order. When the boy came of age, his godfather came to him one day and asked him to come along. He led him out into the forest, showed him an herb that grew there, and said, "Now you shall receive your godfather's gift. I will make you into a famous physician. Whenever you are called to a sick person, I will appear to you. If I stand at the sick person's head, you may boldly say that you can make him well again, and if you give him some of this herb, he will recover. But if I stand at the sick person's feet, he is mine, and you must say that all help is in vain, and no physician in the world can save him. But beware of using this herb against my will, or something bad will happen to you." It did not take long for the young man to become the most famous physician in the whole world. He only needs to look at the sick, and he already knows whether they will recover or must die, they said of him, and people came from far and wide, brought him to their sick, and gave him so much gold that he soon became a wealthy man. Now it happened that the king fell ill. The physician was called and was to say if recovery were possible. But when he approached the bed, Death was standing at the sick man's feet, and no herb on earth could help him any longer. "If only I could deceive Death once," thought the physician. "He will certainly be angry, but since I am his godson, he will perhaps turn a blind eye. I will risk it." So he took hold of the sick man and laid him the other way around so that Death now stood at his head. Then he gave him some of the herb, and the king recovered and became healthy again. But Death came to the physician, made a dark and angry face, threatened him with his finger, and said, "You have deceived me. I will overlook it this time because you are my godson, but if you dare to do it again, it will cost you your neck, for I will take you away with me." Soon after, the king's daughter fell seriously ill. She was his only child, and he cried day and night until his eyes were going blind. He proclaimed that whoever rescued her from death would become her husband and inherit the crown. When the physician came to the sick girl's bed, he saw death at her feet. He should have remembered his godfather's warning, but he was so infatuated by the princess's great beauty and the prospect of becoming her husband that he threw all thoughts to the wind. He did not see Death looking at him angrily, raising his hand into the air and threatening him with his withered fist. He lifted the sick girl and placed her head where her feet had been. Then he gave her some of the herb, and her cheeks immediately turned red, and life stirred in her once again. Death, seeing that he had been cheated out of his property for the second time, approached the physician with long strides and said, "You are finished. Now it is your turn." Then Death seized him so firmly with his ice-cold hand that he could not resist and led him into an underground cavern. There the physician saw how thousands and thousands of candles were burning in endless rows, some large, others medium-sized, others small. Every moment some died out, and others were relit, so that the little flames seemed to be jumping about in constant change. "See," said Death, "these are the life-lights of mankind. The large ones belong to children, the medium-sized ones to married people in their best years, and the small ones to old people. However, even children and young people often have only a tiny candle." "Show me my life light," said the physician, thinking it would still be very large. Death pointed to a little stump that was just threatening to go out and said, "There it is." "Oh, dear godfather," said the horrified physician, "light a new one for me. Do it as a favor to me so that I can enjoy my life, become king and husband to the beautiful princess." "I cannot," answered Death. "One must go out before a new one is lit. Then set the old one onto a new one that will keep burning after the old one is finished," begged the physician. Death pretended to fulfill this wish and took hold of a large new candle. But wanting revenge, he deliberately made a mistake in relighting it, and the little piece fell down and went out. Immediately, the physician fell to the ground, and now he too was in the hands of Death. Tash Thumbling's Travels. A fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. A certain tailor had a son who grew small and no bigger than a thumb. Hence he was called Thumbling. He had courage in him and said to his father, "Father, I should and must go out into the world." "Right, my son," said the old man, took a long darning needle and made a knob of sealing wax on it by the candlelight, "and here's a sword for you to take on your way." The little tailor wanted to share one more meal with them and hopped into the kitchen to see what his mother had cooked for the last time. However, it was just served, and the dish stood on the stove. Then he said, "Mother, what's for dinner today?" "See for yourself," said his mother. So Thumbling jumped onto the stove and looked into the dish, but as he stretched his neck too far in, the steam from the food caught him and carried him up the chimney. He rode on the steam in the air for a while until he finally sank back to the ground. Now the little tailor was out in the wide world, traveling about, and even worked for a master in his craft, but the food was not good enough for him. "Mistress, if you don't give us better food," said Thumbling, "I will leave, and tomorrow morning I will write on your door with chalk, 'Too many potatoes, too little meat. Farewell, Mr. Potato King.'" "What do you want, Grasshopper?" said the mistress, getting angry, grabbed a dishcloth, and was about to hit him. But my little tailor crept quickly under a thimble, peeked out from under it, and stuck his tongue out at the mistress. She picked up the thimble and tried to grab him. But little Thumbling hopped into the cloth, and while the mistress was opening it up and looking for him, he slipped into a crevice in the table. "Ho, ho, mistress," he cried, sticking his head out, and when she tried to strike him, he jumped into the drawer. But eventually, she caught him and chased him out of the house. The little tailor journeyed and came to a great forest where he encountered a band of robbers who intended to steal the king's treasure. When they saw the little tailor, they thought, "A little fellow like that can slip through a keyhole and serve as a picklock for us." "Hey there," cried one. "You giant Goliath, Will you come to the treasure chamber with us? You can slip in and throw out the money." Thumbling thought for a while and finally said, "Yes," and went with them to the treasure chamber. He examined the doors above and below to see if there was any crack in them. It wasn't long before he spotted one wide enough to let him in. He was about to enter when one of the two sentries standing before the door noticed him and said to the other, "What an ugly spider is crawling there! I will kill it." "Leave the poor creature alone," said the other. "It has done you no harm." Then Thumbling safely slipped through the crack into the treasure chamber, opened the window beneath which the robbers were waiting, and threw out one thaler after another. While the little tailor was busy at work, he heard the king coming to inspect his treasure chamber and quickly hid himself. The king noticed several solid thalers missing, but couldn't figure out who could have stolen them, as locks and bolts were in good condition, and everything seemed well guarded. He went away again and told the sentries, "Be on watch. Someone is after the money." When Thumbling resumed his work, they heard the money moving and the sound of clink, clink, clink. They rushed in to catch the thief, but the little tailor, hearing them approach, was quicker, jumped into a corner and covered himself with a thaler so nothing could be seen of him, while taunting the sentries and shouting, "Here I am." The sentries ran there, but by the time they arrived, he had already hopped into another corner under a thaler, calling out, "Hey, here I am." The watchman hurried there, but Thumbling had long ago moved to a third corner, calling out, "Hey, here I am." And so he made fools of them, keeping them running around the treasure chamber until they were tired and gave up. He then threw out all the thalers one by one, jumping nimbly onto the last one and flying down with it through the window. The robbers praised him greatly. "You are a valiant hero," they said. "Will you be our captain?" Thumbling, however, declined, saying he wanted to see the world first. They divided the booty, but the little tailor asked for only a kreutzer because he couldn't carry more. He then buckled on his sword again, bid farewell to the robbers, and set off on the road. He worked for some masters, but didn't like it, and finally hired himself as a servant in an inn. The maids, however, couldn't stand him because he saw everything they did secretly without them seeing him, and he reported to the master and mistress what they took from the plates and carried away from the cellar for themselves. So they said, "Wait, we will pay you back," and agreed to play a trick on him. Shortly after, when one of the maids was mowing in the garden and saw Thumbling jumping around and crawling up and down the plants, she quickly mowed him up with the grass, tied it all in a large cloth, and secretly threw it to the cows. Among them was a big black one that swallowed him down without harming him. Down below, however, he didn't like it at all, for it was completely dark and there was no candle burning. When the cow was being milked, he cried out, "Strip, strap, stroll, will the pail soon be full?" But the noise of the milking prevented him from being understood. Later, the master of the house entered the cowshed and said, "That cow shall be slaughtered tomorrow." Thumbling was so frightened that he shouted in a loud voice, "Let me out first, I'm stuck inside her." The master heard it well, but didn't know where the voice came from. "Where are you?" he asked. "In the black one," he answered, but the master didn't understand what that meant and went away. The next morning, the cow was slaughtered. Luckily, Thumbling didn't meet with a single blow during the cutting up and chopping. He ended it up among the sausage meat. When the butcher came and started his work, he cried out with all his might, "Don't chop too deep, don't chop too deep, I'm among it." No one heard him because of the noise of the chopping knife. Now poor Thumbling was in trouble, but trouble sharpens the wits, and he jumped out so skillfully between the blows that none of them touched him, and he escaped unharmed. But he still couldn't get away. There was nothing for it but to let himself be stuffed into a black pudding with bits of bacon. His quarters there were rather cramped, and on top of that, he was hung up in the chimney to be smoked, where time dragged terribly slowly. Finally, in winter, he was taken down again because the black pudding had to be served to a guest. When the hostess was slicing it, he took care not to stretch out his head too far, lest a piece of it be cut off. Finally, he saw his opportunity, cleared a passage for himself, and jumped out. However, The little tailor did not want to stay any longer in a house where he fared so badly, so he immediately set out on his journey again. But his freedom did not last long. In the open country, he met a fox who absent-mindedly snapped him up. "Hey, Mr. Fox," cried the little tailor, "it's me who's stuck in your throat. Set me free again." "You're right," answered the fox. "You're next to nothing to me. If you promise me the chickens in your father's yard, I will let you go." "With all my heart," replied Thumbling. "You shall have all the cocks and hens that I promise you." So the fox let him go and took him home himself. When the father saw his dear son again, he gladly gave the fox all the fowls he had. "For this I also bring you a handsome bit of money," said Thumbling, and gave his father the kreutzer he had earned on his travels. But why did the fox get to eat the poor chickens? "Oh, you fool, surely your father would love his child far more than the chickens in the yard." 48. The Old Sultan. Once upon a time, a farmer had a faithful dog named Sultan, who had grown old and lost all his teeth, so that he could no longer hold anything firmly. One day, the farmer stood with his wife at the door of their house and said, "Tomorrow I will shoot old Sultan dead. He is of no use anymore." The wife, who had pity on the faithful animal, replied, "Since he has served us for so many years and been honest with us, we could at least give him his bread." "Oh, what?" said the man. "You are not very wise. He has no teeth left in his mouth, and no thief is afraid of him now. He can go away. If he has served us, he has had good feeding in return." The poor dog, who was lying not far away in the sun, heard everything and was sad that tomorrow would be his last day. He had a good friend, the wolf, to whom he crept out in the evening into the forest and lamented the fate that awaited him. "Listen, gossip," said the wolf, "be of good cheer. I will help you out of your trouble. I have come up with something. Tomorrow, early in the morning, your master will go to mow with his wife, and they will take their little child with them, because no one will be left at home. They usually lay the child under the hedge in the shade during work. You lay down beside it as if you were guarding it. I will then come out of the woods and steal the child. You must rush after me eagerly, as if you wanted to snatch it back from me. I will let it fall, and you bring it back to the parents, who will then believe you saved it and will be too grateful to harm you. On the contrary, you will be in their complete favor, and they will never let you lack anything again." The plan pleased the dog, and as it was devised, it was executed. The father screamed when he saw the wolf running across the field with his child, but when old Sultan brought it back, he was happy, stroked him, and said, "Not a hair of yours shall be harmed. You shall eat my bread for the rest of your life." To his wife he said, "Go home immediately and make old Sultan some bread soaked in milk. He won't need to chew, and bring the pillow from my bed. I'll give it to him for his bed." From then on, old Sultan had as good a life as he could wish for. Soon after, the wolf visited him and was pleased that everything had gone so well. "But, gossip," he said, "you'll turn a blind eye if I happen to steal one of your master's fat sheep. It's hard to get by these days." "Don't count on that," answered the dog. "I remain true to my master. I cannot allow that." The wolf thought this wasn't meant seriously, sneaked up at night, and tried to steal the sheep. But the farmer, to whom the faithful Sultan had revealed the wolf's plan, caught him and beat him soundly with a flail. The wolf had to run away, but shouted to the dog, "Wait, you scoundrel! You shall pay for this." The next morning, the wolf sent the boar to challenge the dog to come out into the forest so they could settle the matter. Old Sultan could find no one to stand by him except a cat with only 3 legs, and as they went out together, the poor cat limped along and at the same time raised her tail in pain. The wolf and his friend were already in place, but when they saw their opponent coming, they thought he was carrying a saber because they mistook the cat's raised tail for one. And when the poor creature hopped on its 3 legs, they could only think each time that it was picking up a stone to throw at them. So they were both afraid. The wild boar crept into the underbrush, and the wolf jumped up a tree. When the dog and the cat arrived, they wondered why no one was to be seen. However, the wild boar had not been able to hide completely in the foliage, and one of his ears was still visible. While the cat looked around carefully, the boar moved his ear. The cat, thinking it was a mouse stirring there, pounced on it and bit it hard. The boar made a terrible noise, ran away, crying, "The guilty one is up in the tree." The dog and cat looked up and saw the wolf, who was ashamed to have shown himself so timid, and made peace with the dog. 49. The Six Swans. Once upon a time, a king was hunting in a great forest and pursued a wild animal so eagerly that none of his attendants could follow him. When evening came, he stopped and looked around. He realized he had lost his way. He searched for an exit but could find none. Then he saw an old woman with a nodding head approaching him. She was a witch. "Dear woman," he said to her, "can you show me the way out of the forest?" "Oh, yes, Lord King," she answered. "I can indeed, but there is a condition. If you do not fulfill it, you will never leave the forest and will die of hunger here." "What is the condition?" asked the king. "I have a daughter," said the old woman, "who is as beautiful as any you can find in the world, and she deserves to be your queen. If you will make her your wife and queen, I will show you the way out of the forest." Troubled in his heart, the king agreed, and the old woman led him to her cottage, where her daughter was sitting by the fire. She received the king as if she had been expecting him. And though he saw that she was very beautiful, she did not please him, and he could not look at her without inward horror. After he had lifted the maiden onto his horse, the old woman showed him the way, and soon the king returned to his royal castle, where the wedding was celebrated. The king had been married before and had 7 children with his first wife, 6 boys and 1 girl, whom he loved more than anything in the world. Fearing that the stepmother might mistreat them or do them harm, he placed them in a secluded castle deep in the forest. It was so well hidden and the path so difficult to find that even the king himself would not have found it if a wise woman had not given him a ball of yarn with magical properties. When he threw it, it unraveled itself and showed him the way. The king visited his beloved children so often that the queen noticed his absence. Curious, she wanted to know why he went alone into the forest. She bribed his servants with much money, and they revealed the secret to her, including the ball of yarn that alone could show the way. Restless until she discovered where the king kept the ball, she then made little white silk shirts and sewed a charm into each, having learned witchcraft from her mother. One day when the king had gone hunting, she took the shirts and went into the forest, and the ball of yarn showed her the way. Seeing someone in the distance, the children thought it was their dear father coming to see them and ran joyfully to meet him. Then the wicked queen threw a shirt over each one, and as soon as the shirts touched their bodies, they were transformed into swans and flew over the forest. The queen returned home very pleased, thinking she had rid herself of her stepchildren, but the girl had not run out with her brothers, and thus the queen knew nothing about her. The next day the king came to visit his children, but he found only the girl. "Where are your brothers?" asked the king. "Oh, dear father," she answered, "they have gone away and left me behind." And she told him how she had watched from her little window as her brothers flew away as swans over the forest. And she showed him the feathers they had dropped in the courtyard, which she had picked up. The king was sorrowful, but did not suspect that the queen had committed this wicked deed, and because he feared the girl might also be taken from him, he wanted to take her away with him. But she was afraid of the stepmother and begged the king to let her stay one more night in the castle in the forest. The poor girl thought, "I cannot stay here any longer. I must go and search for my brothers." And when night came, she fled and went straight into the forest. She walked through the night and the following day until she could go no further from weariness. Finally, she saw a hunting lodge, climbed up, and found a room with 6 little beds. She did not dare to lie down in one, but crawled under one and lay on the hard floor, awaiting nightfall. When it was almost sunset, she heard a rustling and saw 6 swans flying in through the window. They landed on the ground and blew at each other until they blew all their feathers off, and then they shed their swan skins as if they were shirts. The girl looked at them and recognized her brothers. Rejoicing, she crawled out from under the bed. The brothers were no less glad when they saw their sister, but their joy did not last long. "You cannot stay here," they said to her. "This is a haunt of robbers, and if they come and find you here, they will kill you." "Can you not protect me?" asked the little sister. No, they answered, for we can only shed our swan skins and assume our human form for a quarter of an hour every evening. But after that, we must be transformed back into swans. The sister wept and said, Can nothing be done to set you free? Oh, no, they answered. The conditions are too difficult. You must not speak or laugh for 6 years, and during that time, you must sew 6 shirts for us out of starflowers. If you utter a single word before the work is finished, all will be in vain. And just as the brothers finished telling her this, the quarter of an hour came to an end, and they flew out of the window as swans. The girl, however, resolved firmly to redeem her brothers, even if it cost her life. She left the hunting lodge, walked deep into the forest, and climbed a tree where she spent the night. The next morning, she went out, gathered starflowers, and began to sew. She could not speak to anyone, and she had no desire to laugh. She sat there and focused only on her work. After a long time had passed, the king of the land was hunting in the forest, and his hunters came to the tree where the girl was sitting. They called to her and said, Who are you? But there was no answer. Come down to us, they said. We will not harm you. She only shook her head. When they continued to press her with questions, she threw down her golden necklace, thinking it would satisfy them. However, they were not appeased. She then threw down her belt, and when that did not help, her garters, and gradually everything she had and could do without, so that she had nothing left but her little shift. But the hunters would not be put off. They climbed the tree, brought the girl down, and presented her before the king. The king asked, Who are you? What are you doing up in the tree? But she did not answer. He questioned her in all the languages he knew, but she remained as silent as a fish. Yet because she was so beautiful, the king's heart was moved, and he felt great love for her. He wrapped his cloak around her, lifted her onto his horse, and brought her to his castle. There he dressed her in rich garments, and she shone in her beauty like the bright day, but not a word could be drawn from her. He seated her beside him at the table, and her modest demeanor and propriety pleased him so much that he said, I desire to marry her and no other in the world. And after a few days, he married her. However, the king had a wicked mother who was dissatisfied with this marriage and spoke ill of the young queen. Who knows where the girl comes from, she said, who cannot speak. She is not worthy of a king. About a year after the queen gave birth to her first child, the old woman took it away while she slept and smeared its mouth with blood. She went to the king and accused her of being a cannibal. The king did not want to believe it and would not allow harm to come to her. But she constantly sat and sewed the shirts, paying no attention to anything else. The next time she gave birth to another beautiful boy, the false mother-in-law carried out the same trick. But the king could not bring himself to believe her words. He said, She is too pious and good to do such a thing. If she were not mute and could defend herself, her innocence would come to light. But when for the third time the old woman stole the newborn child and accused the queen, who did not speak in her defense, the king could do nothing else. He had to hand her over to the court, which sentenced her to die by fire. When the day came for the sentence to be carried out, it was also the last day of the 6 years during which she was not allowed to speak or laugh, and she had freed her dear brothers from the power of the enchantment. The 6 shirts had been completed, except that the left sleeve was still missing on the last one. As she was led to the stake, she carried the shirts on her arm, and when she stood at the top and the fire was about to be lit, she looked around, and 6 swans came flying through the air. Seeing that her deliverance was at hand, her heart swelled with joy. The swans flew to her and descended so that she could throw the shirts over them. And as soon as the shirts touched them, the swan skins fell away, and her brothers stood before her in human form, fresh and beautiful. Only the youngest lacked his left arm, and instead, he had a swan's wing on his back. They hugged and kissed each other, and the queen went to the king, who was utterly astonished, and began to speak and said, Dearest husband, now I am allowed to speak and reveal to you that I am innocent and falsely accused. And she told him about the deceit of the old woman who had taken away and hidden her 3 children. They were brought in great joy to the king, and the wicked mother-in-law was tied to the stake as punishment and burned to ashes. But the king and queen with their 6 brothers lived for many years in happiness and peace. Dornröschen. Once upon a time, there was a king and queen who said every day, "Ah, if only we had a child." But they never had one. It happened that while the queen was bathing, a frog crawled out of the water onto land and said to her, "Your wish shall be fulfilled. Before a year has passed, you shall bear a daughter." What the frog had said came true, and the queen gave birth to a girl so beautiful that the king could not contain his joy, and he arranged a great feast. He invited not only his relatives, friends, and acquaintances, but also the wise women, so they would be kind and favorable to the child. There were 13 of them in his kingdom, but since he only had 12 golden plates for them to eat from, one of them had to stay home. The feast was celebrated with all splendor, and as it drew to a close, the wise women bestowed their miraculous gifts upon the child. One gave virtue, another beauty, a third riches, and so on. Everything one could wish for in the world. When 11 of them had spoken their blessings, suddenly the 13th one entered. She wanted to avenge not being invited, and without greeting or looking at anyone, she cried out in a loud voice, "The princess shall prick herself with a spindle and fall down dead in her 15th year." And without speaking another word, she turned around and left the hall. Everyone was terrified, but then the 12th wise woman stepped forward. She still had her gift to give, and although she could not undo the evil prophecy, she could soften it. So she said, "It shall not be death, but 100-year deep sleep into which the princess shall fall." The king, who wished to save his dear child from this misfortune, commanded that all the spindles in the kingdom should be burned. All the gifts of the wise women were fulfilled in the maiden, for she was so beautiful, modest, kind, and clever that everyone who saw her could not help but love her. It happened that on the day when she turned 15 years old, the king and queen were not at home, and the maiden was left alone in the castle. She wandered everywhere, exploring rooms and chambers as she pleased, until she finally came to an old tower. She climbed the narrow spiral staircase and reached a small door. There, in the lock, was a rusty key, and when she turned it, the door opened, revealing an old woman sitting in a small room with a spindle, diligently spinning her flax. "Good day, dear mother," said the princess. "What are you doing?" "I am spinning," replied the old woman, nodding her head. "What is that thing that spins around so merrily?" asked the maiden, taking the spindle into her hand and attempting to spin herself. But as soon as she touched it, the magic spell was fulfilled, and she pricked her finger with it. In that moment, as she felt the prick, she fell onto the bed that stood there and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep spread throughout the entire castle. The king and queen, who had just returned and entered the hall, began to fall asleep, and so did the entire court. The horses in the stable, the dogs in the courtyard, the pigeons on the roof, the flies on the wall, even the fire flickering on the hearth, all became still and fell asleep, and the roast meat stopped sizzling, and the cook, who was about to pull the kitchen boy's hair for a mistake he had made, let him go and fell asleep. The wind ceased, and not a leaf fell from the trees in front of the castle. Around the castle, however, a hedge of thorns began to grow, which grew higher every year until it surrounded the entire castle and grew beyond, so that nothing of it could be seen, not even the flag on the roof. But the legend of the beautiful sleeping Briar Rose, as the princess was called, spread throughout the land, so that from time to time princes came and tried to penetrate the castle through the hedge. But it was impossible for them, for the thorns, as if they had hands, held tightly together, and the young men got caught in them, couldn't free themselves, and died a miserable death. After many long years, a prince came into the land again and heard from an old man about the hedge of thorns, that there should be a castle behind it, in which a wondrously beautiful princess named Briar Rose had been sleeping for 100 years, and with her slept the king and queen and the entire court. He also knew from his grandfather that many princes had come and tried to penetrate the hedge of thorns, but they had gotten caught and died a sad death. Then the young man said, "I do not fear. I will go out and see the beautiful Briar Rose." Now the 100 years had just passed, and the day had come when Briar Rose should awaken again. As the prince approached the hedge of thorns, they were all large, beautiful flowers that opened up by themselves and let him pass unharmed, and behind him they closed up again as a hedge. In the castle courtyard, he saw the horses and spotted hunting dogs lying asleep. On the roof, the doves were sitting with their heads under their wings. And when he entered the house, the flies on the wall were asleep. The cook in the kitchen still had his hand raised as if he wanted to grab the boy, and the maid sat in front of the black hen that was to be plucked. He continued on and saw in the hall the entire court lying asleep, and up near the throne lay the king and the queen. Then he went even further, and everything was so quiet that one could hear his own breath, and finally he came to the tower and opened the door to the small room where Briar Rose slept. There she lay, so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her, and he bent down and kissed her. As soon as his kiss touched her, Briar Rose opened her eyes, awakened, and looked at him very kindly. They went down together, and the king woke up, and the queen, and the entire court, and they looked at each other with great wonderment. The horses in the courtyard stood up and shook themselves. The hunting dogs jumped up and wagged their tails. The doves on the roof pulled their heads from under their wings, looked around, and flew into the field. The flies on the walls crawled on a little farther. The fire in the kitchen rose up, flickered, and cooked the food. The roast meat began sizzling again, and the cook gave the boy a slap that made him cry out, and the maid finished plucking the hen. And then the wedding of the prince with Briar Rose was celebrated in all splendor, and they lived happily until the end of their days. Fundevogel, Bird Foundling, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a forester who went into the forest to hunt. As he entered, he heard a cry, like that of a small child. Following the sound, he finally reached a tall tree. At the top of this tree, there was a little child. The child's mother had fallen asleep under the tree, and a bird of prey had seen the child in her lap. The bird flew down, snatched the child with its beak, and placed it on the high tree. The forester climbed up the tree, brought the child down, and thought, "You will come home with me, and I'll raise you together with my little Linchin." So he took the child home, and the two children grew up together. The child found in the tree was called Fundevogel, Bird Foundling, because a bird had carried it away. Fundevogel and Linchin loved each other so dearly that if one didn't see the other, they would be sad. The forester had an old cook who, one evening, took 2 buckets and began to fetch water, not once but several times from the well. Linchin saw this and asked, "What are you doing, old Santa? Fetching so much water?" The cook replied, "If you promise not to tell anyone, I'll let you know." Linchin promised, and Santa continued, "Early tomorrow morning, when the forester goes hunting, I will boil the water, and when it's boiling in the kettle, I will throw Fundevogel in and cook him." Early the next morning, the forester got up and went hunting. The children were still in bed. Linchin said to Fundevogel, "If you promise never to leave me, I will never leave you." Fundevogel replied, "Never now, nor ever." Linchin then said, "I'll tell you, old Santa carried so many buckets of water last night that I asked her why she was doing it. She said if I would promise not to tell anyone, she would tell me. So I promised, and she told me that early this morning, after Father had gone hunting, she would boil a kettle full of water, throw you into it, and cook you. We must get up quickly, dress, and leave together." So the two children got up, dressed quickly, and left. When the water in the kettle was boiling, the cook went to fetch Fundevogel from the bedroom to throw him in. But when she came in and went to the beds, both children were gone. She was terrified and thought, "What will I say when the forester comes home and finds the children gone? We must find them immediately." The cook sent 3 servants to run and catch the children. The children were sitting outside the forest, and, seeing the 3 servants from afar, Linchin said to Fundevogel, "If you never leave me, I will never leave you." Fundevogel replied, "Never now, nor ever." Linchin then said, "Become a rose bush, and I will be the rose on it." When the 3 servants arrived at the forest, they saw nothing but a rose bush with 1 rose on it, and the children were nowhere to be found. They returned and told the cook that they had seen nothing but a little rose bush with a rose on it. The old cook scolded them. "You simpletons! You should have cut the rose bush in half and brought the rose home with you. Go and do it now." So the servants had to go out and search again. The children saw them coming from a distance. Lenchen said, "Fundevogel, if you never leave me, I will never leave you." Fundevogel replied, "Never now, nor ever." Lenchen said, "Then become a church, and I will be the chandelier inside." When the three servants came, they saw nothing but a church with a chandelier in it. They said to each other, "What can we do here? Let's go home." When they returned, the cook asked if they had found the children. They replied no, they had only found a church with a chandelier inside. The cook scolded them again. "You fools, why didn't you tear down the church and bring the chandelier home?" The old cook decided to go herself, with the three servants, to chase after the children. The children saw them coming from afar, with the cook waddling behind. Lenchen said, "Fundevogel, if you never leave me, I will never leave you." Fundevogel replied, "Never now, nor ever." Lenchen said, "Become a pond, and I will be the duck swimming on it." When the cook reached the pond, she lay down beside it and tried to drink it dry. But the duck swam quickly to her, grabbed her head with its beak, and pulled her into the water. The old witch drowned. The children returned home together, happy and relieved, and if they have not died, they are still alive today. King Thrush, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. There was once a king who had a daughter so extraordinarily beautiful that her beauty surpassed all others. However, she was also incredibly proud and arrogant, and no suitor was ever good enough for her. She turned each one away with scorn and ridicule. One day, the king decided to host a grand festival and invited all the eligible bachelors from far and wide. They were all arranged in a line according to their rank and status. First came the kings, then the dukes, followed by the princes, counts, barons, and lastly the nobles. The king's daughter was led through these rows of men, but she found something wrong with every one of them. One was too fat. "The wine cask," she exclaimed. Another was too tall. "Long and lanky can't walk properly." The third was too short. "Short and stout lacks clout." The fourth was too pale. "The pale death." The fifth too red. "The fighting cock." The sixth wasn't straight enough. "Green wood dried behind the stove." And so she had a derogatory remark for each of them, especially mocking a good king who stood near the top of the line and had a slightly crooked chin. "Look," she laughed, "he has a chin like a thrush's beak." From that moment, he was nicknamed King Thrushbeard. The old king, seeing that his daughter did nothing but mock everyone and rejected all the suitors who had gathered, became very angry. He swore that she would marry the very first beggar who came to his door. A few days later, a minstrel came and sang under the windows, hoping to earn a small alms. When the king heard him, he said, "Let him come up." The minstrel, dressed in dirty, ragged clothes, came in and sang before the king and his daughter. When he finished, he asked for a small gift. The king said, "Your song has pleased me so well that I will give you my daughter as your wife." The king's daughter was horrified, but the king said, "I have sworn an oath to give you to the first beggar who comes, and I will keep it." No argument could change his mind, and the priest was brought in. She had to marry the minstrel on the spot. When the ceremony was over, the king said, "It is not proper for you as a beggar's wife to stay in my palace any longer. You must go away with your husband." The beggar man led her away by the hand, and she was forced to walk away on foot with him. As they entered a large forest, she asked, "Who owns this beautiful forest?" "It belongs to King Thrushbeard. If you had married him, it would have been yours." "Oh, poor me," she lamented. "If only I had married King Thrushbeard." Then they came to a meadow, and she asked again, "Who owns this beautiful green meadow?" "It belongs to King Thrushbeard. If you had married him, it would have been yours." "Oh, poor me," she sighed. "If only I had married King Thrushbeard." Next, they entered a large town, and she asked again, "Who owns this fine large town?" "It belongs to King Thrushbeard. If you had married him, it would have been yours." "Oh, poor me," she moaned. "If only I had married King Thrushbeard." "I don't like it," said the minstrel, "that you always wish for another husband. Am I not good enough for you?" Finally, they arrived at a tiny hut, and she said, "Oh God, what a small house! To whom does this miserable little house belong?" The minstrel answered, "That is my house and yours, where we shall live together." She had to stoop to enter through the low door. "Where are the servants?" asked the king's daughter. "What servants?" replied the beggar man. "You must do what you need to have done. Go make a fire at once and set some water to cook my supper. I am very tired." But the king's daughter knew nothing about making fires or cooking, and the beggar man had to help with everything to get anything done at all. When they had eaten their meager meal, they went to bed. The next morning, he forced her to get up very early to tend to the house. For a few days, they lived in this way as best they could and used up all their provisions. Then the man said, "Wife, we cannot go on any longer living here and earning nothing. You will have to weave baskets." He went out, cut some willows, and brought them home. She began to weave, but the tough willows hurt her delicate hands. "I see this will not work," said the man. "You had better spin. Perhaps you can do that better." She sat down and tried to spin, but the hard thread soon cut her soft fingers until the blood ran down. "See," said the man, "you are fit for no kind of work. I have made a poor bargain with you. Now I will try to trade in pots and earthenware. You must sit in the market and sell the wares." Alas, she thought, if any of the people from my father's kingdom come to the market and see me sitting there selling, how they will mock me. But it was of no use. She had to agree unless she wanted to starve. At first, things went well because people were happy to buy the woman's wares because she was beautiful. They paid her what she asked, and many even gave her the money and left the pots with her as well. So they lived on what she had earned until it was all used up. Then her husband bought a lot of new crockery. She sat down with it at the corner of the market and arranged it all around her for sale. But suddenly, a drunken hussar came galloping along and rode right through the pots, smashing them into 1,000 pieces. She began to cry and did not know what to do out of fear. "Alas, what will happen to me?" she cried. "What will my husband say to this?" She ran home and told him of the misfortune. "Who would sit at the corner of the market with crockery?" said the man. "Stop crying. I see very well that you are not fit for any ordinary work. So I have been to our king's palace and asked if they could find a place for a kitchen maid, and they have promised to take you. In that way, you will get your food for free." The king's daughter became a kitchen maid and had to help the cook and do the dirtiest work. She fastened a little jar to each of her pockets to bring home her share of the leftovers, and they lived on this. It happened that the wedding of the king's eldest son was to be celebrated. The poor woman went up and placed herself by the door of the hall to watch. When all the candles were lit, and each person more beautiful than the other entered, and everything was full of pomp and splendor, she thought of her plight with a sad heart, and cursed the pride and arrogance that had humbled her and brought her to such poverty. The smell of the delicious dishes being carried in and out reached her, and sometimes the servants threw her a few morsels. She put these in her jars to take home. Suddenly, the king's son entered, dressed in velvet and silk with gold chains around his neck. When he saw the beautiful woman standing by the door, he seized her by the hand and wanted to dance with her. But she refused and shrank back in fear because she recognized him as King Thrushbeard, the suitor she had rejected with scorn. Her resistance was futile. He drew her into the hall. But the string by which her pockets were hung broke, and the pots fell down, spilling the soup and scattering the scraps all around. When the people saw this, there was general laughter and derision, and she was so ashamed that she wished she were 1,000 fathoms below the ground. She ran to the door to escape, but on the stairs a man caught her and brought her back. When she looked at him, she saw it was King Thrushbeard again. He spoke kindly to her. "Do not be afraid. I and the fiddler who lived with you in that wretched hut are the same. Out of love for you, I disguised myself. I was also the hussar who rode through your crockery. All this was done to humble your proud spirit and punish you for the insolence with which you mocked me." Then she wept bitterly and said, "I have done great wrong and am not worthy to be your wife." But he said, "Be comforted. The evil days are over. Now we will celebrate our wedding." The maids-in-waiting came and dressed her in the most splendid clothes. Her father and his entire court came and wished her happiness in her marriage with King Thrushbeard, and the real joy began. I wish you and I had been there too. 53. Snow White. Once upon a time, in the middle of winter, when the snowflakes were falling like feathers from the sky, there sat a queen at a window with a frame of black ebony, sewing. And as she sewed and looked up at the snow, she pricked her finger with the needle, and 3 drops of blood fell into the snow. And because the red looked so beautiful against the white snow, she thought to herself, if only I had a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as the wood in this frame. Soon after, she gave birth to a little daughter who was as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black-haired as ebony, and therefore she was named Snow White. And as soon as the child was born, the queen died. After a year, the king took another wife. She was a beautiful woman, but proud and haughty, and could not bear to have anyone surpass her in beauty. She had a magic mirror, and when she stood before it and looked at herself, she would say, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" And the mirror would answer, "Queen, you are fairest here? It is true. But Snow White is fairer far than you." Snow White grew up and became even more beautiful. By the time she was 7 years old, she was as beautiful as the light of day, and even more beautiful than the queen herself. Once, when the queen asked her mirror, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" The mirror replied, "Queen, you are fairest here, I say, but Snow White is fairer 1,000-fold today." The queen was shocked and turned yellow and green with envy. From then on, whenever she saw Snow White, her heart turned inside out with hatred for the girl. Envy and pride grew like weeds in her heart, so that she had no peace day or night. She called a huntsman and said, "Take the child into the forest. I never want to see it before my eyes again. You shall kill it, and bring me its lungs and liver as proof." The huntsman obeyed and led Snow White out. But when he drew his hunting knife and was about to pierce Snow White's innocent heart, she began to cry and said, "Oh, dear huntsman, let me live. I will run into the wild forest and never come home again." Moved by her beauty, the huntsman had pity and said, "Run away then, you poor child. The wild animals will soon have devoured you," he thought. Yet he felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart, because he did not have to kill her. Just then, a young deer came by, and he killed it, took out its lungs and liver, and brought them as proof to the queen. The cook had to boil them with salt, and the wicked woman ate them, thinking she had eaten Snow White's lungs and liver. Now the poor child was alone and forsaken in the great forest, and it was so frightened that it looked at all the leaves on the trees and did not know what to do. It began to run and ran over sharp stones and through thorns, and wild animals passed by it, but did not harm it. It ran as long as its feet could carry it, until it was almost evening, when it saw a small cottage and went inside to rest. Everything in the cottage was small but so neat and tidy that it is hard to describe. There was a small table set with 7 little plates, each with its spoon, furthermore 7 knives and forks, and 7 little cups. Against the wall were 7 small beds lined up side by side, covered with snow-white sheets. Snow White, being so hungry and thirsty, ate a little bit of vegetables and bread from each plate, and drank a drop of wine from each cup, so as not to take everything from one alone. Afterward, because she was so tired, she lay down in one of the beds, but none of them suited her. One was too long, the other too short, until finally the 7th was just right, and there she lay down, commended herself to God, and fell asleep. When it had become completely dark, the owners of the cottage came home. They were the 7 dwarfs who mined and dug for ore in the mountains. They lit their 7 little candles, and as the cottage became bright, they saw that someone had been there, for not everything was in the same order as they had left it. The first one said, "Who has been sitting on my stool?" The second, "Who has eaten from my little plate?" The third, "Who has taken some of my bread?" The fourth, "Who has eaten from my vegetables?" The fifth, "Who has used my fork?" The sixth, "Who has cut with my knife?" The seventh, "Who has drunk from my cup?" Then the first one looked around and saw that there was a little hollow in his bed, and he said, "Who has been lying in my bed?" The others ran over and cried out, "Someone has been in mine too." But the 7th, when he looked at his bed, saw Snow White lying there asleep. Now he called the others, who came running and exclaimed in astonishment, fetched their 7 little candles, and illuminated Snow White. "Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!" they cried. "What a beautiful child!" They were so happy that they did not wake her, but let her continue to sleep in the bed. The seventh dwarf, however, slept with his companions, an hour at a time, until the night was over. When morning came, Snow White woke up, and when she saw the seven dwarfs, she was frightened. However, they were friendly and asked, "What is your name?" "I am called Snow White," she answered. "How did you come into our house?" continued the dwarfs. Then she told them that her stepmother had wanted to have her killed, but the huntsman had spared her life, and she had run the whole day until she had finally found their cottage. The dwarfs said, "Will you take care of our house, cook, make beds, wash, sew, and knit? And will you keep everything orderly and tidy? If so, you can stay with us, and you shall want for nothing." "Yes," said Snow White, "with all my heart," and she stayed with them. She kept the house in order. In the morning, they went to the mountains and searched for ore and gold, and in the evening they came home again and their food had to be ready. During the day, the girl was alone, and the kind dwarfs warned her and said, "Beware of your stepmother. She will soon know that you are here. Let no one in." But the queen, believing she had eaten Snow White's lungs and liver, thought no differently than that she was once again the first and fairest of all, approached her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror answered, "Queen, you are the fairest here, but Snow White over the mountains with the seven dwarfs is 1,000 times fairer than you." She was frightened, for she knew the mirror spoke no falsehood, and realized the huntsman had deceived her, and Snow White was still alive. And she pondered anew how she might kill her, for as long as she was not the fairest in the land, envy gave her no rest. And when she finally had an idea, she disguised her face and dressed as an old peddler woman, becoming completely unrecognizable. In this guise, she went over the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarfs, knocked on the door, and called out, "Fine wares for sale! For sale!" Snow White looked out of the window and said, "Good day, dear woman. What do you have to sell?" "Good wares, fine wares," she answered, "laces of all colors," and pulled out one made of colorful silk. "I can let the honest woman in," thought Snow White, unlocked the door, and bought herself the pretty lace. "Child," said the old woman, "how you look! Come, I shall lace you up properly." Snow White had no suspicions, stood before her, and let herself be laced up with the new lace. But the old woman laced quickly and tightly, so that Snow White could not breathe and fell down as if dead. "Now you have been the fairest," she said, and hurried away. Not long after, at evening time, the 7 dwarfs came home, but how shocked they were to find their dear Snow White lying on the ground, and it did not stir or move, as if dead. They lifted it up, and seeing that it was tightly laced, they cut the lace in two. Then it began to breathe a little, and gradually came back to life. When the dwarfs heard what had happened, they said, "The old peddler woman was none other than the wicked queen. Beware and let no one in when we are not with you." But the evil woman, when she had come home, went before her mirror and asked, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror answered as before, "Queen, you are the fairest here, but Snow White over the mountains, with the 7 dwarfs, is still 1,000 times fairer than you." When she heard this, all the blood rushed to her heart. She was so frightened, for she saw clearly that Snow White had come to life again. "But now," she said, "I will devise something that will bring you to your doom." And with witchcraft that she knew, she made a poisoned comb. Then she disguised herself and took the form of another old woman. So she went over the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarfs, knocked on the door, and called out, "Fine wares for sale! For sale!" Snow White looked out and said, "Just go on. I cannot let anyone in." "But surely you can look," said the old woman, pulled out the poisoned comb, and held it up. The child liked it so much that she allowed herself to be beguiled and opened the door. When they had agreed on the purchase, the old woman said, "Now I shall comb you properly." Poor Snow White thought nothing of it and let the old woman do as she pleased. But as soon as she had put the comb in her hair, the poison worked, and the girl fell unconscious. "You paragon of beauty," said the wicked woman, "now it's over for you," and departed. Fortunately, it was soon evening when the 7 little dwarfs came home. When they saw Snow White lying on the ground as if dead, They immediately suspected the stepmother, searched, and found the poisoned comb. As soon as they had removed it, Snow White came to herself again and told what had happened. They warned her once more to be on her guard and not to open the door to anyone. The queen went home and stood before her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror answered as before, "Queen, you are the fairest here, but Snow White over the mountains, with the 7 dwarfs, is still 1,000 times fairer than you." When she heard the mirror speak thus, she trembled and shook with rage. "Snow White shall die," she cried, "even if it costs me my own life." With that, she went into a completely hidden, solitary chamber where no one came, and there she made a poisonous apple. Outwardly, it looked beautiful, white with red cheeks, so that anyone who saw it longed for it, but whoever ate a piece of it would die. When the apple was ready, she disguised her face and dressed as a peasant woman, and thus she went over the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarfs. She knocked, Snow White stuck her head out of the window and said, "I cannot let anyone in. The 7 dwarfs have forbidden me." "That's fine by me," replied the peasant woman. "I'll get rid of my apples. Here, I'll give you one." "No," said Snow White, "I cannot accept anything." "Are you afraid of poison?" said the old woman. "Look, I'll cut the apple in 2 halves. You eat the red cheek, I'll eat the white." However, the apple was crafted so cunningly that only the red cheek was poisoned. Snow White gazed at the beautiful apple, and when she saw the peasant woman take a bite, she could resist no longer, reached out her hand, and took the poisoned half. But hardly had she taken a bite of it in her mouth when she fell dead to the ground. The queen looked at her with a ghastly stare, laughed aloud, and said, "White as snow, red as blood, black as ebony. This time the dwarfs cannot awaken you again." And when she asked the mirror at home, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" it finally answered, "Queen, you are the fairest in the land." Then her jealous heart found peace, as well as a jealous heart can find peace. When the dwarfs came home in the evening, they found Snow White lying on the ground, and no breath came out of her mouth anymore. She was dead. They lifted her up, searched for anything poisonous, cut her laces, combed her hair, washed her with water and wine, but all to no avail. The dear child was dead and remained dead. They laid her on a bier, and all 7 sat around it and mourned and wept for 3 days. Then they wanted to bury her, but she still looked so fresh like a living person and still had her beautiful red cheeks. They said, "We cannot bury her in the black earth," and had a transparent glass coffin made so that it could be seen from all sides, laid her inside, and wrote her name on it in golden letters, and that she was a king's daughter. Then they set the coffin out on the mountain, and one of them always stayed with it and watched over it. And the animals also came and wept for Snow White, first an owl, then a raven, finally a dove. Now Snow White lay for a long, long time in the coffin and did not decay, but looked as if she were asleep, for she was still as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black-haired as ebony. But it so happened that a prince came into the forest and came to the dwarf's house to spend the night there. He saw the coffin on the mountain and the beautiful Snow White inside, and read what was written on it in golden letters. Then he said to the dwarfs, "Let me have the coffin. I will give you whatever you want for it." But the dwarfs answered, "We will not give it away for all the gold in the world." Then he said, "Then give it to me as a gift, for I cannot live without seeing Snow White. I will honor and cherish her as my dearest." When he said this, the kind dwarfs felt pity for him and gave him the coffin. The prince had it carried away on the shoulders of his servants. Then it happened that they stumbled over a bush, and from the shaking, the piece of poisoned apple that Snow White had bitten into came out of her throat, and not long after, she opened her eyes, lifted the lid off the coffin, and sat up, and was alive again. "Oh God, where am I?" she cried. The prince said joyfully, "You are with me," and told her what had happened and said, "I love you more than anything in the world. Come with me to my father's castle. You shall become my wife." Then Snow White was fond of him and went with him, and their wedding was arranged with great splendor and glory. At the feast, however, Snow White's wicked stepmother was also invited. When she had dressed herself in beautiful clothes, she stood before the mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror answered, "Queen, you are the fairest here, but the young queen is 1,000 times fairer than you." Then the evil woman uttered a curse, and she was so afraid, that she did not know what to do. At first, she did not want to come to the wedding at all, but it did not leave her in peace. She had to go and see the young queen. And when she entered, she recognized Snow White and stood there paralyzed with fear and could not move. But iron shoes were already placed over glowing coals and were brought in with tongs and placed before her. Thereupon, she had to step into the red-hot shoes and dance until she fell dead to the ground. 54. The knapsack, the hat, and the little horn. Once there were 3 brothers who had fallen deeper and deeper into poverty, until finally they suffered hunger and had nothing to bite or break. They said, "This cannot continue like this. It is better to go into the world and seek our fortune." So they set out and had already traveled far and wide, but luck had not yet come their way. One day they arrived in a large forest, and in the middle of it was a mountain, and as they approached, they saw that the mountain was entirely made of silver. The eldest brother said, "Now I have found the desired luck and desire no greater." He took as much silver as he could carry, then turned around and went back home. But the other 2 brothers said, "We desire a little more from luck than just silver," and did not touch it, continuing on their way. After a few more days of traveling, they came to a mountain that was entirely made of gold. The second brother stood there, pondered, and was uncertain. "What should I do?" he said. "Should I take enough gold to last me my whole life, or should I continue onward?" Finally, he made a decision, filled his pockets with as much as they could hold, bid farewell to his brother, and went home. However, the third brother said, "Silver and gold do not move me. I will not abandon my luck. Perhaps something better is destined for me." He continued onward, and, after 3 days of walking, he entered a forest that was even larger than the previous ones and seemed to have no end. Finding nothing to eat or drink, he was close to starving. He climbed a tall tree to see if he could spot the end of the forest from above. But as far as his eye could see, there was nothing but the tops of the trees. He started to climb down from the tree, but hunger tormented him, and he thought, "If only I could satisfy my hunger one more time." When he came down, he saw with astonishment under the tree a table laden with food, steaming towards him. "This time," he said, "my wish has been fulfilled just in time." And without asking who brought the food and who cooked it, he approached the table and ate with pleasure until his hunger was satisfied. When he finished, he thought, "It would be a shame if this fine tablecloth were to spoil here in the forest," neatly folded it up, and put it away. Then he continued on his way, and in the evening, when hunger stirred again, he wanted to test his cloth, spread it out, and said, "I wish that you would be filled again with good food," and barely had the wish left his lips when as many dishes appeared with the finest food on them as could fit. "Now I understand," he said, "in whose kitchen food is cooked for me. You shall be dearer to me than the mountain of silver and gold." For he realized that it was a magic tablecloth. However, the tablecloth was not enough for him to settle down at home. He preferred to continue wandering the world and try his luck further. One evening, he met in a lonely forest a charcoal burner covered in black dust, burning charcoal, and had potatoes cooking by the fire for his meal. "Good evening, you blackbird," he said. "How are you in your solitude?" "One day like the other," replied the charcoal burner, "and potatoes every evening, if you feel like it and want to be my guest." "Thank you," replied the traveler. "I won't take your meal away. You weren't expecting a guest, but if you're willing to make do with me, you shall be invited." "Who will set the table for you?" said the charcoal burner. "I see that you have nothing with you, and there is no one within a few hours' radius who could give you anything." "And yet it shall be a meal," he replied, "as good as you have never tasted before." With that, he took his little cloth from the knapsack, spread it on the ground, and said, "Cloth, set the table." Immediately, there appeared boiled and roasted dishes, as warm as if they had just come from the kitchen. The charcoal burner stared in amazement, but did not need much convincing. He reached out and pushed larger and larger bites into his black mouth. After they had finished eating, the charcoal burner chuckled and said, "Listen, your cloth has my approval. It would be something for me in that forest where no one cooks anything good for me. I will propose a trade to you, as there hangs in the corner a soldier's knapsack, which is old and unremarkable, but holds wonderful powers. Since I no longer need it, I will give it to you for the cloth." "First, I must know what these wonderful powers are," he replied. "I will tell you," answered the charcoal burner. "When you tap it with your hand, a sergeant and 6 men appear each time, armed from head to toe, and they will carry out whatever you command." "Very well," he said. "If it must be so, then let us trade." He gave the cloth to the charcoal burner, took the knapsack off the hook, slung it over his shoulder, and bid farewell. After he had walked a piece of the way, he wanted to test the miraculous powers of his knapsack and tapped on it. Immediately, the 7 war heroes stood before him, and the sergeant said, "What does my lord and master command? Shall we march quickly to the charcoal burner and retrieve my wishcloth?" They turned left, and not long after, they brought back what was requested and took it from the charcoal burner without much questioning. He ordered them to withdraw, continued on his way, and hoped that luck would shine even brighter for him. At sunset, he arrived at another charcoal burner who was preparing his evening meal by the fire. "Would you like to eat with me?" said the sooty fellow. "Potatoes with salt, but without lard. Then sit down with me." "No," he replied. "This time you shall be my guest." He uncovered his cloth, which was immediately set with the finest dishes. They ate and drank together and were in good spirits. After the meal, the charcoal burner said, "Up on the ridge beam lies an old worn-out hat, which has strange properties. If someone puts it on and turns it upside down on their head, the field snakes appear as if 12 were lined up side by side, and they shoot down everything so that no one can stand against them. The hat is of no use to me, and I would gladly exchange it for your tablecloth." "That sounds promising," he replied, took the hat, put it on, and left his cloth behind. But hardly had he walked a piece of the way when he tapped on his knapsack, and his soldiers had to retrieve the cloth for him again. "One thing leads to another," he thought, "and it seems to me that my luck is not yet at an end." His thoughts had not deceived him. After he had walked another day, he came to a third charcoal burner who invited him, no differently than the others, to unrefined potatoes. However, he allowed him to eat with his wishcloth, and the charcoal burner liked it so much that he eventually offered him a little horn for it, which had even more extraordinary properties than the hat. When blown upon, all walls and fortifications would fall, and eventually all cities and villages would be leveled. He gave the charcoal burner the cloth in exchange for it, but later had his men reclaim it, so that he finally had the knapsack, the hat, and the little horn together. "Now," he said, "I am a made man, and it is time for me to return home and see how my brothers are faring." When he arrived home, his brothers had built themselves a beautiful house with their silver and gold and lived in luxury. He entered their abode, but because he came dressed in a half-torn coat, with the shabby hat on his head and the old knapsack on his back, they did not recognize him as their brother. They mocked him, saying, "You claim to be our brother, who scorned silver and gold and sought a better fortune for himself. Surely he would arrive in full splendor as a mighty king, not as a beggar." And they chased him out the door. He became furious, pounded on his knapsack until 150 men stood in ranks before him. He ordered them to surround his brother's house, and 2 were to take hazel rods and tan the hides of the 2 arrogant ones until they knew who he was. There was a great commotion. People gathered and wanted to aid the distressed ones, but they could do nothing against the soldiers. Finally, news of this reached the king, who became angry and sent a captain with his troops to drive the troublemaker out of the city. However, the man with the knapsack soon gathered a larger force, and they repelled the captain and his men so thoroughly that they had to retreat with bloody noses. "The rascal who has run amok is still to be tamed," said the king, and the next day he sent out an even larger force against him, but they achieved even less. He deployed more people and, to expedite matters further, turned his hat around on his head a few times. Then the heavy artillery began to fire, and the king's men were defeated and put to flight. Now I will not make peace, he said, until the king gives me his daughter as my wife, and I rule the entire kingdom in his name. He announced this to the king, who said to his daughter, "Necessity is a hard nut. What else can I do but do what he demands? If I want peace and to keep the crown on my head, I must give you away." So the wedding was celebrated, but the king's daughter was displeased that her husband was a common man who wore a shabby hat and carried an old knapsack. She would have liked to be rid of him and thought day and night how she could accomplish this. Then she thought, could his miraculous powers possibly be in the knapsack? She pretended and caressed him, and when his heart softened, she said, "If only you would discard that wretched knapsack. It detracts so much from your appearance that I am ashamed of you." "My dear child," he replied, "this knapsack is my greatest treasure. As long as I have it, I fear no power in the world." And he revealed to her the miraculous powers with which it was endowed. Upon hearing this, she embraced him as if she wanted to kiss him, but deftly took the knapsack off his shoulder and ran away with it. Once alone, she tapped it and commanded the soldiers to arrest her former husband and escort him out of the royal palace. They obeyed, and the deceitful woman sent even more people after him, intending to chase him completely out of the country. He would have been lost if he did not still have the little horn. As soon as his hands were free, he blew into it with all his might. Immediately, everything began to collapse: walls, fortifications, cities, and villages, and it struck down the king and the king's daughter. And if he had not put down the horn and blown just a little longer, everything would have been overturned, and not a stone would have remained upon another. No one dared resist him any longer, and he seated himself as king over the entire kingdom. 55. Rumpelstiltskin. Once upon a time, there was a miller who was poor, but he had a beautiful daughter. It happened that he came to speak with the king, and to give himself importance, he said to him, "I have a daughter who can spin straw into gold." The king said to the miller, "That is a skill that I find very pleasing. If your daughter is as skilled as you say, bring her to my castle tomorrow, where I will put her to the test." When the girl was brought to him, he led her into a chamber that was completely filled with straw, gave her a spinning wheel and spindle, and said, "Now get to work. And if by early morning you have not spun this straw into gold, you must die." Then he locked the chamber himself, and she was left alone. Now the poor miller's daughter sat there and didn't know what to do for her life. She understood nothing about how to spin straw into gold, and her fear grew ever greater until she finally began to cry. Suddenly, the door opened and a little man entered and said, "Good evening, Miss Miller's daughter. Why are you crying so much?" "Ah," answered the girl, "I'm supposed to spin straw into gold, and I don't understand how." The little man said, "What will you give me if I spin it for you?" "My necklace," said the girl. The little man took the necklace, sat down at the spinning wheel, and whir, 3 times, and the spindle was full. Then he put another one on, and whir, 3 times, and the second one was full too, and so it went until morning, when all the straw was spun into gold, and all the spindles were full of gold. At sunrise, the king came, and when he saw the gold, he was amazed and delighted, but his heart became even more greedy for gold. He had the miller's daughter brought into another chamber full of straw, which was even larger, and ordered her to spin it all in one night, if she valued her life. The girl didn't know how to help herself and cried, but once again the door opened, and the little man appeared and said, "What will you give me if I spin all this straw into gold for you?" "My ring from my finger," answered the girl. The little man took the ring, started spinning again with the wheel, and by morning all the straw had been spun into gleaming gold. The king was overjoyed at the sight, but still not satisfied with gold alone. He had the miller's daughter brought into an even larger chamber full of straw and said, "You must spin this too in one night. If you succeed, you shall be my wife." Even if she is a miller's daughter, he thought, I will not find a richer woman in the whole world. When the girl was alone, the little man appeared for the third time and said, "What will you give me if I spin the straw for you this time?" "I have nothing left that I could give," answered the girl. "Then promise me your first child when you become queen," said the little man. "Who knows how that will turn out?" thought the miller's daughter, and in her distress she did not know what else to do. So she promised the little man what he desired, and he spun the straw into gold once again. And when the king came in the morning and found everything as he had wished, he celebrated the wedding with her, and the beautiful miller's daughter became a queen. Over a year passed, and she gave birth to a beautiful child and no longer thought about the little man. Suddenly, it entered her chamber and said, "Now give me what you promised." The queen was frightened and offered the little man all the riches of the kingdom if he would let her keep the child. But the little man said, "No, something living is dearer to me than all the treasures of the world." Then the queen began to wail and weep so much that the little man took pity on her. "I will give you 3 days' time," he said. "If by then you know my name, you shall keep your child." Now the queen thought all night long about all the names she had ever heard, and sent a messenger across the land to inquire far and wide for any other names that might exist. When the little man came on the next day, she began with Caspar, Melchior, Balzer, and said all the names she knew, one after the other, but to each one the little man said, "That is not my name." On the second day, she had people in the neighborhood asked about the most unusual and strange names, and mentioned to the little man the most unusual and strange names such as Rippenbeest, or Hamelswide, or Schnurbein. But he always answered, "That is not my name." On the third day, the messenger returned and reported, "I couldn't find a single new name. But as I came around a high mountain around the corner, where Fox and Hare bid each other good night, I saw a small house, and in front of the house burned a fire, and around the fire hopped a rather ridiculous little man, hopping on one leg and shouting, 'Today I bake, tomorrow I brew. The day after that, I'll take the queen's child away. Oh, how good it is that nobody knows that I'm called Rumpelstiltskin.'" There, you can imagine how happy the queen was when she heard the name. And soon afterward, the little man came in and asked, "Now, queen, what is my name?" She first asked, "Are you called Kunz?" "No." "Are you called Heinz?" "No." "Are you perhaps called Rumpelstiltskin?" "The devil has told you that! The devil has told you that!" screamed the little man, and was so angry that he stomped his right foot so deep into the ground in anger that it went up to his waist. Then in his rage he grabbed his left foot with both hands and tore himself apart in the middle. The Tale of Frieder and Katherlieschen by the Brothers Grimm. There was once a man named Frieder and a woman named Katherlieschen who had married each other and lived together as a young couple. One day, Frieder said, "I am going to plow the field now, Katherlieschen. When I return, there should be some roasted meat on the table to satisfy my hunger, and a fresh drink for my thirst." "Just go ahead, Frieder," replied Katherlieschen. "Go ahead, and I will have everything ready for you." As the mealtime approached, she fetched a sausage from the chimney, put it in a frying pan, added some butter, and placed it over the fire. The sausage began to fry and sizzle, and Katherlieschen stood there holding the pan handle and started to think. Suddenly, it occurred to her, while the sausage is cooking, you could go to the cellar and draw some beer. So she placed the frying pan securely on the fire, took a jug, and went down into the cellar to tap the beer. The beer flowed into the jug, and Katherlieschen watched it and then thought, "Oh no, the dog upstairs is not tied up. It could grab the sausage out of the pan. Well thought of." And in a flash, she was up the cellar steps, but the Spitz dog already had the sausage in its mouth and was dragging it across the floor. However, Katherlieschen, not lazy, chased after it and pursued it a good distance into the field. But the dog was faster than Katherlieschen and kept the sausage, bounding across the fields with it. "What's gone is gone," said Katherlieschen, and turned back. Since she had worn herself out running, she walked slowly and cooled down. Meanwhile, the beer was still running from the barrel, because Katherlieschen hadn't turned off the tap. And when the jug was full and there was no other place for it, it overflowed into the cellar and did not stop until the entire barrel was empty. As soon as she got to the steps, Katherlieschen saw the disaster. "Oh no," she cried. "What am I going to do now to keep Frieder from finding out?" She thought for a while, and finally remembered that there was still a sack of fine wheat flour from the last fair up in the attic. She would fetch it down and scatter it over the beer. Yes, she said. He who saves something at the right time will have it when he needs it. And she climbed up to the attic, carried the sack down, and threw it right onto the jug full of beer, which she knocked over, and Frieder's drink also floated in the cellar. It is just right, said Catherlichen. Where one thing is, the other must also be. And she spread the flour all over the cellar. When she was finished, she was very pleased with her work and said, "How clean and tidy it looks here." At midday, Frieder came home. "Well, wife, what have you prepared for me?" "Oh, Frieder," she answered, "I wanted to fry a sausage for you, but while I was drawing the beer, the dog took it out of the pan, and while I was chasing the dog, the beer ran out, and when I tried to dry the beer with the flour, I knocked over the jug as well. But don't worry, the cellar is dry again." Frieder said, Catherlichen, you shouldn't have done that. You let the sausage be carried off, let the beer run out of the barrel, and wasted our fine flour." "Well, Frieder," she replied, "I didn't know that. You should have told me." The man thought, if my wife is like this, I must be more careful. Now he had saved up a good sum of thalers, which he exchanged for gold coins. He said to Catherlichen, "Look, these are yellow counters. I will put them in a pot and bury them in the stable under the cow's manger. But make sure you stay away from them, or it will be bad for you." She said, "No, Frieder, I definitely won't go near them." After Frieder had left, some peddlers came into the village selling earthenware bowls and pots and asked the young woman if she had anything to trade. "Oh, dear people," said Catherlichen, "I have no money and can't buy anything, but if you can use yellow counters, I will buy from you." "Yellow counters? Why not? Just let us see them." "Then go into the stable and dig under the cow's manger, and you will find the yellow counters. I am not allowed to go there." The rogues went there, dug, and found pure gold. They grabbed it, ran off, and left their pots and bowls in the house. Catherlichen thought she should use her new things. Since there was already no lack of utensils in the kitchen, she knocked the bottom out of every pot and set them all as decorations on the fence posts around the house. When Frieder came and saw the new decorations, he said, "Catherlichen, what have you done?" "I bought them, Frieder, for the yellow counters under the cow's manger. I didn't go there myself. The peddlers had to dig them out themselves." "Oh, wife," said Frieder, "what have you done? Those were not counters, but pure gold and all our wealth. You shouldn't have done that." "Well, Frieder," she replied, "I didn't know that. You should have told me beforehand." Catherlichen stood still for a moment and thought. Then she said, "Listen, Frieder, we can still get the gold back. Let's chase after the thieves." "So come on then," replied Frieder. "Let's try it, but bring some butter and cheese with us, so we have something to eat on the way." "Yes, Frieder, I will bring it," said Catherlichen. They set off, and since Frieder was faster on foot, Catherlichen lagged behind. "This is to my advantage," she thought. "If we turn back, I'll already be ahead by a bit." Now they came to a hill where deep ruts lined both sides of the path. "Look at that," said Catherlichen. "What a terrible job they have done tearing up and pressing down this poor soil. It will never recover in its lifetime." Out of pity, she took her butter and spread it along the ruts on either side so the wheels wouldn't press down so hard on them. While she was bending down to do this, a cheese rolled out of her pocket and down the hill. Catherlichen said, "I have already come up this way once. I'm not going back down. Let someone else go and fetch it." So she took another cheese and rolled it down the hill. But the cheeses didn't return, so she sent a third one down, thinking, maybe they are waiting for company and don't like going alone. When all three didn't come back, she said, "I don't know what to make of this. Perhaps the third one got lost and didn't find the way. I'll send the fourth one to call them back." But the fourth did no better than the third. Catherlichen grew angry and threw down the fifth and sixth, and those were the last of them. She stood there for a while, waiting for them to return, but when they still didn't come back, she said, "Oh, you are good for nothing. Do you think I'm going to wait longer for you? I'll just keep going. You can follow me. You have younger legs than I do." Catherlichen continued on and found Frieder, who had stopped and was waiting because he was hungry. "Well," he said, "hand over what you brought." She gave him the dry bread. "Where are the butter and the cheese?" asked the man. "Oh, Frieder, said Katholiecian. I used the butter to grease the ruts, and the cheeses will be here soon. One ran away, so I sent the others after it to call it back. Frieder said, You shouldn't have done that, Katholiecian, spreading butter on the road and rolling the cheeses down the hill. Well, Frieder, you should have told me beforehand. They ate the dry bread together, and Frieder said, Katholiecian, did you lock up the house before you left? No, Frieder, you should have told me beforehand. Then go back home and secure the house before we continue. Also, bring something else to eat. I'll wait here for you. Katholiecian went back thinking, Frieder probably wants something different to eat. Maybe he doesn't like butter and cheese. I'll bring a cloth full of dried pears and a jug of vinegar to drink. Then she bolted the top door, but lifted the bottom door off its hinges, put it on her shoulder, and thought if she took the door to safety, the house would be secure. Katholiecian took her time on the way back, thinking, The longer I take, the more rest Frieder will get. When she reached him again, she said, Here, Frieder, you can secure the house yourself with the door. Oh God, said Frieder. What a clever wife I have. She takes off the bottom door so everything can run in and bolts the top door. Now it's too late to go back home, but since you brought the door here, you can carry it from now on. I'll carry the door, Frieder, but the dried pears and the vinegar jug are too heavy for me. I'll hang them on the door so it can carry them. They went into the forest and searched for the thieves, but didn't find them. As it got dark, they climbed a tree to spend the night. Barely had they settled when some ruffians who take whatever doesn't go by itself and find things before they are lost arrived. They made a fire right under the tree where Frieder and Katholiecian were sitting and began to divide their spoils. Frieder climbed down the other side, collected some stones, climbed back up, and planned to throw them at the thieves. But the stones missed, and the rogue said, It will soon be morning. The wind is shaking the pine cones down. Katholiecian still had the door on her shoulder, and because it was pressing down heavily, she thought the dried pears were to blame and said, Frieder, I must throw down the dried pears. No, Katholiecian, not now, he answered. They could betray us. Oh, Frieder, I must. They're pressing down on me too much. Well, then do it, for heaven's sake. So she let the dried pears fall between the branches, and the ruffians below said, The birds are dropping something. A little while later, as the door continued to press down on her, Katholiecian said, Oh, Frieder, I must pour out the vinegar. No, Katholiecian, you mustn't. It could betray us. Oh, Frieder, I must. It's pressing down on me too much. Well, then do it, for heaven's sake. So she poured the vinegar down, and it splashed on the ruffians. They said to each other, The dew is already dripping down. Finally, Katholiecian thought, Could it be the door that is pressing down on me? And said, Frieder, I must throw down the door. No, Katholiecian, not now, it could betray us. Oh, Frieder, I must, it's pressing down on me too much. No, Katholiecian, hold it tightly. Oh, Frieder, I'm letting it go. Fine, Frieder replied angrily. Let it fall for all I care. The door fell with a loud crash, and the ruffians below shouted, The devil is coming down from the tree. They fled in terror, abandoning everything they had. At dawn, when the two climbed down, they found all their gold and carried it home. When they were back home, Frieder said, Katholiecian, now you must be diligent and work hard. Yes, Frieder, I will. I'll go to the field to harvest the crops. When Katholiecian was in the field, she thought to herself, Should I eat before I cut, or should I sleep before I cut? Hey, I think I'll eat first. So she ate, and over her meal, she became drowsy. Then she started to cut, and half asleep, cut through all her clothes, her apron, dress, and camise. When Katholiecian woke up after a long sleep, she found herself standing half naked and said to herself, Is it me or isn't it? Oh, it isn't me. Meanwhile, it had become night, so Katholiecian ran into the village, knocked on her husband's window, and called, Frieder? What is it? I want to know if Katholiecian is inside. Yes, yes, replied Frieder. She is probably inside and sleeping. She said, Good, then I'm already home, and ran off. Outside, Katholiecian met some thieves who were planning to steal. She went up to them and said, I want to help you steal. The thieves thought she knew the local area well and were pleased. Katholiecian went in front of the houses and shouted, People, do you have anything? We want to steal it. The thieves thought, This won't end well. and wished they could get rid of Catherlichen. They said to her, "The pastor has turnips in his field outside the village. Go and pull some turnips for us." Catherlichen went to the field and started pulling turnips, but was so lazy that she didn't even stand up straight. A man passing by saw her, stood still, and thought it was the devil working in the turnips. He ran into the village to the pastor and said, "Pastor, there is the devil in your turnip field, and he is pulling up turnips." "Oh God," replied the pastor, "I have a lame foot, and I can't go out and banish him." The man said, "I will carry you," and he lifted him up and carried him to the field. When they arrived, Catherlichen stood up and stretched. "Oh, the devil!" shouted the pastor, and both of them fled. The pastor was so frightened that he ran faster with his lame foot than the man who had carried him on his healthy legs. 60. The Two Brothers. Once upon a time, there were two brothers, one rich and one poor. The rich one was a goldsmith and wicked at heart. The poor one earned his living by making brooms and was good and honest. The poor brother had two children, twin brothers who were as alike as two drops of water. The two boys occasionally went to the rich man's house and sometimes received scraps to eat. It so happened that one day, as the poor man went into the woods to gather brushwood, he saw a bird that was entirely golden and more beautiful than any he had ever seen before. He picked up a small stone, threw it at the bird, and hit it successfully. However, only one golden feather fell down, and the bird flew away. The man took the feather and brought it to his brother, who examined it and said, "It is pure gold," and gave him a lot of money for it. The next day, the man climbed a birch tree and wanted to cut off a few branches. Then the same bird flew out, and when the man looked around, he found a nest with a golden egg inside. He took the egg home and brought it to his brother, who again said, "It is pure gold," and gave him what it was worth. Finally, the goldsmith said, "I would like to have the bird itself." The poor man went into the woods a third time and saw the golden bird again sitting on the tree. Then he took a stone and threw it down and brought it to his brother, who gave him a large heap of gold for it. "Now I can help myself," he thought, and went home satisfied. The goldsmith was clever and cunning and knew well what kind of bird it was. He called his wife and said, "Roast the golden bird for me and make sure nothing is missing. I want to eat it all alone." However, the bird was not an ordinary one, but of such a miraculous kind that whoever ate its heart and liver found a gold coin under their pillow every morning. The wife prepared the bird, put it on a spit, and roasted it. Now it happened that while it stood over the fire and the wife had to leave the kitchen for other work, the two children of the poor broom binder ran in, stood in front of the spit, and turned it around a few times. And just as two pieces fell out of the bird into the pan, one of them said, "Let's eat these few pieces. I am so hungry, no one will notice." So they both ate the pieces. But when the wife came back, saw they had eaten something and said, "What have you eaten?" "A few pieces that fell out of the bird," they answered. "That was its heart and liver," said the wife, quite shocked. And so that her husband would not miss anything and become angry, she quickly slaughtered a chicken, took out its heart and liver, and put it next to the golden bird. When it was done, she carried it to the goldsmith, who ate it all alone and left nothing. But the next morning, when he reached under his pillow to get the gold coin, there was as little to be found as before. The two children, however, did not know what a stroke of luck had befallen them. The next morning, when they got up, something fell to the ground and rang, and when they picked it up, there were two gold coins. They brought them to their father, who wondered and said, "How could this have happened?" But when they found two more the next morning, and so every day, he went to his brother and told him the strange story. The goldsmith immediately understood what had happened, and that the children had eaten the heart and liver of the golden bird. And to take revenge, and because he was jealous and hard-hearted, he said to the father, "Your children are involved in something evil. Do not take the gold, and do not tolerate them any longer in your house, because he has power over them and can even bring ruin upon you." The father feared the evil one, and as hard as it was for him, he led the twins out into the forest and left them there with a heavy heart. Now the two children ran around in the woods, trying to find their way home, but could not find it and kept getting lost further. Finally, they met a hunter who asked, "Whose children are you?" "We are the poor broom binder's boys," they answered, and told him that their father did not want to keep them any longer in the house because a gold coin lay under their pillow every morning. "Well," said the hunter, "that's nothing bad at all, as long as you stay honest and don't slack off." Because he liked the children and had none of his own, the good man took them home and said, "I will be your father and raise you." They learned hunting from him, and the gold coin that each found when they got up, he saved for them if they needed it in the future. When they had grown up, their foster father one day took them into the forest and said, "Today you shall make your trial shot, so that I can pronounce you free and make you hunters." They went with him to the ambush and waited long, but no game appeared. The hunter looked up and saw a chain of snow geese in the shape of a triangle. He said to one of them, "Now shoot down one from each corner." He did so and thus accomplished his trial shot. Shortly thereafter, another chain flew by, shaped like the number 2. Then the hunter told the other to shoot one down from each corner as well, and he also succeeded with his trial shot. Now the foster father said, "I pronounce you free. You are accomplished hunters." Thereupon, the 2 brothers went into the forest together, consulted with each other, and made a plan. And when they had sat down in the evening to eat, they said to their foster father, "We will not touch the food and take no bite until you grant us a request." He said, "What is your request then?" They answered, "We have now finished learning. We must also try ourselves in the world, so allow us to depart and wander." The old man said joyfully, "You speak like brave hunters. What you desire has been my own wish. Go forth, you will fare well." Then they ate and drank joyfully together. When the appointed day came, the foster father gave each of them a good rifle and a dog, and allowed each to take as many of his saved gold coins as he wanted. Then he accompanied them part of the way, and at parting he gave them each a shining knife and said, "When you separate someday, thrust this knife into a tree at the crossroads. One can see from it, when he comes back, how it has fared with his absent brother, for the side towards which he went will rust if he dies. As long as he lives, it will remain shiny." The 2 brothers went further and further into a forest so large that they could not possibly find their way out in one day. So they stayed the night there and ate what they had packed in their hunters' bags. But they also went on the second day and did not get out. Since they had nothing to eat, one said, "We must shoot something for ourselves, otherwise we will suffer hunger," loaded his rifle, and looked around. And when an old hare came running along, he aimed, but the hare called out, "Dear hunter, let me live. I will also give you 2 young ones." Then it jumped into the thicket and brought out 2 young ones. But the little animals played so merrily and were so charming that the hunters could not bring themselves to kill them. So they kept them with them, and the little hares followed them closely. Shortly after, a fox sneaked by. They wanted to shoot it down, but the fox called out, "Dear hunter, let me live. I will also give you 2 young ones." It also brought 2 little foxes, and the hunters did not want to kill them either. They gave them to the hares for company, and they followed after them. Not long after, a wolf stepped out of the thicket. The hunters aimed at him, but the wolf called out, "Dear hunter, let me live. I will also give you 2 young ones." They added the 2 young wolves to the other animals, and they followed after them. Then came a bear who wanted to roam longer and called out, "Dear hunter, let me live. I will also give you 2 young ones." The 2 young bears were added to the others, making a total of 8. Finally, who came? A lion came and shook his mane. But the hunters were not frightened and aimed at him. But the lion also said, "Dear hunter, let me live. I will also give you 2 young ones." He also brought his young ones, and now the hunters had 2 lions, 2 bears, 2 wolves, 2 foxes, and 2 hares following them and serving them. However, their hunger had not been satisfied with this, so they said to the foxes, "Listen, you cunning ones, get us something to eat. You know the area well." They answered, "Not far from here lies a village where we've often fetched chickens. We will show you the way there." So they went to the village, bought something to eat, also gave their animals food, and then continued on. The foxes knew their way around the area well, where the chicken farms were, and could guide the hunters everywhere. Now they wandered around for a while, but could not find employment where they stayed together. So they said, "There is no other way. We must separate." They divided the animals so that each got a lion, a bear, a wolf, a fox, and a hare. Then they parted, promised each other brotherly love until death, and thrust the knife that their foster father had given them into a tree, whereupon one went eastward and the other westward. The youngest brother, with his animals, arrived in a city draped entirely in black mourning. He entered an inn and asked the innkeeper if he could accommodate his animals. The innkeeper gave them a stable where there was a hole in the wall. The hare crawled out and fetched a cabbage, the fox fetched a chicken, and after devouring it, also the rooster. However, the wolf, bear, and lion, being too large, could not get out. So the innkeeper had them brought to where a cow was lying on the grass, and they ate their fill. After the hunter had cared for his animals, he asked the innkeeper why the city was hung with mourning. The innkeeper said, "Because tomorrow our king's only daughter will die." The hunter asked, "Is she seriously ill?" "No," replied the innkeeper. "She is fresh and healthy, but she must die." "How is that possible?" asked the hunter. "Outside the city, there is a high mountain where a dragon lives. Every year he must have a pure maiden, or else he will devastate the entire land. Now all the maidens have been given, and none are left except the king's daughter. Yet there is no mercy. She must be handed over to him tomorrow." The hunter asked, "Why has the dragon not been killed?" "Ah," replied the innkeeper, "many knights have tried, but all have lost their lives. The king has promised his daughter's hand in marriage and the kingdom to whoever defeats the dragon, even after his death." The hunter said nothing more about it, but the next morning he took his animals and climbed the dragon's mountain with them. At the top was a small church, and on the altar were 3 filled cups, with the inscription, "Whoever drinks from these cups will become the strongest man on earth and will wield the sword buried before the threshold." The hunter did not drink from them, went outside, and searched for the sword in the ground, but could not move it from its place. So he went back and drank from the cups, becoming strong enough to lift the sword easily. When the hour came for the maiden to be delivered to the dragon, she was accompanied by the king, the marshal, and the courtiers. From afar, she saw the hunter atop the dragon's mountain and thought the dragon was waiting for her there. Reluctantly, fearing for the city, she made the arduous journey. The king and courtiers returned home in great sorrow, while the king's marshal stayed behind to witness everything from a distance. When the king's daughter reached the top of the mountain, instead of the dragon, she found the young hunter, who comforted her and said he would save her. He led her into the church and locked her inside. Not long after, with a great roar, the 7-headed dragon came rushing forward. When he saw the hunter, he was astonished and said, "What are you doing here on the mountain?" The hunter replied, "I have come to fight you." Said the dragon, "Many a knight has lost his life here. I will deal with you as well," and breathed fire from 7 mouths. The fire was meant to ignite the dry grass and suffocate the hunter in smoke and heat, but the animals ran up and stamped out the fire. Enraged, the dragon charged at the hunter, but he swung his sword, singing through the air, and cut off 3 heads. The dragon became even more furious, rose into the air, spewed flames over the hunter, and tried to pounce on him, but the hunter drew his sword again and chopped off another 3 heads. The monster weakened and sank down, but tried to attack the hunter once more. With his last strength, the hunter called his animals, who tore the dragon to pieces. When the battle was over, the hunter unlocked the church and found the king's daughter lying on the ground, having fainted from fear and shock during the fight. He carried her out, and when she came to herself and opened her eyes, he showed her the torn dragon and told her she was now free. She rejoiced and said, "Now you shall be my dearest husband, for my father promised me to the one who kills the dragon." She took off her coral necklace and distributed it among the animals as a reward, with the lion receiving the golden clasp. She gave the hunter her handkerchief, on which her name was embroidered. He cut out the tongues from the 7 dragon heads, wrapped them in the cloth, and kept them safe. When this happened, because he was so weary and tired from the fire and the battle, he said to the maiden, "We are both so weary and tired, let us sleep a little." She agreed, and they lay down on the ground. The hunter said to the lion, "You shall keep watch so that no one attacks us while we sleep." And both fell asleep. The lion lay down beside them to keep watch, but he too was tired from the battle. He called the bear and said, "Lie down beside me. I need to sleep a little. Wake me up if anything happens." The bear lay down beside him, but he too was tired and called the wolf, saying, "Lie down beside me. I need to sleep a little. Wake me up if anything happens." The wolf lay down beside him, but he too was tired and called the fox, saying, "Lie down beside me. I need to sleep a little. Wake me up if anything happens." The fox lay down beside him, but he too was tired. He called the hare and said, "Lie down beside me. I need to sleep a little. Wake me up if anything happens." The hare sat down beside him, but the poor hare was tired and had no one to call for watch, so he fell asleep. Thus the king's daughter, the hunter, the lion, the bear, the wolf, the fox, and the hare all slept deeply. Meanwhile, the marshal, who was supposed to watch from afar, when he saw the dragon did not fly away with the maiden and all was quiet on the mountain, took heart and climbed up. There lay the dragon, torn to pieces on the ground, and not far away lay the king's daughter and a hunter with his animals, all deeply asleep. Because he was wicked and godless, he took his sword and cut off the hunter's head. He then lifted the maiden in his arms and carried her down the mountain. She woke up and was frightened, but the marshal said, "You are in my hands. You must say that it was I who killed the dragon." "I cannot do that," she replied, "for it was a hunter with his animals who did it." He drew his sword and threatened to kill her if she did not obey him, forcing her to agree. He then brought her before the king, who could hardly contain his joy when he saw his beloved child alive, whom he had believed torn to pieces by the monster. The marshal said to him, "I killed the dragon and freed the maiden and the whole kingdom. Therefore, I claim her as my bride, as promised." The king asked the maiden, "Is what he says true?" "Ah, yes," she answered. "It must be true, but I insist that the wedding be celebrated only a year from now." For she hoped to hear news of her dear hunter in that time. On the dragon's mountain, the animals still lay beside their dead master, sleeping. A large bumblebee landed on the hare's nose, but the hare brushed it away with his paw and went back to sleep. The bee came a second time, but the hare brushed it away again and continued sleeping. On the third attempt, the bee stung his nose, waking him up. As soon as the hare was awake, he woke up the fox, who woke up the wolf, who woke up the bear, who woke up the lion. When the lion woke up and saw that the maiden was gone and his master was dead, he began to roar furiously and shouted, "Who has done this? Bear, why did you not wake me?" The bear asked the wolf, "Why did you not wake me?" And the wolf asked the fox, "Why did you not wake me?" And the fox asked the hare, "Why did you not wake me?" The poor hare knew nothing to answer alone, and the blame fell on him. They wanted to attack him, but he begged and said, "Do not kill me. I will bring our master back to life. I know of a mountain where a root grows. Whoever holds it in their mouth will be healed of all illness and wounds. But the mountain is 200 hours from here." The lion said, "You must run there and back in 24 hours and bring the root." So the hare dashed off, and in 24 hours he returned with the root. The lion reattached the hunter's head, and the hare placed the root in his mouth. Immediately, everything came together again. His heart beat and life returned. When the hunter woke up and did not see the maiden, he thought, "She must have left while I slept to be rid of me." In their rush, the lion had mistakenly attached his head upside down, which the hunter did not notice amidst his sad thoughts of the king's daughter. Only at noon, when he wanted to eat something, did he see that his head was turned backward. Unable to comprehend it, he asked the animals what had happened to him in his sleep. The lion then told him that they had all fallen asleep from exhaustion and had found him dead with his head cut off. The hare had fetched the root of life, but in haste he had held the head upside down. Still, he wanted to rectify his mistake. Then he ripped off the hunter's head again, turned it around, and securely healed it with the root. The hunter, however, was sad, traveled the world, and made his animals dance before the people. It happened that after the passage of a year, he returned to the same city where he had rescued the king's daughter from the dragon, and this time the city was entirely adorned with scarlet red. He said to the innkeeper, "What does this mean? Last year, the city was draped in black mourning. Why the scarlet red today?" The innkeeper replied, "Last year, our king's daughter was to be delivered to the dragon, but the marshal fought with it and killed it, and tomorrow her wedding will be celebrated. That's why the city was in black mourning back then, and today it is draped in scarlet red for joy." The next day, when the wedding was to take place, the hunter spoke to the innkeeper at noon. "Do you really think, Mr. Innkeeper, that today I will eat bread from the king's table here?" "Yes," said the innkeeper. "I would even bet 100 gold pieces that it's not true." The hunter accepted the bet and placed a bag of the same amount of gold coins against it. Then he called the hare and said, "Go, dear Springer, and fetch me some bread that the king eats." Now the little hare was the smallest and could not pass the task to anyone else but had to go on its own. "Oh," it thought, "when I hop alone through the streets, the butcher's dogs will be after me." As it thought, so it happened, and the dogs chased after it and wanted to tear its good fur. But it hopped, "Did you see that?" and fled into a signpost without the soldier noticing. The dogs came and wanted to get it out, but the soldier was not joking and struck with his club, so that they ran away screaming and howling. When the hare noticed that the coast was clear, it hopped into the castle and straight to the king's daughter. Sitting under her chair, scratched her foot. She said, "Do you want to go away?" and thought it was her dog. The hare scratched her foot a second time, and she said again, "Do you want to go away?" thinking it was her dog. But the hare did not let itself be confused and scratched a third time. Then she looked down and recognized the hare by its collar. Now she took it on her lap, carried it to her chamber, and said, "Dear hare, what do you want?" It answered, "My master, who killed the dragon, is here and sends me to ask for a bread like the king eats." She was full of joy and summoned the baker, ordering him to bring bread like the king ate. The little hare said, "But the baker must also bring it to me, so that the butcher's dogs don't do anything to me." The baker carried it to the door of the innkeeper's room, where the hare stood on its hind legs, immediately took the bread in its forepaws, and brought it to its master. Then the hunter said, "See, Mr. Innkeeper, the 100 gold pieces are mine." The innkeeper wondered, but the hunter continued, "Yes, Mr. Innkeeper, I have the bread. Now I want to eat the king's roast as well." The innkeeper said, "I'd like to see that," but he didn't want to bet any more. The hunter called the fox and said, "My little fox, go and fetch me roast like the king eats." The red fox knew the tricks better, went around the corners and through the angles without any dog seeing it, sat under the king's daughter's chair and scratched her foot. She looked down and recognized the fox by its collar, took it with her into her chamber and said, "Dear fox, what do you want?" It answered, "My master, who killed the dragon, is here, and sends me to ask for a roast like the king eats." She summoned the cook, who had to prepare a roast like the king ate and had to carry it to the door for the fox. There the fox took the bowl, wagged its tail to first shoo away the flies that had settled on the roast, and then brought it to its master. "See, Mr. Innkeeper," said the hunter, "bread and meat are here. Now I want to eat vegetables like the king eats." He called the wolf and said, "Dear wolf, go and fetch me vegetables like the king eats." The wolf went straight to the castle because he was afraid of no one, and when he came into the king's daughter's room, he tugged at the back of her dress so that she had to look around. She recognized him by his collar and took him with her into her chamber and said, "Dear wolf, what do you want?" It answered, "My master, who killed the dragon, is here. I am to ask for vegetables like the king eats." She summoned the cook, who had to prepare vegetables like the king ate, and had to carry it to the door for the wolf. There the wolf took the bowl and brought it to its master. "See, Herworth," said the hunter, "now I have bread, meat, vegetables, and sweets, but I also want to eat confectionery like the king does." He called the bear and said, "Dear bear, you like to lick something sweet. Go and fetch me confectionery like the king eats." The bear trotted off to the castle, and everyone got out of his way. But when he reached the guard, they held their rifles up and didn't want to let him into the royal castle. However, he stood up tall and gave a few slaps with his paws to the left and right, causing the entire guard to collapse, and then he walked straight to the king's daughter, stood behind her, and growled a little. She looked back and recognized the bear, inviting him into her chamber, and asked, "Dear bear, what do you want?" He answered, "My lord, who killed the dragon, is here. I am to ask for confectionery like the king eats." She summoned the confectioner, who had to bake confectionery like the king ate, and carry it to the bear's door. The bear licked up the sugar peas that had rolled down, then stood upright, took the bowl, and brought it to his master. "See her worth," said the hunter. "Now I have bread, meat, vegetables, and confectionery, but I also want to drink wine like the king does." He called his lion and said, "Dear lion, you like to drink until you're drunk. Go and fetch me wine like the king drinks." The lion walked across the street and people ran from him. When he reached the guards, they wanted to block his way, but he roared once and everything jumped away. Now the lion went to the royal room and knocked on the door with his tail. The king's daughter came out and almost jumped at the lion, but recognized him by the golden lock from her necklace and asked him to come into her chamber and said, "Dear lion, what do you want?" He answered, "My lord, who killed the dragon, is here. I am to ask for wine like the king drinks." She summoned the cupbearer, who was to give the lion wine like the king drank. The lion said, "I will go along and ensure that I get the right one." He went with the cupbearer, and when they arrived below, the cupbearer wanted to tap the usual wine that the king's servants drank. But the lion said, "Wait, I want to try the wine first." He poured himself a half measure and swallowed it all at once. "No," he said, "that's not the right one." The cupbearer frowned, but went and poured from another barrel, meant for the king's marshal. The lion said, "Wait, I want to try the wine first," poured himself a half measure and drank it. "That's better, but still not the right one." Then the cupbearer became angry and said, "What does such a stupid beast know about wine?" But the lion gave him a slap behind the ears, causing him to fall roughly to the ground, and when he got up, he quietly led the lion to a small special cellar where the king's wine was kept, from which no one else drank. The lion first poured himself a half measure and tasted the wine, then said, "That can be the right one," and told the cupbearer to fill 6 bottles. They went up, but when the lion came out of the cellar into the open air, he swayed a little and was a little tipsy, and the cupbearer had to carry the wine to the door for him. The lion took the handle basket in his mouth and brought it to his master. The hunter said, "See her worth, there I have eaten and drunk, as the king eats and drinks. Now I want to go to the king's court with my animals and marry the king's daughter." The innkeeper asked, "How is that going to work, as she already has a fiancé, and today the wedding is being celebrated?" Then the hunter took out the handkerchief that the king's daughter had given him on Dragon Mountain, in which the 7 tongues of the monster were wrapped, and said, "This will help me." Then the innkeeper looked at the cloth and said, "If I believe everything, I don't believe that, and will bet my house and farm on it." Now the king spoke at the royal table to his daughter. "What did all those wild animals want who came to you and went in and out of my castle?" She answered, "I may not say, but send for the lord of these animals and you will do well." The king sent a servant to the inn and had the stranger invited, and the servant arrived just as the hunter had wagered with the innkeeper. He said, "See her worth, the king sends a servant and invites me, but I'm not going yet." To the servant he said, "I ask that the king send me royal clothes, a carriage with 6 horses, and servants to attend me." When the king heard the response, he said to his daughter, "What shall I do?" She said, "Fetch him as he asks, and you will do well." So the king sent royal clothes, a carriage with 6 horses, and servants to attend him. When the hunter saw them coming, he said, "See her worth, now I am being fetched as I requested." And he put on the royal clothes, took the cloth with the dragon's tongues, and went to the king. When the king saw him coming, he said to his daughter, "How should I receive him?" She answered, "Go and meet him, and you will do well." So the king went to meet him and led him up, and his animals followed him. The king assigned him a seat next to himself and his daughter. The marshal sat on the other side as the groom, but he no longer recognized him. Now the 7 heads of the dragon were just being displayed, and the king said, "The marshal has cut off the 7 heads of the dragon. Therefore, today I give him my daughter as wife." Then the hunter stood up, opened the 7 mouths, and said, "Where are the 7 tongues of the dragon?" The marshal was startled, turned pale, and didn't know what to answer. Finally, in fear, he said, "Dragons have no tongues." The hunter said, "Liars shouldn't have them, but dragon tongues are the sign of the victor," and unwrapped the cloth where all 7 tongues lay. Then he placed each tongue into the correct mouth, and they fit perfectly. After that, he took out the cloth on which the name of the king's daughter was embroidered, showed it to the maiden, and asked to whom she had given it. She replied, "To him who killed the dragon." Then he called his animals, took off each one's collar, and from the lion the golden lock, and showed it to the maiden, asking to whom it belonged. She said, "The collar and the golden lock were mine. I distributed them among the animals that helped defeat the dragon." The hunter said, "When I rested and slept tired from the fight, the marshal came and cut off my head. Then he carried off the king's daughter and claimed he was the one who killed the dragon. And I prove his lie with the tongues, the cloth, and the collar." He then told how his animals had healed him with a miraculous root and that he had traveled with them for a year before returning here, where he learned of the marshal's deceit through the innkeeper's account. The king asked his daughter, "Is it true that this man killed the dragon?" She answered, "Yes, it is true. Now I can reveal the marshal's crime, because it came to light without my help, for he forced me to promise to keep silent. Therefore, I insisted that the wedding should only be celebrated a year and a day later." Then the king called 12 counselors who were to judge the marshal, and they sentenced him to be torn apart by 4 oxen. Thus the marshal was punished, but the king handed his daughter over to the hunter and appointed him as his viceroy throughout the realm. The wedding was celebrated with great joy, and the young king sent for his father and foster father, showering them with treasures. He did not forget the innkeeper. He called him and said, "See, Herworth, I have married the king's daughter, and your house and farm are mine." The innkeeper said, "Yes, that would be according to rights." However, the young king said, "It shall be according to grace. He shall keep his house and farm, and I will give him 1,000 gold pieces besides." Now the young king and the young queen were in good spirits and lived happily together. He often went out hunting, as it was his joy, and his faithful animals always accompanied him. Nearby, however, there was a forest rumored to be eerie, and once someone entered, they would not easily find their way out again. The young king, however, had a strong desire to hunt there, and did not leave the old king in peace until he permitted it. So he rode out with a large entourage, and when he reached the forest, he saw a snow-white hind inside and said to his men, "Wait here until I return. I will hunt this beautiful game," and rode into the forest after it, with only his animals following him. The men waited until evening, but he did not return. They rode home and told the young queen, "The young king chased a white hind into the enchanted forest and has not returned." She was greatly worried about him. He continued to chase after the beautiful wild game, but could never catch it. Whenever he thought it was within shooting range, he saw it spring away into the distance, and finally, it vanished completely. Now he realized he had wandered deep into the forest, took his horn, and blew it, but received no answer, as his men couldn't hear it. As night fell, he saw that he couldn't return that day, so he dismounted, made a fire by a tree, and intended to spend the night there. As he sat by the fire, his animals lying beside him, he thought he heard a human voice. He looked around but saw nothing. Soon after, he heard a groan from above, and looking up, he saw an old woman sitting in a tree, constantly lamenting, "Hoo, hoo, hoo, I'm freezing." He said, "Come down and warm yourself if you're cold." But she said, "No, your animals bite me." He replied, "They won't harm you, old mother, just come down." However, she was a witch and said, "I will throw you a rod from the tree. If you strike them with it on their backs, they won't harm me." She threw him a little rod, and he struck them with it. Immediately they lay still and turned into stone. Once the witch was sure the animals couldn't harm her, she jumped down and touched him with a rod, turning him into stone as well. Then she laughed and dragged him and the animals into a ditch, where more such stones lay. Meanwhile, as the young king did not return at all, the queen's anxiety and worry only grew. At this time, the other brother who had walked eastward at their parting arrived in the kingdom. He had sought service but found none, had wandered around, and had made his animals dance. Then he remembered he wanted to check on the knife they had stuck in a tree trunk at their parting to learn about his brother's fate. When he arrived there, his brother's side was half rusted and half still shiny. He was alarmed and thought, "A great misfortune must have befallen my brother, but perhaps I can still save him, for half of the knife is still shiny." He traveled westward with his animals, and when he reached the city gate, the guard came forward and asked if he should announce him to his wife. The young queen had been in great anxiety for a few days over his absence, and feared he had perished in the enchanted forest. The guard, in fact, thought no differently than that he was the young king himself. So similar did he look, and he also had wild animals following him. Then he realized they were talking about his brother and thought, "It's best if I pretend to be him. That way, I might rescue him more easily." So he allowed the guard to escort him to the castle and was received with great joy. The young queen believed him to be her husband and asked why he had been away so long. He replied, "I got lost in a forest and couldn't find my way out." In the evening, he was brought to the royal bed, but he placed a double-edged sword between himself and the young queen. She didn't know what this meant but didn't dare to ask. He stayed there for a few days, meanwhile exploring everything about the enchanted forest, and finally said, "I must hunt there once more." The king and the young queen tried to dissuade him, but he insisted and went out with a large entourage. When he entered the forest, the same thing happened to him as his brother. He saw a white hind and said to his men, "Wait here until I return. I will hunt this beautiful game," and rode into the forest after it, with his animals running after him. But he couldn't catch the hind and wandered so deep into the forest that he had to spend the night there. And when he had made a fire, he heard above him a groaning, "Hoo, hoo, how cold I am!" He looked up, and there sat the same witch up in the tree. He said, "If you're cold, come down, old mother, and warm yourself." She replied, "No, your animals bite me." He said, "They won't harm you." She called out, "I will throw down a rod for you. If you strike them with it, they won't harm me." When the hunter heard this, he didn't trust the old woman and said, "I won't strike my animals. Come down yourself, or I will fetch you." She cried, "What do you want? You can't harm me." He replied, "If you don't come down, I will shoot you down." She said, "Shoot away. I'm not afraid of your bullets." He took aim and shot at her, but the witch was immune to all lead bullets, laughed loudly, and called out, "You won't hit me yet." The hunter knew what to do, ripped 3 silver buttons from his coat, loaded them into his gun, for her magic was powerless against them, and when he fired, she fell down screaming. He then put his foot on her and said, "Old witch, if you don't tell me right away where my brother is, I will grab you with both hands and throw you into the fire." She was in great fear, begged for mercy, and said, "He lies with his animals turned to stone in a ditch." He forced her to go there, threatened her, and said, "Old sea cat, now you will bring my brother and all the creatures lying here back to life, or you will go into the fire." She took a rod and touched the stones. His brother and the animals came back to life, along with many others, merchants, craftsmen, shepherds. They stood up, thanked him for their liberation, and went home. The twin brothers, when they saw each other again, kissed and rejoiced from their hearts. Then they seized the witch, tied her up, and threw her into the fire. When she was burned, the forest opened by itself, bright and clear, and the royal castle could be seen from 3 hours' distance. Now the two brothers went home together and told each other their stories on the way. When the younger one said he was ruling the entire land in place of the king, the other said, "I noticed that, for when I entered the city and was mistaken for you, I received all the royal honors. The young queen took me for her husband, and I had to eat at her side and sleep in your bed." When the other heard this, he became so jealous and angry that he drew his sword and cut off his brother's head. But when he lay dead and he saw his red blood flowing, he deeply regretted it. "My brother saved me," he cried out, "and I killed him for it." And he lamented loudly. Then his hare came and offered to fetch the life root. It hopped away and brought it just in time, and the dead brother was brought back to life without realizing anything about the wound. They continued on their way, and the younger one said, "You look like me, wear royal clothes like me, and the animals follow you as they follow me. We should enter the old king's palace from opposite gates at the same time." So they separated, and at the same time, the guards from both gates came to the old king and reported that the young king with the animals had returned from the hunt. The king said, "That's impossible. The gates are an hour apart." But just then, the two brothers entered the courtyard from both sides and ascended together. Then the king said to his daughter, "Tell me, which one is your husband? They look identical to me. I can't tell." She was very anxious and couldn't say, but then she remembered the necklace she had given to the animals, searched, and found her golden locket on one lion. Happily, she called out, "He who this lion follows, he is my true husband." The young king laughed and said, "Yes, that's the right one." And they sat down together at the table, ate and drank, and were merry. In the evening, as the young king went to bed, his wife said, "Why have you been putting a double-edged sword in our bed these past nights? I thought you wanted to kill me." Then he realized how faithful his brother had been. The Little Peasant. There was a village where only rich farmers lived, except for one poor man whom they called the Little Peasant, Burley. He didn't even have a cow and had even less money to buy one, though he and his wife dearly wished to own one. One day he said to her, "Listen, I have a good idea. Our neighbor, the carpenter, can make us a calf out of wood and paint it brown so that it looks like a real one. Over time, it will grow and become a cow." The wife liked the idea as well, and the neighbor, the carpenter, made and shaped the calf, painted it as it should be, and crafted it so that its head was bent down as if it were eating. The next morning, when the cows were driven out, the little peasant called the herdsman over and said, "Look, I have a little calf here, but it is still small and needs to be carried." The herdsman agreed, picked it up in his arms, carried it out to the pasture, and set it down in the grass. The calf always stood there as if it were eating, and the herdsman said, "It will soon walk on its own. Just look at how it eats already." In the evening, when he was driving the herd back home, he said to the calf, "If you can stand there and eat your fill, you can also walk on your four legs. I don't care to carry you home again in my arms." But the little peasant stood by his door, waiting for his little calf. When the herdsman drove the cows through the village and the calf was missing, the little peasant asked about it. The herdsman replied, "It is still standing out there eating. It wouldn't stop and come with us." The little peasant insisted, "Oh no, I must have my animal back." So they went back to the meadow together, but someone had stolen the calf and it was gone. The herdsman said, "It must have run away." The little peasant, however, said, "Don't tell me that," and took the herdsman before the mayor. For his negligence, the mayor condemned the herdsman to give the little peasant a cow for the calf that had gone missing. Now the little peasant and his wife had the long-desired cow. They were overjoyed but had no food to give it, so it soon had to be slaughtered. They salted the meat, and the little peasant went into town, hoping to sell the skin to buy a new calf with the proceeds. On the way, he passed by a mill where a raven with broken wings was sitting. Out of pity, he picked it up and wrapped it in the cow's skin. As the weather turned foul with storm and rain, he could go no further and sought shelter at the mill. The miller's wife was alone at home and told the little peasant, "Lie down on the straw," and gave him a piece of cheese bread. The little peasant ate it, lay down with the skin beside him, and the woman thought, "He is tired and has gone to sleep." In the meantime, the parson arrived. The miller's wife welcomed him warmly and said, "My husband is out, so we will have a feast." The little peasant listened and was annoyed that he had had to make do with cheese bread while they prepared to feast. The woman served 4 different dishes: roast meat, salad, cakes, and wine. Just as they were about to sit down and eat, there was a knock outside. The woman exclaimed, "Oh God, it's my husband!" She quickly hid the roast meat inside the tiled stove, the wine under the pillow, the salad on the bed, the cakes under it, and the parson in the cupboard in the entrance. Then she opened the door for her husband and said, "Thank heavens you are back. What a storm! It looks as if the world is coming to an end. The miller saw the little peasant lying on the straw and asked, "What is that fellow doing here?" "Oh," said the wife, "the poor wretch came in the storm and rain and begged for shelter, so I gave him a piece of cheese bread and showed him to the straw." The husband said, "I have no objection, but get me something to eat quickly." The wife said, "But I have nothing but cheese bread." "I'm content with anything," replied the husband. "Cheese bread will do." Then he looked at the little peasant and said, "Come and eat some more with me." The little peasant didn't need a second invitation and got up to eat. Afterwards, the miller saw the skin in which the raven was wrapped lying on the ground and asked, "What do you have there?" The little peasant replied, "I have a fortune teller in it." "Can he foretell something for me?" asked the miller. "Why not?" replied the little peasant, "but he only tells 4 things, and the fifth he keeps to himself." The miller was curious and said, "Let him foretell something for once." The little peasant squeezed the raven's head so that it croaked and made a sound like "Krr." The miller asked, "What did he say?" The little peasant replied, "First, he says that there is wine hidden under the pillow." "Good heavens!" exclaimed the miller, "went there and found the wine." "Now go on," said the miller. The little peasant made the raven croak again and said, "Secondly, he says that there is roast meat in the tiled stove." "Good heavens!" cried the miller, "went there and found the roast meat." The little peasant made the raven prophesy further and said, "Thirdly, he says that there is salad on the bed." "Good heavens!" cried the miller, "went there and found the salad." Finally, the little peasant squeezed the raven again until it croaked loudly and said, "Fourthly, he says that there are cakes under the bed." "Good heavens!" cried the miller, "went there and found the cakes." The 2 men sat together at the table, but the miller's wife was in a state of panic. She went to bed and took all the keys with her. The miller was curious to know the 5th prophecy, but the little peasant said, "First, let's calmly eat the 4 other things, because the 5th one is something dreadful." So they ate, and then they negotiated over how much the miller should pay for the 5th prophecy until they agreed on 300 thalers. The little peasant then pressed the raven's head once more, making it croak loudly. The miller asked, "What did it say?" The little peasant replied, "It said that outside in the cupboard in the entrance, the devil is hiding." The miller exclaimed, "The devil must go out," and opened the house door, but the wife had to hand over the key, and the little peasant unlocked the cupboard. Out ran the parson as fast as he could, and the miller said, "I saw the black fellow with my own eyes. It was indeed true." The next morning, the little peasant slipped away at dawn with the 300 thalers. When the little peasant returned home, he gradually began to prosper. He built a nice house, and the farmers in the village said, "The little peasant must have been to where the golden snow falls and where people bring money home by the shovelful." The little peasant was summoned before the mayor and asked to explain the source of his newfound wealth. He replied, "I sold my cowhide in town for 300 thalers." When the farmers heard this, they all wanted to enjoy the same great profit. They went home, killed all their cows, and skinned them, intending to sell the hides in town for a large profit. The mayor said, "But my maid must go first." When she went to the merchant in town, he gave her no more than 3 thalers for a hide. And when the others came, he gave them even less and said, "What should I do with all these hides?" The farmers were furious at being duped by the little peasant and sought revenge. They accused him of fraud before the mayor, and the innocent little peasant was unanimously condemned to death. He was to be rolled into the water in a barrel full of holes. The little peasant was brought out, and a priest was called to give him a final blessing. Everyone else was made to leave, and when the little peasant looked at the priest, he recognized him as the parson who had been with the miller's wife. The little peasant said to him, "I freed you from the cupboard. Now free me from this barrel." Just then, a shepherd came by with a flock of sheep. The little peasant knew that the shepherd had long wished to become mayor, so he shouted with all his might, "No, I won't do it. Even if the whole world wanted it, no, I won't do it." The shepherd, hearing this, approached and asked, "What is it you don't want to do?" The little peasant replied, They want to make me mayor if I get into this barrel, but I won't do it. The shepherd said, If that's all it takes to become mayor, I'd gladly get into the barrel. The little peasant said, If you get in, you will become mayor. The shepherd was pleased with this, got into the barrel, and the little peasant fastened the lid. Then the little peasant took the shepherd's flock and drove them away. The parson went to the community and said the last rites had been given. They came and rolled the barrel towards the water. As the barrel began to roll, the shepherd inside cried out, I'm willing to be mayor. They thought it was the little peasant shouting and said, So do we, but you must first take a look around down there. And they rolled the barrel into the water. Afterwards, the farmers went home. As they were returning to the village, they saw the little peasant coming, driving a flock of sheep quietly and looking completely content. The farmers were astonished and asked, Little peasant, where do you come from? Have you come out of the water? Of course, replied the little peasant. I sank deep, deep until I finally reached the bottom. I pushed out the bottom of the barrel and crawled out. There were beautiful meadows there with many lambs grazing. I brought back this flock with me. The farmers asked, Are there still more down there? Oh yes, said the little peasant, more than you could ever need. The farmers then agreed that they too wanted to fetch flocks of sheep, each of them. The mayor said, I will go first. They all went together to the water, where they saw little fluffy clouds in the blue sky reflected in the water, which looked like lambs. They shouted, We can already see the sheep at the bottom. The mayor stepped forward and said, I will go down first to take a look. If it's good, I'll call you. He jumped in, and splash, he went into the water. The others thought he was calling them, and all hurriedly jumped in after him. Thus, the village was emptied, and the little peasant became the sole heir and a wealthy man. The Queen Bee. Once upon a time, two kings' sons set out to seek adventures and fell into a wild, reckless way of living, so that they never returned home. Their youngest brother, called Dummling, Simpleton, went out to find his brothers. When he finally found them, they mocked him, saying that with his simplicity, he expected to make his way in the world, while they, who were much smarter, could not succeed. The three brothers continued their journey together until they came to an ant hill. The two eldest wanted to stir it up to see the little ants scurry around in fright and carry off their eggs, but Dummling said, Leave the creatures in peace. I will not let you disturb them. They went on until they came to a lake where many ducks were swimming. The two brothers wanted to catch a couple and roast them, but Dummling would not allow it, saying, Leave the creatures in peace. I will not let you kill them. Finally, they came to a bee's nest in a tree, overflowing with honey running down the trunk. The two brothers wanted to light a fire under the tree to smoke out the bees and take the honey, but Dummling stopped them again, saying, Leave the creatures in peace. I will not let you burn them. At last, the three brothers came to a castle, where in the stables stood horses of stone. No one was to be seen, and they walked through all the halls until they came to a door at the far end, secured with 3 locks. In the middle of the door was a small opening through which they could look into the room. There, they saw a little gray man sitting at a table. They called to him once, twice, but he did not hear. Only on the third call did he get up, unlock the door, and come out. Without saying a word, he led them to a table laden with food and drink. After they had eaten and drunk, he showed each of them to their own sleeping chamber. The next morning, the little gray man came to the eldest brother, beckoned him, and led him to a stone table on which were inscribed 3 tasks to break the enchantment of the castle. The first task was to collect the princess's pearls, 1,000 of them, from under the moss in the forest. If the task was not completed by sunset, and even 1 pearl was missing, the seeker would be turned to stone. The eldest brother went out and searched all day, but by the end of the day, he had only found 100 pearls. As foretold, he was turned into stone. The next day, the second brother took up the challenge. He fared no better, finding only 200 pearls, and he too was turned to stone. Finally, it was Dumling's turn. He searched in the moss, but it was such a tedious task that he grew discouraged and sat down on a stone to weep. As he sat there, the Ant King, whose life Dummling had once saved, appeared with 5,000 ants. It did not take long for the little creatures to gather all the pearls and pile them up. The second task was to retrieve the key to the princess's sleeping chamber from the lake. When Dummling reached the lake, the ducks he had saved came swimming, dived below, and brought up the key from the depths. The third task was the hardest, to choose the youngest and loveliest of the three sleeping princesses. They were identical in appearance and could only be distinguished by the different sweets they had eaten before they fell asleep. The eldest had eaten a piece of sugar, the second a little syrup, and the youngest a spoonful of honey. Then the queen bee, whom Dummling had protected from the fire, arrived and tested the lips of all three princesses. She settled on the lips of the one who had eaten honey, and thus the prince knew which one to choose. With this, the spell was broken. Everyone awoke from their stony sleep and regained their true forms. Dummling married the youngest and loveliest princess and became king after her father's death. His two brothers married the other two princesses. The Three Feathers, translated from the German. There was once a king who had 3 sons. 2 of them were clever and wise, but the third son did not speak much, was simple, and was known as the simpleton. When the king grew old and weak and thought of his end, he didn't know which of his sons should inherit the kingdom after him. So he said to them, "Go forth, and whoever brings me the finest carpet shall be king after my death." To prevent any quarrels, he took them outside his castle, blew 3 feathers into the air, and said, "You shall go as they fly." One feather flew to the east, another to the west, but the third flew straight up and soon fell to the ground. One brother went to the right, the other to the left, and they mocked Simpleton, who had to stay where the third feather had fallen. Simpleton sat down, feeling sad. Then, all at once, he noticed a trap door next to the feather. He lifted it, found a staircase, and went down. There he came to another door, knocked on it, and heard a voice from inside. "Little green maiden small, hopping, hopping hither and thither, hop to the door, and quickly see who is there." The door opened, and he saw a large fat toad sitting there, surrounded by many smaller toads. The fat toad asked what he wanted. He answered, "I would like to have the most beautiful and finest carpet." Then she called to a young toad and said, "Little green maiden small, hopping, hopping hither and thither, hop quickly and bring me the great box here." The young toad fetched the box, and the fat toad opened it and gave Simpleton a carpet so beautiful and fine that none above on earth could have woven such a thing. Simpleton thanked her and went back up. The 2 older brothers had not taken their youngest brother seriously and thought he would find nothing. "Why should we bother searching much?" they said, and took coarse cloths from the first shepherds' wives they met and brought them back to the king. Simpleton also returned at the same time and brought his beautiful carpet. When the king saw it, he was astonished and said, "If fairness is to be observed, the kingdom belongs to the youngest." But the 2 older brothers gave their father no peace and argued that Simpleton, who lacked understanding in everything, could not possibly be king, and they pleaded with him to set another challenge. So the father said, "He who brings me the most beautiful ring shall inherit the kingdom." He led the 3 brothers outside again and blew 3 feathers into the air, which they were to follow. The feathers of the 2 eldest again flew east and west, while Simpleton's feather flew straight up and fell near the trapdoor in the ground. Simpleton went down again to the fat toad and told her that he needed the most beautiful ring. She had her great box fetched and gave him a ring from it that sparkled with jewels and was so beautiful that no goldsmith on earth could have made it. The 2 eldest laughed at Simpleton for going to seek a golden ring and put no effort into the task. Instead, they pulled the nails out of an old carriage ring and brought it to the king. But when Simpleton presented his golden ring, his father declared again, "The kingdom belongs to him." The 2 eldest didn't stop pestering the king until he made a third challenge and declared that the one who brought home the most beautiful woman would inherit the kingdom. He blew the 3 feathers into the air once more, and they flew as before. Simpleton went directly down to the fat toad and said, "I am to bring home the most beautiful woman." "Oh," replied the toad, "the most beautiful woman. She is not at hand at the moment, but still, you shall have her." She gave him a hollowed yellow turnip with 6 mice harnessed to it. Simpleton said sorrowfully, "What am I to do with this?" The toad answered, "Just put one of my little toads into it." He picked one at random from the circle and placed her into the yellow coach. No sooner was she seated inside than she turned into a wonderfully beautiful maiden, the turnip into a coach, and the 6 mice into horses. He kissed her, quickly drove off with the horses, and took her to the king. His brothers arrived later, having made no effort to find beautiful women, but had brought the first peasant women they chanced to meet. When the king saw them, he said, "After my death, the kingdom belongs to my youngest son." But the 2 eldest deafened the king's ears again with their clamor, "We cannot agree that Simpleton should be king," and demanded that the one whose wife could leap through a ring hanging in the center of the hall should have the preference. They thought, "The peasant women can do that easily. They are strong enough, but the delicate maiden will jump herself to death." The old king agreed to this. The 2 peasant women jumped and managed to leap through the ring, but they were so clumsy that they fell and broke their rough arms and legs. Then the beautiful maiden that Simpleton had brought sprang lightly through the ring like a deer, and all opposition had to cease. Thus, Simpleton received the crown and ruled wisely for many years. The Golden Goose. There was a man who had 3 sons, the youngest of whom was called the Simpleton, and he was despised and mocked and always treated unfairly. One day, the eldest son wanted to go into the forest to cut wood, and before he left, his mother gave him a nice fine pancake and a bottle of wine so that he wouldn't suffer from hunger or thirst. When he came into the forest, an old gray man met him, greeted him, and said, "Give me a piece of your cake from your pocket, and let me have a sip of your wine. I am so hungry and thirsty." But the prudent son replied, "If I give you my cake and my wine, I will have nothing left for myself. Be off with you," and left the old man standing there and went on his way. As he began to cut down a tree, it wasn't long before he made a wrong stroke, and the axe struck him in the arm so that he had to go home and have it bandaged. This had been caused by the little gray man. After that, the second son went into the forest, and his mother gave him, as she had given the eldest, a pancake and a bottle of wine. The old gray man met him as well and asked for a piece of cake and a sip of wine. But the second son also replied wisely, "If I give you anything, it will be at my own expense, so be off with you," and left the old man standing there and went on his way. The punishment followed. After he had struck the tree a few times, he hit himself in the leg so badly that he had to be carried home. Then the simpleton said, "Father, let me go into the forest to cut wood." The father answered, "Your brothers have hurt themselves doing that. Leave it alone, you don't understand anything about it." But the simpleton begged so long that at last the father said, "Well, off you go. You will only learn through experience." The mother gave him a cake, which was made with water and baked in the ashes, and a bottle of sour beer. When he came into the forest, the old gray man met him as well, greeted him, and said, "Give me a piece of your cake and a drink from your bottle. I am so hungry and thirsty." The simpleton replied, "I only have ash cake and sour beer, but if that's good enough for you, let's sit down and eat." So they sat down, and as the simpleton took out his ash cake, it turned into a fine pancake, and the sour beer became good wine. They ate and drank, and afterwards the little man said, "Because you have a good heart and are willing to share what you have, I will grant you good luck. Over there stands an old tree. Cut it down, and at its roots you will find something." Then the little man took his leave. The simpleton went there and cut down the tree, and when it fell, he saw, sitting among the roots, a goose with feathers of pure gold. He lifted it out, took it with him, and went to an inn where he intended to stay the night. The innkeeper had 3 daughters, who, when they saw the goose, were curious to know what kind of wonderful bird it was, and each longed to have one of its golden feathers. The eldest thought, "I will wait for a good opportunity to pluck out one of its feathers for myself." When the simpleton went out, she grabbed the goose by its wing, but her fingers and hands stuck fast to it. Soon after, the second sister came with the same idea of getting a golden feather. But as soon as she touched her sister, she too was stuck fast. Finally, the third sister came with the same intention. The others cried out, "Stay away, for heaven's sake, stay away." But she didn't see why she should stay away and thought, "If they are doing it, why shouldn't I?" and went to them. But when she touched her sisters, she got stuck too. And so they had to stay all night attached to the goose. The next morning, the simpleton took the goose under his arm and went away, unmindful of the three girls who were hanging onto it. They had to run after him, left and right, wherever his legs took him. In the middle of the field, they met the parson, who, seeing the strange procession, said, "Shame on you girls, running after a young fellow through the field like this." He grabbed the youngest by the hand to pull her away, but as soon as he touched her, he too was stuck fast and had to follow on. Soon after, the sexton came by, and seeing the parson following behind the three girls, he called out, "Ho, your reverence! Where are you off to in such a hurry? Don't forget we have a christening today," and grabbed the parson by his sleeve. But he too got stuck and had to follow on. As the five of them tramped on, one after another, two peasants with their hoes came from the fields. The parson cried out to them and begged them to help free him and the sexton, but as soon as they touched the sexton, they too were stuck and had to follow on. And now there were 7 people trailing after the simpleton and the goose. He then came to a city where a king ruled, who had a daughter so serious that no one could make her laugh. Therefore he had decreed a law that whoever could make her laugh would marry her. The simpleton, upon hearing this, went with his goose and its companions before the king's daughter. When she saw the 7 people trailing one after another, she burst out laughing loudly and couldn't stop. The simpleton demanded her hand in marriage, but the king did not like the prospective son-in-law. He raised objections and said he must first bring him a man who could drink a cellar full of wine. The simpleton thought of the little gray man who could surely help him. He went out into the forest, and at the spot where he had cut down the tree, he saw a man sitting who looked very sad. The simpleton asked him what was troubling him so much. The man replied, "I am so thirsty and cannot quench it. I cannot bear cold water. I emptied a barrel of wine, but what is a drop on a hot stone?" "I can help you with that," said the simpleton. "Come with me, you shall have your fill." He led him to the king's cellar, and the man set to work on the large barrels, drinking and drinking until his hips hurt, and before a day had passed, he had drunk the entire cellar dry. The simpleton again demanded his bride, but the king was angered that a poor boy, whom everyone called a simpleton, should carry off his daughter, and set new conditions. He must first find a man who could eat a mountain of bread. The simpleton did not hesitate long, but went straight out into the forest. There sat on the same spot a man who was lacing himself up with a strap, making a grim face, and said, "I have eaten an entire oven full of coarse breadcrumbs. But what good is that when one is as hungry as I am? My stomach remains empty, and I must keep tightening my belt if I am not to die of hunger." The simpleton was pleased with this and said, "Get up and come with me. You shall eat your fill." He led him to the king's court, who had gathered all the flour from the entire kingdom and baked an enormous mountain of it. But the man from the forest stood before it, began to eat, and in one day the entire mountain had disappeared. The simpleton demanded his bride for the third time, but the king sought another excuse and demanded a ship that could sail on land and water. "But as soon as you arrive with it," he said, "you shall at once have my daughter as your wife." The simpleton went straight into the forest where the old gray man sat, to whom he had given his cake, and said, "I have drunk and eaten for you, and now I want to give you a ship. I will do all this because you have been merciful to me." Then he gave him the ship that could sail on land and water. And when the king saw this, he could no longer withhold his daughter from him. The wedding was celebrated, and after the king's death, the simpleton inherited the kingdom and lived happily for a long time with his wife. All Kinds of Fur, Allerlau, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a wife with golden hair, so beautiful that there was no one like her on earth. One day, she fell ill, and sensing her impending death, she called the king to her side. "If you wish to marry again after I am gone," she said, "promise me that you will only marry someone as beautiful as I am, with hair as golden as mine." The king solemnly agreed, and shortly after, she closed her eyes and passed away. For a long time, the king mourned deeply and had no thought of remarrying. Eventually, his advisors urged him, "Your Majesty, the kingdom needs a queen. We must find someone who matches the beauty of the late queen." Messengers were sent far and wide to find such a bride, but none could be found who matched her beauty or her golden hair. Disheartened, the messengers returned empty-handed. Now, the king had a daughter, equally as beautiful as her late mother, with the same golden hair. As she grew up, the king noticed how much she resembled her mother and found himself falling in love with her. He then declared to his advisors, "I will marry my daughter, for she is the very image of my late wife. There is no other bride who can compare." The advisors were shocked and protested, "Such a thing is forbidden. It is a crime against nature, and it will bring ruin upon the kingdom." The daughter was horrified when she learned of her father's intentions, but hoped to dissuade him. She presented him with a seemingly impossible task, saying, "Before I agree to your wish, I must have 3 dresses, one as golden as the sun, one as silvery as the moon, and one as radiant as the stars. In addition, I require a mantle made from 1,000 different kinds of fur and hair, each contributed by a different animal in the kingdom." She thought, "This will surely divert my father from his wicked plan." However, the king was undeterred. The cleverest maidens were set to work weaving the dresses of sun, moon, and stars, while the huntsmen gathered pieces of fur from every animal in the kingdom to make the mantle. When everything was prepared, the king presented the mantle to his daughter and announced, "The wedding will be tomorrow." Upon realizing that she could not change her father's heart, the daughter decided to flee. In the dead of night, she gathered 3 precious items from her treasures: a golden ring, a golden spinning wheel, and a golden reel. She packed the dresses of sun, moon, and stars into a nutshell, donned the mantle of all kinds of fur, and covered her face and hands with soot. Entrusting herself to God, she fled the palace and walked through the night until she reached a vast forest. Exhausted, she found shelter in a hollow tree and fell asleep. As the sun rose, she continued to sleep, unaware that it was day. Meanwhile, the king who owned the forest was out hunting. When his dogs reached the tree, they sniffed and barked excitedly. The king ordered his huntsmen to investigate, and they returned, saying, "A strange creature lies asleep in the hollow tree. Its skin is made of 1,000 different kinds of fur, like none we have ever seen before." Intrigued, the king commanded, "Capture it alive and bring it to me." When the huntsman approached the maiden, she woke in terror and pleaded, "I am a poor child, abandoned by my father and mother. Have mercy on me and take me with you." The huntsman agreed, saying, "All kinds of fur. You can work in the kitchen and sweep the hearth." They brought her back to the royal palace and assigned her a dark closet under the stairs, where no light entered, saying, "Furry creature, this is where you will live and sleep." Thus, all kinds of fur lived in the palace, enduring hardship. "Oh, fair princess, what will become of you now?" It happened one day that a feast was held in the palace, and she asked the cook, "May I go upstairs for a while and watch? I will stand outside the door." The cook agreed, with the condition that she return in half an hour to sweep the hearth. All kinds of fur took her oil lamp, returned to her hiding place, removed her fur dress, washed away the soot from her face and hands, revealing her full beauty once more. She took out the dresses that shone like the sun, moon, and stars, and went to the feast. Everyone made way for her, believing her to be a princess. The king approached her, took her hand, danced with her, and thought, "Never have my eyes seen anyone so beautiful." After the dance, she curtsied, but when the king looked around, she had vanished, and no one knew where she had gone. The palace guards were summoned, but none had seen her. All kinds of fur had hurried back to her den, quickly changed back into her rough attire, blackened her face and hands again, and put on the fur mantle. When she returned to the kitchen to sweep the hearth, the cook said, "Leave that until morning and prepare the soup for the king. I, too, will go upstairs for a while, but don't let any hair fall into the soup, or you'll go hungry in the future." So the cook departed, and all kinds of fur made the soup for the king, preparing a bread soup as best she could. When it was ready, she placed her golden ring in the bowl. The king enjoyed the soup so much that he proclaimed it the best he had ever tasted. However, when he reached the bottom of the bowl, he found a golden ring and wondered how it had gotten there. He summoned the cook and asked who had made the soup. The cook falsely claimed responsibility, but the king knew better. "It was cooked differently and much better than your usual," he said. The cook confessed, "I did not make it. It was the rough animal." The king ordered, "Go and bring her here." When all kinds of fur came, the king asked, "Who are you?" She replied, "I am a poor girl who no longer has any father or mother." He pressed on, "What purpose do you serve in my palace?" She answered, "I am good for nothing but to have boots thrown at my head." He persisted, "Where did you get the ring that was in the soup?" She replied, "I know nothing about the ring." Thus, the king learned nothing and had to send her away once more. Some time later, another festival was held, and as before, all kinds of fur asked the cook for permission to observe. He agreed, saying, "Yes, but return in half an hour and make the king the bread soup he enjoys so much." She quickly washed herself in her den, took out the dress as silvery as the moon from the nut, and put it on. She appeared in the hall like a princess, and the king approached her joyfully, pleased to see her again. They danced together, and when the dance ended, she vanished so swiftly that the king could not see where she had gone. She returned to her den, transformed back into a furry animal, and went to the kitchen to prepare the bread soup. When the cook went upstairs, she placed her little golden spinning wheel in the bowl so that it was covered by the soup. The king ate it and enjoyed it as much as before. The cook was brought before the king and again admitted that all kinds of fur had prepared the soup. All kinds of fur appeared before the king once more, claiming she was only good for having boots thrown at her head and knew nothing about the golden spinning wheel. When the king held a third festival, everything unfolded as before. The cook said, "By my faith, Rough Skin, you are a witch who always puts something in the soup that makes it so delicious, the king prefers it to mine." Despite his suspicions, he allowed her to go upstairs at the appointed time. This time, she put on the dress that shone like the stars and entered the hall. Once again, the king danced with the beautiful maiden and thought she had never looked more beautiful. While they danced, he managed to slip a golden ring onto her finger without her noticing. He arranged for the dance to last a long time. When it ended, he tried to hold her by the hands, but she broke free and disappeared quickly through the crowd, vanishing from sight. She hurried back to her den under the stairs, but had stayed too long. She couldn't remove her pretty dress, only covering it with her fur mantle. In her haste, she didn't completely blacken herself, leaving one finger white. All kinds of fur went to the kitchen and made the bread soup for the king, adding her golden reel while the cook was away. When the king found the reel at the bottom of the soup, he summoned all kinds of fur. Spotting the white finger, he saw the ring he had slipped on during the dance. He grabbed her hand and held her firmly. When she tried to escape and run away, her fur mantle opened slightly, revealing the starry dress beneath. The king seized the mantle and tore it off. Her golden hair gleamed, and she stood there in full splendor, unable to hide any longer. After washing away the soot and ashes from her face, she was more beautiful than anyone ever seen on earth. The king declared, "You are my beloved bride, and we will never part again." They were married, and they lived happily ever after. The Rabbit's Bride. There was once a woman with a daughter in a beautiful garden with cabbage. There came a rabbit, and, greedy at winter time, ate all the cabbage. Then the woman said to her daughter, "Go into the garden and chase away the rabbit." The girl said to the rabbit, "Shoo, shoo, you rabbit, don't eat all the cabbage." The rabbit said, "Come, girl, sit on my little rabbit's tail and come with me to my rabbit hutch." The girl did not want to. On the next day, the rabbit came again and ate the cabbage. Then the woman said to her daughter, "Go into the garden and chase away the rabbit." The girl said to the rabbit, "Shoo, shoo, you rabbit, don't eat all the cabbage." The rabbit said, "Come, girl, sit on my little rabbit's tail and come with me to my rabbit hutch." The girl did not want to. On the third day, the rabbit came again and ate the cabbage. Then the woman said to her daughter, "Go into the garden and chase away the rabbit." The girl said to the rabbit, "Shoo, "Shoo, you rabbit, don't eat all the cabbage." The rabbit said, "Come, girl, sit on my little rabbit's tail and come with me to my rabbit hutch." The girl sat on the rabbit's tail, and it took her far away to its hutch and said, "Now cook some green cabbage and millet. I am going to invite the wedding guests." Then all the wedding guests came together. Who were the wedding people? I can tell you, as someone else told me, they were all rabbits, and the crow was there as the priest to marry the couple, and the fox as the clerk, and the altar was under the rainbow. But the girl was sad because she was so lonely. The rabbit came and said, get up, the wedding folks are lively." The bride said nothing and wept. The rabbit went away, then came back and said, get up, the wedding folks are hungry." The bride said nothing and wept. The rabbit went away, then came back and said, get up, the wedding folks are waiting." But the bride said nothing, and the rabbit went away. So she made a straw figure dressed in her clothes, gave it a pipe, and set it by the pot with millet, then went back to her mother. The rabbit came again and said, get up, and opened up and hit the straw figure on the head so that its head fell off. Then the rabbit thought his bride was dead and went away sadly. The 12 Huntsmen, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Once there was a king's son who was engaged to a maiden whom he loved dearly. While he was sitting beside her, happy and content, news arrived that his father lay seriously ill and desired to see him one last time before he passed away. He said to his beloved, "I must leave now and part from you, but I give you this ring as a token of my love. When I become king, I will return and take you with me." So he rode away, and upon reaching his father, he found him gravely ill and near death. His father said to him, "My dear son, before I depart, I wish to see you one last time. Promise me to marry as I wish." And he named a certain king's daughter who was to be his wife. Overcome with grief, the son agreed without thinking, saying, "Yes, dear father, your wish shall be fulfilled." With that, the king closed his eyes and passed away. Once the son was proclaimed king and the mourning period ended, he had to fulfill his promise to his father and arranged for the marriage with the king's daughter as requested. When his first betrothed heard of this, she was so distressed by his perceived betrayal that she nearly died. Her father then said to her, "My dearest child, why are you so sad? You shall have whatever you desire." After a moment of thought, she replied, "Dear father, I wish for 11 girls who look exactly like me in face, figure, and size." Her father said, "If it is possible, your wish shall be granted." And he searched throughout his kingdom until he found 11 young maidens who resembled his daughter perfectly in face, figure, and size. When they arrived at the king's daughter's palace, she had 12 sets of huntsman's attire made, all identical. The 11 maidens put on the huntsman's clothes, while she herself wore the 12th suit. She then bid farewell to her father and rode away with them to the court of her former betrothed, whom she loved so dearly. There, she inquired if he needed huntsmen and if he would accept them all into his service. The king looked at her and did not recognize her, but seeing they were such fine fellows, he agreed, saying, "Yes, I will gladly take them." Thus, they became the king's 12 huntsmen. However, the king owned a lion that possessed a wondrous ability to know all hidden and secret things. One evening, the lion said to the king, "You think you have 12 huntsmen?" "Yes," replied the king, "there are 12 huntsmen." The lion continued, "You are mistaken. They are 12 girls." The king said, "That cannot be true. How can you prove it to me?" "Oh, just have some peas scattered in your antechamber," answered the lion, "and then you will see. Men have a firm step, and when they walk over the peas, none of them move. But girls trip and skip, dragging their feet, causing the peas to roll." The king liked the idea and had peas scattered. However, there was a servant of the king who favored the huntsmen, and upon hearing of the test, he went to them and revealed everything, saying, "The lion wants the king to believe you are girls." The king's daughter thanked him and said to her maidens, "Exert some strength and step firmly on the peas." The next morning, when the king summoned the 12 huntsmen, and they entered the antechamber where the peas lay, they stepped so firmly that not a single pea moved. They then departed, and the king said to the lion, "You lied to me. They walk like men." The lion replied, "They knew they would be tested and exerted themselves. Now, Bring 12 spinning wheels into the antechamber one day, and they will come and take pleasure in them, which no man would do." The king was pleased with the advice and had the spinning wheels placed in the antechamber. But the servant, who sympathized with the huntsman, went to them and disclosed the plan. Then, when they were alone, the king's daughter said to her 11 girls, "Restrain yourselves and do not look at the spinning wheels." The following morning, when the king summoned his 12 huntsmen, they passed through the antechamber without once glancing at the spinning wheels. Again, the king said to the lion, "You deceived me. They are men, for they did not look at the spinning wheels." The lion responded, "They knew they would be tested and restrained themselves." However, the king no longer believed the lion. The 12 huntsmen always accompanied the king on his hunts, and his fondness for them grew ever stronger. Once, while they were out hunting, news arrived that the king's betrothed was approaching. When the true bride heard this, it pained her so deeply that her heart nearly broke, and she fell unconscious to the ground. The king thought something had happened to his dear huntsman, rushed to him, and wanted to help, removing his glove. It was then that he saw the ring he had given his first bride, and upon seeing her face, he recognized her. Overcome with emotion, he kissed her, and when she opened her eyes, he said, "You are mine, and I am yours, and no one in the world can change that." He sent a messenger to the other bride, asking her to return to her kingdom, as he already had a wife, and one who had found an old key did not need a new one. Thus, the wedding was celebrated, and the lion was once again held in favor, as he had spoken the truth after all. The Thief and His Master, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Hans wanted to apprentice his son to a trade, so he went to church and prayed to the Lord God to determine which trade would be most beneficial for him. The church clerk, standing behind the altar, said, "Thieving, thieving." Upon hearing this, Hans returned to his son and informed him that he was to learn thieving as directed by the Lord God. Hans and his son then set out to find someone skilled in thieving. They journeyed for a long time and eventually entered a vast forest, where they found a small house occupied by an elderly woman. Hans asked her, "Do you know of someone skilled in thieving?" The woman replied, "You can learn that skill here very well. My son is a master of it." Hans then spoke with the son and inquired about his expertise in thieving. The master thief assured him, "I will teach your son well. Return after a year, and if you still recognize your son, I will not accept any payment for his training. However, if you do not recognize him, you must pay me 200 thalers." Hans returned home, and his son diligently learned witchcraft and thieving. When the year ended, Hans was anxious about how he would recognize his son. As he wandered about troubled, he encountered a little dwarf who asked him, "What troubles you, that you are always so distressed?" Hans explained, "A year ago, I placed my son with a master thief who instructed me to return after a year. If I did not recognize my son then, I would owe him 200 thalers. But if I did recognize him, I would owe nothing. Now I fear not recognizing him and do not know where to get the money." The dwarf advised him to take a small basket of bread and stand under the chimney. "There is a basket on the crossbeam with a little bird peeping out. That is your son." Hans followed the dwarf's advice, throwing a basket of black bread in front of the basket with the bird. The little bird emerged and looked up. "Hello, my son. Are you here?" exclaimed the father. The son was overjoyed to see his father, but the master thief said, "You must have been prompted by the devil. Otherwise, how could you have known your son?" "Father, let us go," said the son. Father and son then journeyed homeward. Along the way, a carriage passed by, and the son said to his father, "I will transform myself into a large greyhound, and you can earn a great deal of money with me." The gentleman in the carriage called out, "Will you sell your dog?" "Yes," replied the father. "How much do you want for it?" asked the gentleman. 30 thalers. "That's quite a lot, but as it is such a fine dog, I will take it," said the gentleman, buying the dog and placing it in his carriage. However, shortly afterward, the dog leaped out through the window and returned to his father, no longer a greyhound. They returned home together. The next day, there was a fair in the nearby town. The son said to his father, "Now I will transform myself into a beautiful horse, and you can sell me. But after selling me, you must remove my bridle, or I cannot turn back into a man." The father took the horse to the fair, where the master thief appeared and bought the horse for 100 thalers. However, the father forgot to remove the bridle. When the maid crossed the stable threshold, the horse exclaimed, "Take off my bridle! Take off my bridle!" Startled, the maid asked, "Can you speak?" She removed the bridle, and the horse turned into a sparrow and flew out of the door, with the wizard turned sparrow chasing after him. They met and cast lots. The master lost and transformed into a fish. The youth also became a fish, and they cast lots again, with the master losing once more. Finally, the master transformed into a rooster, and the youth became a fox, biting off the rooster's head. Thus, the master died and has remained dead to this day. Jorinda and Joringel, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. There was once an old castle in the midst of a large, dense forest, and within it dwelled an old woman who was a witch all alone. During the day, she transformed herself into a cat or a screech owl, but in the evening, she resumed her human form. She had the power to lure wild animals and birds to her, whom she would then slaughter, cook, and roast. Anyone who came within 100 paces of the castle would be compelled to stop and could not move from that spot until she released them. If an innocent maiden entered this circle, she would transform her into a bird, imprison her in a wicker cage, and store the cage in a room within the castle. There were approximately 7,000 such cages of rare birds in the castle. Now there was a maiden named Jorinda, who was more beautiful than all other girls. She and a handsome youth named Joringel had promised to marry each other. They were still in the days of their engagement, and their greatest joy was being together. One day, so that they could converse undisturbed, they went for a walk in the forest. "Be careful," said Joringel, "not to come too close to the castle." It was a beautiful evening. The sun shone brightly through the trunks of the trees into the dark green of the forest, and the turtle doves sang mournfully on the young branches of the birch trees. Jorinda wept occasionally. She sat down in the sunshine and was sorrowful. Joringel was also sad. They were as distressed as if they were about to die. Then they looked around, completely at a loss, not knowing which way to go home. The sun was still half above the mountain and half set. Joringel peered through the bushes and saw the old walls of the castle nearby. He was horrified and filled with mortal fear. Jorinda sang, "My little bird with the red ring sings sorrow, sorrow, sorrow. It sings of the dove's impending end, sings sorrow, sore, cuckoo, coo, cuckoo, cuckoo." Joringel looked for Jorinda. She had been transformed into a nightingale and sang cuckoo, cuckoo. A screech owl with glowing eyes circled her 3 times and cried 3 times. "To-woo, to-woo, to-woo." Joringel couldn't move. He stood there like a statue, unable to weep, speak, or move hand or foot. The sun had now set. The owl flew into the thicket, and immediately afterward, a hunchbacked old woman emerged from it, yellow and lean, with large red eyes and a hooked nose that reached down to her chin. She muttered to herself, caught the nightingale, and carried it away in her hand. Joringel couldn't speak or move from the spot. The nightingale was gone. Finally, the woman returned and said in a hollow voice, "Greetings, Zachiel. When the moon shines on the cage, Zachiel, release it at once." Then Joringel was released. He fell to his knees before the woman and begged her to return his Jorinda to him, but she said he would never have her again and left. He called out, he wept, he lamented, but all in vain. "Oh, what will become of me?" Joringel left and eventually came to a strange village. There he tended sheep for a long time. Often he walked around the castle, but never too close to it. Finally, one night, he dreamt that he found a blood-red flower, in the middle of which was a beautiful large pearl. He picked the flower and went with it to the castle, and everything he touched with the flower was freed from enchantment. He also dreamt that this flower would help him recover his Jorinda. In the morning, when he awoke, he began to search over hill and dale to find such a flower. He searched until the 9th day, and then, early in the morning, he found the blood-red flower. In the middle of it was a large dewdrop, as big as the finest pearl. Day and night, he journeyed with this flower toward the castle. When he was within 100 paces of it, he was not held fast, but walked up to the door. Joringel was overjoyed. He touched the door with the flower, and it sprang open. He walked through the courtyard, listening for the sound of the birds. Finally, he heard it. He continued on and found the room from which the sound came, and there the witch was feeding the birds in the 7,000 cages. When she saw Joringel, she was furious, very furious, and scolded and spat poison and gall at him, but she couldn't come within 2 paces of him. He paid her no mind and went to inspect the cages with the birds. But there were many hundred nightingales. How was he to find his Jorinda again? Just then, he saw the old woman stealthily take away a cage with a bird in it and head toward the door. He swiftly sprang toward her, touched the cage with the flower, and also touched the old woman. Now she could no longer bewitch anyone, and there stood Jorinda, embracing him around the neck, as beautiful as ever. The Three Children of Fortune, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Once a father called his 3 sons to him as he neared the end of his life. To the eldest, he gave a rooster, to the second, a scythe, and to the youngest, a cat. "I am old," he said, "and my death is near. I wanted to provide for you before I go. I have no money to give you, but these gifts, though they seem of little worth, can bring you great fortune if you use them wisely. Find a land where these things are still unknown, and your future will be bright." After their father's death, the eldest son set out with his rooster. But wherever he went, the rooster was already known. In the towns, he saw them perched high on steeples, turning with the wind. In the villages, he heard many roosters crowing, and no one found them extraordinary. It seemed unlikely that he would find his fortune this way. Eventually, he arrived at an island where the people had never seen a rooster and didn't know how to measure time properly. They knew when it was morning or evening, but at night, if they didn't sleep, they had no way to tell the hours. "Look," he said, "what a magnificent creature. It has a ruby red crown on its head and spurs like a knight. It crows 3 times each night at fixed hours, and after its last call, the sun soon rises. If it crows during the day, take heed, for a change in weather is coming." The people were delighted. They stayed awake an entire night, listening with great pleasure as the rooster crowed loudly and clearly at 2, 4, and 6 o'clock. They asked if the bird was for sale and what he wanted for it. "About as much gold as a donkey can carry," he replied. "A small price for such a marvelous creature," they exclaimed, and gladly paid what he asked. When the eldest brother returned home with his wealth, his brothers were astonished. The second brother then decided to try his luck with his scythe. He set out, but everywhere he went, he saw laborers with scythes on their shoulders, just like his own. Finally, he found an island where the people had no scythes. When their grain was ripe, they would bring out cannons to harvest it, shooting down the stalks. This method was highly inefficient. Some shots missed entirely, while others destroyed the ears of grain, resulting in significant losses. The noise was also unbearable. The second brother demonstrated how to use the scythe, cutting the grain silently and swiftly. The people were amazed and agreed to give him a horse loaded with as much gold as it could carry in exchange for the scythe. The youngest brother now wanted to find the right place for his cat. Like his brothers, he found that while he stayed on the mainland, there was no market for his gift. Cats were everywhere, and there were so many that newborn kittens were often drowned. At last, he sailed to an island where cats had never been seen before. There, the mice had become a severe problem. They ran over tables and benches, whether the owner was present or not. The people were desperate. Even the king in his palace couldn't protect himself from the rodents. Mice squeaked in every corner, gnawing at anything they could find. The cat immediately started her hunt and quickly cleared several rooms of mice. The people begged the king to buy the miraculous animal for the kingdom. The king agreed and gave a mule laden with gold in return for the cat. The youngest brother returned home with the greatest treasure of all. In the royal palace, the cat continued her work, catching so many mice that they could no longer be counted. Eventually, she became warm and thirsty from her efforts, so she stopped, lifted her head, and cried, "Mew, mew." The king and his court, hearing this strange cry, were terrified and fled the palace in fear. After consulting, the king decided to send a herald to the cat, demanding that she leave the palace or face force. The counselors argued, "We would rather be plagued by mice, as we are used to them, than risk our lives to such a monster." A young noble was sent to ask the cat if she would leave peacefully. But the thirsty cat only answered, "Mew, mew." The youth interpreted this as a firm refusal and reported back to the king. Then, said the counselors, she must yield to force. Cannons were brought up, and the palace was set ablaze. When the fire reached the room where the cat was, she jumped safely out of a window. But the attackers did not stop until the entire palace was reduced to rubble. 6 Adventurers, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. There was once a man who was a master of many trades. He had served in the war and had been valiant and brave, but when the war ended, he was discharged with only 3 farthings as his parting gift. "I won't accept this," he declared. "Wait until I find the right companions, and the king will be forced to grant me all the treasures of his kingdom." Full of anger, he ventured into the forest and encountered a man who had uprooted 6 trees as easily as if they were stalks of wheat. He said to him, "Will you be my companion and join me?" "Certainly," he replied, "but first I must take this bundle of wood home to my parents." Taking one of the trees, he wrapped it around the other 5, hoisted the bundle onto his shoulder, and carried it away. Returning soon after, he joined his leader, who remarked, "The 2 of us together can take on the whole world." As they journeyed on, they came upon a hunter kneeling with his rifle aimed carefully. "Hunter," the leader asked, "what are you aiming at?" "2 miles from here," he replied, "there sits a fly on the branch of an oak tree. I intend to shoot its left eye." "Come with us," said the leader. "The 3 of us together can face any challenge." The hunter agreed, and they continued until they reached 7 windmills spinning rapidly despite the absence of wind, and not a leaf stirred. "I can't understand what drives these windmills without wind," said the leader. They proceeded another 2 miles and found a man sitting in a tree, holding one nostril closed and blowing out of the other. "What are you doing up there?" the leader inquired. "2 miles from here," he replied, "there are 7 windmills. I am blowing to make them turn." "Join us," exclaimed the leader. "With 4 of us together, we can face any challenge." Thus, the blower descended and joined their group. After a while, they encountered a man standing on one leg, the other leg removed and lying beside him. "You found a clever way to rest," the leader remarked to him. "I am a runner," he replied, "and to prevent myself from running too fast, I have removed one leg. With both legs, I run faster than a bird flies." "Join us," urged the leader. "With 5 of us together, we can surely face any challenge." So he joined them, and before long they encountered a man wearing a small hat tilted over one ear. "Manners, manners," scolded the leader. "Don't wear your hat like that. You look like a fool." "I dare not straighten it," the man replied. "If I do, a terrible frost will come, freezing the birds in the sky and causing them to fall dead to the ground." "Come with us," said the leader. "The 6 of us together can face any challenge." They continued until they reached a town where the king had announced that whoever could outrun his daughter in a race would win her hand in marriage, but the loser would lose his head. The leader stepped forward and declared one of his men would race on his behalf. "Then," said the king, "his life must also be wagered. If he fails, both his head and yours will be forfeit." After these terms were agreed upon, the leader prepared the runner, attaching his second leg. "Be ready," he instructed, "and ensure our victory." It was agreed that the winner would be the first to bring water from a distant brook. Both the king's daughter and the runner took pictures and set off simultaneously. But in an instant, while the king's daughter had only gone a short distance, the runner was already out of sight, running as swiftly as the wind. He quickly reached the brook, filled his pitcher, and turned back. However, halfway back, exhaustion overcame him, and he set down his pitcher and lay down to sleep. To ensure he did not sleep too comfortably and awaken promptly, he had taken a horse's skull lying nearby and placed it under his head as a pillow. Meanwhile, the king's daughter, a skilled runner indeed, had reached the brook, filled her pitcher, and was hurrying back when she saw the runner asleep. "Victory is mine," she exclaimed joyously, and emptied his pitcher before continuing on her way home. It seemed all was lost, but for the hunter standing on the castle wall with his keen eyes, who witnessed everything. "We cannot let the king's daughter surpass us," he said, taking aim with his rifle and shooting the horse's skull from under the runner's head without harming him. The runner woke up, jumped to his feet, saw his pitcher empty, and the king's daughter far ahead on her way home. But undaunted, he swiftly ran back to the brook, refilled his pitcher, and despite this, he arrived home 10 minutes before the king's daughter. "See," he said, "this is the first time I've truly stretched my legs. Before, it hardly deserved to be called running." The king was irritated, and his daughter even more so, to be outrun by a discharged common soldier. Together they plotted how they might rid themselves of him and his companions at once. "I have a plan," said the king confidently. "Rest assured we shall be rid of them forever." He then summoned the men, inviting them to feast and make merry, providing them entry to a room with an iron floor, iron doors, and windows with iron frames and bolts. Inside, a table was set with sumptuous food. "Now, go in and make yourselves comfortable," instructed the king. Once inside, he locked and bolted the door. He then instructed the cook to build a roaring fire beneath the room, heating the iron floor until it glowed red hot. The men began to feel the room growing increasingly warm, initially attributing it to the hearty meal. However, as the heat intensified and they realized the doors and windows were sealed shut, they suspected the king's malicious intent to suffocate them. "He won't succeed," declared the man with the small hat. "I will summon a frost that will shame the fire and drive it away." Straightening his hat, he caused a frost so severe that the heat dissipated entirely, freezing the food in the dishes. After an hour or two, with the king assuming they had perished in the heat, he ordered the door opened and inspected the room himself. To his surprise, all 6 men emerged unharmed, complaining of the chill and eager to warm themselves, as the room's extreme cold had frozen the food in the dishes. Enraged, the king reprimanded the cook, demanding why he had not followed his orders. "It's hot in there. See for yourself," retorted the cook. The king looked and saw a blazing fire beneath the iron room, realizing the 6 men could not be disposed of so easily. He devised a new scheme, summoning the leader and proposing, "If you renounce your claim to my daughter and accept gold instead, you may have as much as you desire." "Certainly, my lord king," replied the man. "Let me have as much gold as my servant can carry, and I relinquish all claim to your daughter." The king agreed, stipulating they return in a fortnight for the gold. The man then gathered all the tailors in the realm, tasking them to fashion a sack, a project that took 2 weeks to complete. Once finished, the strong man who had uprooted trees slung it over his shoulder and presented himself to the king. "Who is this giant carrying a bundle as large as a house?" exclaimed the king in alarm, envisioning the vast amount of gold he would carry away. Despite being loaded with a ton of gold by 16 strong men, the strong man effortlessly placed it all into the sack with one hand, remarking, "Is this all? It barely covers the bottom." The king then ordered his entire treasury brought in stages, yet the sack remained barely half full. "Bring more," demanded the man. "These meager scraps won't do at all." Ultimately, 7,000 wagons laden with gold from across the kingdom were driven up, and he tossed them all into his sack, including the oxen. "I won't quibble," he declared. "I'll take whatever fits until the sack is full." Even after filling it, there was still ample space. "I must bring this to an end," he said. "If it's not full, it's easier to tie." He hoisted the sack onto his back and departed with his comrades. Witnessing his realm's entire wealth carried off by one man, the king seethed with anger, dispatching his cavalry to pursue the 6 men and recover the sack. 2 regiments quickly caught up with them, ordering them to surrender the sack or face death. "Surrender?" scoffed the man who could blow. "Perhaps you should dance a little first." Holding one nostril closed, he blew through the other, sending the regiments tumbling head over heels, over hills and far away. A brave sergeant with 9 wounds begged not to be shamed. The blower gently let him down, ensuring he came to no harm, and instructed him to convey to the king that any subsequent regiment sent would meet the same fate. Upon receiving this message, the king relented, saying, "Let them be. They have some justice on their side." And so the 6 comrades returned home with their treasure, divided it among themselves, and lived contentedly until the end of their days. The Wolf and the Man, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, the fox spoke to the wolf about the strength of humans, how no animal could resist them, and how all must use cunning to protect themselves from humans. The wolf replied, "If only I could see a human once, I would attack him nonetheless." "I can help you with that," said the fox. "Come to me early tomorrow morning, and I will show you one." The wolf arrived early, and the fox led him to the path where hunters passed every day. First came an old retired soldier. "Is that a human?" asked the wolf. "No," replied the fox. "He was one." Next came a little boy on his way to school. "Is that a human?" "No, he's going to become one." Finally, a hunter appeared with a double-barreled gun on his back and a sword at his side. The fox said to the wolf, "Look, there comes a human. You must attack him, but I will retreat to my den." The wolf then lunged at the hunter. When the hunter saw him, he said, "It's a shame I didn't load with a bullet," aimed, and fired his shot into the wolf's face. The wolf grimaced, but wasn't frightened and attacked again. The hunter then fired his second shot. The wolf endured the pain and continued to attack, but the hunter drew his gleaming sword and struck him several times, causing him to run back to the fox, bleeding and howling. "Well, brother wolf," said the fox, "how did it go with the human?" "Ah," replied the wolf, "I never imagined the strength of humans to be so great. First, he took a stick from his shoulder and blew into it, and something flew into my face that tickled terribly. Then he blew into the stick again, and it flew into my nose like lightning and hail. When I got close, he drew a white rib from his side and struck me so hard with it that I nearly lay dead." "See what a braggart you are," said the fox. "You throw your axe so far that you can't retrieve it." The Wolf and the Fox, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. The wolf had the fox with him, and whatever the wolf wished, the fox was compelled to do, for he was the weaker and would gladly have been rid of his master. Once as they were going through the forest, the wolf said, "Red Fox, fetch me something to eat, or I will eat you myself." The fox replied, "I know a farmyard where there are 2 young lambs. If you wish, we can fetch one of them." The wolf agreed, and they went there. The fox stole a little lamb, brought it to the wolf, and then departed. The wolf devoured it, but was not satisfied with just one. He wanted the other as well and tried to take it. In his clumsy attempt, the lamb's mother heard him and began to cry out loudly, summoning the farmers. They found the wolf and beat him severely, causing him to limp and howl his way back to the fox in the woods. "You've misled me terribly," he said. "I wanted to fetch the other lamb, but the country folks caught me and beat me thoroughly." The fox replied, "Why are you such a glutton?" The next day, they ventured out again, and the greedy wolf said once more, "Red Fox, fetch me something to eat, or I will eat you myself." The fox answered, "I know a farmhouse where the wife is baking pancakes tonight. We can take some for ourselves." They went there, and the fox sneaked around the house, sniffing until he found the dish. He took 6 pancakes and brought them to the wolf. "Here's something for you to eat," he said, and then went on his way. The wolf gulped down the pancakes quickly and said, "They make one want more," and proceeded to tear down the entire dish, causing a commotion. The woman came out, saw the wolf, and called for help. The people arrived and beat him severely, leaving him with 2 lame legs, howling as he returned to the fox in the forest. "You've misled me abominably," he cried. "The peasants caught me and tanned my hide." But the fox replied, "Why are you such a glutton?" On the 3rd day, as they walked together and the wolf could only limp painfully, he again demanded, "Red Fox, fetch me something to eat, or I will eat you myself." The fox replied, "I know a man who has slaughtered, and the salted meat is in a barrel in the cellar. We can take that." The wolf said, "I will go with you so that you can help me if I can't get away." "I agree," said the fox, showing him the paths until they reached the cellar. There was plenty of meat, and the wolf began eating, thinking, "There's plenty of time before I need to stop." The fox enjoyed it too, but kept looking around and checking the hole they came through. The wolf asked, "Dear fox, why are you running around so much and jumping in and out?" "I must make sure no one is coming," replied the crafty fox. "Don't eat too much," the wolf said. "I won't leave until the barrel is empty." Meanwhile, the farmer, who heard the fox's jumping, entered the cellar. When the fox saw him, he leaped out of the hole in one bound. The wolf tried to follow, but had eaten so much that he couldn't get through and got stuck. The farmer came with a cudgel and struck him dead, while the fox bounded into the forest, glad to be rid of the old glutton. The Gossip Wolf and the Fox and his cousin, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. The she-wolf gave birth to a cub and invited the fox to be its godfather. After all, he is closely related to us, she said. He is intelligent and talented. He can educate my little son and help him progress in the world. The fox also seemed very sincere and said, Dear Mrs. Gossip, I thank you for the honor you have bestowed upon me. However, I will behave in such a manner that you shall find joy in it. He enjoyed himself at the feast and was cheerful. Later, he said, Dear Mrs. Gossip, it is our duty to care for the child. It should have good food to grow strong. I know a sheep pen from which we could easily obtain a good piece. The she-wolf liked the idea and went with the fox to the farmyard. He pointed out the pen from a distance and said, You can crawl in there without being seen, while I look around the other side to see if I can catch a chicken. He did not, however, go there, but sat down at the edge of the forest, stretched his legs, and rested. The she-wolf crawled into the pen. There was a dog lying there, and it made such a noise that the farmers came running, caught Gossip Wolf, and poured a strong burning mixture, which had been prepared for washing, over her fur. Finally, she managed to escape and dragged herself outside. There lay the fox, who pretended to be full of complaints, and said, Oh, dear Mistress Gossip, how badly I have fared. The farmers have attacked me and shattered all my limbs. If you do not want me to lie here and perish, you must carry me away. The she-wolf herself could only move slowly, but she was so worried about the fox that she took him on her back and slowly carried her completely safe and sound to her house. Then the fox called to her, Farewell, dear Mistress Gossip. May the roasting you have had do you good, laughed heartily at her, and bounded away. The Fox and the Cat. A fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. It came to pass that the cat encountered the fox in a forest, and thinking to herself, He is wise and experienced and highly regarded in the world, she addressed him in a friendly manner. Good day, dear Mr. Fox, how are you? How are things with you? How are you managing in these challenging times? The fox, brimming with arrogance, scrutinized the cat from head to toe, hesitating for a long time before deciding whether to respond. Finally, he said, Oh, you poor beard cleaner, you motley fool, you hunter of mice and beggar for food, what are you thinking? Do you dare to inquire about my well-being? What have you learned? How many arts do you understand? I understand only one, replied the cat modestly. And what art is that? Asked the fox. When the dogs are chasing me, I can leap into a tree and save myself. Is that all? Said the fox. I am a master of 100 arts, and I possess a sack full of tricks besides. You evoke pity in me. Come with me, and I will teach you how to evade the hounds. Just then, a hunter with 4 dogs approached. The cat agilely jumped onto a tree and perched atop it, where the branches and leaves completely concealed her. Open your sack, Mr. Fox. Open your sack, cried the cat to him, but the dogs had already seized him and held him firmly. Ah, Mr. Fox, cried the cat. Your 100 arts have left you in the lurch. If you could have climbed like me, your life would not have been in danger. The Pinka Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a queen to whom God had not granted children. Every morning, she would go into the garden and pray to God in heaven to bless her with a son or daughter. One day, an angel from heaven appeared to her and said, Be at ease. You shall have a son endowed with the power of wishing. Whatever he desires in the world, he shall have. Delighted, she went to the king and shared the joyful news. When the time came, she gave birth to a son, filling the king's heart with joy. Every morning, she would take the child to the garden where wild beasts were kept and bathe in a clear stream. One day, when the child was a bit older, he lay in her arms and she fell asleep. At that moment, the old cook, aware of the child's wishing power, seized him. He slaughtered a hen, sprinkling its blood on the queen's apron and dress. Then he secretly took the child to a hidden place where a nurse was compelled to care for him. The cook ran to the king and accused the queen of allowing wild beasts to snatch away her child. Seeing the blood on her apron, the king, consumed by rage, ordered a tall tower built. In it, neither sun nor moon could be seen. He confined his wife there, sealing her in. For 7 years, she was to stay without food or drink, left to die of hunger. But God sent 2 angels from heaven in the form of white doves. Twice a day, they brought her food until the 7 years passed. The cook, fearing the child's wishing power, left the palace and approached the boy, who was old enough to speak. He said to him, "Wish for a magnificent palace with gardens and everything that belongs to it." Before the boy finished speaking, everything he wished for appeared. After some time, the cook said to him, "It's not good for you to be alone. Wish for a pretty girl as a companion." The king's son made the wish, and instantly a girl stood before him, more beautiful than any painter could depict. The two played together, deeply in love, while the old cook hunted like a nobleman. But the cook feared that one day the king's son might wish to be with his father, endangering him. He took the maiden aside and said, "Tonight, when the boy is asleep, go to his bed and plunge this knife into his heart. Bring me his heart and tongue. If you fail, you will lose your life." He left, returning the next day to find she had not carried out the deed. She said, "Why should I shed the blood of an innocent boy who has harmed no one?" The cook threatened, "If you don't do it, it will cost you your life." After he left, she had a little deer brought to her, killed it, took its heart and tongue, and placed them on a plate. When she saw the old man coming, she told the boy, "Lie down in your bed and cover yourself." The wicked man entered and demanded, "Where are the boy's heart and tongue?" The girl handed him the plate, but the king's son threw off the covers and declared, "You old sinner, why did you want to kill me? Now I will pronounce your sentence. You shall become a black poodle with a gold collar around your neck. You will eat burning coals until flames burst from your throat." As he spoke, the old man transformed into a poodle with a gold collar, and the cooks were ordered to bring live coals, which he devoured until flames erupted from his throat. The king's son stayed a while longer, thinking of his mother and wondering if she was still alive. Finally, he said to the maiden, "I will return to my own country. If you come with me, I will care for you." "Ah," she replied, "the journey is long, and what will I do in a strange land where I am unknown?" Since she seemed hesitant and they could not bear to part, he wished her to be transformed into a beautiful pink flower and took her with him. He then journeyed back to his homeland, with the poodle following him. He arrived at the tower where his mother was imprisoned, wishing for a ladder that reached the top. Then he ascended and looked inside, calling out, "Beloved mother, Lady Queen, are you still alive, or are you dead?" She replied, "I have just eaten and am still satisfied," thinking the angels were present. He said, "I am your dear son, whom wild beasts were said to have torn from your arms, but I am alive and will quickly rescue you." He descended again, went to his father, and presented himself as a stranger huntsman, asking for a position. The king agreed, saying if he proved skillful in hunting, he would be welcome, though deer had never roamed the area. The huntsman pledged to provide as much game as the king's table could handle. He gathered all the huntsmen, led them into the forest, and arranged them in a large circle, with himself stationed at the open end, and began to wish. Over 200 deer immediately rushed into the circle, and the huntsman shot them. 60 country carts carried the game home to the king, who for the first time in years adorned his table with game. The king was overjoyed and commanded his entire household to dine with him the next day, hosting a grand feast. As they gathered, he told the huntsman, "You are so clever. You shall sit beside me." The huntsman declined, saying, "Lord King, forgive me. I am just a poor huntsman." But the king insisted until he agreed. While seated, he thought of his beloved mother and wished that one of the king's chief servants would speak of her and inquire about the queen's well-being in the tower, whether she was alive or had perished. Almost immediately, the marshal spoke up. "Your Majesty, we live joyfully here, but how is the queen faring in the tower? Is she still alive, or has she died?" The king replied, "She allowed my dear son to be torn apart by wild beasts. I will not have her name mentioned." Then the huntsman stood and said, "Gracious Lord Father, she is still alive, and I am her son. I was not taken by wild beasts, but by that villain, the old cook, who stole me from her arms while she slept and stained her apron with chicken blood." He then pointed to the dog with the golden collar and declared, "That is the villain." Live coals were brought forward, which the dog was forced to devour until flames erupted from its throat. Seeing this, The huntsman asked the king if he wished to see the dog in his true form and transformed him back into the cook, who stood before them with his white apron and knife. Enraged, the king ordered him cast into the deepest dungeon. The huntsman continued, "Father, would you like to see the maiden who raised me so tenderly and was later ordered to kill me, though her own life hung in the balance?" The king agreed, saying, "Yes, I wish to see her." The son said, "Most gracious father, I will show her to you as a beautiful flower." He reached into his pocket and brought out the pink flower, placing it on the royal table. It was so exquisite that the king had never seen its equal. Then the son said, "Now I will show her to you in her true form," and wished for her to transform into a maiden. She appeared, radiantly beautiful, more so than any painter could capture. The king sent 2 waiting maids and attendants to the tower to bring the queen to the royal table. When she arrived, she ate nothing and declared, "The gracious and merciful God who sustained me in the tower will soon deliver me." She lived for 3 more days, passing away peacefully. At her burial, the 2 white doves that had brought her food to the tower, angels from heaven, followed her body and perched upon her grave. The aged king ordered the cook to be torn into 4 pieces, but grief consumed his own heart, and he soon passed away. His son married the beautiful maiden, whom he had carried as a flower in his pocket. Whether they still live today is known only to God. Clever Grethel? A fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. There was once a cook named Grethel, who wore shoes with red rosettes, and when she walked out in them, she turned this way and that and thought, "You are indeed a pretty girl." When she came home, she drank a draught of wine in her gladness of heart, and as wine excites the desire to eat, she tasted the best of whatever she was cooking until she was satisfied, saying, "The cook must know how the food tastes." It happened that one day her master said to her, "Grethel, there is a guest coming this evening. Prepare 2 fowls very daintily for me." "I will do it, master," answered Grethel. She killed 2 fowls, scalded and plucked them, put them on the spit, and towards evening placed them before the fire to roast. The fowls began to brown and were almost ready, but the guest had not yet arrived. Then Grethel called out to her master, "If the guest does not come, I must take the fowls away from the fire, but it would be a pity and a shame if they are not eaten immediately while they are at their juiciest." The master said, "I will go myself and fetch the guest." When the master had turned his back, Grethel laid the spit with the fowls aside and thought, "Standing by the fire so long makes one hot and thirsty. Who knows when they will come? In the meantime, I will run into the cellar and have a drink." She ran downstairs, set a jug, said, "God bless it for you, Grethel," and took a good drink, then another hearty draught. She then returned and placed the fowls back over the fire, basted them, and turned the spit merrily. But the aroma of the roasting meat tempted Grethel, who thought, "Something might be missing. It should be tested." She touched it with her finger and exclaimed, "Ah, how delicious these fowls are! It really is a pity and a shame not to eat them immediately." She ran to the window to see if her master and the guest were coming, but she saw no one. She returned to the fowls and thought, "One wing is burning. I had better cut it off and eat it." So she cut it off, ate it, and enjoyed it. When she finished, she thought, "The other wing must also go. Otherwise, the master will notice something is missing." After consuming both wings, she looked for her master but did not see him. It suddenly occurred to her, "Who knows? Perhaps they are not coming at all and have stopped somewhere." Then she said, "Hey, Grethel, enjoy yourself. One fowl has been started on. Take another drink and eat it all up. When it is consumed, you will have peace. Why should God's good gifts be wasted?" She then ran into the cellar again, had a large drink, and cheerfully devoured the second chicken. As soon as one of the chickens was swallowed and her master still did not come, Grethel looked at the other and said, "Where one is, the other should also be. Both belong together. What is right for one is right for the other. I believe if I were to have another drink, it would do no harm." She then took another hearty drink and allowed the second chicken to join the first. While she was enjoying her meal, her master arrived and shouted, "Hurry up, Grethel! The guest is coming right behind me." "Yes, sir, I will serve soon," replied Grethel. Meanwhile, the master ensured that the table was properly set and sharpened the large knife he would use to carve the chickens on the steps. Soon after, the guest arrived, knocked politely and courteously at the house door. Grethel ran to see who was there, and upon seeing the guest, she placed her finger to her lips and said, "Quiet, quiet! Hurry away as fast as you can. If my master catches you, it will be bad for you. He did invite you for supper, but he intends to cut off your 2 ears. Just listen to how he is sharpening the knife for that purpose." The guest heard the sharpening and hurried down the steps as quickly as possible. Grethel was not idle. She ran screaming to her master and exclaimed, "You have invited a fine guest." Why, Grethel? What do you mean by that?" "Yes," she said. "He has taken the chickens which I was just about to serve off the dish and run away with them." "That's a nice trick," said her master, and lamented the loss of the fine chickens. "If he had left me one, so that something remained for me to eat." He called to him to stop, but the guest pretended not to hear. Then he ran after him with the knife still in his hand, crying, "Just one, just one," meaning that the guest should leave him just one chicken and not take both. The guest, however, thought no otherwise than that he was to give up one of his ears, and ran as if fire were burning under him in order to take them both home with him. The Old Man and His Grandson, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once there was a very old man whose eyes had grown dim, his ears had dulled, and his knees trembled. When he sat at the table, he could barely hold the spoon, often spilling broth on the tablecloth or letting it dribble from his mouth. His son and daughter-in-law were repulsed by this, so the old grandfather was finally made to sit in the corner behind the stove. They gave him his food in an earthenware bowl, and not even enough of it. He would gaze sadly towards the table, tears welling in his eyes. Once, his trembling hands couldn't grip the bowl, causing it to fall to the ground and break. The young wife scolded him, but he said nothing, only sighing. They then bought him a wooden bowl for a few pennies, from which he had to eat. One day, as they sat like this, their 4-year-old grandson began gathering small pieces of wood on the ground. "What are you doing there?" asked the father. "I'm making a little trough," replied the child, "for father and mother to eat from when I'm grown up." The man and his wife looked at each other for a moment, then began to cry. Immediately, they brought the old grandfather to the table, and from then on always allowed him to eat with them. They also said nothing if he spilled a little of anything. The Water Nix, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, a little brother and sister were playing by a well, and while they were playing, they both fell in. There lived a water nix below who said, "Now I have you. Now you shall work hard for me," and carried them away. She gave the girl dirty, tangled flax to spin, and she had to fetch water in a bucket with a hole in it. The boy had to chop down a tree with a blunt axe, and they had nothing to eat but dumplings as hard as stones. Finally, the children became so impatient that they waited until one Sunday when the nix was at church, and then they ran away. When church was over, the nix saw that the children had escaped and chased after them with great strides. The children saw her from afar, and the girl threw a brush behind her, which formed an immense hill of bristles with thousands and thousands of spikes. The nix had to scramble over it with great difficulty, but she managed to cross. Seeing this, the boy threw a comb behind him, creating a large hill of combs with 1,000 times 1,000 teeth. The nix steadied herself on them and eventually crossed over. Then the girl threw a mirror behind her, forming a hill of mirrors so slippery that the nix could not cross it. She thought, "I will quickly go home, fetch my axe, and cut through the hill of glass." However, by the time she returned and had hewn through the glass, the children had escaped to a great distance, and the water nix was forced to return to her well. The Death of the Little Hen. A fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, the little hen went with the little cock to the nut hill, and they agreed that whichever of them found a nut kernel would share it with the other. Then the hen found a large, large nut, but said nothing about it, intending to eat the kernel herself. However, the kernel was so large that she couldn't swallow it, and it got stuck in her throat, causing her to fear she might choke. She cried out, "Cock, I beg you, Run as fast as you can and fetch me some water, or I will choke." The little cock ran as fast as he could to the spring and said, "Stream, you must give me some water. The little hen is lying on the nut hill. She swallowed a large nut and is choking." The well replied, "First go to the bride and get her to give you some red silk." The little cock ran to the bride and said, "Bride, you must give me some red silk. I need to give red silk to the well will give me water. And I will take the water to the little hen lying on the nut hill, who swallowed a large nut kernel and is choking." The bride replied, "First go and fetch my little wreath. It's hanging on a willow branch." So the little cock ran to the willow, pulled the wreath from the branch, brought it to the bride, and received water in exchange. Then the little cock brought the water to the hen, but by the time he arrived, the hen had choked and lay there dead and motionless. The cock was so distraught that he cried aloud, and all the animals came to mourn the little hen. 6 mice built a small carriage to take her to her grave, and when it was ready, they harnessed themselves to it and the cock drove. On the way, they met the fox, who asked, "Where are you going, little cock?" "I'm going to bury my little hen." "May I join you?" "Yes, but sit at the back of the carriage. My little horses can't handle you at the front." So the fox sat at the back, followed by the wolf, the bear, the stag, the lion, and all the forest animals. The procession continued until they reached a stream. "How will we get across?" asked the little cock. A straw lay by the stream and said, "I will lay across it, and you can drive over me." But when the 6 mice reached the bridge, the straw slipped and fell into the water, taking the mice with it, and they drowned. In another predicament, a coal came and said, "I'm big enough. I'll lay across and you can drive over me." The coal did so, but unfortunately touched the water, hissed, went out, and died. Seeing this, a stone took pity on the little cock, laid itself across the water, and let him pull the carriage across. However, when he reached the other side with the dead hen and tried to pull over the others sitting behind, there were too many, and the carriage rolled back into the water, drowning them all. The little cock was left alone with the dead hen, dug a grave for her, laid her in it, and made a mound on top, where he sat and mourned until he too died, and then everyone was dead. Gambling Hansel, a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a man who did nothing but gamble, and for that reason, people never called him anything but Gambling Hansel. He never ceased to gamble, playing away his house and everything he had. Now, on the very day before his creditors were to take his house from him, the Lord and St. Peter arrived and asked him for shelter for the night. Gambling Hansel said, "You may stay the night, but I cannot provide a bed or anything to eat." The Lord insisted they stay, agreeing to buy their own food, to which Gambling Hansel raised no objection. St. Peter gave him 3 groschen and instructed him to go to the baker's for bread. When Gambling Hansel arrived at the house where other gamblers were gathered and had won all he possessed, they greeted him loudly. "Hansel, come in." He replied, "Oh, do you want to win these 3 groschen too?" They refused to let him go, and he played away the 3 groschen as well. Meanwhile, St. Peter and the Lord waited. When Gambling Hansel returned, he pretended the money had fallen into the gutter, searching for it, but the Lord knew he had lost it in play. St. Peter gave him 3 groschen again, and this time he did not allow himself to be tempted, bringing back the loaf. Our Lord asked for wine, and Gambling Hansel said, "Alas, sir, the casks are all empty." But the Lord instructed him to go to the cellar, where the best wine still remained. He hesitated, but eventually went, declaring there was none left. However, when he tapped the cask, the finest wine flowed forth. He brought it to them, and they spent the night there. The next morning, our Lord allowed Gambling Hansel to ask for 3 favors. Although expected to request entry into heaven, Gambling Hansel asked for a pack of cards to win everything, dice to win everything, and a tree bearing all kinds of fruit, from which no one could descend until he permitted it. Our Lord granted all his requests and departed with St. Peter. And now Gambling Hansel immediately threw himself into gambling with fervor, soon gaining control over half the world. Seeing this, St. Peter said to the Lord, "Lord, this cannot continue. He will win everything, and you will lose the entire world. We must send death to him." When Death appeared, Gambling Hansel was deeply engrossed at the gaming table. Death said, "Hansel, come out for a while." Hansel replied, "Just wait until the game is finished. In the meantime, climb up into that tree over there and gather some fruit for us to eat on our journey." So Death climbed the tree, but when he tried to come down, he found he could not. Hansel left him up there for 7 years, during which time no one died. St. Peter then said to the Lord, "Lord, this cannot go on. People are no longer dying. We must go ourselves." They went to Hansel, and the Lord commanded him to let Death come down. Hansel went to Death and said, "Come down." Death obeyed and took him away. They departed together and arrived in the next world. Gambling Hansel went straight to the door of heaven and knocked. "Who is there?" asked the voice. "Gambling Hansel," he replied. "Ah, we want nothing to do with him. Go away." So he tried the door of purgatory, but they too refused him, saying there was already enough sorrow there without his presence. Finally, he went to the door of hell, where they let him in. Only old Lucifer and his twisted devils were there, having just finished their evil deeds in the world. Gambling Hansel began to play again, and Lucifer, having nothing to lose but his misshapen devils, lost to Hansel. Hansel won them over with his cards, as he always did. With his new company of devils, they went to Hohenfjord, pulled up a hot pole, and used it to challenge heaven. They began to push the pole against heaven, causing it to crack. Seeing this, Saint Peter once again said, "Lord, this cannot continue. We must let him in, or he will overthrow us from heaven." Reluctantly, they allowed Hansel in. But as soon as he entered, Gambling Hansel resumed playing, creating such chaos and noise that it became impossible to hear oneself think. St. Peter exclaimed, "Lord, we cannot tolerate this any longer. We must throw him out, or he will lead all of heaven into rebellion." Immediately, they went to Hansel and cast him down. His soul shattered into fragments, which dispersed among the gambling vagabonds who still roam to this day. Hans in Luck, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Hans had served his master for 7 years, so he said to him, "Master, my time is up. Now I should be glad to go back home to my mother. Give me my wages." The master answered, "You have served me faithfully and honestly. As the service was, so shall the reward be." And he gave Hans a piece of gold as big as his head. Hans pulled his handkerchief out of his pocket, wrapped the lump in it, put it on his shoulder, and set out on the way home. As he walked, always putting one foot before the other, he noticed a horseman trotting swiftly and cheerfully by on a lively horse. "Ah," said Hans loudly, "what a wonderful thing riding is! There you sit as if on a chair, you stumble over no stones, you save your shoes, and you move on, not knowing how." The rider, who had heard him, stopped and called out, "Hey, Hans, why are you walking then?" "I have to," he answered, "because I have this lump to carry home. It's true that it's gold, but I can't hold my head straight because of it, and it hurts my shoulder." "I'll tell you what," said the rider, "let's trade. I'll give you my horse, and you can give me your lump." "With all my heart," said Hans, "but I must warn you, you'll have to drag it along." The rider dismounted, took the gold, and helped Hans up. Then he handed him the reins tightly and said, "If you want to go really fast, you must click your tongue and call out, 'Gee up! Gee up!'" Hans was overjoyed as he sat on the horse and rode away boldly and freely. After a while, he thought it should go even faster, so he started clicking his tongue and calling out, "Gee up! Gee up!" The horse broke into a strong trot, and before Hans knew it, he was thrown off and lying in a ditch that separated the fields from the road. The horse would have run off too if it hadn't been stopped by a farmer who was coming along the road and driving a cow ahead of him. And as he set himself to work in a clumsy way, the impatient beast at last gave him such a blow on his head with its hind foot that he fell on the ground and for a long time could not think where he was. By good fortune, a butcher just then came along the road with a wheelbarrow, in which lay a young pig. "What sort of a trick is this?" cried he, and helped the good Hans up. Hans told him what had happened. The butcher gave him his flask and said, "Take a drink and refresh yourself. The cow will certainly give no milk. It is an old beast. At the best, it is only fit for the plow or for the butcher." "Well, well," said Hans, as he stroked his hair down on his head. "Who would have thought it? Certainly it is a fine thing when one can kill a beast like that at home. what meat one has. But I do not care much for beef. It is not juicy enough for me. A young pig like that now is the thing to have. It tastes quite different. And then there are the sausages. Hark ye, Hans, said the butcher. Out of love for you I will exchange, and will let you have the pig for the cow. Heaven repay you for your kindness, said Hans as he gave up the cow, whilst the pig was unbound from the barrow, and the cord by which it was tied was put in his hand. Hans went on and thought to himself how everything was going just as he wished. If he did meet with any vexation, it was immediately set right. Presently there joined him a lad who was carrying a fine white goose under his arm. They said good morning to each other, and Hans began to tell of his good luck and how he had always made such good bargains. The boy told him that he was taking the goose to a christening feast. Just lift her, added he, and laid hold of her by the wings. How heavy she is! She has been fattened up for the last 8 weeks. Whoever has a bit of her when she is roasted will have to wipe the fat from both sides of his mouth. Yes, said Hans as he weighed her in one hand. She is a good weight, but my pig is no bad one. Meanwhile, the lad looked suspiciously from one side to the other, shaking his head. Listen, he said finally. There might be something wrong with your pig. In the village I passed through, the mayor himself had just had one stolen from its sty. I'm afraid you might have gotten it from there. They've sent people out, and it would be a serious matter if they caught you with the pig. At the very least, you'd be thrown into a dark hole. The good Hans was terrified. Oh dear, he exclaimed. Help me out of this situation. You know more about this place than I do. Take my pig and give me your goose instead. I'll be taking a risk with that deal, replied the lad, but I won't be the reason you get into trouble. With that, he took the cord in his hand and swiftly led the pig away along a side path. Relieved of worry, good Hans continued homeward with the goose under his arm. When I think about it properly, he said to himself, I've actually come out ahead with this trade. First, there's the good roast meat, then the amount of fat that will drip from it, providing me with dripping for my bread for a quarter of a year, and finally the beautiful white feathers. I'll stuff my pillow with them, and then indeed I shall sleep without tossing. How happy my mother will be. As he passed through the last village, he encountered a scissors grinder with his barrow. His wheel whirred as he sang, I sharpen scissors and quickly grind, my coat blows out in the wind behind. Hans stopped and watched him for a moment before speaking. You seem to be doing well, being so cheerful with your grinding. Yes, replied the scissors grinder. The trade has a solid foundation. A true grinder is a man who finds gold in his pocket every time he puts his hand in. But where did you buy that fine goose? I didn't buy it. I exchanged my pig for it. And the pig? I got that in exchange for a cow. And the cow? I took that instead of a horse. And the horse? For that, I gave a lump of gold as big as my head. And the gold? Well, that was my wages for 7 years of service. You certainly knew how to look after yourself each time, remarked the grinder. If you can manage to hear the money jingle in your pocket every time you stand up, you'll have made your fortune. How shall I manage that? Said Hans. You must be a grinder like myself. Nothing special is required for it except a grindstone, and the rest takes care of itself. I have one here. It's a bit worn, but you don't need to give me anything for it except your goose. Will you agree to that? How could I refuse? Answered Hans. I'll be the luckiest man alive. If I have money every time I put my hand in my pocket, what more do I need to worry about? With that, he handed over the goose and received the grindstone in exchange. Now, said the grinder, picking up an ordinary heavy stone that lay nearby, here's a sturdy stone for you as well. You can use it for hammering and straightening your old nails. Take it with you and keep it safe. Hans loaded himself with the stones and continued on with a joyful heart. His eyes sparkled with delight. I must have been born under a lucky star, he exclaimed. Everything I wish for happens to me as if I were a child of fortune. Meanwhile, having been on his feet since dawn, he began to feel weary. Hunger also gnawed at him, for in his excitement over the cow bargain, he had eaten up all his provisions at once. Finally, he could only move forward with great effort and was forced to stop every moment. The stones weighed heavily on him as well. Then he couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if he didn't have to carry them at that moment. He moved slowly like a snail to a well in a field, where he decided to rest and refresh himself with a cool drink of water. To prevent the stones from getting damaged while sitting down, he carefully placed them beside him on the well's edge. As he sat down to stoop and drink, he slipped, accidentally pushing the stones, and both of them fell into the water. When Hans saw them sinking to the bottom with his own eyes, he leapt for joy, then knelt down and with tears in his eyes thanked God for once again showing him favor and delivering him so effortlessly from those heavy stones that had been his only burden. "There's no man under the sun as fortunate as I am," he shouted. With a light heart and free from every burden, he now ran joyfully until he reached his mother's home. Hans Gets Married, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a young peasant named Hans, whose uncle wanted to find him a wealthy wife. He seated Hans behind the stove, which he made very hot. Then he brought a pot of milk and plenty of white bread, placed a shiny, newly minted farthing in Hans's hand, and said, "Hans, hold on to that farthing tightly, crumble the white bread into the milk, and stay right here. Don't move from this spot until I return." "Yes," said Hans, "I will do as you say." The matchmaker then put on a pair of old patched trousers, went to a wealthy peasant's daughter in the neighboring village, and asked, "Would you like to marry my nephew Hans? He is an honest and sensible man who will suit you." The greedy father inquired, "What about his financial situation? Does he have enough to live on?" "Dear friend," replied the matchmaker, "my young nephew has a comfortable position, some money on hand, and plenty to live on. Besides, he has just as many patches as I do." And as he spoke, he pointed to the patches on his trousers, which in that region were also referred to as pieces of land. "If you come with me, I can show you right away that everything I've said is true." The miserly father didn't want to miss such a good opportunity and agreed, "If that's the case, I have no objections to the marriage." So the wedding took place on the appointed day, and when the young bride went outside to see her husband's property, Hans took off his Sunday best and put on his patched smock frock, saying, "I wouldn't want to ruin my good coat." They went out together, and whenever they came upon a boundary or a division between fields and meadows, Hans pointed with his finger and then tapped a large or small patch on his smock frock, saying, "That patch is mine, and that one too, my dear. Just look at them," meaning that his wife should not gaze at the expansive land, but instead admire his garment, which was his own. "Were you really at the wedding?" "Yes, indeed, I was there, dressed to the nines. My headgear was made of snow, but then the sun came out and melted it. My coat was made of cobwebs, and I had to pass through some thorns which tore it off me, and my shoes were made of glass. But I bumped into a stone and they said, 'Clink,' and broke in two." The Gold Children, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there were a poor man and a poor woman who had nothing but a little cottage, and who earned their bread by fishing, always living from hand to mouth. But one day, as the man was sitting by the water's edge, casting his net, he pulled out a fish entirely made of gold. As he gazed at the fish, full of astonishment, it began to speak and said, "Listen, fisherman, if you throw me back into the water, I will transform your little hut into a splendid castle." The fisherman replied, "What good is a castle to me if I have nothing to eat?" The goldfish continued, "That will be taken care of. There will be a cupboard in the castle in which, when you open it, there will be dishes of the most exquisite foods, as many as you desire." "If that is true," said the man, "then I can indeed do you a favor." "Yes," said the fish, "but there is a condition. You must not reveal to anyone in the world, no matter who it may be, where your good fortune has come from. If you utter a single word, everything will be lost." Then the man threw the marvelous fish back into the water and went home. But where his hovel had stood before, now stood a great castle. He opened his eyes wide, entered, and saw his wife dressed in beautiful clothes, sitting in a splendid room. She was completely delighted and said, "Husband, how has all this come about? It suits me very well." "Yes," said the man, "it suits me too, but I am terribly hungry. Just give me something to eat." The wife replied, but I have nothing and don't know where to find anything in this new house." "You need not worry," said the man, "for I see there a large cupboard. Just unlock it." When she opened it, there were cakes, meat, fruit, wine, a truly splendid sight. Then the woman exclaimed joyfully, "What more could you want, my dear?" And they sat down and ate and drank together. When they had eaten their fill, the woman asked, "But husband, where do all these riches come from?" "Ah," he answered, "do not ask me about it. I dare not tell you anything. If I reveal it to anyone, then all our good fortune will vanish." "Very well," she said. "If I am not to know anything, then I do not want to know anything." However, she was not sincere. She never rested day or night, and she tormented her husband until in his impatience he revealed that everything was due to a marvelous golden fish he had caught, to which he had granted its freedom in return. And as soon as the secret was out, the splendid castle with its cupboard immediately vanished. They were once again in the old fisherman's hut, and the man was forced to resume his former trade and fish. But fate had it so that he once again pulled out the golden fish. "Listen," said the fish. "If you throw me back into the water again, I will once more give you the castle with the cupboard full of roast and boiled meats. Just be steadfast, for your life's sake. Do not reveal where you obtained it, or you will lose it all again." "I will take great care," answered the fisherman, and threw the fish back into the water. Now at home, everything was once again in its former splendor, and the wife was delighted with their good fortune. But curiosity gave her no peace. So, after a couple of days, she began to ask again how it had happened, and how he had managed to secure it. The man remained silent for a short time, but eventually she angered him so much that he burst out and revealed the secret. In an instant, the castle disappeared, and they were back in their old hut. "Now you have what you wanted?" he said, "and we can go back to scraping by." "Ah," said the woman, "I would rather not have riches if I cannot know where they come from, because then I have no peace." The man returned to fishing, and after some time, he happened to pull out the goldfish for a third time. "Listen," said the fish, "I see very well that I am destined to fall into your hands. Take me home and cut me into 6 pieces. Give your wife 2 of them to eat, 2 to your horse, and bury 2 of them in the ground. Then they will bring you blessings." The fisherman took the fish home with him and did as it had instructed. It came to pass, however, that from the 2 pieces buried in the ground, 2 golden lilies sprang up. The horse had 2 golden foals, and the fisherman's wife bore 2 children who were entirely made of gold. The children grew up, became tall and handsome, and so did the lilies and horses. Then they said, "Father, we want to mount our golden steeds and travel out in the world." But he answered sorrowfully, "How shall I bear it if you go away, and I know not how it fares with you?" Then they said, "The 2 golden lilies remain here. By them you can see how it is with us. If they are fresh, then we are in health. If they are withered, we are ill. If they perish, then we are dead." So they rode forth and came to an inn, in which were many people, and when they perceived the gold children, they began to laugh and jeer. When one of them heard the mocking, he felt ashamed, and would not go out into the world, but turned back and went home again to his father. But the other rode forward and reached a great forest. As he was about to enter it, the people said, "It is not safe for you to ride through. The wood is full of robbers who would treat you badly. You will fare ill, and when they see that you are all of gold, and your horse likewise, they will assuredly kill you." But he would not allow himself to be frightened and said, "I must and will ride through it." Then he took bearskins and covered himself and his horse with them, so that the gold was no longer visible, and rode fearlessly into the forest. When he had ridden onward a little, he heard a rustling in the bushes and voices speaking together. From one side came cries of, "There is one," but from the other, "Let him go, he's just a poor fellow, as poor and bare as a church mouse. What could we possibly gain from him?" So the gold child rode joyfully through the forest, and no evil befell him. One day he entered a village where he saw a maiden who was so beautiful that he did not believe a more beautiful one existed in the world. And as such a mighty love took possession of him, he went up to her and said, "I love thee with my whole heart. Wilt thou be my wife?" He pleased the maiden so much that she agreed and said, "Yes." I will be thy wife, and be true to thee my whole life long." Then they were married, and just as they were in the greatest happiness, home came the father of the bride. And when he saw that his daughter's wedding was being celebrated, he was astonished and said, "Where is the bridegroom?" They showed him the gold child, who, however, still wore his bearskins. Then the father said wrathfully, "A vagabond shall never have my daughter," and was about to kill him. Then he mounted his golden horse and rode forth into the great forest where his brother lay turned to stone. The old witch came out of her house and called to him, trying to ensnare him as well. But he kept his distance and said firmly, "If you do not bring my brother back to life, I will shoot you." Reluctantly, she touched the stone with her forefinger, and immediately his brother was restored to human form. The two gold children rejoiced upon seeing each other again, kissed and embraced warmly, and rode out of the forest together, one returning home to his bride, and the other to his father. Upon their reunion, the father remarked, "I knew you had saved your brother," for the golden lily suddenly rose up and blossomed again. From then on, they lived happily, and prosperity followed them until the end of their days. The Fox and the Geese, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, a fox came upon a meadow where a flock of fine, fat geese were sitting together beautifully. He smiled and said, "I've arrived just in time. You're all gathered so nicely that I can eat you up one by one." The geese cackled in terror, jumped up, and began to wail and beg for their lives. But the fox wouldn't listen and said, "There's no mercy to be had. You must die." Finally, one of the geese gathered courage and said, "If we poor geese are to give up our vigorous young lives, grant us one last favor. Allow us to say one more prayer so that we may not die in sin. Afterward, we will line up so you can always choose the fattest one." "Yes," said the fox, "that is fair and a pious request. Pray away, I will wait until you are finished." Then the first goose began a long prayer, continually saying, "Gah, gah." Since she showed no sign of stopping, the second goose didn't wait for her turn and also started. The third and fourth followed suit, and soon they were all cackling together. Once they finish their prayers, the story will continue. But for now, they are still praying without pause. The Poor Man and the Rich Man, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. In olden times, when the Lord himself still walked among men on earth, it once happened that he grew weary and was overtaken by darkness before he could reach an inn. Before him on the road stood two houses facing each other, one large and beautiful, the other small and humble. The large house belonged to a rich man, and the small one to a poor man. The Lord thought to himself, "I will not be a burden to the rich man. I shall stay the night with him." When the rich man heard someone knocking at his door, he opened the window and asked the stranger what he wanted. The Lord replied, "I ask only for a night's lodging." The rich man looked the traveler over from head to toe, and seeing that the Lord wore simple clothing and did not appear to be someone with much money in his pocket, he shook his head and said, "No, I cannot take you in. My rooms are full of herbs and seeds, and if I were to lodge every traveler who knocked at my door, I might soon be the one begging. Seek lodging elsewhere." With that, he closed the window and left the Lord standing outside. So the Lord turned his back on the rich man and went across to the small house. He knocked on the door, and hardly had he done so when the poor man opened it and invited the traveler inside. "Stay the night with us," said he. "It is already dark, and you cannot go any further tonight." This pleased the Lord, and he went in. The poor man's wife welcomed him warmly, shaking his hand and saying that he should make himself at home and take what little they had. "We do not have much," she said, "but what we have, we give gladly." Then she set the potatoes on the fire, and while they were cooking, she milked the goat so that they might have a little milk with their meal. When the table was set, the Lord sat down with the man and his wife, and though their food was simple, he enjoyed it because there were cheerful faces around the table. After supper, when it was time for bed, the woman took her husband aside and whispered, "Listen, dear husband, let us make a bed of straw for ourselves tonight so that the poor traveler can sleep in our bed and have a good rest. He has walked the whole day and must be very tired." With all my heart, the poor man answered. I will go and offer it to him. He approached the stranger and invited him, saying, If you do not mind, please sleep in our bed and rest your weary limbs properly. The Lord initially declined, unwilling to take the bed from the two old folks, but they insisted so earnestly that he finally agreed. He lay down in their bed, while the couple made a bed for themselves on the straw-covered floor. The next morning, they rose before daybreak and prepared the best breakfast they could for their guest. When the sun began to shine through the small window and the Lord had risen, he ate with them once more and then made ready to continue his journey. As he stood at the door ready to depart, he turned and said, Because you have been so kind and generous, you may wish for 3 things, and I will grant them. The man replied, What else should I wish for but eternal happiness, that we too may stay healthy as long as we live, and to have our daily bread? For the third wish, he hesitated, and then the Lord suggested, Would you like a new house instead of this old one? Oh, yes, the man replied. If I could have that too, I would be very grateful. The Lord granted their wishes, transforming their old house into a new one, giving them his blessing, and then continued on his way. By the time the rich man awoke, the sun was already high. He leaned out of his window and was amazed to see a neat, new house with red tiles and shining windows where the old, run-down hut had stood the night before. Astonished, he called his wife and said, Tell me, what has happened? Last night there was a wretched little hut over there, and today there is a beautiful new house. Go over and find out how this came to be. His wife hurried over to the new house and asked the poor man about it. He explained, Yesterday evening, a traveler came seeking shelter for the night. This morning, as he was leaving, he granted us 3 wishes: eternal happiness, health during our lives, and our daily bread. On top of that, he gave us this beautiful new house to replace our old hut. When the rich man's wife heard this, she rushed back and told her husband everything. The man exclaimed, I could tear myself apart. If only I had known. That very traveler came to our house too, seeking a place to stay, and I turned him away. Hurry, said his wife. Get on your horse. You might still catch up with him, and then you must ask for the 3 wishes as well. The rich man took his wife's advice, mounted his horse, and rode off at a gallop. It wasn't long before he caught up with the Lord. Speaking softly and amiably, he begged the Lord not to be offended that he hadn't been let in immediately. He explained that he had been looking for the front door key, and by the time he found it, the traveler had gone. He implored that if the Lord came this way again, he must stay with him. Yes, said the Lord, if I come this way again, I will do so. The rich man then asked if he might also be granted 3 wishes, just as his neighbor had been. Yes, said the Lord, you may, but it will not bring you good fortune. You would do better not to wish for anything at all. But the rich man was confident that he could choose wisely and increase his happiness if only he knew his wishes would be granted. So the Lord said, Ride home, and the 3 wishes you make will be fulfilled. The rich man, now thrilled with the prospect of having his wishes granted, rode home, pondering what to wish for. As he was deep in thought, he let the reins fall, and his horse began to prance and jump, making it impossible for him to concentrate. He patted the horse's neck and said, Steady, Lisa. But the horse only started new antics. Finally, losing his patience, he shouted in frustration, I wish you would break your neck. No sooner had he spoken the words than the horse fell to the ground and lay dead, its neck broken. Thus, his first wish was fulfilled. Being naturally stingy, the rich man did not want to abandon the horse's valuable harness. He cut it off, slung it over his shoulder, and was forced to continue on foot. I still have 2 wishes left, he consoled himself as he trudged along. As the rich man trudged slowly through the sandy road under the scorching noonday sun, his temper grew hotter and hotter. The saddle he carried chafed against his back, and he still hadn't decided what his remaining wishes should be. If I were to wish for all the riches and treasures in the world, he mused to himself, I just end up wanting more things later on. I know myself too well. I must wish in such a way that nothing remains to be desired afterward. He sighed deeply and muttered, Ah, if only I were like that Bavarian peasant who was granted 3 wishes and knew exactly what to ask for. First, he wished for a lot of beer. Second, for as much beer as he could drink. And third, for a barrel of beer in addition. Every time he thought he had found the perfect wish, he dismissed it as insufficient. Then he started to think about how comfortable his wife must be, sitting at home in a cool room and enjoying herself. This thought annoyed him even more, and without realizing it, he blurted out, "I wish she were sitting here on this saddle instead of me having to carry it on my back." No sooner had he spoken these words than the saddle vanished from his back, and he realized that his second wish had been fulfilled. Overcome with frustration and heat, he began to run, eager to get home and be alone in his room, to contemplate a grand wish for his final chance. But when he arrived home and opened the parlor door, there was his wife sitting in the middle of the room on the saddle, crying and wailing, unable to get off. He tried to console her, saying, "Bear with it for a moment. I will wish for all the wealth in the world for you. Just stay where you are." But she called him a fool and snapped, "What use are all the riches in the world to me if I'm stuck on this saddle? You wished me onto it, now you must wish me off it." So, whether he liked it or not, he was forced to use his third wish to free her from the saddle. Immediately, the wish was fulfilled, and she was able to get off. In the end, the rich man gained nothing but frustration, toil, scorn, and the loss of his horse. Meanwhile, the poor couple lived contentedly, peacefully, and devoutly until their blessed end. The Singing Springing Lark, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a man who was about to set out on a long journey. As he was leaving, he asked his three daughters what he should bring back for them. The eldest wished for pearls, the second for diamonds, while the third said, "Dear father, I would like a singing, soaring lark." The father replied, "Yes, if I can find one, you shall have it," kissed all three daughters, and set out on his journey. When the time came for him to return home, he had found pearls and diamonds for the two eldest daughters, but he had searched everywhere in vain for a singing, soaring lark for the youngest. This made him very sad because she was his favorite child. His journey took him through a forest where, in the middle, he came upon a splendid castle. Near the castle stood a tree, and on the very top of this tree, he saw a singing, soaring lark. "Aha! You come just at the right moment," he said, quite delighted, and called to his servant to climb up and catch the little bird. As they approached the tree, a lion leapt out from underneath it, shook himself, and roared so loudly that the leaves on the trees trembled. "He who tries to steal my singing, soaring lark," he cried, "I will devour." The man replied, "I did not know the bird belonged to you. I will make amends for my wrong and ransom myself with a large sum of money. Just spare my life." The lion answered, "Nothing can save you unless you promise to give me what first meets you on your return home. If you agree to that, I will spare your life and give you the bird for your daughter as well." The man hesitated and said, "That might be my youngest daughter. She loves me the most and always runs to meet me when I return home." However, the servant, terrified, suggested, "Why should it be your daughter? It might as easily be a cat or a dog." Persuaded by these words, the man agreed, took the singing, soaring lark, and promised to give the lion whatever first greeted him upon his return. When he arrived home and entered his house, the first to meet him was none other than his youngest and dearest daughter. She came running up, kissed, and embraced him. When she saw that he had brought a singing, soaring lark, she was overjoyed. However, the father could not share in her joy. He began to weep and said, "My dearest child, I have paid dearly for this little bird. In exchange for it, I have promised you to a savage lion, and when he has you, he will tear you apart and devour you." He told her everything that had happened and begged her not to go to the lion, no matter what. She consoled her father, saying, "Dearest father, your promise must indeed be fulfilled. I will go to the lion and soften his heart so that I may return to you safely." The next morning she was shown the road, took leave of her family, and ventured fearlessly into the forest. However, the lion was not as he seemed. He was an enchanted prince, cursed to be a lion by day, and his people were also lions. By night, they all resumed their human forms. Upon her arrival, she was warmly received and led into the castle. When night fell, the lion transformed into a handsome man, and their wedding was celebrated with great magnificence. They lived happily together, staying awake at night and sleeping during the day. One day, the prince came to her and said, "Tomorrow there is a feast at your father's house to celebrate your eldest sister's wedding. If you wish to go, my lions will escort you." She eagerly replied, "Yes, I would love to see my father again." And so she was accompanied by the lions to her family home. Her arrival brought great joy, for they had believed she had been devoured by the lion and no longer lived. She told them of her handsome husband and her happy life. She stayed with them for the duration of the wedding feast before returning to the forest. When her second sister's wedding was approaching, she was once again invited to the celebration. She said to the prince, "This time I will not go alone. You must come with me." The prince warned her of the danger, explaining, "It is too risky for me. If even a single ray of light from a burning candle touches me, I will be transformed into a dove and must fly about the world for 7 years." She reassured him, "Ah, but do come with me. I will take great care of you and guard you from all light." They set off together, bringing their little child with them. She had a special chamber built at her father's house, strong and thick enough that no light could penetrate. The prince was to hide there while the candles were lit for the wedding feast. However, the door was made of green wood, which warped and left a tiny crack that no one noticed. The wedding was celebrated with great splendor. But as the procession, with all its candles and torches, returned from the church and passed by the prince's chamber, a ray of light, no wider than a hair, slipped through the crack and touched him. Instantly, he was transformed, and when she came in to find him, she saw not her husband, but a white dove sitting there. The dove spoke to her, "For 7 years I must fly around the world. But at every seventh step you take, I will drop a red drop of blood and a white feather. These will show you the way, and if you follow them, you can release me." With that, the dove flew out of the door and she followed him. At every seventh step, a drop of red blood and a little white feather fell to the ground, guiding her on her journey to find and free her beloved prince. She ventured further and further into the wide world, never looking back or pausing to rest. The 7 years were nearly over, and she began to rejoice, thinking that their ordeal would soon end. Yet they were still far from their goal. One day, as she continued on her journey, she noticed that no little feather and no drop of red blood had fallen for some time. When she looked up, the dove had disappeared. Realizing that no human could help her now, she decided to seek aid from the sun. She climbed up to the sun and said, "You shine into every crevice and over every peak. Have you seen a white dove flying?" "No," replied the sun, "I have not seen any dove. However, I give you this casket. Open it when you are in dire need." She thanked the sun and continued her journey until evening, when the moon appeared. Then she asked the moon, "You shine all night over every field and forest. Have you seen a white dove flying?" "No," said the moon, "I have seen no dove, but here is an egg. Break it open when you are in great need." Grateful, she thanked the moon and kept walking until the night wind began to blow. She then addressed the wind. "You blow over every tree and under every leaf. Have you seen a white dove flying?" "No," replied the night wind. "I have not seen it, but I will ask the other three winds. Perhaps they have." The east wind and the west wind arrived, but neither had seen the dove. Finally, the south wind spoke up. "I have seen the white dove," it said. "It flew to the Red Sea and has turned back into a lion, for the 7 years are over. The lion is now fighting a dragon, which is actually an enchanted princess." The night wind then gave her advice. "Go to the Red Sea. On its right bank, you will find tall reeds. Count them and break off the 11th reed. Strike the dragon with it, and the lion will be able to subdue the dragon. Both will then regain their human forms. Afterward, look around and you will see the griffin by the Red Sea. Climb onto its back with your beloved, and the griffin will carry you over the sea to your home. Take this nut with you. When you are above the center of the sea, drop it. It will immediately sprout, and a tall nut tree will grow from the water, providing the griffin a place to rest. If he cannot rest, he will not have the strength to carry you across, and if you forget to drop the nut, he will let you fall into the sea." She thanked the night wind and set off once more, determined to rescue her beloved and return home safely. She made her way to the Red Sea, finding everything exactly as the night wind had described. She counted the reeds by the sea, broke off the 11th, and struck the dragon with it. Instantly, the lion overcame the dragon, and both regained their human forms. However, when the princess, who had been the dragon, was freed from her enchantment, she seized the youth's arm, mounted the griffin, and flew away with him. The poor maiden, who had journeyed so far and endured so much, was left behind once again. She sat down and wept bitterly. Yet, after some time, she gathered her courage and resolved, "I will continue as far as the wind blows, and as long as the cock crows until I find him." And so she set off on her long journey, traveling far and wide until she finally reached the castle where the youth and the princess were living together. Upon her arrival, she learned that preparations were underway for a grand feast to celebrate their wedding. However, she said to herself, "God will still help me." She then opened the casket that the sun had given her. Inside, she found a dress as radiant as the sun itself. She put on the dress and entered the castle, drawing everyone's eyes to her, including the bride's. The bride was so enchanted by the dress that she thought it would be perfect for her wedding gown. She asked if the dress was for sale. "It is not for sale for money or land," replied the maiden, "but for flesh and blood." The bride inquired what she meant by this, and the maiden explained, "Let me spend one night in the chamber where the bridegroom sleeps." Initially, the bride refused, but her desire for the dress grew so strong that she eventually agreed, albeit on the condition that the prince would be given a sleeping draught by a page. When night fell, and the youth was already asleep, the maiden was led into his chamber. She sat down on the bed and began to speak softly. "I have pursued you for 7 years. I have journeyed to the sun, the moon, and the four winds, seeking you. I have helped you defeat the dragon. Will you then completely forget me?" The prince, however, slept so deeply that it seemed to him only as if the wind were whistling through the fir trees outside. When day broke, she was led out of the chamber and had to give up the golden dress. This left her disheartened, and she wandered into a meadow where she sat down and wept. While she was there, she remembered the egg that the moon had given her. She opened it, and out came a clucking hen with 12 golden chicks. They chirped and scurried around, then nestled back under the hen's wings. Such a beautiful sight had never been seen before. She got up and guided them through the meadow until the bride noticed them from her window. Enchanted by the golden chicks, the bride immediately came down and asked if they were for sale. "They are not for sale for money or land," replied the maiden, "but for flesh and blood. Let me spend another night in the chamber where the bridegroom sleeps." The bride agreed, though she intended to deceive her as she had the previous night. That evening, when the prince went to bed, he asked the page about the murmuring and rustling he had heard the previous night. The page revealed everything, that he had been forced to give the prince a sleeping potion because a poor girl had been allowed to sleep in the chamber, and he was to do the same that night. The prince instructed him, "Pour out the draught by the bedside." When night fell again, the maiden was led into the chamber. She began to recount how she had searched for him tirelessly, enduring many hardships. At once, the prince recognized his beloved wife's voice. He sprang up and exclaimed, "Now I am truly released. I have been in a dreamlike state, bewitched by the strange princess, making me forget you, but God has freed me from the spell at just the right time." They swiftly left the castle that night, fearing the princess's father, who was a sorcerer. They mounted the griffin, which carried them across the Red Sea. As they flew over the sea, she remembered to drop the nut, and immediately, a tall nut tree grew up from the water, providing a place for the griffin to rest. Thus, the griffin was able to carry them all the way home, where they found their child, who had grown tall and beautiful. From that day forward, they lived happily until their deaths. The Goose Girl, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there lived an old queen whose husband had been dead for many years. She had a beautiful daughter who was promised in marriage to a king's son living far away. As the time for the wedding approached, the old queen prepared numerous valuable items, furniture, cups, jewels, and all sorts of adornments in gold and silver, fitting for the dowry of a royal princess, as she cherished her daughter dearly. She also appointed a lady-in-waiting to accompany her and deliver her into the bridegroom's hands. Each was provided with a horse for the journey. The prince's horse was named Falada, and he had the ability to speak. On the day of departure, the old queen took her daughter to her chamber and, using a small knife, pricked her own finger until it bled. She held a white napkin beneath it, and 3 drops of blood fell onto it. She then gave it to her daughter, instructing her to guard it carefully, for it would be necessary on her journey. After bidding each other farewell, the princess tucked the napkin into her bosom, mounted her horse, and set off towards her bridegroom. An hour into the journey, she became very thirsty and said to her lady-in-waiting, "Dismount and fill my cup with water from the brook that you are carrying. I am very thirsty." "You should dismount yourself," replied the lady-in-waiting haughtily, "and if you're thirsty, bend down and drink. I won't be your servant." Since her thirst was so great, the princess had to dismount, bend over the brook, and drink its water without using her gold cup. "Oh dear!" exclaimed the poor princess. The 3 drops of blood hurt her and said, "If your mother knew of this, it would break her heart." But the princess remained silent and calmly mounted her horse again. They rode on for several more miles. As the day grew warmer and the sun beat down, the princess became thirsty once more. Upon reaching a stream, she again called to her lady-in-waiting, saying, "Dismount and give me a drink from my golden cup." She had forgotten all that had transpired earlier. However, the lady-in-waiting responded even more scornfully, "If you want a drink, you can get it yourself. I won't be your servant." Upon her great thirst, the princess dismounted and stooped to drink from the running water, tears streaming as she uttered, "Oh dear!" Hearing her, the 3 drops of blood replied, "If your mother knew of this, it would break her heart." As she drank and stooped, the napkin containing the drops slipped from her bosom and floated downstream, unnoticed in her distress. The waiting woman, however, rejoiced as she now had power over the weakened bride, who had lost the drops of blood. When the princess attempted to remount her horse, the waiting woman declared, "Falada belongs to me, and this nag to you." Yielding to her, the princess complied with the waiting woman's harsh commands to exchange her royal attire for plain clothing, and she swore to keep silent about the matter upon arriving at the royal court, under threat of death if she refused. Throughout, Falada observed and remembered everything. Mounting Falada herself and relegating the princess to the sorry nag, they continued their journey until they reached the royal castle. There was great joy upon their arrival, and the king's son hurried to meet them, lifting the waiting woman from her horse, believing her to be his bride. He then escorted her up the stairs, leaving the real princess below. However, the old king, observing from the window, saw her standing in the courtyard, noting her delicate, gentle beauty. He descended and inquired of the supposed bride about the maiden standing in the courtyard. "Oh," replied the bride, "I brought her along merely for company. Find her some occupation so she is not idle." But the old king had no tasks to offer her until he remembered a boy who tended the geese, suggesting that she assist him. And thus the real princess was sent to tend geese with the goose boy, known as Conrad. After the false bride said to the prince, "Dearest husband, I pray thee do me a pleasure," he replied, "With all my heart." She continued, "Then send for the knacker to take away the horse I arrived upon and make away with him. He was very troublesome to me on the journey." She feared the horse might reveal her mistreatment of the princess. When the order for Falada's death reached the princess's ears, she secretly approached the knacker and promised him a gold piece for a favor. In the town, there was a large dark gateway she passed through daily with her geese. She asked the knacker to take Falada's head and nail it to the gate so she could see it whenever she passed. The man agreed, took Falada's head, and securely nailed it to the dark gateway. Early the next morning, as she and Conrad led their geese through the gate, she said as she passed by, "O Falada, dost thou hang there?" And the head replied, "Princess, dost thou so meanly fare? But if thy mother knew thy pain, her heart would surely break in twain." They continued through the town to the fields. Once there, she sat down and let down her golden hair. Seeing it shimmer, Conrad wanted to pluck some for himself. She sang, "O wind, blow Conrad's hat away, make him run after as it flies, while I with my gold hair will play and twist it up in seemly wise." A strong wind blew Conrad's hat far over the fields, and he chased after it. By the time he returned, she had already tied up her hair with combs and pins, frustrating his attempt to take any. Sulking, he refused to speak to her, and they tended the geese until evening before returning home. The following morning, passing under the dark gateway, the princess said, "O Falada, dost thou hang there?" And Falada answered, "Princess, dost thou so meanly fare? But if thy mother knew thy pain, her heart would surely break in twain." Arriving at the fields, she sat down and began combing her hair. Conrad tried again to take some, and she sang, "O wind, blow Conrad's hat away, make him run after as it flies, while I with my gold hair will play, and do it up in seemly wise." Then the wind came and blew Conrad's hat very far away, so that he had to run after it. When he returned, her hair was already put up again, and he could not pull any of it out. They tended the geese until the evening. After they had returned home, Conrad went to the old king and said, "I will no longer tend the geese with that girl." "Why not?" asked the old king. "Because she vexes me the whole day long," answered Conrad. Then the old king ordered him to explain what was troubling him. "Every morning," said Conrad, "as we pass under the dark gateway with the geese, there is an old horse's head hanging on the wall, and she says to it, 'O Falada, dost thou hang there?' And the head answers, 'Princess, dost thou so meanly fare? But if thy mother knew thy pain, her heart would surely break in twain.'" And besides this, Conrad related all that happened in the fields and how he was obliged to run after his hat. The old king instructed him to drive the geese the next morning as usual, and he himself went behind the gate and listened to how the maiden spoke to Falada. Then he followed them into the fields and hid himself behind a bush. He observed the goose boy and the goose girl tending the geese, and after a while he saw the girl let down her hair, which gleamed and shone. Soon she said, "O wind, blow Conrad's hat away, and make him follow as it flies, while I with my gold hair will play, and bind it up in seemly wise." Then a gust of wind blew Conrad's hat away, and he chased after it, while the maiden combed and bound up her hair. The old king witnessed everything that transpired. Finally, he quietly withdrew, and when the goose girl returned in the evening, he sent for her and asked the reason for her actions. "That I dare not tell you," she answered. "Nor can I disclose my sorrow to any man, for when my life was in danger, I swore an oath never to reveal it." He pressed her sore, leaving her no peace, but he could get nothing out of her. Finally, he said, "If you will not tell me, tell it to the iron oven," and went away. She then crept into the iron oven, weeping and lamenting. At last, she opened her heart and said, "Here I sit forsaken by all the world. I am a king's daughter, and a wicked waiting woman forced me to give up my royal garments and my place at the bridegroom's side. Now I am made a goose girl and have to do mean service. If my mother knew, it would break her heart." Outside, the old king was standing by the oven door, listening to everything she said. He called to her and told her to come out of the oven. He had royal clothing brought for her, marveling at how beautiful she was. The old king then summoned his son and proved to him that he had the wrong bride, as she was actually just a waiting woman, while the true bride was the goose girl before him. The prince was overjoyed at her beauty and gentleness. A grand feast was prepared, and all the courtiers and friends were invited. During the feast, the bridegroom sat with the princess on one side and the waiting woman on the other. The false bride did not recognize the true one, dazzled by her splendid attire. After everyone had eaten, drunk, and made merry, the old king posed a question to the waiting woman about what punishment someone deserved who had deceived her masters in such a manner. He recounted the entire story and concluded by asking, "Now, what punishment does such a person deserve?" "No better than this," replied the false bride, "that she be put naked into a cask studded inside with sharp nails and dragged through the streets by two white horses until she is dead." "You have pronounced your own sentence," said the old king. "As you have said, so shall it be done." And when the sentence was carried out, the prince married the true bride. They ruled over their kingdom in peace and happiness for the rest of their days. The Young Giant. A fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, a farmer had a son who was as big as a thumb and did not grow any larger for several years. One day, when the father was going out to plow, the little one said, "Father, I want to come with you." "You want to come with me?" said the father. Stay here. You won't be of any use out there, and you might get lost. Thumbling started to cry, so to pacify him, his father put him in his pocket and took him along. Once they were in the field, he took Thumbling out and placed him in a freshly plowed furrow. While he was there, a giant came over the hill. "Do you see that big ogre?" said the father, trying to scare the little fellow into behaving. "He's coming to take you away." But the giant had barely taken a few steps with his long legs before he reached the furrow. He carefully picked up Thumbling with 2 fingers, examined him, and without saying a word, carried him away. His father stood there in shock, unable to utter a sound, thinking his child was lost forever. The giant took him home, nursed him, and Thumbling grew into a tall, strong boy, just like a giant. After 2 years, the old giant took him into the forest to test him, saying, "Pull up a stick for yourself." The boy was already so strong that he pulled up a young tree by its roots. But the giant thought, "We can do better than that," and took him back, nursing him for another 2 years. When he tested him again, the boy's strength had increased so much that he could uproot an old tree. But that still wasn't enough for the giant. He nursed him for another 2 years. When they returned to the forest, the giant said, "Now pull up a proper stick for me." The boy uprooted the strongest oak tree from the ground, splitting it effortlessly. "That will do," said the giant. "You are now perfect." He took him back to the field from where he had taken him. His father was there, following the plow. The young giant approached him and said, "Father, do you see what a fine man your son has become?" The farmer was alarmed and said, "No, you are not my son. I do not want you. Leave me. Indeed, I am your son. Let me work. I can plow as well as you, if not better." "No, no, you are not my son, and you cannot plow. Go away." However, afraid of the giant, he let go of the plow, stepped back, and stood aside. Then the youth took the plow and pressed it with one hand, but his grip was so strong that the plow sank deep into the earth. Seeing this, the farmer could not bear it and called out, "If you insist on plowing, you must not press so hard. That only makes bad work." However, the youth unhitched the horses and took the plow himself. "Go home, father, and ask mother to prepare a large dish of food. Meanwhile, I will finish plowing the field," he said. The farmer returned home and instructed his wife to prepare the meal. In the meantime, the youth plowed the entire 2-acre field alone. After that, he harnessed himself to the harrow and harrowed all the land, using 2 harrows at once. Once he finished, he went into the forest, uprooted 2 oak trees, and laid them across his shoulders. He hung 1 harrow in front and 1 behind, as well as 1 horse in front and 1 behind, and carried everything as if it were a bundle of straw to his parents' house. When he entered the yard, his mother did not recognize him and asked, "Who is that enormous man?" The farmer replied, "That is our son." She insisted, "No, that cannot be our son. Our child was so small." She called out to him, "Go away, we do not want you here." The youth said nothing, but he led the horses to the stable, giving them oats and hay, and tended to all their needs. After finishing this, he entered the parlor, sat on the bench, and said, "Mother, I would like something to eat. Is it ready?" She responded, "Yes," and brought in 2 enormous dishes filled with food, enough to feed herself and her husband for a week. However, the youth devoured all of it by himself and asked if there was more. "No," she replied, "that is all we have." "That was just a taste," he said. "I need more." Not daring to oppose him, she went and put a huge cauldron of food on the fire. When it was ready, she carried it in. "At last, some proper crumbs," he remarked, and ate everything, yet he still was not satisfied. Then he said, "Father, I see that with you, I will never have enough to eat. If you get me an iron staff that is strong and cannot be broken over my knees, I will go out into the world." The farmer, eager to please, harnessed his 2 horses to a cart and fetched from the smith a staff so large and thick that the 2 horses could barely bring it back. The youth laid it across his knees and with a snap, broke it in two like a beanstalk and tossed it aside. The father then harnessed 4 horses and brought a bar that was even longer and thicker, one that the 4 horses could only just manage to drag. His son broke this in two as well, against his knees, and threw it away, saying, "Father, this is useless. You must harness more horses and fetch me a stronger staff." The father then harnessed 8 horses and fetched a staff so long and thick that the 8 horses could barely carry it. When the son took it in his hand, he broke off a piece from the top and said, "Father, I see that you will never be able to find me a staff strong enough. I will stay no longer with you." With that, he set off and announced that he was now a smith's apprentice. He arrived at a village where a greedy smith lived. This smith was known for his selfishness and never doing a kindness for anyone. The youth entered the smithy and asked if the smith needed a journeyman. "Yes," the smith replied, sizing him up. He thought to himself, "This fellow looks strong and will work hard, earning his keep." So he asked, "How much wages do you want?" "I don't want any wages," the youth responded, "but every fortnight when the other journeymen are paid, I will give you 2 blows, and you must bear them." The miserly smith was pleased, thinking he would save a lot of money this way. The next morning, the new journeyman began work. When the master brought a glowing iron bar and the youth struck his first blow, the iron shattered into pieces, and the anvil sank so deeply into the earth that it couldn't be retrieved. The miser grew angry and said, "I can't make any use of you. You strike too powerfully. What will you take for just 1 blow?" "I'll give you just a small blow," replied the youth. He then raised his foot and gave the smith such a kick that he flew over 4 loads of hay. Afterward, the youth sought out the thickest iron bar in the smithy, took it as a staff, and continued on his way. After walking for some time, he came to a small farm and asked the bailiff if he needed a head servant. "Yes," said the bailiff, "I can use one. You look strong enough to be useful. How much do you want a year for wages?" Once again, the youth said he wanted no wages, but would give the bailiff 3 blows each year, which he must bear. The bailiff, being greedy himself, was satisfied with this arrangement. The next morning, all the servants were to go into the woods. While the others were already up, the head servant remained in bed. One of the servants called to him, "Get up! It's time to go to the woods. You must come with us." "Ah," he replied gruffly, "just go ahead. I'll be back before any of you." The others went to the bailiff and complained that the head servant was still in bed and refused to go with them. The bailiff told them to wake him again and instruct him to harness the horses. But the head servant repeated, "Go on ahead. I'll be back before any of you," and then stayed in bed for another 2 hours. Eventually, he got up from the feathers, but before he left, he fetched 2 bushels of peas from the loft and made himself some broth. After eating at his leisure, he went to harness the horses and set off for the woods. Not far from the woods was a ravine he had to cross. First, he drove the horses forward, then stopped them. He went behind the cart, gathered trees and brushwood, and constructed a large barricade to block any horse from passing through. As he was entering the woods, the other servants were just driving out with their loaded carts, heading home. He called out to them, "Drive on ahead. I'll still get home before you do." He didn't venture far into the woods, but quickly uprooted 2 of the largest trees and loaded them onto his cart. When he returned to the barricade, the others were still stuck, unable to get through. "Don't you see?" he said. "If you had stayed with me, you would have reached home just as quickly and could have had another hour of sleep." He then tried to move forward, but his horses couldn't pass the barricade. So he unharnessed them, placed them on top of the cart, took hold of the shafts, and pulled the entire load through with ease, as if it were laden with feathers. Once across, he turned to the others and said, "See, I've made it through quicker than you," and continued on his way, leaving them behind. In the yard, he lifted one of the trees and showed it to the bailiff, saying, "Isn't this a fine bundle of wood?" The bailiff then remarked to his wife, "The servant is a good one. Even though he sleeps long, he still returns home before the others." For a year, he served the bailiff. When the year was over, and it was time for the servants to receive their wages, he reminded the bailiff that it was time for his payment too. The bailiff, fearing the blows he was to receive, pleaded earnestly to be excused from them. He even offered to become the head servant himself and let the youth be the bailiff. "No," the youth replied, "I do not wish to be a bailiff. I am the head servant and will stay as such, but I will claim what we agreed upon." The bailiff was ready to offer anything the youth wanted, but it was no use. The head servant refused all offers. Left with no choice, the bailiff requested a fortnight's delay, hoping to find a way out. The head servant agreed to the delay. The bailiff gathered all his clerks and asked for their advice. After much deliberation, the clerks suggested a dangerous plan. Given the head servant's immense strength and their fear for their lives, they proposed that the bailiff should trick him into going down the well to clean it. Once he was down there, they would roll a heavy millstone over the edge and drop it on his head, ensuring he would never return to the daylight. The advice pleased the bailiff, so he asked the head servant to go down the well. Once the head servant was standing at the bottom, they rolled the largest millstone down, thinking they had crushed his skull. However, he called out, "Chase away those hens from the well. They are scratching in the sand above and throwing grains into my eyes so I can't see." The bailiff, pretending to be frightened by the hens, cried out, "Shh!" to scare them away. When the head servant finished his work, he climbed back up and said, "Just look at this beautiful necktie I have on." To everyone's astonishment, it was the millstone hanging around his neck. Now ready to take his reward, he was met with the bailiff's request for another fortnight's delay. The clerks convened again and suggested sending the head servant to the haunted mill to grind corn overnight, knowing that no one who had ever gone there by night had returned alive by morning. This plan appealed to the bailiff, who called the head servant that very evening and ordered him to take 8 bushels of corn to the mill and grind it throughout the night as it was urgently needed. The head servant went to the loft, filled 2 bushels in his right pocket and 2 in his left, and carried 4 in a large wallet, half on his back and half on his chest. Thus loaded, he headed to the haunted mill. The miller warned him that although he could grind during the day without trouble, no one had survived grinding at night due to the hauntings. "I will manage it," replied the head servant. "Just you go to bed." He then entered the mill and began pouring out the corn. Around 11 o'clock, he went to the miller's room and sat down on a bench. After a while, a door opened and a large table entered, laden with wine, roasted meats, and other good food, all seemingly carried by invisible hands. Chairs pushed themselves up to the table, but no people appeared, though he saw knives and forks moving as if handled by invisible fingers, placing food on plates. Being hungry, he joined in, ate with the unseen diners, and enjoyed the meal. Once he had eaten his fill and the others had emptied their dishes, he distinctly heard all the candles being snuffed out, plunging the room into darkness. Suddenly, he felt a box on the ear. "If that happens again, I shall strike back," he warned. When he received a second box on the ear, he struck out in return. This exchange continued throughout the night. He took nothing without giving it back with interest, ensuring he did not strike in vain. At daybreak, everything ceased. When the miller awoke, he hurried to check on the head servant, curious to see if he had survived the night. The youth then remarked, "I have eaten my fill and received a few boxes on the ears, but I gave back as good as I got." The miller, overjoyed, declared that the mill was now free from the spell and offered him a substantial amount of money as a reward. However, he declined, saying, "I don't need any money. I have enough." So with his meal on his back, he returned home and informed the bailiff that he had completed the task as instructed and now expected his agreed-upon reward. Upon hearing this, the bailiff was struck with terror and started pacing the room in distress, sweat pouring from his forehead. He opened the window to get some fresh air, but before he realized what was happening, the head servant delivered such a powerful kick that the bailiff flew out through the window into the air and disappeared, never to be seen again. Turning to the bailiff's wife, the head servant said, "If he doesn't come back, you'll have to take the other blow." She cried out in fear, "No, no, I can't bear it," and opened the other window, sweat now streaming down her face as well. The head servant then gave her a kick so strong that she, being lighter, soared even higher than her husband. As she hovered in the air, her husband called out, "Do come to me." But she responded, "Come to me. I can't come to you." They floated there, unable to reach each other, and whether they are still hovering or not, I do not know. The young giant then picked up his iron bar and continued on his way. The Gnome, a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a rich king who had 3 daughters. They walked daily in the palace garden, and the king was a great lover of all kinds of fine trees. There was one tree, however, for which he had such affection that if anyone gathered an apple from it, he wished them 100 fathoms underground. When harvest time came, the apples on this tree were all as red as blood. The 3 daughters went beneath the tree every day to see if the wind had blown down an apple, but they never found one. The tree was so loaded with apples that it was almost breaking, and the branches hung down to the ground. The king's youngest child had a great desire for an apple. She said to her sisters, "Our father loves us far too much to wish us underground. I believe he would only do that to strangers." As she spoke, the child plucked off quite a large apple and ran to her sisters, saying, "Just taste, my dear little sisters, for never in my life have I tasted anything so delightful." The 2 other sisters also ate some of the apple, and all 3 sank deep down into the earth, where no cock could crow to be heard. When midday came, the king wished to call them to come to dinner. However, they were nowhere to be found. He searched everywhere in the palace and garden, but could not find them. Distressed, he made known to the whole land that whoever brought his daughters back would have one of them as a wife. Upon hearing this, many young men searched throughout the country, for everyone loved the 3 princesses because they were kind to all and fair of face. 3 young huntsmen also went out to search. After traveling for 8 days, they arrived at a great castle with beautiful apartments. In one room, a table was laid with delicate dishes that were still so warm they were smoking. Yet, in the entire castle, no human being was to be seen or heard. They waited there for half a day, and the food remained warm and smoking. Finally, they were so hungry that they sat down and ate. They then agreed to stay and live in the castle, deciding by casting lots who among them would remain in the house while the other 2 sought the king's daughters. They cast lots, and the lot fell on the eldest. The next day, the 2 younger huntsmen went out to seek, leaving the eldest to stay home. At midday, a tiny, tiny man appeared and begged for a piece of bread. The huntsman took the bread he had found there, cut a round off the loaf, and was about to give it to the little man. However, as he handed it over, the man let it fall and asked the huntsman to be so kind as to pick it up and give it to him again. The huntsman was about to pick up the fallen piece of bread when the mannequin took a stick, seized him by the hair, and gave him a good beating. The next day, the second huntsman stayed at home, and he fared no better. When the 2 others returned in the evening, the eldest asked, "Well, how have you managed?" "Oh, very badly," replied the second, and they lamented their misfortune together. They said nothing about it to the youngest brother, for they did not like him at all, and always called him Stupid Hans, because he did not seem to fit in with them. On the 3rd day, the youngest stayed at home. Again, the little mannequin appeared and begged for a piece of bread. When Hans gave it to him, the elf let it fall, just as before, and asked Hans to be so good as to pick it up and give it to him again. Hans responded to the little mannequin, "What? Can't you pick up that piece yourself? If you won't take the trouble to pick up your daily bread, then you don't deserve to have it." The mannequin grew very angry and demanded that Hans pick it up. However, Hans refused and, instead, grabbed the little mannequin and gave him a thorough beating. The mannequin screamed and cried, "Stop, stop, and let me go, and I will tell you where the king's daughters are." When Hans heard this, he ceased the beating. The mannequin then revealed that he was an earth mannequin and that there were more than 1,000 like him. He promised to show Hans where the king's daughters were if he would follow him. The mannequin then led Hans to a deep well, though it contained no water. The elf warned Hans that his companions did not intend to deal honorably with him, so if he wanted to rescue the king's daughters, he would have to do it alone. The 2 other brothers, although eager to find the king's daughters, were not willing to face any trouble or danger. Hans was instructed to take a large basket, sit in it with his hanger and a bell, and be lowered into the well. Below, there were 3 rooms, each containing a princess, guarded by a many-headed dragon whose heads she had to comb and trim. Hans was to cut off the dragon's heads. After imparting this information, the elf vanished. In the evening, the 2 brothers returned and asked Hans how he had fared. He replied, "Pretty well so far," and explained that he had seen no one except at midday when a little mannequin had come and begged for a piece of bread. Hans told them that he had given some bread to the mannequin, But the little creature had let it fall and asked him to pick it up again. When Hans refused, the elf lost his temper, and Hans gave him a beating, upon which the mannequin revealed the whereabouts of the king's daughters. The two brothers were so enraged by this news that they turned green and yellow with jealousy. The next morning, they went to the well together and drew lots to decide who should first sit in the basket. Again, the lot fell on the eldest, and he was to seat himself in it, taking the bell with him. The eldest huntsman, before descending into the well, said, "If I ring the bell, you must draw me up immediately." He had not gone down far when he rang the bell, and his brothers pulled him up at once. The second huntsman then took his turn, but he too rang the bell shortly after being lowered. Finally, it was the youngest brother's turn. Unlike the others, he let himself be lowered all the way to the bottom. Once he reached the bottom, he stepped out of the basket and drew his hanger. Standing outside the first door, he listened and heard the dragon snoring loudly. Carefully, he opened the door. Inside, one of the princesses was sitting with 9 dragon heads resting on her lap as she combed them. With a swift stroke of his hanger, the youngest huntsman cut off all 9 heads. The princess leaped up, threw her arms around his neck, kissed him repeatedly, and then took her stomacher, made of pure gold, and hung it around his neck. He moved on to the second princess, who was combing the heads of a dragon with 5 heads, and he delivered her too. Then he went to the youngest princess, who was combing a dragon with 4 heads, and freed her as well. All 3 princesses rejoiced, embracing and kissing him without pause. The youngest huntsman then rang the bell loudly so that his brothers above could hear. One by one, he placed the princesses in the basket and had them drawn up. When it came to his turn, he recalled the elf's warning about his brother's ill intentions. Instead of climbing into the basket, he placed a large stone inside it. As the basket was being pulled up, his treacherous brothers cut the rope halfway, causing the stone to crash back down. Believing he was dead, they ran away with the princesses, making them promise to tell their father that they were the ones who had rescued them. They then went to the king, and each demanded a princess in marriage. Meanwhile, the youngest huntsman, left alone, wandered about the 3 chambers in despair, thinking he would have to spend the rest of his days there. As he walked, he noticed a flute hanging on the wall and said, "Why do you hang there? No one can be merry here." He also glanced at the dragon heads and remarked, "You can't help me now either." He paced back and forth so much that he wore the ground smooth. Eventually, he took down the flute and played a few notes. To his surprise, a multitude of elves appeared, and with each note he played, more elves arrived until the room was filled. They all asked what he desired, and he replied that he wished to return above ground to daylight. The elves grabbed him by every hair on his head and flew with him back to the surface. Once above ground, the youngest huntsman headed straight to the king's palace, where the wedding of one princess was about to be celebrated. He entered the room where the king and his 3 daughters were gathered. Upon seeing him, the princesses fainted. The king, enraged, ordered that the huntsman be thrown into prison, assuming he had harmed his daughters. When the princesses regained consciousness, they pleaded with the king to release him. The king, curious, asked why, but they would only say they could not tell him. The king instructed them to speak to the stove instead. He then secretly listened at the door and heard the entire story. Realizing the truth, the king ordered that the 2 older brothers be hanged on the gallows. He gave his youngest daughter to the youngest huntsman as a bride. At the wedding, I wore a pair of glass shoes, and when I struck them against a stone, they made a clink sound and shattered. The King of the Golden Mountain, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a merchant who had 2 young children, a boy and a girl, neither of whom could yet walk. 2 richly laden ships carrying all his wealth set sail, and as he anticipated great profit from their voyage, he received devastating news that both ships had sunk. Instead of being a wealthy man, he was now impoverished, with nothing left but a single field outside the town. Seeking to distract himself from his misfortune, he walked out to this field. As he paced back and forth, a little black mannequin suddenly appeared beside him and inquired why he was so sad and what troubled him so deeply. The merchant replied, "If you could help me, I would gladly tell you. The black dwarf responded, "Who knows? Perhaps I can help you." The merchant then explained that all his possessions had been lost at sea, leaving him with only this field. The dwarf said, "Do not worry. If you promise to give me the first thing that touches your leg when you return home, and bring it here in 12 years' time, you shall have as much money as you wish." Thinking that the only possibility was his dog, the merchant agreed, forgetting about his little boy. He then wrote and sealed a promise and went home. Upon his return, his little boy, in his excitement, held on to a bench, tottered towards him, and grabbed his legs. The father was struck with horror as he realized the true implications of his promise. However, still finding no money in his chests, he hoped the dwarf had been jesting. A month later, while searching the garret for old tin to sell, he discovered a great heap of money. Joyfully, he resumed his business, became even wealthier than before, and felt that the world was just after all. As the years passed, the boy grew tall, sharp, and clever. With the 12th year approaching, the merchant's anxiety visibly deepened. One day, his son noticed his distress and asked what troubled him. The father, reluctant at first, eventually confessed that he had unknowingly promised him to a black dwarf in exchange for great wealth and had sealed this promise. Now, as 12 years had almost passed, he feared he would have to surrender his son. The son reassured him, saying, "Oh, father, do not worry. All will be well. The black man has no power over me." When the fateful day arrived, the son had himself blessed by the priest. Together, father and son went to the field, where the son drew a circle and positioned himself and his father within it. The black dwarf appeared and addressed the old man, saying, "Have you brought with you what you promised me?" The old man remained silent. His son, however, asked, "What do you want here?" The black dwarf replied, "I need to speak with your father, not with you." The son then said, "You have deceived and misled my father. Return the written agreement." The black dwarf responded, "No, I will not relinquish my rights." They continued to discuss the matter for a long time. Finally, they agreed that since the son did not belong to the dwarf nor to his father, he should place himself in a small boat on a stream flowing away from them. The father would push the boat off with his foot, leaving the son to be carried away by the water. Taking leave of his father, the son seated himself in the little boat. With a heavy heart, the father pushed it off. The boat capsized, flipping over so that the keel was uppermost, leading the father to believe his son was lost. He returned home in mourning. Despite appearances, the boat did not sink. It floated calmly away, with the boy safe inside. After drifting for a long time, the boat eventually reached an unfamiliar shore. The boy disembarked and saw a magnificent castle before him, prompting him to set out towards it. Upon entering the castle, he found it bewitched. He explored every room, each empty, until he reached the last one, where he discovered a snake coiled in a ring. The snake was, in fact, an enchanted maiden who rejoiced at his arrival. She exclaimed, "Have you come, O my deliverer? I have awaited you for 12 years. This kingdom is under a spell, and you must set it free." He inquired, "How can I do that?" The maiden explained, "Tonight, 12 black men, covered in chains, will come and ask why you are here. You must remain silent and let them do as they will. They will torment, beat, and stab you. Endure everything without speaking a word. At midnight, their power will end, and they must leave. The second night, another 12 will come. On the third night, 24 will arrive and cut off your head. However, at the stroke of midnight, their power will be over. If you have endured all without uttering a single word, I shall be freed. I will come to you with a bottle of the water of life, rub it on you, and you will be restored to life and health." The young man responded, "I will gladly set you free." Everything unfolded just as she had described. The black men could not force him to speak a single word. On the third night, the snake transformed into a beautiful princess. She came to him with the water of life and restored him. With great joy, she threw herself into his arms and kissed him, bringing happiness and celebration to the entire castle. Following this, their marriage was celebrated, and he became the king of the Golden Mountain. They lived very happily together, and the queen bore a fine boy. After 8 years had passed, the king began to think of his father. Moved by a sense of duty and longing, he wished to visit him. Although the queen did not want him to leave, Fearing it would bring her sorrow, she eventually relented after he insisted persistently. Before his departure, she gave him a wishing ring and said, "Take this ring and wear it on your finger. It will transport you instantly to any place you desire, but you must promise not to use it to bring me or our child to your father's place." He promised, put on the ring, and wished himself to his father's town. In an instant, he found himself just outside the town. However, when he tried to enter, the sentries refused him entry because of his unusual yet magnificent attire. Seeking a way in, he climbed a hill where a shepherd was tending sheep, swapped clothes with him, donned the shepherd's coat, and successfully entered the town without any issues. When he reached his father's house, he revealed his identity. Despite this, his father did not believe him, claiming his son had died long ago. Nevertheless, seeing the poor shepherd, he offered him something to eat. To prove his identity, the shepherd asked his parents if they remembered any distinct mark on his body. His mother recalled, "Our son had a raspberry mark under his right arm." When he showed them the mark, they finally believed he was their long-lost son. He then shared that he was now the king of the Golden Mountain, married to a king's daughter, and father to a 7-year-old son. Skeptical, his father remarked, "It's hard to believe that a king would wander about in such ragged clothing." Angered by his father's disbelief, he forgot his promise and turned the ring, wishing for his wife and child to join him. They appeared instantly. The queen, however, wept and reproached him for breaking his word and bringing misfortune upon her. He tried to console her, explaining that he acted without malice or intention to harm. Although she appeared to accept his explanation, she secretly harbored ill intentions. Leading her out of the town to the field, he showed her the stream where he had previously set off in the little boat. Feeling weary, he said, "I am tired. Sit down, and I will rest my head on your lap." He then laid his head on her lap and fell asleep. Seizing the opportunity, she carefully slipped the ring off his finger, gently moved away her foot from under him, leaving only the slipper behind, and took their child in her arms. Without hesitation, she wished herself back to her own kingdom. When he awoke, he found himself completely alone. His wife and child were gone, and the ring had vanished from his finger, leaving only the slipper as a token. Returning to your parents is not an option, he thought. They would accuse you of being a wizard. You must set out and walk until you reach your own kingdom. Determined, he continued on his way until he came upon a hill where 3 giants were arguing. They were in dispute over how to divide their late father's property. Spotting him, the giants called out and said that since little men often had sharp minds, he should decide how to divide their inheritance. The inheritance consisted of 3 magical items: a sword with the power to decapitate anyone except the wielder by simply saying, "All heads off but mine," a cloak that rendered the wearer invisible, and a pair of boots that could transport the wearer anywhere in an instant. He requested, "Give me the 3 items so I can inspect them to see if they are still in good condition." They handed him the cloak first. After putting it on, he became invisible and then transformed into a fly. Once he reverted to his normal form, he remarked, "The cloak is indeed effective. Now, let me examine the sword." Initially reluctant, the giants feared he might use it to behead them all and leave only his own head intact. Despite their hesitation, they eventually agreed on the condition that he would only test it against a tree. He did as requested, and the sword cleaved through the tree trunk as effortlessly as if it were slicing through straw. Next, he desired to try on the boots, but the giants protested. They argued, "If you put the boots on and wish yourself to the top of the hill, we will be stranded down here with nothing." "Oh no," he reassured them, "I would not do that." Relieved, the giants handed him the boots as well. Now, equipped with all the magical items, his thoughts turned solely to his wife and child. He uttered to himself, "Oh, if I were but on the Golden Mountain!" And in that instant, he disappeared from the giant's sight, thus resolving their dispute over the inheritance. Upon arriving near his palace, he was greeted by the sound of joyous music, fiddles, and flutes. The people informed him that his wife was celebrating her wedding with another man. Consumed by rage, he exclaimed, "False woman, she betrayed and deserted me while I slept." Donning his cloak of invisibility, he entered the palace unseen. In the grand dining hall, a lavish feast was laid out, with guests merrily eating, drinking, and laughing. His wife, adorned in splendid attire and wearing a crown, sat regally at the head of the table. He positioned himself behind her, unnoticed by anyone. Each time she placed a piece of meat on her plate, he would snatch it away and eat it. When she poured herself a glass of wine, he took it and drank it. She continued to serve herself, but every plate and glass she prepared vanished immediately. Distressed and humiliated, she rose from the table and retreated to her chamber, tears streaming down her face. He followed her silently. In her despair, she lamented, "Has the devil taken control of me, or did my deliverer never arrive?" At this, he struck her face and declared, "Did your deliverer never come? It is he who holds you in his power, you traitor. Is this the gratitude I deserve from you?" Making himself visible, he strode into the hall and proclaimed, "The wedding is over. The true king has returned." The assembled kings, princes, and counselors mocked and jeered at him, but he remained unfazed. "Will you leave, or must I force you?" he demanded. When they tried to seize him and crowded around, he drew his sword and commanded, "All heads off but mine." Instantly, every head fell to the ground, and he stood alone as the master and once more the king of the Golden Mountain. The Raven, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a queen who had a little daughter still so young that she had to be carried. One day, the child was naughty, and despite the mother's best efforts to calm her, the child refused to be quiet. Growing impatient as ravens flew around the palace, the queen opened a window and exclaimed, "I wish you were a raven and would fly away. Then I could have some rest." No sooner had she spoken these words than the child transformed into a raven and flew from her arms out of the window. The raven flew into a dark forest and remained there for a long time, and the parents heard nothing about their child. One day, a man traveling through this forest heard the raven crying and followed the voice. As he drew nearer, the bird spoke, "I am a king's daughter by birth and am bewitched. However, you can set me free." The man asked, "What must I do?" She replied, "Go further into the forest, and you will find a house where an old woman lives. She will offer you meat and drink, but you must accept nothing. If you eat or drink anything, you will fall asleep and then will not be able to deliver me. In the garden behind the house, there is a large heap of tan, and there you must stand and wait for me. For 3 days, I will come every afternoon at 2 o'clock in a carriage. On the first day, 4 white horses will draw the carriage, then 4 chestnut horses, and lastly 4 black ones. However, if you are not awake but sleeping, I shall not be set free." The man promised to do everything that she asked, but the raven lamented, "Alas, I already know that you will not deliver me. You will accept something from the woman." The man reassured her, promising once more that he would certainly not touch anything either to eat or to drink. When he entered the house, the old woman approached him and said, "Poor man, how faint you are. Come and refresh yourself, eat and drink." He refused, saying, "No, I will not eat or drink." Nonetheless, she persisted and said, "If you will not eat, at least take one drink from the glass. One sip is nothing." Eventually, he let himself be persuaded and drank. Shortly before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he went into the garden to the heap of tan to wait for the raven. As he stood there, a sudden weariness overcame him, and he lay down for a short time, though he was determined not to fall asleep. However, as soon as he lay down, his eyes closed of their own accord, and he fell into a deep sleep from which nothing could awaken him. At 2 o'clock, the raven arrived in a carriage drawn by 4 white horses. Already in deep grief, she said, "I know he is asleep." When she entered the garden, she found him lying there asleep on the heap of tan. She alighted from the carriage, went to him, shook him, and called out to him, but he did not awaken. The next day, around noon, the old woman returned and brought him food and drink, but he refused to take any of it. She gave him no peace, however, and continued to persuade him until he eventually took another drink from the glass. Towards 2 o'clock, he went into the garden to the heap of tan to wait for the raven. Suddenly, he felt such great weariness that his limbs could no longer support him. Unable to help himself, he was forced to lie down and fell into a heavy sleep. When the raven drove up in a carriage drawn by 4 chestnut horses, she was filled with sorrow and said, I know he is asleep." She approached him, but he lay there sleeping, impossible to awaken. The following day, the old woman questioned him. "What is the meaning of this? You are neither eating nor drinking anything. Do you wish to die?" He replied, "I am not allowed to eat or drink, and I will not do so." Despite his refusal, she set a dish with food and a glass of wine before him. The enticing smell overwhelmed him, and he could not resist taking a deep draught. When the time came, he went out into the garden to the heap of tan and waited for the king's daughter. However, he became even more weary than the day before and lay down, sleeping as deeply as a stone. At 2 o'clock, the raven arrived with 4 black horses. Everything, including the coachman, was black. She was already in deep grief and said, "I know he is asleep and cannot free me." When she approached him, he lay there fast asleep. She shook him and called to him, but he did not awaken. Then she placed a loaf of bread beside him, followed by a piece of meat and a bottle of wine. He could consume as much as he liked, but they would never diminish. Finally, she took a gold ring from her finger, engraved with her name, and placed it on his finger. Next to him, she placed a letter detailing all she had given him, emphasizing that these items would never diminish, and expressing her certainty that he could free her by coming to the golden castle of Stromberg. Having bestowed these gifts, she seated herself in her carriage and drove off to the golden castle of Stromberg. When the man awoke and realized he had slept, he felt a deep sadness. He thought, "She must have passed by, and I failed to free her." Then he noticed the items beside him and read the letter detailing everything that had occurred. He got up and set out, determined to find the golden castle of Stromberg, though he didn't know its location. After traveling the world for a long time, he entered a dark forest and walked for 14 days without finding his way out. As evening fell once more, he was so exhausted that he lay down in a thicket and fell asleep. The next day, he continued on his way, but in the evening, as he prepared to rest beneath some bushes, he heard loud howling and crying that kept him awake. At candlelight, he saw a faint glimmer and, drawn to it, approached cautiously. Eventually, he reached a small-looking house where a giant stood guard. He thought to himself, "If I enter and the giant sees me, it might cost me my life." After some consideration, he entered. When the giant spotted him, he exclaimed, "It's good you've come. I haven't eaten in ages. I was about to have you for supper." The man replied, "I'd prefer not to be eaten, but if you're hungry, I have enough here to satisfy you." "If that's true," said the giant, "you've nothing to fear. I was only going to eat you because I had nothing else." They sat down to eat, and the man produced bread, wine, and meat that seemed inexhaustible. "This pleases me," said the giant, eating heartily. Then the man asked him, "Can you tell me where the golden castle of Stromberg is?" The giant responded, "Let me check my map. It shows all the towns, villages, and houses." He fetched his map, but couldn't find the castle. "No matter," he said. "I have larger maps upstairs in my cupboard. We'll check those." Yet, they were unable to locate it there either. The man was eager to continue his journey, but the giant asked him to wait until his brother returned with provisions. When the brother arrived, they asked him about the golden castle of Stromberg. He said, "Let me eat my fill first, then I'll consult the map." They went up to his room, searched the map, but found no trace of it. Afterwards, he brought out even older maps, and they persisted until they finally located the golden castle of Stromberg. However, it was many thousand miles away. "How am I to get there?" asked the man. The giant replied, "I have 2 hours' time during which I can carry you into the vicinity, but after that I must return home to nurse the child we have." Thus, the giant transported the man to within about 100 leagues of the castle, and stated, "You can easily walk the rest of the way alone." With that, he turned back, while the man continued onward day and night until he eventually reached the golden castle of Stromberg. Perched atop a glass mountain, the enchanted maiden circled the castle in her carriage before entering it. He was overjoyed to see her and attempted to climb up to her, but each attempt caused him to slip down the glass again. Frustrated at being unable to reach her, he resolved, "I will stay down here below and wait for her." Thus, he constructed a hut and dwelled there for an entire year, observing the king's daughter daily as she drove about above, yet never managing to approach her. One day, from his hut, he observed 3 robbers engaged in a fierce altercation and called out to them, "God be with you." Startled, they paused upon hearing his cry, but seeing no one, they resumed their altercation with even greater intensity. Once more, he called out, "God be with you." Again they stopped, looked around, but finding no one, resumed their brawl. Finally, he shouted a third time, "God be with you," thinking, "I must see what these 3 are up to," and approached them to inquire why they were fighting so vehemently. One of them revealed he had found a stick that opened any door it struck. The second claimed to possess a cloak that rendered him invisible when worn. The third boasted of a horse upon which one could ride anywhere, even up a glass mountain. Uncertain whether to share these treasures or divide them, they deliberated. Then the man proposed, "I will offer you something in exchange for these 3 items. I have no money, but I possess other valuables. First, I must verify your claims." They placed him on the horse, draped the cloak around him, and placed the stick in his hand. With these items, they could no longer see him. He swiftly administered blows to them, declaring, "Now, scoundrels, you have received your due. Are you satisfied?" He then rode up the glass mountain. Arriving at the castle's gate at the summit, he struck it with his stick, causing it to open instantly. Ascending the stairs, he reached the hall where the maiden sat with a golden cup of wine before her. Unseen due to the cloak, he approached her, withdrew the ring she had given him from his finger, and dropped it into the cup, where it emitted a clear ring. Startled, she exclaimed, "That's my ring! The man who will set me free must be here." They searched the entire castle, but did not find him, for he had exited, mounted the horse, and discarded the cloak. As they reached the gate, they spotted him and joyously shouted aloud. He dismounted, embraced the king's daughter, and she kissed him, saying, "Now you have set me free, and tomorrow we shall celebrate our wedding." The Peasant's Wise Daughter, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a poor peasant who owned no land, only a small house and a daughter. The daughter said, "We should request a piece of land from our lord the king." Upon hearing of their poverty, the king gave them a piece of land, which they dug up and intended to sow with some corn and similar grain. As they were nearly finished digging the field, they unearthed a mortar made of pure gold. "Listen," said the father to his daughter, "since our lord the king has been so gracious in giving us this field, we should give him this mortar in return." The daughter disagreed, saying, "Father, if we take the mortar without the pestle, we'll still need to find the pestle. It's better if you say nothing." Ignoring her advice, he took the mortar to the king, claiming he found it on the cleared land, and asked if the king would accept it as a gift. The king accepted the mortar and asked if they found anything else. "No," replied the peasant. Then the king demanded the pestle. The peasant admitted they didn't find it, but it was too late. He was thrown into prison and told he would stay there until he produced the pestle. Every day, the servants heard him cry out, "Oh, if only I had listened to my daughter! Oh, if only I had listened to my daughter!" He refused to eat or drink. Eventually, the king summoned him and asked why he kept crying out and what his daughter had said. "She told me not to bring the mortar to you, as I would also need to produce the pestle. If you have such a wise daughter, bring her here." So she was brought before the king, who asked if she truly was so wise, and set her a riddle. "Come to me not clothed, not naked, not riding, not walking, not on the road, and not off the road, and if you can do that, I will marry you." She agreed and immediately stripped off all her clothes, then wrapped herself completely in a large fishing net. She sat in it and tied it to the tail of a donkey, forcing it to drag her along. This wasn't riding or walking. The donkey dragged her through the rut so that only her big toe touched the ground, which wasn't on or off the road. When she arrived in this manner, the king declared she had solved the riddle and fulfilled all conditions. He ordered her father released from prison, married her, and entrusted her with all the royal possessions. After some years had passed, the king was assembling his troops for a parade when a group of peasants selling wood halted their wagons in front of the palace. Some had oxen, others horses. Among them was a peasant with 3 horses. One of them had just given birth to a foal, which ran off and nestled between 2 oxen in front of a wagon. As the peasants argued, fought and caused a commotion, the peasant with the oxen insisted the foal belonged to him, claiming one of the oxen had given birth to it. The other argued it was his horse's foal. The dispute reached the king, who decided the foal should remain where it was found, awarding it to the peasant with the oxen, although it didn't rightfully belong to him. Distraught, the other peasant wept over his lost foal. He had heard of the queen's kindness, knowing she herself came from humble origins, so he sought her help to retrieve his foal. She said, "Yes, I will tell you what to do, if you promise not to betray me. Early tomorrow morning, when the king inspects the guard, position yourself in the middle of the road he must pass through. Take a large fishing net and pretend to fish. Keep fishing and empty the net as if it were full." And she instructed him what to say if questioned by the king. The next day, the peasant stood in the road, pretending to fish on dry land. When the king saw this, he sent a messenger to ask what foolishness he was up to. The peasant replied, "I am fishing." The messenger questioned how he could fish without water. The peasant responded, "As easily as an ox can have a foal." The messenger reported this to the king, who summoned the peasant and demanded to know whose idea this was, as it clearly wasn't his own. The peasant refused to confess, insisting it was his own idea. They then beat and tormented him until he finally admitted he got the idea from the queen. Upon returning home, the king confronted his wife, saying, "Why have you deceived me? I will no longer have you as my wife. Your time is up. Return to your peasant's hut." However, he granted her one request, to take with her the dearest and most precious thing to her. She agreed, embraced, and kissed him, and bid him farewell. Then she had a strong sleeping potion brought, which they drank together. The king drank deeply and soon fell into a deep sleep. She took a fair white linen cloth, wrapped him in it, and had him carried to a carriage waiting at the door. She took him to her little house, laid him in her bed, and he slept for a day and a night without waking. When he finally awoke, he looked around and exclaimed, "Good God, where am I?" He called for his attendants, but none were there. Finally, his wife came to his bedside and said, "My dear lord and king, you told me I could bring with me from the palace what was dearest and most precious to me. I have nothing more precious and dear than you, so I have brought you with me." Tears welled in the king's eyes, and he said, "Dear wife, you shall be mine, and I will be yours." He took her back to the royal palace, remarried her, and they likely live happily together to this day. Old Hildebrand, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there lived a peasant and his wife. The parson of the village admired the wife and had long desired to spend a whole day happily with her. The peasant woman was also willing. One day he said to her, "Listen, my dear friend, I have now thought of a way by which we can spend a whole day happily together. I'll tell you what. On Wednesday, you must take to your bed and tell your husband you are ill. If you only complain and act as if you are ill properly, and continue to do so until Sunday when I have to preach, I will then say in my sermon that whoever has at home a sick child, a sick husband, a sick wife, a sick father, a sick mother, a sick brother, or whoever else it may be, and makes a pilgrimage to the Göckerli Hill in Italy, where you can get a peck of laurel leaves for a kreutzer, the sick child, the sick husband, the sick wife, the sick father, the sick mother, the sick sister, or whoever else it may be, will be restored to health immediately." "I will manage it," said the woman promptly. Therefore, on Wednesday, the peasant woman took to her bed, complained and lamented as agreed, and her husband did everything he could for her, but nothing helped. When Sunday came, the woman said, "I feel as ill as if I were going to die immediately, but there is one thing I should like to do before my end. I should like to hear the parson's sermon that he is going to preach today." On hearing this, the peasant said, "Ah, my dear, do not do it. You might make yourself worse if you were to get up. Look, I will go to the sermon, pay close attention, and will tell you everything the parson says." "Very well," said the woman. "Go then, pay close attention, and repeat to me all that you hear." So the peasant went to the sermon, and the parson began to preach. He said that if anyone had at home a sick child, a sick husband, a sick wife, a sick father, a sick mother, a sick sister, a sick brother, or anyone else, and would make a pilgrimage to the Göckerli Hill in Italy, where a peck of laurel leaves costs a kreutzer, The sick child, the sick husband, the sick wife, the sick father, the sick mother, the sick sister, the sick brother, or anyone else would be restored to health immediately. He also mentioned that whoever wished to undertake the journey should come to him after the service was over, and he would provide them with the sack for the laurel leaves and the kreutzer. No one was more delighted than the peasant. After the service was over, he immediately went to the parson, who gave him the sack for the laurel leaves and the kreutzer. Upon returning home, right at the door, he exclaimed, "Hooray, dear wife! Now it is almost as if you were well." Today, the parson preached that whoever had at home a sick child, a sick husband, a sick wife, a sick father, a sick mother, a sick sister, a sick brother, or whoever it might be, and would make a pilgrimage to the Guckerly Hill in Italy, where a peck of laurel leaves costs a kreutzer. The sick child, the sick husband, the sick wife, the sick father, the sick mother, the sick sister, the sick brother, or whoever else it was, would be cured immediately. And now I have already obtained the sack and the kreutzer from the parson, and will immediately start my journey so that you may recover faster. And with that, he left. Hardly had he gone, however, when the woman got up, and the parson arrived immediately. However, let's leave these two aside for now and follow the peasant, who walked briskly without pause to reach the Guckerly Hill sooner. On his way, he encountered his friend, an egg merchant, returning from the market where he had sold his eggs. "May blessings be upon you," greeted the merchant. "Where are you hurrying off to?" "To eternity, my friend," replied the peasant. "My wife is sick, and today I heard the parson's sermon. He preached that if anyone at home has a sick child, a sick husband, a sick wife, a sick father, a sick mother, a sick sister, brother, or anyone else, and they make a pilgrimage to the Guckerly Hill in Italy, where a peck of laurel leaves costs a kreutzer, the sick person would be instantly cured. So I have received the sack for the laurel leaves and the kreutzer from the parson, and now I am starting my pilgrimage." "But listen, friend," said the egg merchant to the peasant, "are you really naive enough to believe such a thing? Don't you understand what's going on? The parson wants to spend a whole day alone with your wife in peace, so he gave you this task to get you out of the way." "Goodness!" exclaimed the peasant. "I wonder if that's true." "Come," said the merchant, "I'll tell you what to do. Get into my egg basket, and I'll carry you home. Then you can see for yourself." So they agreed, and the merchant placed the peasant in his egg basket and carried him home. When they arrived at the house, what a lively scene greeted them. The woman had already slaughtered nearly all the animals in the yard and made pancakes, and the parson was there with his fiddle. The merchant knocked on the door, and the woman asked who was there. "It's me, your friend," said the egg merchant. "Please give me shelter tonight. I didn't sell my eggs at the market, so now I have to carry them back home, and they're so heavy that I won't manage in the dark." "Well, my friend," sighed the woman, "you've come at a very inconvenient time for me. But since you're here, come in and sit on the bench by the stove." She placed the merchant and his basket on the bench by the stove. Meanwhile, the parson and the woman were in high spirits. Finally, the parson said, "Listen, my dear friend, you can sing beautifully. Sing something for me." "Oh," replied the woman, "I can't sing now. I used to sing well in my youth, but those days are over." "Come on," insisted the parson, "just sing a little something." With that, the woman began to sing, "I sent my husband away from me to the Guckerly Hill in Italy." Then the parson sang, "I wish it were a year before he came back. I wouldn't ask him for the laurel leaf sack. Hallelujah." Next, the merchant in the background began to sing, though I must mention the peasant was named Hildebrand. "What are you doing, my dear Hildebrand, there on the bench by the stove so grand?" Hallelujah. Then the peasant sang from inside the basket, "I'll hate singing from this very day, and in this basket no longer will I stay." Hallelujah. He climbed out of the basket and chased the parson out of the house with a beating. The Three Little Birds by the Brothers Grimm. About 1,000 or more years ago, there were in this country nothing but small kings. One of them, who lived on the Kuderberg, was very fond of hunting. One day, as he was riding forth from his castle with his huntsmen, three girls were watching their cows on the mountain. When they saw the king with all his followers, the eldest girl pointed to him and called to the two other girls, If I do not get that one, I will have none. The second girl from the other side of the hill then pointed to the man who was on the king's right hand and said, Hilloah, Hilloah, if I do not get him, I will have no one. These men, however, were the king's two ministers. The king overheard their conversation, and upon returning from the chase, he had the three girls brought before him. He asked them what they had said the previous day on the mountain. They refused to tell him. So the king asked the eldest if she would take him as her husband. She answered, yes. And the two ministers married the other two sisters, for all three girls were fair and beautiful, especially the queen, who had hair like flax. However, the two sisters had no children. When the king was obliged to leave home, he invited them to stay with the queen to cheer her, as she was about to bear a child. She gave birth to a little boy who had a bright red star on his forehead. Envious, the two sisters decided to throw the beautiful boy into the water. They cast him into the Weser, I believe, and immediately a little bird flew up into the air and sang, To thy death art thou sped, until God's word be said. In the white lily bloom, brave boy, is thy tomb. Upon hearing this, the two sisters were terrified and fled in great haste. When the king returned home, they told him that the queen had given birth to a dog. The king, trusting in fate, remarked, What God does is well done. A fisherman who lived near the water found the little boy still alive. Since his wife had no children, they raised the boy as their own. A year later, when the king was away again, the queen gave birth to another little boy. The envious sisters threw this child into the water as well. Once more, a little bird flew up and sang, To thy death art thou sped, until God's word be said. In the white lily bloom, brave boy, is thy tomb. When the king returned, the sisters again lied, claiming that the queen had given birth to another dog. He repeated, What God does is well done. However, the fisherman saved this second boy too, and raised him. Once more, the king journeyed away, and the queen gave birth to a little girl. The false sisters threw her into the water as well. Again, a little bird flew up and sang, To thy death art thou sped, until God's word be said. In the white lily bloom, bonny girl, is thy tomb. When the king came home, the sisters told him that the queen had given birth to a cat. Enraged, the king ordered his wife to be imprisoned, where she remained for many long years. Meanwhile, the children had grown up. One day, the eldest son went out with some other boys to fish, but they would not allow him to join them and said, Go thy way, foundling. Troubled by this, he asked the old fisherman if it was true. The fisherman confessed that he had once fished him out of the water. The boy decided to go forth and seek his father. The fisherman entreated him to stay, but the boy was determined and would not be hindered. Eventually, the fisherman relented. The boy set out and walked for many days until he came to a vast body of water. By its side stood an old woman fishing. Good day, mother, said the boy. Many thanks, she said. You will fish for a long time before you catch anything. You will also seek for a long time before you find your father. How will you get over the water? Asked the woman. God knows, replied the boy. Then the old woman lifted him onto her back and carried him across the water. He searched for a long time but could not find his father. A year later, the second boy set out to find his brother. He came to the same water, and his journey mirrored his brother's. This left only the daughter at home. She mourned deeply for her brothers and eventually begged the fisherman to let her go in search of them as well. The maiden arrived at the large body of water and greeted the old woman with, Good day, mother. Many thanks, replied the old woman. May God help you with your fishing, said the girl. Pleased by the maiden's kind words, the old woman became quite friendly. She carried the girl over the water and gave her a wand. Go, my daughter, ever onwards by this road, instructed the old woman. When you come to a great black dog, you must pass it silently and boldly, without laughing or looking at it. Next, you will reach a great high castle. On its threshold, let the wand fall and walk straight through the castle, out to the other side. There, you will find an old fountain from which a large tree has grown. Hanging in the tree is a bird in a cage. Take it down and also fill a glass with water from the fountain. With these two things, return by the same route. Pick up the wand from the threshold and carry it with you. When you pass by the dog again, strike it in the face with the wand, making sure to hit it. Then, Come back here to me." The maiden followed the old woman's instructions precisely. On her way back, she found her two brothers who had been searching for each other across half the world. They accompanied her to the place where the black dog lay on the road. She struck it in the face, and it transformed into a handsome prince. The prince joined them as they made their way to the river, where the old woman was still waiting. She was overjoyed to see them again and carried all of them across the water. Her task complete, she then disappeared, for she was now freed. The reunited siblings returned to the old fisherman, and all rejoiced in finding each other again. They hung the bird's cage on the wall. However, the second son could not settle at home. He took his crossbow and went hunting. When he grew tired, he played music on his flute. The king, who was also hunting, heard the music and approached the youth. "Who has given you leave to hunt here?" the king demanded. "No one," the boy replied. "To whom do you belong, then?" "I am the fisherman's son, but he has no children. If you do not believe me, come with me." The king followed the boy and questioned the fisherman, who revealed everything. At that moment, the little bird on the wall began to sing. "The mother sits alone. There in the prison small, O king of royal blood, these are thy children all. The sisters twain so false, they wrought the children woe, there in the waters deep, where the fishermen come and go." Terrified, the king took the bird, the fisherman, and the three children back to his castle. He ordered the prison to be opened and his wife to be brought out. She had become ill and weak, but the daughter gave her some of the fountain water, which restored her strength and health. As for the two false sisters, they were punished by being burnt. The daughter married the prince, and they all lived happily ever after. The Water of Life, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a king who was gravely ill, and no one believed that he would survive. He had three sons who were deeply distressed about this. They went down into the palace garden and wept. There, they encountered an old man who inquired about the reason for their sorrow. The princes explained that their father was so ill that he was on the brink of death, for nothing seemed to cure him. The old man then said, "I know of one last remedy, the water of life. If he drinks it, he will recover. However, it is difficult to find." The eldest son replied, "I will find it," and went to the ailing king, begging for permission to seek the water of life, as it alone could save him. The king initially refused, saying, "The danger is too great. I would rather die." After much pleading, the king finally consented. The prince thought to himself, "If I bring the water, I will be my father's most beloved and inherit the kingdom." He set out on his journey. After riding for a short while, a dwarf appeared in the road and called out, "Where are you going so fast?" The prince haughtily responded, "That is none of your business, silly shrimp," and rode on. The dwarf, angered by the prince's arrogance, cursed him. Soon the prince entered a ravine. The further he rode, the narrower the mountains closed in, until the path became so tight that he could no longer advance. It was impossible to turn his horse or dismount, and he was trapped as if in a prison. The sick king waited for a long time, but the eldest son never returned. The second son then said, "Father, let me go forth to seek the water," thinking, "If my brother is dead, the kingdom will be mine." The king was reluctant at first, but eventually allowed him to go. The second prince followed the same path his brother had taken and also encountered the dwarf. When the dwarf asked where he was hurrying to, the prince dismissed him, saying, "Little shrimp, that is none of your concern," and rode on without another glance. Enraged, the dwarf bewitched him as well, causing him to enter a ravine where he too was trapped, unable to move forward or backward. Such is the fate of the arrogant. With the second son also missing, the youngest son begged for permission to go and fetch the water. The king, having no other choice, reluctantly let him go. When the youngest son met the dwarf and was asked where he was going in such a rush, he stopped and respectfully explained, "I am seeking the water of life because my father is near death." The dwarf asked, "Do you know where to find it?" The prince admitted he did not. "Since you have behaved with courtesy and not haughtily like your deceitful brothers, I will guide you. The water of life springs from a fountain in the courtyard of an enchanted castle. However, You will not be able to reach it unless I give you an iron wand and 2 small loaves of bread. Strike the castle's iron door thrice with the wand, and it will open. Inside, you will find 2 lions with gaping jaws. Throw a loaf to each, and they will become docile. Then, hurry and fetch some of the water before the clock strikes 12, or the door will shut, and you will be trapped inside." The prince thanked him, took the wand and the bread, and set off on his journey. When he arrived at the castle, everything was exactly as the dwarf had described. He struck the iron door thrice with the wand, and it opened. After calming the lions with the bread, he entered the castle and came to a grand and splendid hall. There, he found enchanted princes, from whom he took the rings off their fingers. He also found a sword and a loaf of bread, which he took with him. After this, he entered a chamber where a beautiful maiden awaited him. She rejoiced upon seeing him, kissed him, and told him that he had freed her. She promised him her entire kingdom and said that if he returned in a year, they would celebrate their wedding. Additionally, she revealed the location of the spring containing the water of life and urged him to draw some of it before the clock struck 12. He continued onwards and eventually entered a room with a beautiful, newly made bed. Exhausted, he decided to rest for a while and soon fell asleep. When he woke up, it was 11:45. Startled, he sprang up, rushed to the spring, filled a cup with the water, and hurried away. As he was passing through the iron door, the clock struck 12. The door slammed shut violently, catching his heel and cutting away a piece of it. Despite this injury, he was overjoyed to have obtained the water of life and headed homewards, passing by the dwarf once again. Upon seeing the sword and the loaf, the dwarf remarked, "With these, you have gained great wealth. The sword will allow you to slay entire armies, and the bread will never be exhausted." The prince, however, did not want to return to his father without his brothers. He asked the dwarf, "Dear dwarf, can you tell me where my 2 brothers are?" "They left before I did in search of the water of life and have not returned." The dwarf replied, "They are imprisoned between 2 mountains. I condemned them because of their arrogance." The prince pleaded until the dwarf agreed to release them, but warned him, "Beware of them, for they have bad hearts." When his brothers were freed, the prince rejoiced and shared his adventures with them. He told them that he had found the water of life, brought a cupful back, and rescued a beautiful princess who had promised to wait a year for him. Their wedding would be celebrated, and he would gain a great kingdom. The 3 brothers then rode on together and came to a land suffering from war and famine. The king of this land believed he was doomed because of the severe scarcity. The prince gave him the loaf, which fed and satisfied the entire kingdom. He also gave the king the sword, with which he defeated his enemies, allowing his people to live in peace. Afterward, the prince reclaimed the loaf and the sword, and the brothers continued their journey. In their travels, they encountered 2 more countries plagued by war and famine. Each time, the prince provided the loaf and the sword to the respective kings, thus saving 3 kingdoms. They then boarded a ship and sailed across the sea. During the voyage, the 2 eldest brothers spoke privately. They conspired against the youngest, saying, "Our youngest brother has found the water of life, and our father will grant him the kingdom that belongs to us. He will rob us of all our fortune." They plotted to destroy him. When they found him fast asleep, they poured the water of life from his cup and replaced it with salt seawater. Upon returning home, the youngest son offered his cup to the ailing king, hoping it would cure him. However, the king became even worse after drinking a little of the salt seawater. While he lamented his condition, the 2 eldest brothers arrived and accused the youngest of attempting to poison their father. They presented the true water of life, which they had taken, to the king. After tasting it, the king's illness vanished, and he regained his strength and health as in his youth. Later, the eldest brothers mocked the youngest, saying, "You may have found the water of life, but we reaped the reward. You should have been more vigilant. We took it from you while you slept at sea. When a year has passed, one of us will fetch the beautiful princess. If you dare reveal any of this to our father, he will not trust you, and you will lose your life. Keep silent, and you shall be spared." The old king was furious with his youngest son, believing he had plotted against his life. Consequently, he summoned the court and had a secret sentence pronounced. The prince was to be executed. One day, while the prince was riding out on a hunt, suspecting no harm, the king's huntsman accompanied him. Deep in the forest, the huntsman's sorrowful demeanor caught the prince's attention. He asked, "Dear huntsman, what troubles you?" The huntsman hesitated before responding. "I cannot tell you, although I should." The prince reassured him. "Speak freely, I will forgive you." With a heavy heart, the huntsman revealed, "Alas, I am ordered to shoot you dead by the king's command." Shocked, the prince pleaded, "Dear huntsman, spare my life. I will give you my royal garments, and you can give me your common ones instead." The huntsman readily agreed, saying, "I will do so willingly, for I could not have brought myself to shoot you." They exchanged clothes, and the huntsman returned home. Meanwhile, the prince ventured deeper into the forest. After some time, 3 wagons filled with gold and precious stones arrived at the king's palace, intended for his youngest son. These were sent by the 3 kings, who had defeated their enemies with the prince's sword and fed their people with his bread. They wished to express their gratitude. Upon receiving this news, the old king pondered, "Could my son have been innocent?" He expressed his remorse to his court. "If only he were still alive. It grieves me deeply that I ordered his death." The huntsman then confessed, "He is still alive. I couldn't fulfill your command," and recounted the events as they happened. Relief washed over the king, and he decreed that his son was welcome to return and be restored to favor. Meanwhile, the princess had a golden road constructed leading up to her palace. She instructed her attendants that anyone who rode straight along this road to her would be her true suitor and should be admitted. Conversely, those who rode to the side of it were not the right ones and should be turned away. As the appointed time approached, the eldest prince decided to claim the princess and the kingdom. Upon reaching the palace and seeing the magnificent golden road, he thought it would be wrong to tread upon it, and instead rode to the right side. When he reached the door, the servants told him he was not the right suitor and sent him away. Shortly after, the second prince attempted the same. Approaching the golden road, he thought it would be shameful to mar its surface, so he rode to the left side. The attendants informed him, too, that he was not the right suitor and dismissed him. When the year had finally passed, the youngest son, eager to reunite with his beloved and leave his sorrows behind, set out from the forest. He thought of the princess constantly and was so eager to be with her that he didn't even notice the golden road. His horse trotted right up the middle of it. Upon reaching the palace door, it opened, and the princess welcomed him with joy. She declared him her deliverer and the lord of the kingdom. Their wedding was celebrated with great joy and festivity. After the celebrations, she informed him that his father had invited him to return and had forgiven him. The prince then rode to his father and recounted everything, how his brothers had betrayed him and how he had kept silent. The old king, filled with anger, wished to punish them, but the brothers had fled to the sea and never returned. Dr. Know-All, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a poor peasant named Crab who took a load of wood to the town with 2 oxen and sold it to a doctor for 2 thalers. While the doctor counted out the money, he was sitting at his table eating a meal. When the peasant saw how elegantly the doctor dined, he yearned for the same lifestyle and wished he could be a doctor too. After contemplating for a moment, he finally asked if he could also become a doctor. "Certainly," said the doctor. "That can be arranged quickly." "What must I do?" asked the peasant. "First, buy yourself an ABC book, the kind that has a cock on the front. Second, sell your cart and your 2 oxen and use the money to buy clothes and other things necessary for a doctor. Third, have a sign made that reads, 'I am Dr. Know-All,' and nail it above your front door." The peasant followed these instructions diligently. After practicing as a doctor for a short while, a rich and influential lord had some money stolen. Hearing about Dr. Know-All, who lived in a nearby village and supposedly knew everything, the lord had his carriage prepared and drove to see Crab. "Are you Dr. Know-All?" the lord asked. "Yes, I am," Crab replied. "Then you must come with me and find the stolen money," the lord commanded. Of course, Crab agreed, but my wife Greta must come too. The Lord consented and let them both sit in the carriage, and they all set off together. When they arrived at the nobleman's castle, the table was set for a meal, and Crab was invited to sit and eat. Yes, but my wife Greth must join us too, he insisted, and they both took their seats. As the first servant brought in a dish of fine food, Crab nudged his wife and said, Greta, that was the first, meaning it was the first dish. However, the servant misunderstood and thought Crab meant, that is the first thief. Being guilty, he became terrified and whispered to his colleague outside, The doctor knows everything. We are in trouble. He just said I was the first. The second servant, now reluctant, was forced to go in. As he entered with his dish, Crab nudged his wife again and said, Greta, that is the second. This terrified the servant just as much, and he quickly left. The third servant fared no better, for Crab repeated, Greta, that is the third. The fourth servant carried in a covered dish, and the Lord asked the doctor to demonstrate his skill by guessing what was beneath the cover. Crab looked at the dish, unsure what to say, and exclaimed, Oh, poor Crab. When the Lord heard this, he shouted, There, he knows it. He knows who has the money. The servants, now filled with fear, signaled to the doctor to step outside. When he did, all four confessed that they had stolen the money and offered to return it, along with a substantial sum if he kept their secret. They feared they would be hanged if he revealed their guilt. They then showed him where the money was hidden. Satisfied with this, the doctor returned to the hall, sat down at the table, and said, My lord, I will now consult my book to find out where the gold is hidden. The fifth servant had hidden himself in the stove to listen if the doctor knew even more. Crab opened his ABC book, flipped through the pages back and forth, searching for the cock. Unable to find it immediately, he said, I know you are there, so you better come out. Thinking the doctor was addressing him, the servant in the stove leapt out in terror, crying, This man knows everything. Dr. Know-All then revealed to the Lord where the money was hidden, without identifying the thieves, and was rewarded generously by both sides. Thus, he became a renowned man. The Spirit in the Glass Bottle, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a poor woodcutter who toiled from morning until late at night. Finally saving some money, he said to his son, You are my only child. I want to invest the money I've earned through hard work in your education. Learn a respectable trade so you can support me in old age when my limbs grow stiff and I must stay at home. The boy went to university and studied diligently. His teachers praised him, and he stayed there for some time. After completing several courses, but still not perfect in all things, the small amount of money the father had saved was spent, and the boy had to return home. Oh, said the father sadly, I can't give you anything more, and in these difficult times, I can't earn a penny more than what's needed for our daily bread. Dear father, replied the son, don't worry. If it's God's will, things will turn out for the best. I'll manage. When the father said he was going to the forest to earn money by cutting firewood, the son said, I'll go with you and help. No, my son, said the father, you'll find it too hard. You're not used to hard work, and I have only one axe left and no money to buy another. Just go to the neighbor, answered the son. He'll lend you his axe until I've earned enough to buy my own. So the father borrowed an axe from the neighbor, and the next morning at dawn, they went out into the woods together. The son helped his father and was very cheerful and lively. When the sun was directly overhead, the father said, Let's rest now and have our midday meal. Then things will go twice as well. The son took his bread and said, You rest, father. I'm not tired. I'll walk around the woods a bit and look for birds' nests. Oh, you rascal, said the father. Why do you want to roam around? Later you'll be tired and unable to lift a finger. Stay here and sit beside me. Yet the son ventured into the woods, where he ate his bread, remained cheerful, and peered into the verdant branches in search of a bird's nest. He wandered back and forth until he reached a colossal oak tree, surely hundreds of years old, that 5 men could not encircle. Standing before it, he pondered, Surely many birds have nested in this tree. Suddenly he thought he heard a voice. Listening closely, he discerned a muffled cry. Let me out! Let me out! He looked around, but saw nothing. Then he thought the voice emerged from below the ground, so he called out, "Where are you?" The voice replied, "I'm trapped down here among the oak roots. Let me out! Let me out!" The student began clearing away beneath the tree, searching among the roots, until he finally discovered a glass bottle in a small hollow. Lifting it up, he held it to the light and saw something resembling a frog jumping inside. "Let me out! Let me out!" it cried again, and the student, thinking no ill, removed the cork from the bottle. Immediately a spirit emerged and began to expand. It grew so rapidly that within moments, a fearsome creature, half the size of the tree, stood before the student. "Do you know," it bellowed in a terrifying voice, "what your reward is for releasing me?" "No," replied the student boldly. "How would I know that?" "Then I will tell you," exclaimed the spirit. "I must break your neck for it." "You should have said so sooner," retorted the student, "for then I would have left you locked up inside. Nevertheless, my head will remain firmly attached until I've consulted others." "More people here, more people there," shouted the spirit. "You shall receive the reward you deserve. Do you think I was shut away there out of kindness? No, it was a punishment. I am the mighty Mercurius. Whomever releases me, I must break their neck." "Calm yourself," responded the student. "Not so fast. First, I must be certain you were truly confined in that little bottle, and that you are indeed the right spirit. If you can return inside, then I'll believe it, and you may do as you wish with me." The spirit arrogantly declared, "That's a simple trick," and compressed itself, becoming as thin and small as it had been before. It then squeezed back into the opening and through the bottle's neck. Hardly inside, the student swiftly replaced the cork and tossed the bottle back where it lay among the oak roots. Thus, the spirit was deceived. The student was about to return to his father when the spirit cried out pitifully, "Oh, do let me out! Oh, do let me out!" "No," answered the student, "not a second time. I will not release someone who once tried to kill me, now that I have captured him again." "If you will set me free," cried the spirit, "I will give you so much that you will have enough for all the days of your life." "No," answered the student, "you would cheat me as you tried to the first time." "You are forfeiting your own good fortune," said the spirit. "I will not harm you, but rather reward you generously." The student thought, "I will risk it. Perhaps he will keep his word, and in any case, he will not outwit me." So he removed the cork, and the spirit rose up from the bottle as before, expanding until he was as large as a giant. "Now you shall receive your reward," he said, handing the student a small rag that resembled a bandage. He explained, "If you rub a wound with one end, it will heal, and if you rub steel or iron with the other end, it will turn into silver." "I must test that," said the student. He approached a tree, scratched its bark with his axe, then rubbed it with one end of the bandage. Immediately, the wound closed and healed. "Now it works," he said to the spirit, "and we can part ways." The spirit thanked him for freeing him, and the student thanked the spirit for the gift, then returned to his father. "Where have you been wandering?" said the father. "Why have you neglected your work? I knew you wouldn't accomplish anything." "Don't worry, father. I will make up for it." "Make up for it indeed," said the father angrily. "Don't bother. Just watch, father. I will soon fell that tree there and make it crash." Then he took his bandage, rubbed the axe with it, and struck a powerful blow, but because the iron had turned into silver, the blade folded back on itself. "Hey, father, just look what a poor axe you've given me. It's all bent out of shape." The father was alarmed and said, "Oh, what have you done?" "Now I'll have to pay for the axe, and I don't know how. That's all the benefit I get from your work." "Don't be angry," said the son. "I will pay for the axe." "Oh, you fool," cried the father. "How will you pay for it? You have nothing except what I give you. You have students' tricks in your head, but you know nothing about chopping wood." After a little while, the student said, "Father, I can't work any longer after all. Let's quit for the day." "Very well," he answered. "Do you think I can stand around with my hands in my pockets like you? I have to keep working, but you may head for home." "Father, this is my first time in these woods. I don't know my way alone. Please come with me." His anger had now subsided, so the father finally agreed to accompany him home. There he said to his son, "Go and sell the damaged axe and see what you can get for it. I will have to earn the difference to pay back the neighbor." The son took the axe and went into town to a goldsmith, who tested and weighed it, then said, "It is worth 400 talers. I don't have that much cash with me." The student said, "Give me what you have. I will lend you the rest." The goldsmith gave him 300 talers and owed him 100. Then the student returned home and said, "Father, I have some money. Go and ask the neighbor what he wants for the axe." "I already know," replied the old man. 1 taler, 6 groschens. Then give him 2 talers, 12 groschens. That is double its worth and is plenty. Look, I have more than enough money. Then he gave his father 100 talers, saying, "You shall never lack for anything. Live as you wish." "My goodness," exclaimed the old man, "where did you get all that money?" Then the son recounted everything that had happened, and how by trusting in his luck, he had made such a fortunate find. With the remaining money, he returned to the university and resumed his studies, and because he could heal any wound with his bandage, he became the most renowned doctor in the world. The Devil's Sooty Brother. A fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. A disbanded soldier had nothing to live on and did not know how to get on. Venturing into the forest, after a short walk, he encountered a little man who, however, turned out to be the devil. Addressing him, the little man said, "What ails you? You seem very sorrowful." The soldier replied, "I am hungry, but I have no money." The devil proposed, "If you hire yourself to me and become my serving man, you shall have enough for all your life. Serve me for 7 years, and after that you shall be free again. But there is one condition. You must not wash, comb, or trim yourself, cut your hair or nails, or wipe the water from your eyes." Accepting reluctantly, the soldier said, "Very well, if there is no other choice," and went off with the little man, who promptly led him down into hell. There, the devil instructed him on his tasks. He was to tend the fires under the kettles where the hell broth stewed, keep the house clean, sweep all the sweepings behind the doors, and ensure everything was in order. However, if he peeped into the kettles, dire consequences would follow. Reassuring the devil, the soldier promised, "I will take care." With the old devil off on his wanderings again, the soldier began his duties, lighting the fire and sweeping the dirt well behind the doors as instructed. Upon the devil's return, he inspected everything, seemed satisfied, and departed once more. Surveying his surroundings, the soldier eyed the kettles encircling hell, simmering with a powerful fire underneath and boiling fiercely inside. He longed to peer inside them, but resisted, knowing the devil's strict prohibition. Eventually, unable to resist any longer, he lifted the lid of the first kettle slightly and looked inside, finding his former corporal imprisoned. "Aha, old bird!" he exclaimed. "Do I find you here? Once you had power over me, now I have you," swiftly closing the lid, stoking the fire, and adding a fresh log. Moving to the second kettle, he lifted its lid a little and saw his former ensign inside. "Aha, old bird! I discover you here. Once you had power over me, now I have you," he said, shutting the lid and fetching another log to intensify the heat. Curious about the occupant of the third kettle, he found it was a general. "Aha, old bird! Do I find you here? Once you had power over me, now I have you," he declared, using the bellows to make the hellfire blaze under him. Thus he served his 7 years in hell without washing, combing, or trimming himself, cutting his hair or nails, or wiping the water from his eyes. The 7 years seemed so short to him that he thought it had only been half a year. When the time was up, the devil returned and asked, "Well, Hans, what have you done?" "I tended the fires under the kettles, and I swept all the dirt well behind the doors. But since you have peeped into the kettles as well, it is fortunate that you added fresh logs to them. Otherwise, your life would have been forfeited. Now that your time is up, will you go home again?" "Yes," said the soldier. "I should very much like to see what my father is doing at home." The devil replied, "In order to receive the wages you have earned, go and fill your knapsack full of the sweepings and take it home with you. You must also go unwashed and uncombed, with long hair on your head and beard, uncut nails, and dim eyes. When asked where you come from, say from hell, and when asked who you are, say the devil's sooty brother and my king as well." The soldier remained silent, did as the devil instructed, but was not at all satisfied with his wages. Upon returning to the forest, he immediately took his knapsack from his back to empty it. However, upon opening it, the sweepings had turned into pure gold. "I would never have expected that," he exclaimed, pleased, and entered the town. The landlord stood in front of the inn, and upon seeing the soldier, was terrified because Hans looked worse than a scarecrow. He called out and asked, "Where do you come from?" "From hell." "Who are you?" "The devil's sooty brother, and my king as well." The host refused to let him enter, but when Hans showed him the gold, he came and unlatched the door himself. Hans then ordered the best room in service, ate and drank his fill, but did not wash or comb himself as the devil had instructed, and finally lay down to sleep. However, the knapsack full of gold remained before the landlord's eyes, troubling him, and during the night he sneaked in and stole it away. The next morning, when Hans got up and wanted to pay the landlord and continue his journey, he found his knapsack was gone. However, he quickly composed himself and thought, "You have been unfortunate through no fault of your own," and immediately returned to hell, complaining of his misfortune to the old devil and begging for help. The devil said, "Sit down, I will wash, comb, and trim you, cut your hair and nails, and wash your eyes." When he had finished, he returned the knapsack full of sweepings to Hans and said, "Go and tell the landlord that he must return your money, or else I will come and fetch him, and he will poke the fire in your place." Hans approached the landlord and said, "You have stolen my money. If you do not return it, you will go down to hell in my place and look as horrible as I." Then the landlord returned the money and more, only asking Hans to keep it a secret, and now Hans was a wealthy man. He set out for home to his father, bought himself a shabby smock frock to wear, and wandered around making music, a skill he had learned while with the devil in hell. In that country, there was an old king before whom he had to play, and the king was so delighted with his playing that he promised him his eldest daughter in marriage. But when she heard she was to marry a common man in a smock frock, she said, "I would rather go into the deepest water than do that." So the king gave him the youngest daughter, who willingly agreed to please her father, and thus the devil's sooty brother married the king's daughter. When the aged king died, the entire kingdom passed to him as well.